they'll know if you are in there because they have to match your district. So and the crop does not choose it, crop will choose it, does not sequence. So I'm just going to manually choose it. I need you to be in the Big Steps Discord. I will know if you're not there. And it's going to be a rectardio. It's going to be a rectardio, and honestly, I think I'm just going to call you guys out live on the space right now. So give me 1 second to go and shoot this.
Bro, let's give it to chill like that. I want to give it to chill like that.
Going max engaging? Is he crazy? Is he going max engaging crazy?
Is he ever not max engaged?
You know what? You're right. Okay, chill. I got. You know, you're the one. I love you. Space. You know, you're not in Skinny Space. I will. You know what? Just absolutely rage.
Yeah, guys, just head up. You're gonna click on that. Go to Skinny Space. We're gonna see you guys.
Okay, back in the room.
$35 What is this bullshit?
was like, oh, everyone did. And then, years later, when I'm completely unrelated, he's telling me one time about him looking for Christmas presents and going in the back of his parents' closet and finding a whole chest of, whips and chains and shit like that when he was like 6 or 7 years old. Well, he didn't make the connection. He was like, oh yeah, well that's why you're.
Yeah, duh. Yeah. Parents with the whips and chains and shit.
Well, and I don't know if that had happened because I think your kicks are genetic.
Really?
I think I've read that, right?
Well, I think some information is probably passed down from parents to kids, and I would imagine the kinks could be in there. Because, like, artistic talent is passed down. Obviously, athletic talent is often passed down. It would make sense. I bet they don't know exactly what you're giving to your kids.
Well, let's find out, because if it's true, I mean, that's going to make you look at your mom a little different.
Right. You don't want to know that. That's horrible.
Yeah, but
I pity the poor people that have accidentally walked in and their parents fucking.
You never did that? No. Horror. No, actually, that's not true. I never walked in, but I definitely knew that that's what was happening.
I can block that out.
Right.
You can't block out the visual.
Because you've definitely touched the doorknob and been like, your
dad with his feet up in your hair, your mom's eating his ass.
I don't have no visual.
Your dad's stroking it while your mom's eating his ass. Like, no. Yeah, see, there you go. I can't live anymore like that. I can't go through this room and have to get electroshock therapy.
Yeah, but imagine if you walk in and, what would have to happen for you to be affirmed for going up the scene?
I don't think it's that. I think it's, I think there's probably some social disorder involved in some of those folks too. There's like furry lights, which my kids go to school with. There's some kids that wear like ears, and like maybe a tail, and every now and then you see one of those.
Bro, you think might have started as a 4chan troll that's probably too far.
4chan rules
Out of control. Like a few other things that were done.
They're the best. Do you see what they did with the free flow, free bleeding project?
What's that about?
They tricked women into thinking that it's like a sign of feminism to just bleed and not have a tampon or a maxi pad.
Oh, like old school.
Just let it go. Free bleeding. And so they did it as a joke, and then some women adopted it because they thought it was like radical feminist, crazy ladies.
So now free bleeding is like a trend.
It didn't last. It's disgusting. It's probably totally unsanitary. You smell like fish. It's hell. It's a human pussy plug running down your fucking pants, and you're showing up at the office. You expect to keep your job here at United Health? Get out of here.
I don't think anybody was showing up at no office. Those are definitely jobs.
At Starbucks, you showed up at Starbucks. Oh, it's not real. No way. That lady would die. She would literally be dead. That's like if you shot her with a fucking arrow.
The thing is, there's no.
Is this lady free bleeding?
These are the 4chan posts. People trying to share it that it was real.
Well, that could be a lady that's just doing a marathon and forgot a tampon. It's like, fuck it, I'm gonna push through. Because I saw one lady diarrhea herself, went all down her leg and everything, and she completed that fucking race.
The thing is, it's hard to tell what's real and what's AI.
That's real. I saw pussy blood right there. I can tell. I'm an expert.
But the thing is, free bleeding is one thing that's like, but just getting your pussy blood and most other people's stuff.
They don't care.
Like if you're doing this shit at home or in the grass,
they're marking their territory. Well, what did people do before they invented tampons? Like, I mean, are you supposed to just wash it out? Like, what are you supposed to do? What does nature want you to do? Like, nature doesn't want you. That's why toxic shock syndrome is a thing. When women have tampons, they leave them up there, and then they get really sick, and women have died from toxic shock syndrome from tampons.
people even caring about someone.
I don't know if this might be full satire, but this is someone talking about how it's not made up and it's a real thing. People trying to claim this
Misogynist users of the online forum 4chan would claim that they jokingly started the movement in 2014 to see how far they can make angry feminists go. Fake memes and Twitter accounts apparently belonged to feminist activists began posting content about free bleeding. This backfired spectacularly for the 4chan trolls when they unwittingly created a discourse around the normalization of periods. The free bleeding movement, whether fake or not, quickly became very real and got women talking about their monthly cycle. Since then, notable moments in the free bleeding movement have included Karan Gandhi running the Boston Marathon without something while bleeding. They missed something that says without while bleeding through her sport shorts. Poet B. Carr also became notable in the movement when an image of her menstrual blood on her pants and bed sheets was repeatedly removed from Instagram that same year. Imagine like you're a hero because your pussy blood is on the internet. this is so kooky. This sounds like this is satire. Who wrote it? What's it in?
It's a blog.
I think you have a hard time convincing most.
Yeah, most, but these are crazy people. Like, most people don't want to fuck wearing a squirrel outfit, but crazy people do. Some people do. I'm not saying everyone's crazy. What is the blog? And do they have other things that seem like satire? Does that seem like it's hard to tell the edges. When you get to the edges of radical feminism, radical leftism, and radical right wing, Patriot Front type shit, it's hard to tell what's satire when you get to the edges. When you get to the most extreme examples.
Well, also everything's AI now. People just say bullshit.
Also, all those, whether it's the right-wing movements like Proud Boys or whether it's Antifa, they get infiltrated. Those guys get infiltrated by government officials 100%. I guarantee you there's some FBI agents in Antifa, and I guarantee you there's some FBI agents that are in the Proud Boys. I think the head of the Proud Boys was already outed as an FBI informant. Isn't that true? I think that. Find that out. Google that.
Really?
Yes.
That's not true.
I think
Every single one.
he still went to jail too. I think he still went to jail for January 6th.
Yeah, they still locked up.
Let's see. Let's say. What does it say? The Proud Boys revealed to have been an FBI informant. Enrico Tarrio. Tarrio served as national chairman of the Proud Boys from 2018 to 2021 and was a central figure in the group's activities, including its role in January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. However, it was later disclosed that Tarrio worked as an informant for federal and local law enforcement agencies between 2012 and 2014 prior to his leadership in the Proud Boys.
Oh, beforehand.
That's even crazier. Like, were they telling us the truth? Like, that he's not doing it anymore? It's like, fucking who knows, man. It's layers upon layers. It's those Russian nesting dolls. And you open it and there's another one in there. You open it, there's another one in there.
This is all time about the Epstein files.
I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, he's going to release the files. Well, I thought there was no files. He
Man,
wants an investigation now.
listen.
Like, what is going on?
He voted 427 to 1.
What was the one?
I didn't see why he said, but he did.
National security.
No fucking way.
National security.
You found out all the Congress voted for something and you the only one that did. Can you change your vote? You can't be the one, guy.
It should be that it has to be like no one can know what the vote is before you do it.
Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one?
Well, I was feeling like let's move past it. Let's get on with our business.
You can't move past.
These billionaires are good people. Okay,
You can't move
they're
past.
good, solid people. Where's he at?
Arkansas.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah. Somebody got to him.
I'm the bottom 10 in education.
Somebody got to him. That's crazy, though. 420 to 1.
I've been the principal. No one's been from the beginning. What was wrong with the bill? What's supposed to?
It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and or other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House.
He's in that motherfucker.
Well, that's a point, though, right? Like, there was people that had dinner over Epstein's house. Like, Epstein had dinners and had celebrities go over his house. Like, Chelsea Handler was one of the people that went over his house. don't think Chelsea Handler's out there molesting kids.
No, I get that, but I think we're past that. We're beyond that point now because
you just have to be able to say, "Hey, I went to his house for dinner."
Yeah, I'm not saying because people try to do that to you with like pictures. Using a picture with somebody that they find, but it's like it's a difference between being in a picture with somebody and being in 500 pictures with them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Flying to an island.
Yeah, I think because this is a big problem. I mean, to relate back to what we were talking about earlier with Hollywood too, is that I think a lot of these motherfuckers don't respect something. They don't respect our intelligence. The average American is smart enough to know the difference between somebody that was just in there or somebody that testified than somebody that was banging children.
See, the thing is, the average American probably can tell the difference, but there are sub-average individuals that all they want to know is you're on the list, and they hear you're on the list, and they might try to kill you. And that is a fact.
But here's the thing. The problem is...
And I'm not advocating for not releasing the files. I'm just saying there's enough dumb, nutty people that will think that you're guilty.
There's been so much obfuscation with this. It would be different if there was no pushback. But I think what's at stake is people's belief in the integrity of the process.
That's right. Oh, well, yeah. That's
whatever the last little shreds of it that are left. Like, no more you getting to sift through and decide. Because it's easy to say that. But the truth is, they want to be able to decide whose names get seen. And people aren't with that. Like,
they shouldn't be with that.
Or we agree with this guy, and then we let them Kennedy joints out. We've been waiting for them to think about it. They said the same thing about the Kennedy shit. Well, we don't want to hurt it. And every time they're supposed to release it, they kick it down the road.
They released some new Kennedy documents, but no, I never heard anything come out.
Yeah, it was supposed to be released 2 or 3 presidents.
There's no way those people are alive.
Right. What we know is this. We know that, I forget who said it, but justice delayed is justice denied. The longer we wait, the more we let these fucking snakes kick the can down the road, the more they get to obfuscate and muddy the waters. And all that.
Trump said about the JFK files?
What?
He said, I saw them, and if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release them either.
That's what I'm screaming.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I can't even imagine what that means.
What does that mean? What could that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Does that mean a foreign government? Does that mean our government? Does that mean the mafia? Does that mean a coordinated effort with all the above? What does that mean?
I have no idea what it could possibly mean.
I mean, it's crazy for something that happened in 1963.
Yeah, and almost everyone involved, almost everyone that could be embarrassed somehow is dead.
62 years ago.
So it would have to be something that like destroys an institution. Something like this Epstein shit.
Right.
But
just the sheer amount of people with insane amounts of money that are attached to
because
this.
my conservative friends be like, they think I give a fuck about a Democrat. So they're like, what a Bill Clinton's in there. Like, I don't give a fuck who in there. I don't care who in there. Put that shit in the street. Yeah,
I think you do.
Yes, I don't have a
party identity.
I don't have a favorite politician. There's nobody. I don't give these motherfuckers money. No, there's no politician that I love enough to because this is what's killing me. There's people out there that are literally like, wow, this 60. Like they're trying to justify, like they want to come out of this by still showing support, but they don't want to be connected to the crime. So they're trying to justify their support of all of it. That's correct. It's like there's no politician I love more than I love my country, or more than I have my principles. So like, yeah, I think if you can't draw a line and can't fucking, then you probably should stop talking in public. Like you shouldn't have public discourse. Yeah. I think this is a pattern that has existed forever in politics. They want you to be compromised when you get into any sort of position so they can control you. And I think these things like Epstein, and there's probably a bunch of other similar operations that are being run, they provide you with like a really good time, or maybe you're a high profile, extremely wealthy individual, and it's hard for you to get hosed. And some guy tells you, hey, we've got everything covered, you come to my island, nothing, what happens on the island stays on the island. Bro, did they kick somebody out the royal family?
Oh yeah, Prince Andrew. Yeah, they kicked him out of the family, and hasn't even been like a formal trial yet. It's not like he's
What happens when you land? They just walk you out the castle. That's so nice. You're just on the street.
I think he's in a house, like way out in the country. Like, you stay here.
In my head, I just picture him like crying over some KFC because he's never eaten peasant food. So he's just like, so he's not a regular person.
I think he's in a manor, like a beautiful home in the country.
Okay, so being kicked out of the whole family doesn't mean that you lose everything.
I don't know. I mean, what does he have? Where did he get it? Is it just money from the government? Because they do get paid by the government.
They do, but also they're still dupes of something.
Here it says what he lost. So after he stripped his royal titles and forced to leave his longtime residence at Royal Lodge, Royal Lodge, Prince Andrew, now formerly known as Andrew Montclair Windsor, will relocate to accommodation in the Sandringham estate in Norfolk. He is now excluded from royal duties and public life, and his status has been dramatically reduced. Loss of titles and status, eviction from Royal Lodge, relocation to Sandringham Estate. So he's relocated to an estate in the countryside. Public exclusion. He remains excluded from all royal engagements and official events, except for private family gatherings.
But that sounds sweet.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting away with not having to be, not being in the public eye. That's it.
But it makes it like, all the parts about being a royal that suck. Yeah, you don't have to do those anymore.
Look at this. Financial support. The king will provide for Andrew's basic needs, but his former royal funding and security benefits have been ended. Andrew has sought private business opportunities to support himself, but no public roles are expected.
Wow, I'm going to business with you, my guy.
He wants to go into business. He's been getting money from the king all this time. This whole thing is nuts because they get money, and I don't think they have to do anything. Like, I don't think they have like a real function in government, do they? Where's the Sandringham Estate? Oh, that's where he got. Poor guy. That's so sad. It's so sad they made him stay in that castle. Look how beautiful that place is. That is so nuts. That this guy got kicked out of there. He got kicked out of wherever the fuck he was.
They tell me his money is like, they give you that estate, but they take all the servants.
The gardener's house. That's the gardener's house. That's where the gardener lives. That fucking place is beautiful. That is hilarious, dude.
Like, if they give him that place, but they don't give him no servants, he just gotta clean everything. He gotta walk a mile to the kitchen.
Yeah, he's got dishes.
But this guy's living life. So he just gets banished to a mansion. You don't gotta do no public duties.
They probably just bring hoes out to the mansion. It's not like stop banging hoes, right?
I mean, I don't know what he's in trouble for.
Right, that's the thing.
What, to get kicked out of our family? They didn't even kick me out of that issue. They racist.
Legal and public impact. What is this? These changes result from long-standing controversies over Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein and subsequent legal settlement.
After I run out for like 1 week, I say no, 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 no.
Yo, what up, Josh? GM. I'm just about to talk in this space, so just one moment.
Alright, man. Peace.
Interacting with like before nomination was next year, quality of three. I have Victoria. That time, I don't know why we stopped doing this space show. I was always posting that time. So like everything would be me and like you and vibing on everything, engagement space. So if you have I will follow you up every single day. If I'm interacting with it's really that hard. Or you do it all the two they play music on the background. All those ones they boring away, I don't know why.
That's the thing, and all these spaces now, all these let's see what in my head now. All these what's the economy engagement spaces. They're always bored in the sense that there is no interaction. You just come and eat right by the driving. And a lot of people pull up to your spaces and there's no chance for them to talk. You know, you're not meeting new people. You're not really getting those connection.
Once you get those shots out, we go to those analyst flows. So before I start, I would just try to fix it. Probably have 2 weeks for each space for each day. Like about 4 weeks. To keep it at least interactive.
But one thing about engagement spaces, if it's not interactive, if your followers are not getting anything, then the only people you have on your spaces are people that are just coming to get engagement on their posts. Nothing. And those ones now, like you're not really making meaningful connections from this thing. You might not really make them if you're not careful.
Yeah, true. Any option.
Yeah, but just that if it's something you want to do and you have people that can back you up well, just that the one manner you find a way to bypass all those flaws, you find a way to make your own thing unique stand up. But just
Me, I trust Toby. Toby was coming. I'm not saying for this Toby. I will not support your account.
Guys, please do what you like and retweet the space. Noella, welcome to the space. Ghost, I see you. He's good. Jeff, how are you? You're just looking up from sleep. Your voice is not as loud.
I think that's what I'm talking. I intentionally reduced it.
Noella. I remember being one space that time when Noella was the listeners. They were not begging her to come and speak. She was shy. I didn't know she wanted to speak in this space. I was so Noella.
I'm not sure the space you saw me. Either they were trying to, all these Web3 boys, and they're like, oh, this girl, bring her, me a Risa, me a. And I'm not that. Me, I know on mute mic now, me, I'm not hosting, I don't know. Because some of them are simple. So that's like not comfortable. It's better to just keep quiet and everybody do their thing instead of just doing nonsense with the space.
Yeah, sure.
So sorry to interrupt you, Susan. I've actually noticed that because the day freak came to this space, the guy just a gift well and lines well and not really open my talk. I still got that beg. The guy's line is not a fault to the ground. But everywhere it's all good. So it is well. What did you want to say?
Me, don't guy, I'm just chilling. I don't tire, guy. I will soon leave because of this so long. I will set out to sleep.
I beg you,
So I don't buy
three beds.
yeah.
But don't worry, bro. We don't see plenty, bro. Leave, bro.
When you see a good way of presenting bedroom, let me do birthday jobs. You go see one post where they did a job, take it jobs, like you for them. So why now? So you say like go to the bus, man. Leave out jobs, bro. So guys, so to go to guys, I'm just going to see them. I'm not going to Jesus.
Leave. My will do it. I will send and come your dear direct.
Whether you understand, I'll do it. No, I'm not gonna.
Oh my God.
If I say this, my dear, that will block you, I swear.
But I didn't do it with good intentions. I'm just trying to, what?
I didn't joke about
Everywhere good. Jesus will welcome. This is what you request for the mic. Let me hear your voice. I've been seeing you on tear. Alright, so that's it for the mic. So Joanna has been up for the longest. How you doing, man?
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
No, I don't mind it on my background.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Apologies to those of you who have heard this before. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these angles of my life, feel free to look at my profile. I have a link there to all my YouTubes. Additionally, in my pinned post, I have a link to my YouTube. I also have a link to my link tree. Please look at it. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media and more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people who have joined, and we are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. You can see pictures and video of this project building these wells online. Additionally, you should know that I'm an advocate of the LifeStraw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to be successful in all of your passions. I want you to know that I am an advocate for all of you and support you both professionally and personally. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life. I want you to know I have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, man. Guys, do want to check out Rabbi. Do want to check out Rabbi. I'm bullish on what he's building. Like he said, if you need guidance, you can do it to reach out to him.
Xavier, when am I gonna find you in my Discord? I'm waiting on you, big dog.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't really had time to, go through all the
Oh, I see how it is. You're so busy being popular. You're too busy for your favorite rabbi. I see how it is, my man. No, I'm just playing with you. I'm kidding. But I know we're going to become better and better friends as we get to know each other. And I look forward to having you in there someday.
Alright, man. No, I'm joining once I end this space. Let me not procrastinate because I feel like procrastinate a lot these days.
Don't we all? No worries at all. I'm just playing with you. But one of these days, we'll make the connection and it'll be a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Alright, man. Thank you for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for hosting the space.
Alright, it was good, man. I haven't heard from me this morning. How are you doing this morning?
Josh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. That's fine, man. How'd you sleep, big dog?
Good, man.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, how's your link tree coming along?
Yeah. I've created most of the links though.
Okay, well, create the other ones, and then we'll start working on videos for you. So let me know when you're done, okay?
But after now, like, what's the next step, man?
The next step is we're going to populate your social media with 10 videos that promote yourself and what you do in Web3.
Alright, man.
And it's all free. We're going to use AI to create the videos. So you don't have to be on video. Okay?
Yeah, man.
Excellent. I love having you here. Keep me updated with how you're doing on creating those links. And when you're done, let me know and we'll start making videos with you, okay?
Okay, sir.
Excellent, my friend.
Settlements. Always get settlements, particularly the civil case bought by Virginia Go Free, which
Mas Mourinho da fama. How do we want that to be? That was Schwab. Schwab says that was Schwab. The no gave shame, the not for shame Yomas. So it's interesting because the possibly one's going over here. The no gave shame Hashem, most of us. Now the most of the word no gave means to curse. When you curse his name Hashem, you will die. By going to the go call it, they should be stoned. To get as not the knuckable shame you must. And again, he curses the name of Hashem, he will be put to death. So there's two expressions of cursing. So from here, the Gemara says that it means he cursed the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. You might I know give this not give it. So how do you know that no give means to curse? The sin ma'akov will cover kill. So this is actually by Bilam. Now the Bilam is trying to curse the himself. So again, no matter how much money Balak gave him, how many resources Balak gave him, I don't essentially, what do you got for me? God doesn't want people to be cursed, and they're not going to be cursed. That's what I and the law itself comes from here. I will keep most the color. The Ima Mibras who maybe the nokiv doesn't mean to curse, but rather again, the nokiv actually means to pierce, right? To go ahead and let's say take a knife and pierce it into the name of Hashem written in the Sefer. Ba'asaras, if you must have said Vayikov Karbidalto, says again, Lashon Vayikov means to make a hole. Ba'asaras, and we'll have a couple here. Ba'abarakana Shalom, lo sasu kin Hashem lo gave them, which the Gemara says, no, but shame malaka. Here's the difference. The difference, remember again, the original pasuk is, it says, the no gave shame, the not shame. There are two mentions of the name of Hashem. So somehow this act of blasphemy must include two names of Hashem. And that's missing over here in the case of the knife. What is piercing the name of Hashem is only one name of Hashem is being impacted. Either the Eva the Manachation or Sahadavi, or buzzing. So maybe you're placing two names of God, one on top of the other, piercing them both with a knife simultaneously. That's the strength of the name of Hashem. To which the Gemara says is, that's how we know okay, because we know okay. That's one act of piercing, followed by another act of piercing. There's no simultaneity there. The Ema, the Chayik, Shema, Kuma, the Sakina, Ubazaba. So maybe he wrote the name of Hashem on the tip of the knife. Then took that tip of the knife and plunged it into another name of Hashem. So he's erasing the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. To which the Gemara says, no, he's not erasing with the name of Hashem. It's not the name of Hashem it's not the name of Hashem on the knife that's erasing the name of Hashem that's written. Rather, again, it's the knife that's destroying the name of Hashem. Ema Perushe Shmenu. Maybe the nokev means articulation of the name. So Rashi says over here, Perushe, Osiaseh Perushav. Maybe the prohibition over here is to actually pronounce the name of Hashem. For example, when we say the name of Hashem, we see the name of Hashem with hey and then above hey, never articulated as the letters are written. So maybe the prohibition over here is to go ahead and to actually articulate the name. Let's say that you can't Moshe Arnatan, Moshe Ma'elashim, Mikvu, the Shemos. Because again, this is Lashon Mikvu. Lashon that you identified by the names. Moshe Arnatan is identified by the names. To which the Gemara says, Ba'asaras, and Lavo Bichas, as Hashem lo kefativa. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Kadla, give up in shame, blackout. So first of all, remember, we're kind of married to this model because the actual pasuk that discusses the last person in the name of Hashem has this double notion of the no cave shame and the nakval shame, which means that whatever blasphemy means, it's going to mean utilization of two names of Hashem. So articulation of the names doesn't satisfy that criteria. But how do they ask Haras Asay, Lashon Asay? Furthermore, you're running out the love from a positive statement of As Hashem L'Kafativa. And any love, any prohibition running out from a positive statement is not really a prohibition. Okay, Ibai saying that the possibility is our Krav, Vayikov, Vayikalo. So most of the other possibility is how do we know that ultimately, again, we're talking about over here, that Vayikov, the no cave, and the Nakval means to curse. Because you have another pasuk. The pasuk says, Vayikov, Vayikalo. Right, the pasuk over here is talking about, says as follows, Vayikov ben Aisha Yisrael, that's a shame, that's a shame. Vayikalo, Vayaviu, also al Moshe, the shame good. So what I'm talking about over here, according to the actual story in the Mikar of Mikalo, because you know, we actually got up and cursed by Kadosh Baruch. The Lashon in this pasuk is both Vayikov and Vayikalo. What do you see from there? Remember, the no give quality. So you see here, these two words are synonymous. The no give means to curse. I says, remember, I'll the Tabayu. Maybe not. Maybe they're two separate things. Or maybe Halacha might say again, you're only chayv if you do both. In other words, maybe like we said before, maybe no give means to articulate the name. And by color, obviously means to curse. Maybe you have to do both to say Chotes and no give on the color. Now, this is going to come by the execution of the color. Remember again, in cold shot. Shabbos knows the color individual who went ahead and blessed the system which part of the public. So when they executed the Makalo, it says take out, right? So you see from here the fact that it just calls for Makalo indicates to us that no give and Makalo mean the same thing. which both mean ultimately personal and universal. Shmamiyah, Chaveru. We see from here that they're both really one thing. So this is therefore what comes out of there is as follows. So therefore now we have the model. The model of the Rabbi, one who takes the who uses the name of Hashem first. Interesting translation, and nevertheless that's biblical prohibition. Really based on the idea that the passage talks about blasphemy, uses the lashon of pinocchio, uses the expression of curse twice and shame twice. So from here we see that in order to be chayiv biblically to curse in the name of Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Ish Machal Omar, what does the passage mean when it says Ish? So if you remember again, this is the El Bnei Yisrael to the earlier, or Ish Ki Yichalal Elokav V'Masaf Hatol. This is every person who may curse Hashem will bear his sin. Who's the Ish? Machal Omar. This is very interesting. Ish, the Rabbi also said, "Oh, they go have Shemush now. They have Shemush says now." You might as well take an interesting turn over here. It's an interesting turn of things to go. It really is a fascinating sugya, and I think that was fascinating. It was yesterday. But fascinating sugya. I'm sorry, I neglected to thank the last few days. A tremendous impact. Thank you for doing that. Not the Gemara said.
Just look at the jungle trying to see new posts. There's a bring up post based on like people that have really been actively engaging now. I said they'll be giving away today. Let me go and check the very first two people. So repost the Mongo space, this one that I wrote. Let me go and check those two people. And those two people that are first reposted them, and then they'll be giving away. How cool. And also AC and dollars. Why you would be giving away for space? And dollar wait, why is it that you see and Elijah God is not that person? You and dollar. That's a good. Together forever. Oh God. If the weather, on top of the weather, we are always target. This is so Casey, those are the very first posts I'm going to bring up around. And based on who is actively engaging on that post, then I'll start bringing up your posts like that. I'll bring it up your posts, I'll bring it up, bringing up. Is that it? Yeah, I am. I've been trying to give you No, say you have come back. So first three people we go first three people. And one said we can give dollar queen. So first three people that engage on dollar queen's post. Then when I bring it to Jumbotron, if you go rush now, go comment on the post where I'm bring up and answer you. First three people comment on the post. When I bring it up, I will share now the 1 key time to each of the three people. So if you like the quick interage, Right, okay, now finish. Don't miss the next 1 second, no, please. I got nominated and I think picked one award like that on there. So I just dropped the post there. I just did maybe 5 places to just say congratulations at Status Elijah finish. Like don't do AI, just I don't get anybody to say me congratulations, but just put it there. It will help me come up on the next nomination. I beg me I see money for 30 December. So the post is the first post, right? Not be 5 people. That's why I start to bring down all the other posts. So guys, that's really no man. Take it easy. I beg Jesus. Congratulations, Elijah Betus. Nothing else. So just it cannot be congratulations, Elijah. Congratulations, Betus. Don't do that. This is an award for the winners of the test. So this is just say congratulations. big ups in Nigeria Plateaus. Easy, like that. Thank you. Let us see if I come all right, thank you so much. I might be people who are just in the service like it's all good, it's all good. Yeah, you can like make all of that in speaker. Okay. So guys, you want to speak, let's say from here. Let me hear from Rabbi. Rabbi, let's hear from you.
Excellent. When possible, may I share my project with everyone?
Okay, you have like a minute, like a little 2 minutes with us. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for 2 minutes. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. It's a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live 24 hours a day on over 20 simultaneous streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees on YouTube. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my cameras, the link is in my pin post. Additionally, in my profile and pin post, you're going to find a link to my link tree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord there. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Sharp program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, teacher, friend, and confidant, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I want you to know, everyone in here to know, I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for that incredible shield. He's a big influencer and he's unlike other persons, and then he's here to combat world hunger, and then he's here to transform people's life and help people get generational wealth and stuff. So a big shout out to him and welcome to the Mingo Engagement Space. You're always free to join us whenever you are free. A big shout out to you, and we love what you are building. Alright. That was that for that. Alright, let's hear from UKSB. 1 minute. ASAP. Yeah, thank you very much, Rabbi. I heard everything you said, and I'm really interested in what you're doing because you said you're a social person. But I want you to answer this question in my DM, not on this space. Why? And you continue the conversation in your DMs, no story for what you my guy. KSB, Nigerians will let them. You will just continue the conversation. No, I just, you are perfectly giving that word. You know, I'm telling you, continue the conversation in your DM, KSB. Just hold on. I know what you want to say. Continue in your DM. I know why. Just continue there. Thank you. So, guys, people start coming down, and if you want to speak, just request for the mic. KSB is a check DM. Alright. So, guys, if you have not sent in your second post to the Mingo account, if you are sending your second post, do well to send it to mingle account to also say to you guys send in your second post, and you know you're not supposed to leave the space if you send it. If you send in your second post, chapter change the name, chapter just changes. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. So if you want to speak, request for them, I can see a request from governor. So if you're on the speaker and you want to speak, may not be on the same from me, may not have anything to speak, but you've spoken before, I'll just shuffle you and pick up more persons because I can see so many requests this morning. So I think in a minute or so, new posts will be coming up. But the new posts are up already, guys. Go and start engaging for Dollar Queen. The first person to comment for her is Shadow. Love the energy. Love the energy is smart. I think we'll give political comment. The first political comment. Loki is changing a lot. I'll hop on this because I want to read. I don't know. Then as much comments for Loki, we don't do the rush comment with me. I don't know. But it's all good, Jerry. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Chapter just checked the first, I think. If you are here, alright. Okay. Alright, there's a post on MDW. Go and place your engagement on that post ASAP. And there are other posts coming up. My intern not inside the talk. Co-host, are you there? Juliet, wait. Alright, Juliet is Ludi. try to influence this idea and also sharing it across my community so that we get more blessings and get to listen to what we're saying so that we get should also be doing the same thing and invite persons to join because if we have people here, it will become fun. It will be more interesting, it will be more engaging, and you're going to learn from different persons and also different persons, different people would also hear what you yourself have to say. So let's keep on retweeting, drop us comments, bring us your post under the space post. Let's engage with them. Let's engage with them. And while we are waiting for others to join, I will go ahead with the news, share up to the news headlines, top 10 headlines that we have for today, 20th of November 2025. And this morning we have top 10 headlines, and I will go ahead and read 10 of them. So the first headline this morning that we have for the share up to the show, and the first headline says, Massive committee chair wants to remove current capital fears to add community. So it seems like they want to require people with capital that they can have before they could do access. So I will go ahead and read more about that, what that headline is saying. Banking committee chair wants to require community yeah, that's the first headline that we have here. The second headline says Victory Regulation plus Innovation Government Act, the Single Line 2025. Users of online to scalable blockchain system. So the Single Line, I think it happened the day or two days ago. I don't know, but during the show or during the event, users of online scaling blockchain system. So not the one that we restrict on builders, but more also be fair to builders and scalable. Yeah, that's the second headline we have on the GM registration top 10 headline this morning. So the third headline we have here is stablecoin market which is Ethereum development fueled by AI engine and increasing regulatory regularity. So you can see the traditional companies are transitioning into stablecoin, transitioning into stablecoin, and the stablecoin market now comes from $300 billion. So it's also fueled by AI engines and increasing regulatory regularity. You can see that the industry is growing so fast, and if you don't know more this time, you might not be carried along. So you can go and read about the stablecoin market now and what is going in the adoption. That is the third headline we have on the share registration. Top 10 headline for today, November 20. So the fourth headline says the infrastructure giant is building a payment stablecoin net dollar stable appeared during the internet payment. So now happened to know about Black during the outage during the attack
Yes, sir.
So I'm done creating it.
All right. Did you send me the link yet?
Alright, let me send you the link.
Okay. Are you sending it on X or Discord?
What do you say?
Are you going to send it to me on X or Discord?
Let me send it to you on X.
Okay.
Man, I can't find you on X. I'll just send it to you here.
Stop. Do you have 49 followers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send you a message. It'll be your first message. Look in X.
Alright.
All right, Josh, can you hear me? Josh.
Yeah, so I've sent it to you.
Yes, I see it. Where's your Kick account?
What is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I didn't see they kick it there.
Kick's there. Where is your Truth Social account? Kick is fifth from the bottom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
Where's your Kick account?
I said I did. When I was reaching out, it wasn't there.
I mean, it's there. It's the fifth one from the bottom. Look at the list that I sent you.
Yep, okay.
Do you see kick?
Yeah.
Okay. What about imager?
Imajo?
Yeah. Imager's the fourth from the bottom.
Alright, man.
What about Reddit?
No, Reddit is there.
Okay, let me see. Where's your Reddit?
Check the link side.
I'm looking at it. You've got YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Blue Sky, Clubhouse, Mastodon, Threads. Where's Reddit?
Yeah. Okay, man, let me just update it. I'm coming.
Okay, where's Quora? Where's WhatsApp?
What?
Where is your WhatsApp?
But, can I show you a screenshot of something?
Yeah, send me anything you want.
Alright, man.
Okay. Okay, see Reddit profile, but you don't have the little tab selected next to it, so it's not going to show.
Yeah.
Okay, so click the little tab next to it.
I should click what?
There's I'll show you. I'll write on it and send it back to you.
Okay.
Click that little thing in the corner. Look at the link. Look at what I just sent you.
Okay.
So click that little link. So then it'll show. But you've got to create the other ones. So create all the other ones, and then before you come back, double check that. Make sure you have every single one.
Okay, man. All right.
Excellent. Now, another thing, Josh, if you can hear me, look at the example that I sent you. Do you see when you look at your link tree, some of them are icons at the top, and other ones are like in a vertical list? You want them all to be in a vertical list. Is what I'm saying to you making sense?
Rabbi, I can't really hear what you're saying.
Okay. So, look at the link I just sent you.
Okay.
Click it. And do you see how there are no icons at the top? It's just one link after another link after another link after another link. You want yours to look like that. So right now you have some icons at the top and some that are links like the way that you want. You want them all to be one after another stacked, not icons at the top.
Okay.
So that's an easy fix. No big deal. Okay. But you've done really well. So keep it up. And then when you're done and you've double checked them all, I want you to check them all. I don't want to say, where's this one and where's that one? Then come to me, and then we'll move on and we'll start creating some videos for you, okay?
All right, man.
Okie doke.
This is a saucy transition to interesting topic of shoving and suspending law, 7 Noahide laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish? Right? Why does it say ish twice? So the Gemara says, ish, Rabbos, it's all the Chomshim Hashem Ki Yisrael, to teach us that Gentiles are liable for cursing the name of Hashem the same way that Jews are. Fascinating halacha. Furthermore, whenever Gentiles are executed, right, the violation of one of the 7 Noahide laws, So they're only executed with saif, sword, beheading. Because any execution that the Bnei Noach have is only with the sword. Is only with saif. So Rashi says over here, so we'll actually discuss this a little bit later on, because the only time that we find an execution mentioned, not in the context of Jews, is back in Bereshit when the Torah speaks about the liability for one who takes life. And it says, Lashon of the Pasuk is Ba'adam Damo Yishafach, right? Person takes life, his blood will be spilled. And interestingly enough, the Imam says that in Saif, the sword beheading. We talked about that in greater depth a little bit. So here's one second. We learned that from here. No, it's enough from here. First word line. Hashem, Zubir Hashem. So we'll say here, the passage is actually really interesting, Joshua. So this is by Adonai Rishon. Get ready for this. This is by Adonai Rishon. So the passage we're quoting is, Vaitzad Hashem Elokim al ha'adam lemor, v'kol yitzad Hashem achol tofal. So Hashem says to Adam, you can eat from any tree of the garden that you want. Now, subsequently, Hashem says to Adam that you can't eat the eight Tovar, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life. Okay, so now the Gemara breaks down this passage. Hashem, when it says the word Hashem, Noah has just saying the first command that Hashem gives to man, right? Adam, remember again, Adam is the father of all humanity. So the first command that Hashem gives to Adam, the Gemara understands, is the blueprint for the 7 Noachite laws. So the Gemara says, Yitzchak Nafka, well, Mitzvah was Hashem. Hashem is Birchas Hashem. Hashem tells us that one is not allowed to blaspheme the first within Hashem. I'm Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, lo Mitzvah al-Rabos HaKirim. This is coming to include for Hashem is going Noah, even nicknames of Hashem. Because I know, Ish ki kadalo kabbalah safakal. God says if a man will first Hashem, he will bear his shame. Not telling him what is going to teach us. But look, for man, I already learned, no gave shame Hashem at most yumas. Pasuk says, if you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. If you should never no give shame most yumas, yochel lo yechayim ala Hashem and you can feel like. You might have thought you're only chayiv if you curse the actual name of Hashem. And you might say, "Nine Rabbis call you." I know this applies even to other nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which are descriptive names of Hashem. For example, like Elohim is a good example of this. Right? Ado and then Noi. These are all descriptive names of Hashem. How do I know this? So this sounds like it's over there. Hold that look on my saw. One is not only chayiv for the Tadur for blasphemy for cursing Hashem, for the primary names of Hashem, but even chayiv for the secondary names of Hashem. Right now, from the saying no. Hashem,
Hey you, I know you. What's up?
Disagree. This actually
yeah, I know you. Hey, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. The link's in my profile.
But if you curse any of the other names of Hashem, that is a law, that is a prohibition, but not punishable by death.
Excellent. Come to my Discord. Come to my Discord so I can hear you better. Come to my Discord. Excellent, my friend. I look forward to talking with you. I'm here. We have other people.
Again, with nicknames. So the Rabbanon Chayiv is Chayiv according to the Rabbanon. So
I'm here.
Never these things to argue what we just said, because my thumb just said before that Allah Chamaisi only Chayiv if
Okie doke.
If you do the actual name. Rav Meisha seems to be Machmir, ultimately again on a Ben Yoach. He says it's only a Jew who's only Chayiv for cursing the actual name of Hashem, but a Ben Yoach will be Chayiv for cursing even one of the Kinuyim, one of the nicknames of Hashem. My time, what's the reason? The Amrkra, Kager Ka'ezrach. Ger ve'ezrach who's doing Nibunach Moshe. It's only a ger and a ezrach. In other words, right, it is only a Jew, right, and a convert who are chayiv if they curse the explicit name of Hashem. About Oved Kochav Mafila Bikini. But Oved Kochav is going to be chayiv for blasphemy, even if he uses one of the descriptive or nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. So, it's a fundamental machlokes. So, on one hand, there's machlokes in general about Jews. Are Jews chayiv if they curse a nickname or a secondary name of Hashem. So that Rabbi Meir says yes, Chachamim say no. And then interestingly enough, Rav Mesha comes along and Rav Mesha says a Jew will only be chayiv if he curses the primary name of Hashem, but a Ben Noach will be chayiv even if he curses one of these secondary names of Hashem. Very interesting. Rabbi Meir, Hai Keger Ke'ezrach Ma'avalei. What does Rabbi Meir do with this phrase Keger Ke'ezrach? So the Gemara says Ma'avalei Ger Ve'ezrach B'skila. That teaches that a Ger Ve'ezrach gets skila. Aval Odei Kochavim B'Sayif, and Odei Kochavim will be executed ultimately again by a sword. I would have thought, I would have thought that since maybe Odei Kochavim, right, or B'nai Noach are included in the prohibition of blasphemy, that they should get the same death penalty as a Jew, i.e. skila. Kamash will know that whenever a Ben Noach is executed for some transgression, he always receives sayif. What does Rabbi Yitzchak Nafar, what does he do with this phrase? So the Gemara says, Ger ve'ezrach u'duva inan shem b'shem. It's only a Jew who is chayiv in this, what we'll call this framework of blasphemy that we established before me. But you only chayiv if you curse the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. Aval obed kochavim lo ba'inan shem b'shem. But again, if an obed kochavim, even if he just curses the name of Hashem, doesn't do shem b'shem, doesn't use the name to curse the name, he's going to be chayiv as well. Incredible. Ish, normally. Why the phrase ish? Dibra Torah kalashon b'nei adam. Ultimately, again, the Torah is just espousing the halacha the way that people speak. Incredible. So we'll say there are 3 takeaways so far from this daf that are important to take with us. Number 1, the construct for biblical blasphemy, for which there is a death penalty for Jews, right, is going to be only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Which name of Hashem? So again, we're going to say that we pass in halacha meis like the Chachamim. Namely, it's only if you use the actual name of Hashem. Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. No kinuyim, no descriptions, nothing else. Just the actual name of the Ribono Shel Olam. B'nai Noach will be chayiv again for blasphemy as well. But interestingly enough, B'nai Noach will be chayiv even if they curse any of the other nicknames or descriptive names, even if they don't use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Furthermore, a Jew, when he's chayiv for blasphemy, will get skila, and a Ben Noach ultimately will get saif, will get beheading with a sword. Now again, that's not unique over here to Megadev. Anytime that a Ben Noach is going to be punished, it's always punished in this same way. Incredible. Tanravara. Shem Mitzvos Esab B'nai Noach. There are Shem Mitzvos B'nai Noach. What's a really interesting sugya? Dinim. So dinim is the halacha to establish a judicial system.
Hey, that's who I think it is. Yeah, it is.
So number 1,
it's Mega Mommy. How are you?
Number 2, you're not allowed to curse the name of Hashem. Number 3, Avodah Zarah, can't wash over the Zarah. Number 4, immorality.
I'm lovely. Can you see me?
Number 5, shifus stomach, you can't murder. Number 6, gezel, theft, you can't steal.
There should be.
Number 7,
there should be video. Can you see me?
You cannot eat the limb off of a living animal.
Well, there's video. Come to my Discord, Meta Mommy. Let's talk. I'm going to get this other person in there too.
So it's important to understand. This is the first thing. We're going to see that there is a little bit of my focus about what exactly comprises the Shem Mitzvos B'nai Noach. Rabbi Hananya ben Gamla Omer, Af ala dam min ha'chayiv. Hananya ben Gamla says they're also chayiv for eating blood from a living animal. Okay, Rabbi Chitva says Af ala sirus, castration. Rabbi also have a conscience. We're going to see B'nai Noach aren't allowed to castrate. This means people or animals. Shimon Omer Av ala kishuf. Shimon says they're eating chayiv on sorcery. Rabbi Yossi Omer Kala Omer b'Parshas Kishuf Ben Noach Musar Alav. Rabbi Yossi says anything that's mentioned in the entire section of Kishuf, Ben Noach ultimately again is chayiv for it. The Gemara says Lo yimatzi b'cham ma'aver b'no ubito be'ish kosin ksanim ma'onin u'menachish. So again, I'll say these are all different types of avodah zarah that existed. And the Torah says, because the nations who inhabited Canaan did all of these things, therefore I, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, am going to displace them. So you see from here that their displacement ultimately again is, or their loss, their defeat, is really a result ultimately of their engagement in these sorcerous practices. The Gemara says, furthermore, again, Hashem never punishes unless, of course, he first warns. It's very interesting. And the Elazar says that when it comes to forbidden mixtures, now remember again, Kilayim take on a couple of different forms. You could crossbreed animals. You could also crossbreed vegetation, plants, like different things like that. So Elazar says Kilayim is mutter for Bnei Noach. What does that mean? It's mutter. Libosh Kilayim. So for example, a Ben Noach could wear shatnez, could wear woven linen together, but Lizra Kilayim, and could even go out and plant Kilayim together. So you could plant, let's say, for example, grapes and wheat or any other mixture. The only thing they're not allowed to do is ultimately, again, to cause interbreeding between animals and to graft trees. So the Gemara says, from where do we know this? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan. So again, we're obviously, there's a lot of different opinions over here about what comprises Shem and Bnei Noach. We're obviously not going to have to try to figure out where does everyone glean their respective positions from. So where is this from?
Yo, big dog, come to my Discord.
So interestingly enough,
come to my Discord. I'll send you the link. Just one moment.
All quoting this same.
You got it.
That Shem Bnei Noach comes from the original command of Hashem to Adam, because this was the first mitzvah that Hashem gave to Adam. This is the first mitzvah that Hashem gives to humanity, and the Gemara understands this to be a blueprint for Shem Bnei Noach. So, for example, the Gemara says, "Vayitzav," He commanded him.
Check your direct messages.
Hashem, what does Hashem refer to? Zubirchas Hashem. This refers to blasphemy. In other words, the Ben Noach can't
check your direct messages. Yo, check your direct messages. Yo, big dog. Check your direct messages. Check your direct messages. I sent you a link, big man. And there, I can't wait to see you.
This refers to murder. Lemor, saying, this refers to morality. So let's say, so just listen to what the Gemara is doing is, the Gemara is seeing that each of these words represent a different halacha, and it's showing how this word shows up later on in the Torah in the context of this particular halacha.
Yo!
Incredible. So Gemara says, when we call it Hagan,
what up, billions?
All the trees,
mighty crypto.
Not from theft. So that's theft.
How you living, big man? Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, leave it. Yo. Billions, mighty crypto. Yo, billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty. Oh, that's you. Be mighty. Yo, dog, do you talk? Dude, you can't hear me because you're in this space and your microphone is activated in my Twitter space. So leave my Twitter space, leave the Discord, and come back to the Discord and we'll be able to talk. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. Billions, mighty crypto. I'm going to read your profile. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast, ambassador, and funny. Well, you're not so funny right now. How about you talk? And then I will think you're flipping hilarious. Billions, baby. Leave and come back. Leave that Twitter space and come back. Or no, don't come back to the Twitter space. Just leave the Twitter space. Oh, he's turning on his camera. All right, let's see how funny you are. Hey-o! Can you speak? Big man, hold on. Listen, I can't hear you. The reason why I can't hear you is because your microphone is currently being used in Twitter. Close Twitter. Hi. Close Twitter. Close Twitter. You're still in Twitter. You're still in my Twitter space. I can't hear you. You're still in my Twitter space. Close Twitter. There you go, big man. Okay, now I can hear you. Talk to me, baby. Billions Mighty Crypto. I know you. I was just singing your profile. I'm going to continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. How are you, big man?
I'm good, bro.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm lovely. You found me. Hey, do you have an Android phone or an iOS phone?
Just hold on, please. Hold on. Let me close my total phone and come back.
Yes.
I can't really hear you.
Absolutely. Do what you need to do, big man.
Let me do it.
Yeah, exactly. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Right into the digital world. Crypto trader and Web3 enthusiast. Ambassador and funny. At Base Army. Connect t.me/Shebas and ShebasToken.com. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said billions Mighty Crypto. 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 I said billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. Billions Mighty Crypto. I said 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 billions Mighty Crypto. What in the fuck are you doing, dog? I was just talking to you. I was just talking to you. Dog. Billions Mighty Crypto. You're breaking my heart, dog. I love Billions Mighty Crypto. This motherfucker says they're funny. Oh, dog. Remember that part when everybody was like, hey, blah, 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 and I yelled, hey, I don't come to your job and suck all the dicks. So shut the fuck up while I'm sharing my project. And they laughed. That's such a dirty line. That line is fucking hilarious. Hey, I don't come to where you work and suck all the dicks. Oh, shut the fuck up while I'm sharing.
I asked Perplexity a little more about Shoshana Eve, Big Beverage.
was a group or entity related to the branch Davidians cult led by David Koresh. A group or entity related to it. The name seems to refer to Koresh's followers who identified themselves as students of the seven seals. Oh, so they were his people. So he called his people that group. Alliteration against you every time.
Let's go home. This is your first idolatry.
Billions mined crypto. Billions
Elohim, Zudin. This is the first true judicial system. So this Shlama Elohim, Zudin. I understand that judicial system considered the Nikra Balabais Ella Elohim. Because again, the pasuk itself, like speaking about adjudicating a case, says that the Balabais, the litigants, will come before the Elohim. Now, in this case, Elohim actually means the judges. They reference to Shkashbarak as well. Ella, Vaitzav Zuavod Zara Maimash. Bahayno Vaitzav Zuavod Zara. Christa Rabitska Farati had our solo Mahagan and Derek. I should see this in so it says, so one says, you have completely departed from the path, and I commanded them. So again, this is an admonition against Avodah Zarah. But quickly is by the Hegel, by the golden calf. Equivalency. So over here, that Derek is also referred to. I'm sorry, by if I should see this in the path, I command them. So command over here is a reference to theology. The Chadamar, the other thing quotes the pasuk here from Hosea. Ashuk Ephraim Tzutz Mishpat Yovil Halak Achar Tzav. So once again, you see the same Russian Halak Achar Tzav. So Tzav doesn't have all these I've been asked, what kind of lives in these two? Can we give an name? Akum Sha'asav al Zara will It's very interesting. The thing is, we a Gentile created fashioning about the Zara, but didn't worship it. Lemanda Amar Asu Mishasa Simachayev. According to the one who learns out from Asu, a Gentile would be liable for Avodah Zarah the moment he fashions the idol, even if he doesn't worship it. The man number he hollow halach, like one learns in the second house, he hollow halach, had the Asli Basra halach. He wouldn't be chayiv for idolatry until he goes ahead and actually worships it. That doesn't make sense. Amar Rabbi, when we kill a man, Amar Akum Sha'asab of Zavalor Shtach or Chayiv, Rabbi says, what's happening? No one holds. Rabbi asks, is there anyone who holds that Akum makes an Avodah Zarah and doesn't worship it, that he would be chayiv? Is there such a thing like that? So the Gemara says, Ba'atayim, we learned, Ba'akum, Dvarim, She'beizim Sha'isram, Mitzrayim, Ben Noach, Musraleim, Ben Beizim Sha'isram, Mitzrayim, Ein Ben Noach, Musraleim. The Bryce is a cloud. When it comes to an Akum, right, when determining the legal liability of an a Gentile. The way it works is like this, right? Anything that a Beizin of Islam would write for the Jewish Beizin would execute a Jew for, a Ben Noach is also on a warrant for. In other words, he would also be liable for that, right? However, again, if Beizin of Islam wouldn't execute the Jew for an infraction, then a Ben Noach would also not be held liable for that infraction. So you must be moving in mind. How does this come to exclude? The following case, Akum made an Avodah Zarah, but did not bow down to it. He didn't bow down to it. So what do you do in a situation like this? If you look at it, you made an idol, but not bow down to it. Certainly not good. Right, not good to make any action. But halakha l'maisa, there's not liability unless, of course, he actually goes ahead and bows down to it. If he doesn't worship it, then there's no liability. Papa. And again, as we did say before, if the Jew doesn't have liability for it, then Akum doesn't have liability for it. And we're talking about how do you mean kissing an idol? And says, what does that mean? What do you mean you're hugging and kissing the idol? If normally it's worship together with hugging and kissing, and you're like, everybody's liable for that. Hello, let me eat this shaloki. Either is talking about over here, meaning, let's say the derech of this particular idol is not to be hugged and kissed. So in this type of fashion, again, even if one hugged and kissed it, there would not be liability because one is going to try to Avodah Zarah or called normative worship of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, incredible. Dinin, B'nei Noach, Efkin. Gemara says, now let's go back, let's go through the list. So when it comes to setting up the judicial system, it's actually that B'nei Noach are obligated in this. Holy Ron Batanya, as from its source, the Stabi Shalomara. Claudius was commanded 10 mitzvahs in Mara. Sheva Shekiva Vem Bnei Noach. Now 7 of them were, now when we say they were given 10 mitzvahs, really, there were 7 pre-existing mitzvahs that Bnei Noach already had. Well, Sihu Aleim, Dinim, Shabbos, V'Kivud Avayim. And in Mara there were 3 more added. Dinim, the obligation to establish a judicial system, Shabbos, and Kivud Avayim. Dinim, Ditzit, how do we know that Dinim were added at Mara? Remember again, Mara was the first stop after Kriyas Yamsuf. Like after we left the banks of the Red Sea, most of when it takes us, right, we traveled 3 days in the desert. We couldn't find water. We came to a place called Mara. Why was it called Mara? Because the water was bitter. Now, being provided by the Baal Shem Tov. Now, normally we translate that to mean the waters were bitter. But the Baal Shem Tov says that it should have just said Kimarhu, the water singular was bitter. What does it mean Kimarin pain? They were bitter because it says it wasn't the waters that were bitter. The Jews were bitter. And when a person is bitter, even the sweetest of waters has a bitter taste. In other words, your perspective impacts everything. How's your perspective?
Yo, Williams, mighty crypto. Williams, mighty. Yeah. My man. How are you, big dog? Yeah, exactly. Yo, dog. Absolutely. Hey, did you create your link tree yet? Or you just not?
Yeah. No. Let me send it to you.
Yeah.
Let me text you the link.
I want to see it.
Let me text you.
I'm the boss of this stuff. I gotta make sure it's good.
Yeah. But let me send it to you so that at least you can recommend to me.
Absolutely.
Tell me.
I'm waiting for it, big man.
So, I'm so grateful and I appreciate the fact that you're giving out your time, your energy, the knowledge. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Like just like you having someone who is ready to carry you along, having someone who is backing you up. It's a big thing, and I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, Rabbi. You're a big name.
Well, thank you.
I would like to introduce you to Andy. I'm sure you know Andy, right? Andy, the Asian guy.
Oh, Asian Andy?
Yeah, Asian Andy.
Yeah, I think I know who that is.
Yeah. Because Andy knows me, and I always talk on Andy's street. And I think Andy do like you, so you're the same. All you guys are all on the same goal. You're pushing the same thing, bringing people along. You're not working for any payment. You're not building a community to gain your own selfish gain. You're building the community to build people, and your community is your asset. If you have that community, you already have your asset. So that's like a wonderful one. Appreciate that, bro.
Absolutely. All right, big man. Tell me when you send me this link.
All right. Send it on this side or put it on X.
Send it on Twitter, on X.
All right. Yeah, I got it to you, bro.
I'm looking at it right now. All right, big man. Where's your Rumble account? Hold on. Where's your Rumble account? Where's your Reddit account? Yeah, where's your Reddit account? Where's your Imager account?
I'm getting that right now. Thank you, bro.
Okay, you've got the list. You've got the list. You finish the list, and when you're done and you've double checked it, then let me know, and then we'll start making videos for you. Okay?
All right, bro.
We're gonna use AI to make videos for you.
I got the Rumble. I got the Rumble account for getting the
link from the Rumble account actually gives me problems. So that's why I haven't put the link yet. But I think that.
Okay, so if you're having trouble with Rumble, it should just be rumble.com/your username, whatever it is. That's the link.
Okay. Rumble.com/username.
Yep. Yeah, but what about Reddit and Imager and all the others? So you got some work to do still. Work on this all day today. I'm going to sleep in a little bit, and then when I awake, it'll all be done, and then we'll move on to making new videos. How does that sound? To my man, Billions Mighty Crypto. How does that sound? That better sound good, my man. That's what I like.
Amazing.
Excellent. Okay. Then we've got a date, big man. You are going to finish that, and then
definitely.
You come back in here, and we're going to start making videos for you. We're going to put that on your social media, and then we're going to work on your pitch, and you're going to be closer to a billionaire than you know it.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I think I'm going to do that again.
Explain me this. Also, I think warning, Reno, but of course they have enough resources to fix this, so they did. So I think there are going to be no legs being connected from all this, I believe. But it's just showing you what kind of area we are living in, what kind of era we are living now, especially the fact that the economy, the global economy and social peace, you can see that it's not okay. So if we talk about in France, we see that.
Rabbi, I'm going on right now to build account.
Sounds like a plan, Billions Mighty Crypto. We'll see you. Excellent. We'll see you later today, my man. God willing.
Thank you. Bless you.
You're welcome. I hope you're blessed as well.
Yesterday I saw the Mexican president. I said, oh, it's very, I didn't even know that Mexican president. It's like interesting. Who is she? Well, she's coming from there. She's coming from the economic world also. They are all connected, guys. So we need to wake up and to make sure you understand where you're living. You're living in a world that is working on its own destruction. Yes, I know it's not very positive or whatever. I want to hear something else, but I'm telling you what I see, what I think. And this is just my opinion. Right now, it's working on its own destruction because they are losing control and they want to take control again. If you see the new page of The Economist, the homepage of The Economist, every year they make a drawing about the year, blah, blah, blah. You understand that people know things, right? They know a lot of things we don't see, and that's all we have, that's what we had for a long time. And so they know, and I've been analyzing that image. I used AI. It's amazing what you can do with AI today. And that's really
What is this motherfucker talking about?
You need to worry about this. Definitely, right now, we can imagine there is going to be a destruction of your world, and it's already destructive. It's just, people don't just survive right now, they don't know it. But soon, it's going to be worse, like better, and losing control of all your goods, your assets, your house, your freedom, your money. People don't want to see them. And guess what? It was all the same before the Second World War, or the First World War, anything war. Guess what? Just before, people were going to the coffee, hanging out, and living their lives. And after, it's the darkness, and it's dangerous, and you're stuck. So what I know is that more than ever, we need to be able to have a way to be free financially, because that's how it's this was those which go money, right? And I still believe what I'm saying more than ever, that's DeFi way that people need to come together, trust each other, and create a system. That's what we've been doing for years now, building all the extras we
this project, and you can see that it's not easy. So a lot of soldiers bring them out because it's not easy. But sure, for me, there is only one direction. There is only one thing to do: is to find solution.
Yo, Meta Mommy, come to the Discord, girl. Because I can't hear very well in this space. So come to the Discord. Update me on how your life is going and how you've done your link tree. Update me. I can't. I'm not going to be able to hear you on this device. Come to my Discord. Madam Mommy, come to the Discord. Leave this space, come to the Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. There you go. Oh. Yo, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
So that's, I think, something we should keep in mind and know that we got this. We are just and the launch is right now. We are in the phase that we
Is this motherfucker still talking? Oh, I hate this. This is the worst. Shut up, dude.
Price action is interesting for traders, I believe, but not for investors. When you're an investor, you just take your committed, you buy and you wait, and you take your dividends. Because that's what we're doing. Like a company, you're investing, you stake your tokens, and you get a few rewards from that. Like having dividends from a business. So, because what I think, whether you like it or not, you will need to create something. If you want to make money, you need to create a, you cannot just do it from nothing. Well, it's not totally true, because one of the biggest capitalization is crypto or meme coins, which where there is nothing behind it. So it's not that true.
Dog. This motherfucker. Shut up. Damn, bitch. What am I missing here?
That's what I'm saying. They are meant to zero. All of this, every day, all 100%, or maybe 99.99, one that will not pay, it's because there are people behind that are
Say one thing.
So on. They are there because there is one guy named Elon Musk, something there. But if not, they will be to zero. So that's very interesting.
Yo, dog, this guy needs to shut the fuck up.
And now I'm talking about Google. I think Google has potential to be the next Shiba. Not in terms of comparing the character, not comparing the community.
This guy needs to shut the fuck up.
But there are some similarities. The fact that we are community driven, that we are high, very, very high, but very, very low. And from here, to be honest, what I think is that.
Oh, dude, be quiet.
Because if you saw like 12 hours,
Dude,
like 15 bonus,
be quiet.
added to holders list. We went from 300K to 1.4, something like that, in 12 hours. I mean, it shows you how it's possible to work quickly and fast. And at the end of the day, what happens is that we're at 300, like very bottom, 400, and now
So you stare, and all I think is that we are going to have this again. We go out, we make new stairs higher, like the stairs exactly. Until at some point, when the market will be ready, then people will look at this meme coin. We will be there. And I don't know. It's really personal feeling, but I'm absolutely sure it's inside of me. So you cannot take that like as a truth or anything. Wow. I'm absolutely sure that Coke has the potential to be that. So has the potential. Especially now that we are accumulating because you don't see. I mean, I'm gone in like 50 cent pies and stuff like that. Especially if that market can't make any sense. But I can tell you that on the cheese, me, several guys are accumulating slowly. $100 here, $200 there, $50, $1,000, blah blah, and we are accumulating. So always look at our hands. So next time, it's not like crazy, like having because Coco was supposed to reach minus. Everything was set. And it took us only one guy. Like crazy. Every single day. Insane amount of supply that we got for free. It almost one day,
Dog, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
There's so many things. Because sometimes that's why I'm laughing. Like some people are complaining. I'm like, what is girl doing?
Dog, this guy is the worst person ever. Shut the fuck up. Dog, I hope your fucking coins explode. It's the worst. Shut the fuck up. Dog, shut up. This is just the worst.
I can make a Netflix story about this. I wish I could tell you, there is only one person that knows exactly everything. It's over because he's my brother. He's the one that is physical with me most of the time. As I know before. 30 years now.
Dog.
You know what I'm saying? He knows everything. And he's more foolish than anybody. Expect me, baby. So this is going to be cool. That's why, giving up is not an option. Sometimes when I don't want to exercise, I myself okay, guys, okay, give me.
Dude, shut up.
I never see you on the job. You work every day with the price.
Dog, be quiet.
I just need to show how frustrated you are. Come on, man. Everybody's frustrated. Be professional. We are here together. I mean, this is a project. If you like it, that's cool. Work together. I think it's cool. Also, nobody is like thinking you or telling you, hey, can you buy a you need to buy and hold and work with you. Like, if you believe in the project, you understand it. Okay, if you didn't follow what happened, well, it's your fault because you need to cover spaces. You need to go on Telegram. Like, what's meaning? Ask questions. We'll always answer. But you buy, you come into your month. Oh, what's going on? It's not what I expected. Well, real, not good.
Who is this asshole?
I'm telling you, every single one is responsible for his fault. No one else. You cannot blame me for anything. You cannot blame your friend. Nobody. People will sell. It is what it is. You need to have a strategy and a vision. If you don't have it, hurt yourself. You don't have to. But if you do and believe in it, then try to embrace action won't matter to you at all. Because it's not important. What's important is to be able to do what you have to do and to do it according to the situation.
This guy is the worst.
So without being said,
Shut the fuck up.
That is ex-CEO
Oh, I hate you. I hate you with the passion. I've never known somebody to talk so long in a fucking space. Shut the fuck up. Dog, what in the fuck? Shut up.
Interaction with them are happening and will happen. So the meta is good, the meme is good. The floor is solid because it's the emoji that are holding the floor. Of course, if we didn't trust people like we did, we should be way higher because a lot of people took advantage again. So people are asking, oh, Ross, you have changed. Yeah, of course I've changed because I was a dreamer, like too much, too naive, like yeah, we're together. But now, whether you like it or not, in every basket of eggs, there are going to be one or two that are going to the trash, that are not good, and they can hurt the rest. It's like the fruits. You have a bad apple, you need to take it out. All the apples will be bad. That's how it is. So, no complaining about all this. Just seeing what's positive. The positive thing is that on Exilio, you
That
can
one might
accumulate
freakishly fool me.
1% of the supply only for $2,000 or $3,000. That's ridiculous. Its all-time high is already 10x. So, like, a lot of guys here listening, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars in their wallet worth of Exilio at all-time high, and they didn't sell anything. So imagine how they feel. And I know how it is. It's because this is something I've been feeling like for years. So, but me, I'm used
Good
to
on
it,
you.
right? Some are not used to. You see,
Dog, this is the worst.
going there to 7,000 or hundreds. It can hurt, yeah, but those are just numbers. The indexes, guys. It's spiritual. They're just numbers. And when they go that low, I mean, I can only go up, but you need to be patient. You need to wait. And what I'm saying to people, bro, if you cannot wait, please don't hurt yourself. Say goodbye, and come back until you're ready. But don't stay and complain all of this. I will have no mercy. I'm telling you, this kind of people. Because I'm working every single day with the team in my community.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Your time spent for the hubs or whatever. Bro, do your research. Be a man. Like it, you're here. Like it, yeah. No problem. We welcome you when you want. But we're not here to convince you or to force you and to let have you in an uncomfortable situation. No. You need to be comfortable. And me, for example, I am very, very comfortable with what's happening right now.
Dog,
Because I will be
shut the fuck
insane
up.
price of all this. I'm developing the thing that let us explode at one moment. When it will be time. Time will come when it will be time. I have no idea when. People are thinking maybe it's last direction before the next one. To be honest, I don't see why. I don't see why we should bounce. I mean, having a rebound on Bitcoin and so on, yeah, of course, you always have rebound, to 80, then go back to 90, of course. But I don't see any reason why Bitcoin will go to an all-time high before the end of the year. I see no reason. Even next year, I don't know, but, reasons will come. At any moment, something can happen, right? For me,
Dog, shut the fuck up.
right now, crypto in general, because we need to say it clearly. Crypto has been a scam since its launch. It's a total scam, guys. We need to say things how they are. Manipulation, right? Lies, thieves, hacks. I mean, whoa, never in the crypto space, and it's absolutely a scam. 99.9 is scam. I mean, percentages are not that great, but it is what it is. And you come to say the opposite. Show me. But this is not true. The only thing that is real needs real people, ones that are genuinely healthy. And it's exactly what happened with Shiba. So put yourself or Google right now in the shoes of the Shiba holders of the 1,000 members a year. We are in that situation. Like, can we go lower? I don't think so. We are at the very
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Oh, Zoot, go fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway. Yeah, Zoot, nobody wanted to fucking talk with you. What's up, baby? Dog, I'm in the middle of this fucking Twitter. I'm in the middle of this Twitter space, and this asshole hasn't shut up for 18 fucking minutes.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Why do we do fucking? Why do some people like have to work and some people have to work?
I mean, it could be generational wealth. It could be they're living off the government. It could be they're homeless. It could be the people that.
I mean, homeless doesn't sound too bad. You get plenty of fucking free time. I mean, the poverty and starving is sucks. There's no shelter in comparison, but instead of fucking working,
Yeah, a lot of people in the United States choose it. They just recognize that a lot of opportunities in life are just out of reach.
Why is that?
Inflation. It's late stage capitalism.
How many hundred people were you?
In the city of Irvine, they do their best to say zero. They kick everybody out to the neighboring city. In Los Angeles proper, I think there's a population of something like 100,000 people.
Intense, really intense. Huge pressure and huge risks. One day I will explain and you will see how what it takes to lead a project from zero to $100 million, from $1 million, $100 million to zero again, and from zero again to $1 million.
Yeah, I think it's going
All right, baby.
I will continue to do all of this with all of you, but the one who wants to be with me on every single years, we're together. We're together. We continue.
the drug
We need to be patient.
that
Accept all of this. Take, the noise.
caused
Always noise.
the most sexual assaults I've ever any other drug.
I mean, I'm talking all this.
Okay, well, I mean, drugs relative. Sugar's a drug.
It depends how you see things, but like I said, I have a long-term vision. Like,
Sugar doesn't cause you to write it.
Neither does alcohol, per se.
careers coming right now are going to be very, very, very complicated for all of us.
No, it doesn't.
So let's focus. Let's be strong together. Let's create this our own ecosystem where we can take care of each other's, when we can help each other, when we can listen to each other's, because it's much needed. We each have this in order to fight, and survive. This market and these conditions.
It does make them vulnerable, man. That's right.
Dude, this motherfucker just talked for 26 minutes straight in a Twitter space.
That one.
If he were within 25 miles of me, I would walk to him to punch him in the face. Oh, Zoot, I have to talk. I can't hear you right now. Just one moment, Zoot.
I also think you follow back, bud. So I certainly hope. By the way, everybody, make sure you follow each other here. Go ahead and start following people.
Dude, just wait 3 minutes. Oh, fuck.
You know what? Because we are family, we do everything together. Let's build our profiles together, right? Rabbi, how you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Big O. Do you mind? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
Not at all, my friend. This is great. This is an open shield time.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. With you, I want to make all of you, your friends, your family, independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to find. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my live YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, look at the pinned post that I have. You'll find a link to my YouTube streams there. Additionally, you'll find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You will also find a link to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, teacher, and friend in the space, please send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Wow, that is hard. Great first, my friend. You did a great job. May I ask a question or two?
Absolutely. Please go ahead. Thank you for your kind words.
Absolutely. So the first thing, everybody, if you do want to connect with Rabbi, listen, I don't tell you to do it. I don't tell you not to do it. But I did go ahead and put on the Jumbotron his pin post. Okay, so you're welcome to connect if you want to there. You said that you've been doing this for quite a while. Can you just say, my question is, how has your vision changed, or has it changed since the day you started doing this and today?
No, my vision's been the same since day one. I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I continue to do it every single day. I educate people about technology that we can use to end world hunger and world thirst. I've been able to create a giant network, not just 2,500 people in my Discord, but over 50,000 people on Twitch and tens of thousands of people on Instagram and TikTok. And we have a force behind us. But since day one, I've wanted to stream my life for world peace, and I've been doing it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, my friend. Crossover was speaking. He is very bullish on blockchain and the future of blockchain. How do you see blockchain in your project and what you do? Because it's you're not doing something traditional.
That's absolutely correct. Blockchain is the future. Web3 is the future. I'm a macro investor, not a micro investor. I invest for the next decade, the next century, not necessarily the next week or the next year. If you have if you have any investment in cryptocurrency, hold. I even mean NFTs that have been rugged, hold on to them. In the future, they will essentially be antiques. Just like how what we consider junk today, given enough time, becomes antiqued. Well, guess what? So will NFTs. So hold on to all of the things that you can, especially in the world of digital art. There will be inventions that are created that allow people to show their art throughout their homes. Their NFTs that were essentially worthless today are going to be worth quite a lot in the future, especially if they are old, considering like in the heyday of NFTs. So hold on to those NFTs and hold on to your cryptocurrencies, even your meme coins, even your shit coins. They're going to be worth a lot, I think, in the future. I think it will be perhaps a great humor that the world will play upon all of us, that all of these people would have sold and said, oh, if I had only held on to that back in the day, it would be worth millions or billions or trillions of dollars, especially with what we know fiat does. A $100 bill today is worth less than what a $1 bill was worth in 1913 due to what fiat currency and inflation does. And you need to be able to protect yourself against that. And the way to do it is through crypto and the blockchain.
Absolutely love your vision, brother. Love your vision. I just want to remind everybody this is a family-friendly crypto show, okay? And you've got a lot of dad jokes here. I also want to remind you that if you have a question for me, Cross, Rabbi, Rothschild, anybody, at me in one of our X Project telegrams, okay? And I will go ahead and ask you a question. Doesn't mean you can't speak that. By the way, this is the pad, okay? Welcome to this is a segment called the pad. This is open chat and shield. This is for anybody to come on up and say hello. Rabbi, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. You're welcome to hang around in case anybody has questions.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has, or if you wish, send me a DM. I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you again. You have a wonderful community.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Actually, I think my wife has a question who wants to say something, so we're going to let her come up. This is Big Boy Community. She's coming up here. You have some question or something to say? Go ahead. You're welcome to just remember you got to tap that little microphone if you want to speak. As you speak, you can't hear you.
I'm giving her a full reward. She uses this mic.
I can't hear you. I think your microphone is still off. While she's getting that fixed, anybody else have a question they want, or anybody else want to come on up and say hello? Rabbi, you have something to say, bud?
Boy, I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Other things that we talk about that may be of interest to you all. You seem like an intelligent group. I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the things that unite us as a people, and not as I try to really focus on that which unites us as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA, and I think we forget that many times. I like to talk about topics of the future like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I enjoy speaking about space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators, de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a ghost located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I want more people to talk about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And I will consider it a privilege to be able to archive all of this history as we move through it together. So thank you for letting me share.
You know what, guys? I just want to say that you see what Rabbi does. I think he's very good at promoting, what he's doing. Like when I'm listening to him, I'm like, whoa, I like this guy. I don't know him. He even sounds like a bit like AI because he's so good, in his speech. And I wanted to say that it would be great if you all do one thing, as a community member, is to join spaces and ask to speak. You saw what I did last day with Andy. So it wasn't planned. I don't know, I opened X and I was available, I was free, and I saw Andy. I said, okay, let me say hello. And I ended up speaking in front of a lot of people, and suddenly, somehow, we started to have a lot of volume on Google, I don't know if it's absolutely correlated, I cannot prove it, but definitely we heard. And I think that's, like just Rabbi came, and we met him, and like, okay, we like the guy, I want to know more about him. We should do the same. So please do it. Go on spaces, be the ambassador, prepare your speech just like he did. That's what we do. That's what we like. And thank you for listening. That's it. And people will make their own choices. Appreciate it.
Absolutely amazing. We all have a way that we can contribute. Even if it's simply shipping, even if it's simply just going into the space and talking about it. That's about it. Just do what you can. Me, I happen to be able to I have a talent to have a little space where I know many people don't speak. I don't mind posting a monologue. I don't mind doing these things. Anyhow, Lichka. Yes. Hello. Hello. You have something to say? You're requesting to speak.
Yes, I just wanted also to say thank you to everyone for this opportunity just to be a part of this space right now. And I just really appreciate everything that I've heard. It was very useful for me. And I'm just so blessed to know all of you through this X space. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
All right. Man, I think I can speak for everybody. We love your encouraging words. Thank you. Thank you for coming in to say hello and introduce yourself. And I'm just happy. That's right. I'm happy that you came in to let everybody know that I'm not making up a point that everyone do have one. Imagine. These dad jokes, a majority of them were absolutely horrible. And who would marry a guy like that, right?
For real, it's like for me, for example, a lot of people thought that, for example, they thought that Ofud was me, and until they saw him in finance, but people don't see right behind the screen. It's like the guy on the chat that, remember on Xpad, I forgot his name, he said that every time there is token dumping on Xpad, he says, is my wife selling, remember? You have no idea,
Yes. Well, what I can say here with my wife here, that, she's not the one dumping. She is as much of a Chad as anybody in this group, I promise you.
Janet.
Jeanette, sure, I love Jeanette. Actually, he's part of a community called Jeanette. Yeah, moving on. Guys and girls, I don't see anything in the Telegram, any questions. BB just popped in. How you doing, BB? BB is another Chad, another OG. If you don't know BB, follow BB here, okay? Follow BB.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool. I mean, we have some time and opportunity to give some feedback. I've been really impressed by Bibi's work. The videos. Last one was really impressive. You saw it that.
understand. Yes. You believe they are intelligent. Yes. You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences. In the same sense as people, yes. They conscious. I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious. They have self-awareness. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think they might. And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the earth. Yeah. We have a very good idea of what this doing. But since he is really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on. We know what's going on in your brain. Meaning we don't know exactly how it works. It was designed by people. No, it wasn't. We did because we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing a something English. When this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are going to do things. We don't really understand exactly how they do those things. Does humanity know what it's doing? No.
It's the big stuff. Who do you think you are? Big stuff, big stuff. No one gives a fuck about your dog, bro. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Actually, I do. It's cool that you got a dog. You're sick. I feel like I have a cat. Really? No, cats are okay. Are they? Israel has too many fucking cats. They need to do something about that. That's one of the first things I need to do is raise you up. Get your cat population together. Motherfucker. This is the Bob Barker. This is the worst. What the fuck? Elon Musk, your app sucks cock. What would you say to Elon Musk if you saw him right now? Dog, your app sucks cock. He'd be like, which one? I'd be like, exactly. Fucking loser douche. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. He's gonna say, well, dude, that was actually Apple's fault that it doesn't work. And I'm gonna say, hey, dog, why wouldn't you call up your asshole friend Tim Cook and be like, hey, dog, hey, 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 it's me, E. Yeah, baby. Hey, guess what? Yeah, your phone sucks. And Tim Cook would be like, huh? Huh? Too busy jerking himself off raw to pay attention around a company. This is the worst. Why doesn't Elon Musk just launch the X phone that works? You'd be like, oh, it's on there. Like, what's the big fucking deal? What do you do? What? Fucking aside. Oh, I don't want people to see my messages to all my mistresses. I'd be like, duh. What you hiding, little dick? Anyway. Why? Because you could have this. Anyway, are you done? This is the worst. Dog, this is the worst fucking stream of all time. Oh, it's a Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini stream? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I love how that one guy was like, oh, I sold it all to my Chinese friends. Like, oh, okay. Your loss. Stupid ass shill space. I'm like, oh, can I share my project? Oh, hi, do you mind if I share my project? Yeah, so long as it's not a shill. Okay, why? Well, it's not really a shill space. You just let this motherfucker talk for 25 fucking minutes about wizards. This is the worst. Oh, it's a $6 billion market, and it's been around for 30 years. Hey, dog, have you ever heard of data? It's been around since, like, ever. Do you know how long ever is? You're gonna be like, what do you mean? Be like, dog, cave paintings, that shit's data. Fucking tree rings, that's data. Man, I gotta take a shit. Really? Who knows? You never know. Sometimes it just goes there, my butthole goes. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I just know I've got to take a shit. Really? I've got to piss like a racehorse. There's no doubt about that. Look at this. I feel like Kathy Ireland with my ribs showing. Really? Yeah. Playing with kids. Who plays baseball in kids? Kathy Ireland. Really? I don't fucking know. I've got to take a whiz though. All right, kids, you want to? I don't want to fucking tell a story. I've told it before. We'll tell it again sometime. Okay, I'll say this. My mother, when I was in first grade, I was like fucking smart as balls in first grade. I was the smartest kid in the class. I will straight up say that. And I went to school with a lot of smart kids, but I was the smartest motherfucker. One time we did this thing called okay, around the world with these flashcards, and I went and I just whooped the shit out of every single kid in the class every single time. And I one time we went all the way around the room. It was called Around the World, and then I was doing so well, I was whooping every motherfucker's ass in there. And I would jump, and she would call me the Mexican jumping bean. I'm not Mexican, but that would be like totally offensive today. But then it was like totally normal. It was like just being funny. Anyway, so we're doing this. Dude, this lady was so hot. Really? From like the early 90s, this woman was still living in a hair band. This woman put the hole in the ozone layer with all that Aquanet that she used. Anyway, and I always missed her. She was just amazing. And she was the best teacher I ever had, and she wasn't even the best first grade teacher I had. That's how interesting it was. Anyway, she's the best teacher you ever had. Really? We loved her. I mean, I think a lot of people love their first grade teachers, but we loved her. We would do anything to make her happy. And anyway, we're doing this around the world thing, and I beat everybody in the class. And then I was doing so well, I went to the next door class, and I beat every motherfucker in there. I beat every kid in first grade. Then they take me up to second grade, and I could tell that the second grade teacher did not want to do this. She was doing something else, but my teacher was like, "This kid is on a fucking roll," and I beat a lot of kids in second grade, and then this one person out of nowhere popped me, and it was like, I remember my teacher being like, "Well, I had to end sometime," but I'd never seen her run like that. I was like, "I know, I got a hot hand, giggity, 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 giggity." Anyway, got a hot hand in a dice game, girl. So, what? Okay, we had this thing. She had these pinto beans. I never knew what a pinto bean was, but it was like our currency. And I learned a lot about currency and like these random beans. We are all like really um, honest when I was first grade because you could have made a lot of money if you got your hands on a bag of pinto beans. But she had like this bank or like a toy chest or whatever. She had all kinds of shit. And if we were good in class, she would keep a thing like a jar with each of our names, and like, we were always trying to be good, so we would get a pinto bean, and she would keep them in a jar, and she would put, uh, and like the kids would be like, uh, she would come up with new stuff every week or something like that. Like I don't know, like you could get erasers and pencils, nothing super expensive, but I'm sure she was making nothing. And she just really cared about us. She really wanted us to do well. And so my friends would get like an eraser or a pencil or I don't know, maybe like a little toy, whatever, just something. And I never wanted to spend my pinto beans. And she always thought this was interesting because I had more than anybody. I was the best kid in the class. I met the fucking governor's wife. Anyway, that's another story. but I was the smartest fucking kid in, I'll just say it, the world. Anyway, I was maybe the smartest first graders I've ever been in the first grade. So we had this thing with these pinto beans, and it got to be the end of the year, and we were excited about graduating first grade or whatever, but none of us wanted to leave her. We loved her. I still remember how she taught us to write numbers, even though I already knew how to write numbers, and I was really better than all these kids. Still am, because I had grandparents, especially my grandfather, who really made sure I read a lot, and I could read like going into kindergarten. I knew words and stuff. We had this glossary we'd go through, and we'd just learn all these words. Anyway, he was retired. He can help me. Anyway, but not all the kids had that advantage. And she taught us how to write numbers. There's this way to write numbers with dots, so that you know how much a number is. Okay, let's see if I can remember. One is just like a one dot. Two would be like a one, like a one there, and like a two dots. Three would be like 1, 2, 3, and then four is 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would be like this. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would be like this, something like that. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we do it European version. 8, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for the kids who did not know numbers or how to count, that helped them. Anyway, what else did she teach you? I remember that she taught me about currency, pinto beans, and I I still think this is really interesting that I never wanted to spend money, and it got to be the end of the year, and she was like, "You have more than anybody," and she got something that she knew I would really, really want, and I still didn't want to spend them, but I knew like I can't take them to second grade, can't take them with the kids, and so she got me something I really wanted, and she was just the best teacher. Oh yeah, so kids. So this one day, my mom just randomly was like, "Oh, I said first grade. It might have been second grade. No, I think it was first grade. Anyway, I came in and I had my mom was like, I got you some new shoes. I was like, oh, cool. And I opened up the box. It's kids. The blue thing on the back. And she's like, yeah, they were in the boys' department. And I'm like, I've never seen them wear these. I've only ever seen girls wear these. And she's like, oh, they're nice. They're nice and white. You'll be fine. I wore these fucking shoes the next day. I was just tormented. Just kids. Hey, Billy White Shoes Johnson, how you doing, motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that was the last day I wore those fucking shoes.
several offenses but were acquitted of the most severe charges except Weaver's conviction for failure to appear in court. That's all they got him. Failure to appear in court. They killed his wife. They shot his kid. They killed his kid. They killed his dog. And it was because he failed to appear in court. Because he sold a modified gun. I don't even know what that means. Was it a sawed-off shotgun, which is illegal? Did he change the trigger? What did he do? They put a large magazine at the bottom of it. Like, what did he do that was illegal? That's crazy.
Also, why are they allowed to kill your dog?
Exactly.
That's what popped it all off, right?
Well, you want to hear one of the worst ones of that? There was a mayor. I forget what he was the mayor of. It might have been Washington, D.C., but he was a mayor. And he had a postman that was doing some sneaky shit. And the postman was getting weed delivered to his house. Because they figured if I get it, I'm delivering the mail to the mayor's house. And if I get the weed delivered to the mayor's house, no one's going to check the mayor's packages for weed. So I know which one my friend sent to the mayor's house. I'll just take that. And that way, I'll have the weed and no one will be any the wiser. Well, unfortunately, someone was tracking that package and they knew that weed was going to this particular address. They didn't know it was the mayor's house. So they storm the mayor's house, shoot his fucking golden retriever, chase it out in the yard while it's cowering and shoot it. You've been around my golden retriever. Like, golden retrievers are not biting anybody. Ever. They're the worst guard dogs in the history of the world. Anybody who comes to my house like, hey, you want to give me a treat? Like, he loves everybody. And they shot his dogs, they fucking zip-tied his family, checked the whole house for weed, couldn't find anything, and then eventually it unraveled and they realized what had happened. Like, the guy who was delivering his mail was also involved in this weed dealer. And they didn't piece it together until after they shot this guy's fucking dogs.
Who's they?
The cops, the SWAT team. They burst down his door, they did the whole thing, man. They came in, guns, armor, fucking zip-tied everybody. They thought they were breaking into the house of like a drug. That's how bad their information is. See if you can find that story. Because it's a crazy story. It was so heartbreaking because the kids had to see their dog get shot by these cops for fucking no reason. No reason.
They really got to start letting cops go.
I think so. Mushrooms. It's not strong enough. But something to get also. It's like therapy and, also it's like, hey, no, for sure. Like, really do an investigation. How long? Find out who lives there. Oh my God, it's the mayor.
Well, like, if you shoot a golden retriever, you should probably have to check.
So here it is. Maryland. So police say Maryland mayor appears to be innocent victims of a scheme by two men to smuggle millions of dollars worth of marijuana by having it delivered to about a half a dozen unsuspecting recipients. So he was one of the many people this guy delivered mail to. So he got home from work, saw a package addressed to his wife in the front porch, brought it inside, putting it on a table. Suddenly, police with guns drawn kicked in the door, stormed in, shooting to death the couple's two dogs and seizing the unopened package. In it were 32 pounds of marijuana, but the drugs evidently didn't belong to the couple. Police say the couple appeared to be innocent victims of a scheme by two young men to smuggle millions of dollars of marijuana to unsuspecting recipients. Two men under the arrest included FedEx delivery man. Investigators said the delivery man would drop off a package outside of a home, and the other man would come by a short time later and pick it up. Wow, isn't that crazy?
But only the dogs died though. The dogs were our children.
Yeah. Police apparently killed the dogs, he said, for sport, gunning down one of them as he was running away. Our dogs were our children's 37-year-old cow.
Two labs.
Oh, they were labs. They're black labs. I thought they were golden retrievers. I fucked up. Our dogs were our children. Again, labs, same thing. Labs aren't biting anybody. The sweetest dogs in the world. Said the 37-year-old cowboy, they were our reason we brought this house because it had a big yard for them to run in. Unfucking believable. He was handcuffed in his boxer shorts for about 2 hours, along with his mother-in-law. Said the officers didn't believe him when we told them he was the mayor. No charges were brought against Calvo. All or his wife, who came home in the middle of the raid. Fuck, man.
They ain't even apologized for killing. No.
Killed lambs.
So you find out wild shit. I just saw. That's so sad. I just came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, like the Tulsa massacre. was Black Wall Street, but it was like the Greenwood area of Tulsa, and it was basically like a prosperous, wealthy Black community, and there was a riot one night, and they burned it all down.
And so they did this because of oil.
No, well, that was the backdrop of Oklahoma, but they did this just because of like racial jealousy, just like.
They did it because they were doing well?
Yeah, they were doing too well, and there was a lot of racial tension in the community. Because the whole idea behind institutional racism is that poor white people don't mind being taken advantage of because they know that it's Black people somewhere that's doing worse than them. But that doesn't work if you live next to dudes that's transmitted to you. They got cars, they got travel business. And it got racial, the National Guard came in. And that was all stuff I learned before I went there. But then I went to the museum there. And I bring this up just because it would blow your mind how recently they just now acknowledged it, like 5 years ago. Right? This all happened because I was at the comedy club I mentioned to the owner, I was like, I've stayed in Hilton's all over the place. Why does my Hilton why does it have these pure things everywhere to tell you that the air is clean and the water's clean? And he's like, oh yeah, they just started filtering the water that goes to the north side of town like a few years ago. The black side of town was like, what? Like, how recently? He was like, 20. And me and my friends were like, 20? It's like, yeah. So I was like, he was like, have you not been to the museum? I'm like, no. So we went over there, and it was a heavy day.
Bro, this is crazy. Look at the statistics here. How many blocks? 35 square blocks of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
At the time, one of the wealthiest Black communities in the United States, colloquially known as Black Wall Street, more than 800 people were admitted to hospitals. As many as 6,000 Black residents of Tulsa were interned, many of them for several days. The Oklahoma Bureau of Vital Statistics officially reported 36 dead. Wow.
Yeah, and so they just now started, like, the guy told me,
this estimates from 36 to around 300 dead. 35 blocks.
Yeah, they don't know how many of them. There's a lot of mass graves and stuff that they just started looking for.
Holy shit.
But even still to this day, they're not allowed to teach about it in schools. Like, they just now started being allowed to teach about it, but they're not allowed to say who's who.
Even the YouTube video is age restricted. I was going to show it to you, but it kind of won't do it.
Yeah, this shit's crazy. And so Joe, if you want to feel real uncomfortable, so I go in the museum and they have these holograms. So you sit in the barber chair and you can see yourself in the mirror, but there's a hologram of a barber like cutting your hair. There's 3 of them in a row, and they're like having a conversation about what's going on around town. It's heavy, bro.
Wow. Put that back up. Well, so the cause of it, they're saying. So it says the massacre began during Memorial Weekend after a 19-year-old Dick Rowland, a Black shoe shiner, was accused of assaulting Sarah Page, a white 21-year-old elevator operator in nearby Drexel building. He was arrested, and rumors that he was to be lynched spread. Most widely reported and corroborated inciting incident occurred as the group of Black men left when an elderly white man approached a Black man, and demanded that he hand over his pistol. Man refused, and the old man attempted to disarm him. A gunshot went off, and then, according to the sheriff's reports, all hell broke loose.
Even the sweetest of words becomes an overwhelming negative and trouble.
Forced to retreat to Greenwood. At the end of the exchange of gunfire, 12 people were dead. 10 white and 2 black.
Life is always a matter of our perspective. Incredible. So it says Dinin. Where do they get Dinin? It said Sham Sam Lo Choku Mishpat. Okay? Shabbos, the Kibbutz Avayim. It said Kasher Tziv Kasher Melokecha. The Shem commanded you, Rabbi Yehuda Kasher Tzivcha B'Mara. And again, remember that's the Lashon over here. Torah, both by Shabbos as well as by Kibbutz Avayim. Use Lashon of Kasher Tzivcha as the Shem commanded you. So we're understanding here as Hashem commanded you previously back in Mara. Okay, on Rav Nachman bar Abua. So the point over here is, how can you say, the way the Gemara is setting this up over here is that halacha l'maisa, The Jews already had the 7 Noahide laws before Mara. In Mara, they got 3 more halachas. Or the 3 more halachas, dinim, obligation to set up a judicial system, kibbutz avayim, honoring parents, and number 3, Shabbos, for a total of 10 binding halachas about Klal Yisrael. Here's the problem. We just said before that dinim, establishment of a court system, was already one of the 7 Noahide laws. If that's the case, then what are they receiving in Mara? To which the Gemara says, what's going on here? Now in Mara, what they got were more legal details, namely that halacha l'maisa, if you're going to adjudicate the capital case, that's going to be the of 23, right? And the concept of witnesses, and the concept of hasra. So in other words, there was a concept of establishing a judicial system that was always part of Noahide law. But the details of it, right, the specific framework that was given at Mara, so then again, what does it mean when the Gemara says that ultimately, again, dinim was added on? It means like some way they're receiving something extra, not just details. Interesting. That were the establishment of a legal system was what we'll call for normative law, right? Again, in cases, even capital cases. What were the name Noah not empowered to adjudicate? Penalty cases. And in Mara, they got the concept of Knossos penalty cases. Hakati, Sifu Bidin, right? Still, it should have said Sifu Bidin, not Sifu Din, because if you tell me they had the judicial system, but rather again, they were just giving something extra like Knossos, then it should have said Sifu Bidin. Rather, again, interestingly enough, as part of this saying, they were given the obligation to establish a judicial system. And in Mara, they were given the obligation to establish a Beis Din in every city. It's called Plach, literally in every neighborhood, and every city. Every city, local Batei Din. Local Batei Din. Or B'nai Noach, not obligated to do that already. That's not true. The Gemara says the same way that Jews were obligated to go ahead and make what they did in every city and in every locale, every city. So to bring up right? Also, so this Tana has a different opinion as to what the Shem Mitzvos B'nai Noach was. He takes out Dach. Dach is dinim and Birchas Hashem, establishment of the judicial system, and blasphemy, and instead he adds in Sach, which is sirus, castration, and Chaf for Kilayim. So this Tana has a different opinion as to what comprised the original Shem Mitzvos B'nai Noach, and he actually holds that in the establishment of the judicial system was not part of the original seven. And therefore, Allah said the system that Klal Yisrael received for the first time in the Tana, the Bnei Noach, Sheva mitzvos Bnei Noach, Sheva mitzvos Nitzad Bnei Noach, Avodah Zarah, Gilui Arayos, Shich Islamim, Gezel ve'Eva Me'achai, Sirus or Kilayim. You see from here again, so this is the opinion of Bnei Menashe, right? So in Yeshiva Menashe, they had a different opinion. Bnei Noach, there were 7 different mitzvahs. Now they agree on 5, but they disagree on 2. So whereas the primary opinion said that including Bnei Noach was establishment of the judicial system and blasphemy, the Yeshiva Menashe, they took it out. Not blasphemy, they take out blasphemy and judicial system and instead replace it with serious castration and Kilayim and grafting. And again, like so let's to stop over here for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow with a beautiful Gemara about Yitzchak. Sorry again that I wasn't with you in person today. Sorry for the last minute cancellation this morning of the live share. But thank you for the opportunity to join all of you and have a great day.
Because they didn't have art. Because there was crazy civilization. What the dude was telling me that, like, so there were 4 tribes considered civilized tribes. And those of you that agreed to like stop fighting the United States, to like learn English, to like be recommended to them, so they got out there and
the United States
Good morning.
The Comanche Nation's a federation.
Hey.
There's no longer a Comanche reservation in Texas. The
We're
historical
going to pick
one
up
established
on
in
the down on the base, surrounding ourselves with the Gemara. We went yesterday, understanding the Gemara. We begin today by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Torah sponsors, the Tulsa family, very strong for sponsoring all the shooting, all the drushes of 5785. As a source for certain titles for all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Carol and our for sponsoring all the shooting this week for Chaim, who's yesterday, and Yidal Shvat. We also thank the sponsor for the Dafyomi share today, Adam Parker, for sponsoring the Dafyomi in memory of Harry Parker, Rachmiel, Hirsch, Ben Yisrael, for sponsoring having Aliyah. We also thank Yona Opens for sponsoring Dafyomi today for a Zechot, for a Shleimah for Yossi Opens, Yosef Nissen Ben, Yafa Shenda Gito, who's having back surgery today. Yossi should have a full speedy recovery, be pain-free, and back to taking out the garbage speedily in our days. And on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you a full Shalema. Hopefully the surgery goes well. As far as with you, we also thank the family sponsorship, wishing tremendous amounts of Rabbi Dr. Rick and the birth of the baby boy. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Yes, we'd like to share a tremendous thing for Mark and my wife. Was up to the birth yesterday. Our family is thrilled to welcome another boy to the Richter family. Richter Shem, look forward to celebrating with you. Thank you, Shalom Zaka this week. We went to Shem and Bris coming up, and we look forward to bringing out the Klal Yisrael. And Richter Shem should bring out to his parents as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of line. I was wearing my jacket during the Yomi Shira. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of line for yesterday. I'll take it.
It starts with them and then it trickles down.
Yesterday we ended up with the Gemara with a machlokas all the way at the bottom of the Yamud between Rabbi and Shmuel about when you have a Zachar who is the recipient of Mishka Zachar, does it follow the halachas of Mishka Isha or does it follow the halachas of Shokei of the Zachar? In other words, we know when it comes to a girl, halachically, the bia with a girl is only considered to be a bia from above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the bia is only considered to be a bia when the boy is blow out somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy's recipient does his action follow the action of being the mishkav, where you have to be 9 years old, or does the action follow the halachas of Mishkevei Isha, because Mishkevei Isha would be from the age of 3. In other words, does the act of acting like the woman make that the Zachar has the halakha of a woman, or does the Zachar always follow the halakha of the Zachar, and therefore he would have to be 9 years old, regardless of which position he would be playing. And the Gemara says, Tani Kabbalah, the Gemara wants to bring us a raya to Rav. Zachar, the way to read this is Zachar. The way to read this is Zachar. In other words, we're referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, Rashi told us, whenever it says Zachar, it's referring to the act of the Zachar being in the position of the Mishkevei Isha. The halacha is Ben Teisha Shanim V'Yom Echad, from 9 years and 1 day. Now, you typically would read this as a continuing sentence, but Rashi tells us we should read it Katanya. So that's one case. You have one case which is Zachar Ben Teisha Shanim V'Yom Echad, or Haba Al Behema Ben Kedarka Ben Shlo Kedarka. A person has a relationship with the animal, whether the relationship with the animal is in a normal way or an abnormal way. For Isha Mitziyas Behema Allah, and a woman who brings an animal upon her, yes, Ben Kedarka Ben Shlo Kedarka. Whether it's the normal way of Bia or it's not the normal way of Bia, the halacha is Kayim. What do you see clearly over here? It's like an opening Sharaya, like Rab, and when it comes to Zachar, it is still going to be from the age of 9, not from the age of 3. So that seems to be the end of the Gemara's raya. Now the Gemara goes on a little bit further in other shita. Now the Gemara says, Darash of Nachman Bar Kisha. Nachman Bar Kisha made the following drasha. The Isha, it says, Shnei Mishkavas. With the Hema, Mishkavachas. But Isha says Mishkivei Isha, which is a plural. And when it comes to the Behema, it says Mishkavet, as the pasuk uses a singular term. Now, Master Flora Papa asked the following question. Adirab, if you're using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha, the he, a woman, it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say, Mishkav Mechayev, Amidama Klina, one Mechayev. On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind of intimacy in a way that's going to be usher. In such a case, it would be forbidden. Behema is a lot more thingy. Behema, the whole thing is not normal. There's no such thing as a normal way of being intimate with an animal. So if a person is going to go ahead and do that, then Allah are connected with naked. You should be retired about any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, a person is going to be intimate with an animal, kidar, the normal way. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. It's not normal, the whole thing is not normal. Now the way Rashi explains this is, when it comes to there's an element of hana over there on the recipient. So again, it comes to an issue, to a woman, there's a normal way of a woman enjoying intimacy. So that would be kedarka, or not be shalom kedarka. However, when it comes to an animal, the whole idea is really the person who's engaging in this animal, this behavior with this animal. Now, what's the difference? If from the animal side, it's going to be what a woman would consider to be normal. Again, the whole thing from a human perspective is not normal. So therefore, it's making a difference between the normal way of being intimate and the abnormal way of being intimate. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. Therefore, a Papa says, it should really be the opposite. Now the truth is, it doesn't really mean. If you look at Tosis, he says, Adarabba Isha the Orphan says, Chita Bakula Shas. It's obvious in the oral Shas that the Isha Messiah of Neighbors Brothers. Why do Isha Ksid? In other words, the truth is, Rabbi is not really trying to tell you that if a person is going to be intimate with a woman to whom it is also to be intimate with, he's going to be intimate with her in what we call Bias Lokadarka, an abnormal way that he would not be tied. In other words, the Mark is not trying to say that. Because the Psukim and the Mishnah can say he is tired. The Papa can't argue on that. Rather, his point is, the Papa Hafi Kama. This is what Papa meant to say. In the Yesh V'Kalim, the issue with the Hema, if you like to differentiate between an animal and a woman, it's your logic would have dictated the other way around. In other words, not that he's saying that the halach would be the opposite, but again, if you're going to use logic to go ahead and determine which way would be chayiv, which would not be chayiv, then the opposite should be true. That by Esau, it should only be the normal way of being intimate, but by animals, since the whole thing is absurd, so therefore there's no such thing as a normal way of doing it. Thank you.
The actual thing makes like
the Gemara says, however, as much as that logic would make sense, the problem is, Tanya, we learned in the Brisa, Zachar, as we just mentioned, if he's 9 years and 1 day, Haba Behema, or someone who has a relationship with an animal, says very clearly, make Darka, make Shalakadarka, makes no difference if it's the normal way or the abnormal way. Again, anatomically, the normal way or the abnormal way. With Isha, regardless of what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated, the halacha is still going to be the same. That in any way a person is going to be intimate with a woman or with an animal, in a case that's going to be forbidden, the animal is always going to be forbidden with the woman, depending on who the woman is. In any case where it's done, any type of intimacy, whether it's kedarka or shalom kedarka, or the normal anatomical way or the abnormal anatomical way, the halacha still would be that they're tired, they're in violation of the Isser, and that in other words, the logic that we said, that when it comes to an animal, it should be both. When it comes to the Isha, that's all you want, and makes sense. Okay, more continues. Ravina asks the following question. So when it comes to the halachas of Bia, we learned this in a couple other sections. Basically, there's basically 3 levels of Bia. There's what's called the Shikat Sa'ever, where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. Then there's the Hachnasa Sa'ever, the Hachnasa Kol Atara, and then there's something called the Gemar Bia. So the Nashika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. Ma'ara is what that is. Either it's the initial touch, or it's the initial penetration. Now, the halacha, when it comes to a nida, it's very clear. It says in the pasuk, it's Mekara Hara. Rashi brings it down. We're going to mention it soon. It's Mekara Hara. It says very clearly in the pasuk, a person does not have to actually complete the bia for a person to violate bia with a nida. As long as the person has hara with a nida, already in violation of being bo a nida, and it's a fee of cards. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens if a person does this hara with a zaka. Again, being intimate with a zaka is a zaka. So it's this one, right? So we're talking about that. So now the Gemara is asking, to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or again, because it's machlokes, or the penetration begins, is that enough, or does it have to be what we refer to as a marabia, as a completion, a complete full penetration? The Gemara says, Ma'ara b'zachar ma'al. What's the halacha? It's just hara. The Gemara says ma'ara b'zachar. What's your question? Mishkevei Isha says. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkevei Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara possibly refer to it as Mishkevei Isha. The Mishkevei Isha, we know when it comes to being intimate with a woman to whom it's forbidden, that halacha is even hara is going to be a problem. The Gemara says, Ella ha'ma'ara b'heino ma'al. The Gemara wants to know what's the halacha with regard to animals. It's just hara. There's no Gemara b'ia, but it's hara. What's the halacha? The Gemara says, Amalei, and Eiloi in Lara, the Siv Gabi Atais Adu, that place you know, below Tzricha. The pasuk says very clearly, it took that place Adu, and that place Hima, it says very clearly, pasuk. The pasuk is, yes, She'eroi Ha'ara, so it says very clearly the lashon of hara there. Therefore, any time a person engages in that kind of relationship, does not have to be a complete bia. Even initial penetration is a problem. So then, why does it say it? What's the point to say? In other words, the Gemara needs to say, when it comes to all Mishkevei Isha, there's a hekesh which compares it. It says very clearly in the Gemara, why? The Shricha doesn't have to say why not. The Ha'ifkish Ba'ara Denida. Nida is the initial place where it says this the Kara Hara is a problem, and all other arayas are juxtaposed to the halakha of this initial penetration should be a problem because of this hekesh. So why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to a place of it, which is an ant, or a place hima, again another ant from the father or from the mother? Why does it say it there? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this cloud. The pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, and we're allowed to borrow it and apply it to another case. Then to name Indian lahara to behema. You can borrow those extra words and apply it to hara to behema, and therefore, just like any kind of intimacy, there's also with an animal. Hara is going to be also with an animal as well, and it follows all the other halachas of intimacy, and even the initial contact is going to be a problem. Hold back a second. Let's analyze this for a second. Behema, when a person violates that Isser, they're chayav misa from Beis. This is something which is adjudicated by a basin, by a basin of Bas V'Dam, not by Kodesh Baruch Hu, but by a basin. And then why the dog increases? Why is it that it's connected with family members like the other creatures, like an ant? Those are close related. That kind of party takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by the basin. So why would you write the words, the extra words, by someone who's chayav misa, b'dei shemayim, through krisos, through kares? Why wouldn't you write it by a case which is more similar to the chayav misa suspension? The Catholic government chayav misa suspension. The loop work neither be suspension, neither be suspension. The Gemara says that Chayil says the Kulei Kral L'Drasha L'Da'asa see the not enough to do Drasha. The Gemara says, Rashi points this out, that the Psukim are repeated in Parshas Akelos and in Kedoshim. The Psukim are said twice. So if you ever have Psukim that are said twice, they're there the entire second time that they're written is for a drasha, is to teach you something to learn from. Now, since they were written an extra time to teach you extra halachas, the Gemara says we have no problem adding in some extra halachas and they have to borrow to other kids. In other words, the bottom line is, When it comes to Hara, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar. It's always a problem by Isha. The finish of today's share is it's a problem by Behema as well. And how do you know that? You learned it out from the extra word of She'ela and Hara, which is extra and unnecessary to write by aunt to the mother or to the father. So since it was extra over there, because we knew that Allah was all Mishkele Isha, all forbidden intimate relationships are compared to one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write those extra words there. So this must be teaching you when it comes to a behema, to an animal, the bestiality that Allah is going to be, even a hara is going to be a problem. Now you want to ask the question. Ami, the son of Ami, asked the following question to Shachis. What if a person does this to himself? What's the halacha? Is that going to be a problem? Amarle, what did Rav Shachis respond to him? Kavasta, you're driving me crazy. In other words, that's the simple understanding. So there's a bunch of different ways of understanding Kavasta. Either it comes from the word kivyosis, which is a type of ganon, or it's just like, why are you asking me questions? So look at Rashi. Rashi translates this word as kavasta. Tsar tabi, you're bothering me. Shasha'al to be actually asking something which is impossible. Others say you're causing my stomach to turn by asking such a ridiculous question. Now, explain why was it a ridiculous question? What's your question? Let's analyze it. Because if it's something about a person with the Aver is firm, when it's not possible, it's just impossible, anatomically impossible for a person to keep this to himself. When is this possible? The Mishamish makes. We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp Aver. Now, I'm a Mishamish made by Rayis Potter, Potter. When it comes to all rayas, now if a person's intimate with a limp Aver, you're Potter. So of course, this is giving the same exact halacha. But to those who say a person's diet for an intimate relationship with a limp Aver, then here it should be tied twice. In other words, you could figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. Why are you bothering to ask? If the case is possible, then how is it going to be possible? The only way it's possible is where it's halachically not considered to be a bia, according to most opinions. So therefore, it's not halachically to be considered a bia, according to these opinions either. And if it is halachically a bia, so it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? I think this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. All these remarks are here. What are the likelihoods of these cases happening? Now, I think it's very important to know. I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant, or because the culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I haven't lived through all the years of this kind of culture. But the reason why the Torah brings this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left to our imagination. The Torah governs our life. And the Torah governs every possible scenario. We can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea, and then basically has to go ahead and make up the halachas. We don't make up halachas. Every single case is going to be dealt with in the Torah. It's a rucham eretz midah, the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. The Torah needs to know what the Torah's opinion is on every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation will come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. It shouldn't be brought up. That's what is relevant to the Gemara. Make sure it's not a church. Now, if it's not a church, because the case is impossible to happen. In other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen. Since don't bother asking the question. For those who use justice to figure it out, it's just impossible and it becomes irrelevant. As long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here, to go through these cases, as much as these cases, for the most part, sound bizarre to us. What's going on over here? Who does these kinds of things? The bottom line is, Torah means this is Torah. We need to know what the halakha is in every single case, as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halakha? What does the Baruch want from us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went through these cases. Last today's a testimony of them. We go through cases which I think many of us are still turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just impossible for it to happen, that's when the Gemara says, okay, maybe this is Torah, but it's not Lumid Ani, it's alien Ani Tzar. I need to learn this because it's just impossible. That's why these Bibles have been said, you don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halakha is a double question. The Gemara goes up. Oh, Minei, Rav Sheshes. The Gemara asks the following questions from Rav Sheshes. Ayubid Kitatim, Haba al Behema. If a right now goes ahead and engages in a relationship with the behema, you put the animal to death. Now the Gemara is explaining this question. Why not? Takala, the kala bi'inan, the half of the kala hika, kala leka, or dilma takala apapisha in kala. If you remember in our Mishnah told us two reasons why an animal is put to death when there was the hayel v'asu takala ayizeh hayata. One is because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. So in other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin, therefore we put it to death. The other way of looking at people are going to say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death over. Now, takala is the first. It just is, do you need both or do you need just one? When the Mishnah told us that there are two reasons, was the Mishnah telling us we have to have both reasons, or is one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala, but there won't be color. Why is there no color? Why is there no shame? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain era, certain period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre taxes of Bizarre. Maybe some idolaters did this, so it wasn't considered to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be that even though there was some type of human dignity shame that came along with it, will the Torah go ahead and go out of its way to worry about the shame of an idolater? Is that what we're going to be worried about? We're going to put an animal to death for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's the more question. Sheshes said to Yisrael, the Mishnah proves this point. When it comes to trees of Avodah Zarah, they ain't open, they don't eat, they ain't shoshu, they don't drink, they can't smell, and still over Torah, house taste, throw the color. You have to destroy them, burn them, and again get rid of them. Since the person went and violated the Israel through them, so something that goes ahead and brings the person from Darkei Chayim to Darkei Isa, from the ways of life to the ways of death. Of course, this animal will be put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is that kala is enough, kala is not necessary. In other words, it isn't as much shame when it comes to Avodah Zarah. It isn't shame. In other words, there's no human dignity aspects to Avodah Zarah. And therefore, he wants to say that the kala should be sufficient. Why? Because when it comes to a tree that is used for Avodah Zarah, we get rid of the tree. Same thing should be true when it comes to the animal. That by way of the animal, taking the person away from life and the ways of death, you should go ahead and destroy the animal, even with takala alone. In other words, just with the stumbling block alone. Elamiata, I'll tell you the truth, I wanted to look into this, but I forgot. I don't really understand the logic behind this. In other words, what is the fact that a tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell has to do with the fact that the animal brought a person from Darkei Chayim to Darkei Isa? In other words, it doesn't sound like, it's not symmetrical. Right? It doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you could say, I know that an animal does drink, it does smell, but why is that? That's the relevant point. I must just be missing something here tomorrow. You'll have to excuse me, but I just didn't see that you're trying to write here on the page. Address it. I didn't really understand why that's the way you do it. In other words, what can you just say? Now, when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point. When it comes to an animal, it's still in life. There's a tie. Why? Because of the stumbling block that came along with it. So a tree, the word doesn't say that though. The word doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, it doesn't eat, it doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's what this was the Gemara meant. A tree doesn't enjoy life. But animal does enjoy. Maybe that's what the Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life. And I don't know. I don't really think. Not to teach that way. Am I missing something? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's just move on. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, person who bows down to his animal, tits out. It should become usher. Umiktala should be killed. That's not the halacha. You don't have to kill an animal. Person who bows down to it. But again, according to your logic, you should. The Gemara says, "Beika midi will Yisrael like usher or every kitabim usher." Gemara says, "This just can't be, because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachas to an Akhil than it does to Yisrael. Yisrael has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things come together. The responsibilities of Yisrael are the highest order. Can't be the responsibilities of an Akhil are going to be more. Gemara says, all right, no problem. Yisrael Kufa, that's her. Why do we say we also have Yisrael as well? In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it, in other words, you put an animal to death for engaging this type of behavior with the person? So why do you put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated Avodah Zarah by way of this animal. The Gemara says, looks like we did the Hava Rabbi. It should be the same thing. Rabbi, Zek Kolona Maruba, Zek Kolona Maruba. Rabbi says, clearly he's not going like Rashi says, and he's telling you that yes, the shame does play a role over here. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person is going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death because they engage in bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. So there's a lot of shame that comes along with it. But so now that's what the Zarah, terrible as it is, doesn't come along with the same kind of unique, dignity type of shame. Gemara says, hold on, already a lot of things, a lot of move. Let's get back to our tree example. Not a lot of shame when it comes to bowing down to a tree. Still, Baba Torah Hashke strength of Kalei. You have to destroy the tree. Gemara says, Balakayim Karina, that's only when it comes to Balakayim, the live things that we said it. Why the cost struck by Allah? We find the Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock, animals. If the basically wants to put animals to death, you need to have a base of 23 to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not however when it comes to trees, you do not need to convene the base of 23 in order to decide about that in a tree. Rabbi disagrees, and he says maybe the halacha is like the Sheshes. Amar Torah, behema nenis me'avera tihare. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, we put it to death? It's because the behema, he was nenis from the avera. The animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's going to be killed. Hold on, versus already lamas, ain't nenis me'avera. But you go back to this example. The tree does not enjoy when a person bows down to it. It doesn't have an ego. Says, oh wow, this guy came down to me. It doesn't happen. Amar Torah Hashke strength for Kalei. So now Rabbi wants things to trees. That's where I want to try to bring a raya to Sheshes. In other words, when it comes to the halacha, our Mishnah told us that there's kala, shame, and there's the fact that it was a stumbling block. Which one? Do you need both, or is one of them sufficient? Tashema. Look at our Mishnah. So Ra'akar Shalom, Tehei Behema Overes Bashuk. We don't want to have an animal walking through the marketplace. The Yokel people are going to say, Zuish Niskuponi Al Yada. This is the animal that the person died because of that. Now, my love, let's try to think of the Kala. The end of the Mishnah was the case where there was Kala and Kala. Again, it's talking about this kind of behavior with it. Ratio. In other words, what's the second line adding? It must be the second line with adding. And you know why it's worse? Because there's shame and it was a stumbling block. race from the beginning, but what was it missing? It was takala lokala. That reason was sufficient. The fact that it wasn't takala, stumbling block, and not shameful, and still we put the animal to death. You see that I'm opening short wide in the mission that tells you that takala being a stumbling block for a year, right? We're not doing is not to put the animal to death. It does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. What would be the case where there is takala without shame? Or we can come about the case of an akram who begins this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be as ashamed of it. In that case, he's going to have takala. Of course, is it? Yeah, he's going to have takala takala without kala. Yours is right, that's incorrect. Same fuck takala kala. The same fuck, of course, we know there's a stumbling block there, that's the reason why it's put to death. And kala is the shame is also the reason why it's put to death. Very shalak for that. Very sure the teacher gets the following halacha. Now, filu kala below takala, not mekayim. It teaches us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block, in that case, it would be tied to how do you find the case where a person has this relationship with an animal, and there is shame, but no takala, no avera. He's strong, harbal, he's strong, engaged with type of relationship with animal b'shogim. He didn't know it was usher. He didn't bother showing up to Gafyomi. He did not know cut the shul late that week parsha. He did not know that it was usher. In such a case, the takala is not really there because it was a shogeg. The takala of the shame, of course, is terrible. The Rabbi the word now compares it to the question. The Rabbi asked the following question: Yisrael haba al behema b'shogeg. Now, what's the halacha? Yisrael engages with an animal by mistake. What's the halacha? Do you need takala b'kala used to have both that it's a stumbling block and that it's shameful? Takala ika, there's definitely shame that's wrong with it. Takala leka, but with b'shogeg, and therefore it doesn't get the kalavera basis. Or maybe kala apapi. Shame that color. Maybe the shame is enough to still you put the animal to death. I'm going to have to touch them. I'll try to bring the raya. We're going to go through two cases. Bas Shalosh, but he's a lot, not such long prices, but it's going through a bunch of cases just to prove this point. His mark is as follows. Bas Shalosh, Yom Echad. Just want to be very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday, mentioned it again. We're talking here about the halachic nature of what we would consider to be a halachic deal. In any case, this is still going to be a bia. The question is whether halachically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halachic bia. In other words, there's the action of bia, and then there are the halachic consequences that come along with the bia. The Gemara is explaining when a number of examples of the halachic consequences of the bia when it comes to children. About Shalosh of Yom Echad, a girl who is 3 years and 1 day, Miskadeshes B'Bia. If her father marries her off and they get married with Bia, that Bia is considered to be a halachic Bia. Now she is married. If her brother-in-law who died, if she fell to Yibam and her brother-in-law performed the levirate marriage on her, then the Yibam works. That is her brother-in-law was born her Kana. She's now married. If she's married and she is at this age engaging with another person, is the chiyuv of Eishes Ish.
And they help too. Yeah.
And the Tama is Boala. So she happens to be a Nida. It's technically possible even for a child. Then the Tama is Boala. The Tama Mishkan Takta Ki'alya, we're not going to get into the help us took over here. The Mishkan Takta Ki'alya is basically even there's no Negira, but the Tumah will go to a very high level of Tumah. Then again, if the person engages in being with her while she is a Nida, then the person becomes Tameh as well. This is the Kohen. If she gets married to a Kohen, they'll tell us the Truma. Then, if she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, she gets the Truma. If someone who is hustle, who she's not allowed to be married to, engages with her at this age, possible of Karuna, she becomes disqualified for marrying the Kohen. When if one of the forbidden relatives engages with her, then or any other rayas, then that type of bia with her would be considered to be halachic bia and would be put to death for that. The Patura, she's Patura. She's exempt, obviously, because she's a child. Echa b'kol harayos. Now, when you go back to this, it says, who engaged with her? Echa b'kol harayos was Patura. Any of the harayos that engaged with her. What does that mean? That means the even the behema. Look at this case. The color of Ika is terrible shape. She's a child, she has to grow up. Knowing that she engaged in this kind of relationship with an animal, the color left comes she's a child. She's a child, and therefore there's no takala. Nevera isn't there. You see very clearly that with the shame alone, without takala, that's sufficient. The Ketani Masana Yada. All of the riots we put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her, and she's a child, so in this case it's clear there's no takala, she didn't do an affair, she's a child. And still, the animals we put to death. So you see, and being shameful is enough, because in this case there's no affair. The Gemara says no. You misunderstood this. This is the case where she did it intentionally, she knew what she was doing. That's takala, not Ika. Here's the takala. Now why isn't she punished? Mana, who the chasara? The Torah don't cross on her. She's a child who doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore, the Torah says, even though she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actions of children, and she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no takala because, of course, she intentionally engaged in this kind of behavior. Therefore, there is a takala. And yes, she did do an avera, where she was punished, she had actually punished. Okay. Allow the da'achas of a hemalokas. Where does the rachmanis go? How far does the earthly Torah go? It goes to a person, but not to a behema. More like one more case, a similar case. Amar Rabbi talks about being a raya, whether or not you have to have takala and kalon, or is kalon enough. You have to have a stumbling block and the shame, or is the shame alone enough? Talks about. Then Tesha showed you that. The parallel price when it comes to a male. So he's 90 years old in one day. How about you this go? He goes and engages in a relationship with his Baba. So if his brother died and left behind a sister-in-law without children, and he goes ahead and he's Boel, his sister-in-law, Kana, and they're married. The Eno knows he can't divorce when he gets older, because he's not old enough to be able to write again. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he becomes Tameh with Mishka Tapta Kalyo. Also, he passes someone to Kahuna within the appropriate relationship in the Machil. If he engages, if he's a Kohen, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to eat Truma. Also, if behavior be about his death, if he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies for being brought on top of his death. Then it's Kelas, and there will be Skila by way of this type of relationship. Now again, if this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any of their rights when they're sent in the Torah, we must not yodo. They shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. Now, clearly, the Ha'acha in this case, Kalon Ika, there's shame to Kalon Leka, there's no stumbling block, because there's a child. Nevertheless, the Katana we learned, the person will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing, parallel case. Here we have a child, you can't consider to be a takala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's terrible. Shame becomes one with it, and what does it say? The animal can be put to death. You see from the Ryan translation that says that if you simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. One says no, it's St. Terence.
That's really bad.
Basically, since this child who did this on purpose is intentional, takala not Ika. Yes, there is a takala. This child did not avera. The Torah had Rachmana on him by saying he's a child, doesn't know what he's doing, we're not going to punish him with capital punishment. Now, where does that mercy go?
I know a lot of people
Allah
the mercy
only goes so far as the person, but not the animal. We don't have enough time left, but this is a major sugya in the halachas of chinuch. Because what we said over here is not possible. That was the idea that it's considered to be an avera for a child, but he's not going to be punished. This is something for a big discussion. How do we view children under the age of when it comes to mitzvahs and averas? Is it just a separate mitzvah of chinuch, or, which is really essentially incumbent on the father, or are the children actually obligated to those mitzvahs? Can't get into that. It's a whole discussion. So let's go through it. In this case, it seems like our mistake is at least saying that there's a takala, there's an avera when it comes to the punishment is not imposed. Tashma, Dover Acher, go back to our Mishnah. Shalom to Abraham Averet Bashot. We over Jewish this God Yoda. Our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death when it's the subject of bestiality is because we don't want this animal roaming the streets. People saying, the animal. So he's killed for engaging with. My law, again, that he was earlier. Need to say for the Kala, since the second line of the Mishnah is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block and shameful, Reisha Kala Takala. The beginning is a case where it's shame but no actual avera. What's that case? You saw avera the shogeg. If you saw engaging with an animal, by mistake, you know there was usher. This is life, incorrect, safe with Takala Reisha Takala. The safe was talking about case of Takala obvious. It was given avera, so it was a stumbling block. Takala is embarrassing. Reisha is talking about case where it was Takala, when it was an avera, below Kala. There's no shame. What's the case? It is an avera, and there's no shame. What's that? Only to cover up all the hema. It's no to cover who engages in this relationship with the hema. This over to cover, this idolater is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya who could avoid the rotations. We're still going to have the same question for rotations the Gemara was not able to resolve.
This place, Teresi. Oh my God. For MSG, you need to look for the lights now. Oh my God, this is an Italian restaurant in New York City called Teresi. Oh, it's so good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Gaetano's in Vegas. Oh, so good.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Nun Hey. We're going to pick up on the Daled Amid Beis, surrounding ourselves with the Gemara on yesterday, all those things with the Gemara. We begin today by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, the Tilson family of ROTHSCHILD, for sponsoring all the shiur and all the drashas of 5785. And the trust and serious heavens to all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and our Podcast Broken for sponsoring all the shiur this week. The relation of Beryl's grandfather, his yahrzeit, Beryl Ben Chaim, whose yahrzeit was yesterday, and Yud Shvat. We also thank the sponsor for the Dafyomi here today, Adam Plunker, for sponsoring the Dafyomi in memory of Harry Plunker, Yachmiel, Hirsch, Ben Yisrael, the sons of Havin Aliyah. We also thank Yona Openton for sponsoring Dafyomi today for a zechus for 4th Yossi Openton, Joseph Nissen Ben Yaakov Shengel Gittel, who's having back surgery today. Yossi should have a full speedy recovery, pain-free, and back to taking out the garbage speedily in our days. And on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you were a full Shalema. Hopefully the surgery goes well. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsorship, wishing tremendous mazel tov to Rabbi and Dr. Rivka, baby boy. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. I'd like to share tremendous Hashem. My wife presented her birth yesterday. Our family is thrilled to welcome another boy to the Rivka family. It's a Hashem, we look forward to celebrating with you. Shalom Zachar this week, and Hashem Bris coming up, and look forward to bringing Nachas to Klal Yisrael. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of wine. I was wearing my jacket during the Dafyomi shiur. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of wine for yesterday. I'll take it. Yesterday, we ended up with tomorrow with a machlokas, all the way at the bottom of the number between Rabbi and Shmuel about when you have a zachar who is the recipient of the Mishka of Zachar, does it follow the halachas of Mishka Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shochev of a Zachar? In other words, we know that when it comes to a girl, halachically, the bia with a girl is only considered to be a bia from above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the bia is only considered to be a bia when the boy is boel somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy is the recipient, does his action follow the action of being the mishkav, where he would have to be 9 years old, or does the action follow the halachas of mishkavei isha, because mishkavei isha would be from the age of 3. In other words, does the act of acting like the woman make that the zachar has the halakha of a woman, or does the zachar always follow the halakha of the zachar, and therefore you would have to be 9 years old regardless of which position you would be put. As the Gemara says, Tanya Kavasei to Rav, the Gemara wants to bring a raya to Rav. Zachar, the way to read this is zachar. The way to read this is zachar. In other words, we're referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, Rashi told us, whenever it says zachar, it's referring to the act of the zachar being in the position of the mishkavei isha. The halacha is ben teisha shanim v'yom echad, from 9 years and 1 day. Now, you typically would read this as a continuing sentence, but Rashi tells us we should read it mili katani. So that's one case. You have one case which is zachar ben teisha shanim v'yom echad, or haba al behema ben kedarka ben kedarka. A person has the relationship with the animal, whether the relationship with the animal is in a normal way or an abnormal way. And a woman who brings an animal upon her, again, whether it's the normal way of bia or it's not the normal way of bia, the halacha is chayiv. So what do you see clearly over here? Open in Sharaya, like Rav, that when it comes to zachar, it is still going to be from the age of 9, not from the age of 6. That seems to be the end of the Gemara's Raya. Now the Gemara goes on a little bit further. I'm going to use this price that we just mentioned to disprove another shita. Now the Gemara says, Darash of Nachman Bar Chisda. Nachman Bar Chisda made the following drasha. The Isha, it says, Shnei Mishkavais. Behema Mishkav Echad. By Isha it says Mishkavei Isha, which is a plural. And when it comes to a Behema, it says Mishkav Echad, the pasuk uses the singular term. Now Master Flora Papa asked the following question. Rabbi, if you're using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha the orcha, a woman who it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say on Mishkav Mechayim. On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind of intimacy in a way that's going to be usher. In such a case, would be forbidden. Behema, the whole thing is not normal. There's no such thing as a normal way of being intimate with an animal. So if a person is going to go ahead and do that, then l'chayev law. I'll connect you with any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, a person could be intimate with an animal, kidar, in a normal way. The whole thing doesn't make any difference. When it comes to an isha, there's an element of hana over there on the recipient. So again, of a woman who joined in, so that would be kedarka. It would not be shalom kedarka. However, when it comes to an animal, the whole idea is to be the person who's engaging in this behavior with this animal. Now, what's the difference if from the animal side it's going to be what a woman would consider to be normal? Again, the whole thing from the human perspective is not normal. So therefore, it makes a difference between the normal way of being intimate, the abnormal way of being intimate. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. Therefore, a Papa says it should really be the opposite. Now, the truth is, it doesn't really mean. You look at Tosfos. He says, "Adarabba Isha de Orcha." He says, It's obvious in all of Shas that the Isha Mischayev Ashnei Mishkaves. Why the Isha Ksiv? In other words, the truth is, Rava is not really trying to tell you that a person is going to be intimate with a woman to whom it is also to be intimate with. He's going to be intimate with her in what we call Bia Shlok, in an abnormal way that he would not be chayav. In other words, the Gemara is not trying to say that. That because there are psukim and there are mishpayos that he is chayav. can't argue on that. Rather, his point is El Rapapa Haki Kavan. This is what Papa meant to say. If you would like to differentiate between an animal and a woman, your logic would have dictated the other way around. In other words, not that he's saying that the halacha would be the opposite, but again, if you're going to use logic to go ahead and determine which way would be chayiv, which would not be chayiv, then the opposite should be true. That by an isha, it should only be the normal way of being intimate. By an animal, since the whole thing is absurd, so therefore there's no such thing as the normal way. Thank you. Thank you for the call. The Gemara says, however, as much as the logic would make sense, the problem is, Tanya, we learned in the Brisa, Zachar, as we just mentioned, if he's 9 years in 1 day, Habal Behema, or someone who has a relationship with an animal, says very clearly, Bein Darka, Bein Shaloka Darka, makes no difference if it's the normal way or the abnormal way. Again, anatomically, the normal way or the abnormal way. Isha and the Vias Hima Le Bein Darka, Bein Shaloka Darka Chayev. Halacha is, regardless of what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated, halacha is still going to be the same. That in any way, a person can be intimate with a woman or with the animal, in a case where it's going to be forbidden. An animal is always going to be forbidden with the woman, depending on who the woman is. In any case where it's done, any type of intimacy, whether it's kedarka or shelo kedarka, whether it's the normal anatomical way or the abnormal anatomical way, the halacha still would be that they're chayiv, they're in violation of Yisr, and that they're, in other words, the logic that we said, when it comes to an animal, it should be both. When it comes to an isha, it also be one and make it. Okay, Gemara continues. Amalei Ravina L'Rava. Ravina asks the following question: Hama'ara b'zachar mahu. When it comes to the halachas of bia, we've learned this in a couple of receptors. There's basically there's basically 3 levels of bia. There's what's called neshikas ha'ever, where it's just a touch of the human body from one to the next. Then there's hachnasas ha'ever, there's hachnasas kol ha'tara, and then there's something called the gemar bia. So the neshika obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part where it starts to penetrate, and then there's the full penetration. Ma'ara, it's machlokes what that is. Either it's the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Now, the halach is when it comes to a nida, it's very clear. It says in the pasuk, it's mekayra hara. Rashi brings it down. We're going to mention it soon. It's mekayra hara. It's very clearly in the pasuk. A person does not have to actually complete the bia for a person to violate bia with a nida. As long as a person has hara with a nida, already in violation of being bol a nida, and this is a key of hearts. Now the Gemara wants to know what happens if a person does this hara with the zachar. Again, being intimate with the zachar is also this one, right? So we're talking about that. Now the Gemara is asking, to what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or if it's machlokes, or the penetration begins, is that enough? Or does it has to be what we refer to as a gemar bia, as a completion of complete full penetration? The Gemara says, "Ma'ar b'zachar ma'al." What's the halacha with the hara? The Gemara says, "Ma'ar b'zachar." What's your question? Mishkevei Isha. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkevei Isha. Now, there's got to be a reason why the Gemara possibly referred to it as Mishkevei Isha. And Mishkevei Isha, we know when it comes to being intimate with a woman to whom it's forbidden, that luck is even hara is going to be a problem. The Gemara says, Ella ha'ma'ar behema mal. The Gemara wants to know what's the halacha regard to an animal, just hara. There's no gemar bia, but just hara. Then what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Amarlei. In Einoi in Lara, the Siv Gabi Achais Avi, Achais in Maishalit Shvicha. You know, the pasuk says very clearly, Achais Avi, Achais Imai. It says very clearly in the pasuk. The lashon of the pasuk is yes, she'eroi ha'ara. So it says very clearly the lashon of ha'ara there. Therefore, any time a person engages in that kind of relationship does not have to be completely even the initial penetration is a problem. So then, why does it say it? What's the point of saying? In other words, the Gemara means to say when it comes to all mishkevei isha, there's a hekesh which compares it. It says very clearly in the Gemara, "Im eino inin lehara that siv gabi achais avi v'achais imai." Why? The light tzricha doesn't have to say it. Why not? The ha'is b'sh'ara the nida. Nida is the initial place where it says it's Makara Hera, it's a problem, and all other arayas are juxtaposed to the halacha of Nida. Therefore, it comes to all forbidden kinds of relationships, even if there's an initial penetration, it's going to be a problem because of this hekesh. So why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to Achais Aviv, which is an aunt, or Achais Ima, again another aunt from the father or from the mother? Why is it safe there? As we mentioned yesterday, we have this cloud. The pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, and we're allowed to borrow it and apply it to another case. Then Tneu Inyan Lahara to Behema. You can borrow those extra words and apply it to Hara to Behema, and therefore, just like any kind of intimacy is also with animal, Hara is going to be also with animal as well, and it follows all the other halachas of intimacy. Even the initial contact is going to be a problem. Hold on a second. Let's analyze this for a second. Behema mechayve misa is pesach. You have to put these things in different categories. A behema, when a person violates that isser, they're chayav misa from beis din. This is something which is adjudicated by a beis din, by a beis din of bas v'dam, not by Kadosh Baruch Hu, but by a beis din. Then why lama lead ksiv lara the dog gabe shayal b'kris? Why is it that it's can be connected with family members that have to have increases like an aunt? Those are closely related, and that a Kadosh Baruch Hu takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by a beis din. So why would you write the words, the extra words, yes, she'erai hera, by someone who's chayav misa, b'dei shemayim, b'krisos, why wouldn't you write it by a case which is more similar to the chayav misa beis din? The concept of chayav misa beis din, the likbar chayav misa beis din, chayav misa beis din. The Gemara says that Hayel, since the kulei kra l'drasha hu ta'asa, Stephen not in those of the drasha. The Gemara says, Rashi points this out, that the psukim are repeated in Parshas Achimos and in Kedoshim. The psukim are said twice. So if you ever have psukim that are said twice, they're there. The entire second time that they're written is for a drasha, to teach you something to learn from. Now, since they were written at extra time to teach you extra halachos, the Gemara says we have no problem adding in some extra halachos over there to borrow other cases. In other words, the bottom line is, when it comes to Hara, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar. It's always a problem by Isha. The Chiddush of today's year is it's a problem by Behema as well. And how do you know that? You learn that after the extra words, that's She'erai Hara, which is extra and unnecessary to write by an aunt through the mother or through the father. So since it was extra over there, because we knew that halacha, because all Mishkei Isha, all forbidden intimate relationships are compared one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write those extra words there. So this must be teaching you when it comes to a behemoth, to an animal, the bestiality, that Allah is going to be that even a hara is going to be a problem. Now you want to ask the question. Ami, the son of Ami, asked the following question to the Sheikhs. What if a person does this to himself? What's the halacha? Mahu, is that going to be a problem? Amarle, what did Rosh Hashanah respond to him? Kavashta, you're driving me crazy. In other words, that's the simple understanding. There's a bunch of different ways of understanding Kavashta. Either it comes from the word kivyosis, which is a type of ganav, or it's just like, why are you asking me questions? Look at Rashi. Rashi translates this word as kavashtem. Tsar tanish. You're bothering me. Shisha'alti davar after you're asking me something which is impossible. Others say you're causing my stomach to turn by asking me such a ridiculous question. Now the Gemara explains why was it a ridiculous question. Amar Ashi, Naiti Baila. What is your question? In other words, let's analyze it. If it's talks about a person where the aver is firm, it's just impossible. Anatomically impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? The Mishamesh Meis. We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp aver. Now, Mishamesh Meis Barayis Pater, Hacha Pater. When it comes to all rayas, now Allah is the person's intimate with a limp aver, they're pater. So of course, this is giving the same exact halacha. And for those who say a person is chayiv for an intimate relationship with a limp aver, then here it should be chayiv twice. In other words, you You can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. Why are you bothering to ask? If the case is possible, then how is it going to be possible? The only way it's opinions. So therefore, it's not halachically going to be considered a bia according to these opinions either. And if it is halachically a bia, so it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? I think this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. All these Gemaras. What are the likelihoods of these cases happening? Now, I think it's very important to know, I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant or because like this culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I mean, I haven't lived in that all the years of this kind of culture. But the reason why the Torah brings this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left to our imagination. The Torah governs our life. And the Torah governs every possible scenario. We can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea and then Beis Din has to go ahead and make up the halacha. We don't make up halacha. Every single case is going to be dealt with in the Torah. So Rucham Eretz Midah, Rucham Mitayam, the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. The Torah needs Lumad and Yitzarach. We need to know what the Torah's opinion is on every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation has come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we're going to say, you know what, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. This shouldn't be put up. That's what which is relevant to the Gemara. You know what, it makes our stomach turn. Now, if it makes our stomach turn because the case is impossible to happen, in other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen, so then don't bother asking the question. Although you can use drushes to figure it out, it's just impossible and becomes irrelevant. As long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here. We go through these cases, as much as these cases is prevented for the most part, sound bizarre to us. What's going on over here? Who does these kinds of things? The bottom line is, Torah the Lumay and Yitzarach. This is Torah. We need to know what the halacha is in every single case, as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halacha? What does the Baruch Hu want from us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went through these cases. The last 2 days are testimony of that. We go through cases which I think many of us felt our stomach turning by. The bottom line is, we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just impossible for it to happen, that's when the Gemara says, okay, maybe this is Torah, but it's not Lumad Ani, it's a Lumad Ani Tzarach. I don't need to learn this because it's just impossible. That's why he responded to him and said, you don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halacha is a double check. The Gemara goes up. The Gemara asks the following questions from Rav Sheshes. The idolater goes ahead and engages in a relationship with the behemoth, mahu. You put the animal to death. Now the Gemara is going to explain this question. Why not? Takala v'kalon v'inan v'hacha takala ika kalo leka odilma takala afal pisha ekala. You remember in our Mishnah told us 2 reasons why an animal is put to death when there is a case of bestiality between a human being and an animal. One of them was the hayil v'asl takala ayade. One of them is because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is the vehicle for sin, therefore we put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a bizayin. This animal's been walking through the street, and people are going to say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death over. Now, takala is the first one. Kalain is the shame, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both? Or do you need just one? When the Mishnah told us that there are 2 reasons, was the Mishnah telling us you have to have both reasons? Or is one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an akum, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala, but there won't be kala. Why is there no kala? Why is there no shame? Now what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain era, a certain period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been bizarre types of bizarre. Maybe some idolaters did this, so it wasn't considered to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be that even though there wasn't out of its way to worry about the shame of an idolater, is that what we're going to be worried about? To go ahead and put an animal to death for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's more of that. Rav Sheshes said to Yisrael, we have a mission which proves this point. Ma ilan else. When it comes to trees of Avodah Zarah, they don't eat, they ain't shostim, they don't drink, they may reason, they can't smell them, burn them, and again get rid of them. Since the person went and violated an Isra through them, then something that goes ahead and brings the person from Darkei Chaim to Darkei Misa, to the ways, from the ways of life to the ways of death. Of course, this animal will be put to death, just like a tree. So, therefore, what he seems to be saying is, Takala is enough, Kalon is not necessary. In other words, there isn't as much shame when it comes to Avodah Zarah. That isn't shame. In other words, there's no human dignity aspect to Avodah Zarah. And therefore, he wants to say that Takala should be sufficient. Why? You see, when it comes to a tree that was used for Avodah Zarah, we get rid of the tree. Same thing should be true when it comes to the animal, that by way of the animal, taking the person to the ways of life to the ways of death, you should go ahead and destroy the animal either with takala alone, in other words, just with the stumbling block alone.
And he sent me a photo.
Elamiata, I'll tell you the truth, I wanted to repeat this, but I don't really understand the logic behind this. In other words, what is the fact that a tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell have to do with the fact that the animal brought a person from Darkei Chaim to Darkei Misa? In other words, it doesn't sound like, it's not symmetrical. Right? It doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, if you say, I know that an animal does eat, does drink, and does smell. But why is that the relevant point? I must be missing something here in Gemara. You'll have to excuse me, but I just didn't see that Rishonim right here on the page address it. I didn't really understand why that is the way that we do it. In other words, why can't you just say? Now, when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point. In other words, when it comes to an animal is Balchai. It's a Balchai. It enjoys life. And still, we take away the life from the Balchai. Why? Because of the stumbling block that came along with it. So a tree, Gemara doesn't say that though. Gemara doesn't say a tree doesn't smell, it doesn't eat, it doesn't drink, it doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's what this was Gemara meant. The tree doesn't enjoy life.
He does it just because it's hard.
The animal doesn't enjoy. Maybe that's what Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life. I don't know. I don't really. You'll have to excuse me on that one. Am I missing something?
He's a different cat.
I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, let's just move on. Elamiat, Gemara says, okay, your opinion is that takala, stumbling block alone, is enough. Elamiat to ovid kusavit. When it comes to avodah zarah, hamashtach v'elu behemtai, person who bows down to his animal, titzar, it should become usher. Umiktala, should be killed. That's not halacha. You don't have to kill an animal. Person bows down to it. Well, again, according to your logic, you should. Gemara says, "Mi'ika midi dil Yisrael loy asar lo'ovid kichavim." Asar, Gemara says, this just can't be, because it can't be a situation where the Torah gives more strict halachos to an akum than it does to Yisrael. Yisrael has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things come together. The responsibilities of Yisrael are the highest for them. It can't be the responsibilities of an akum are going to be more. So Gemara says, all right, no problem. Yisrael Gufe, Litzer. So why do we say it should be also for Yisrael as well? In other words, let's just think about this. Why isn't it? In other words, we put an animal to death for engaging this type of behavior with a person. Why do we put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated Avodah Zarah by way of this animal. The Gemara says, Litzer midid hava ravia. It should be the same thing. Amar Rabbi, zek kolono meruba, zek kolono buah. The Rabbi says, clearly he's not going like a sheshes, and he's telling you that yes, shame does play a role in it. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to put to death because of the bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. There's a lot of shame that comes along with it. A person dies down to what's as terrible as it is, it doesn't come along with the same kind of human dignity type of shame. Gemara says, hold on, already a lot of things. Let's go back to our tree example. It's not a lot of shame when it comes to dying down to a tree. Still, you have to destroy the tree. Gemara says, that's only when it comes to to live things, that's what we said it. Why to fast rachman alay? We find the Torah did tremendous precautions when it came to livestock, to animals. If a Beis Din wants to put animals to death, you need to have a Beis Din of 23 to do that. You see that the Torah is very concerned about an animal, however, when it comes to trees, you do not need to convene the Beis Din of 23 in order to decide to cut down a tree. My Rabbi disagrees, and he says maybe the halacha is like Rosh Hashanah's. Amar Torah, behema nenis. It's because the behema, he was nenis from the aveira. The animal actually enjoyed it. Therefore, we can always go back to this example. The tree does not enjoy when a person bows down to it. It doesn't have an ego. Says, oh wow, this guy came down to me. It doesn't happen. Amar Torah Hashni Alei. So now Rabbi explains the Bali Chaim Kari. When it comes to Bali Chaim, you can't compare live things to trees. Now the Gemara wants to try to bring a raya to their cases. In other words, when it comes to the halacha, our Mishnah told us that there's kala, this shame, and there's the fact that it was a stumbling block. Which one? You need both, or is one of them sufficient? Tashema, look at our Mishnah. An animal walking through the marketplace, the Yomro people are going to say, Zuish this kuploni al yada. This is okay. This is the animal that the person died because of that. Now, my last. Now, let's try to think about it. Kala, the end of the Mishnah was the case where there was takala and kala. Again, it's talking about a person being shamed by this. And of course, there was a takala person gave this kind of behavior with it. Ratio. In other words, what's the sefer? What's the second line adding? It must be the second line was adding. You know why it's worse? Because it was shame and it was a stumbling block. Ratio at the beginning. What was it missing? It was takala. That reason was sufficient. The fact that it wasn't takala, stumbling block, and not shameful, and still put the animal to death. You seem to have an open and shut line in the mission that tells you that takala, being a stumbling block for a yid, go ahead and do an avera is enough to put the animal to death. It does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, what would be a case where there is takala without shame? A case of an akram who engaged in this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be as ashamed of it. In that case, he's going to have takala. Of course, hold on a second. Yeah, he's going to have takala takala without kala.
Before he was protecting his eyes.
Gemara says, "Light, that's incorrect. Seifa takala v'kala. The seifa, of course, we know there's a stumbling block there. That's the reason why it's put to death. And kala, because the shame is also the reason why it's put to death. Reisha hakamach. Reisha is teaching us the following halacha. Tafilu kalon below takala nam mechayev. Teaching us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block, in that case, he's going to be chayiv. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with an animal and there is shame, but no takala, no avera? Yisrael habal behema b'shogeg. Yisrael engaged in such a relationship with an animal b'shogeg. He didn't know it was usher. He didn't bother showing up to Daf Yomi. He did not know it from the shul when he laid that week's parsha. He did not know that it was usher. In such a case, so the takala is not really there because it was a shogeg. The takala on the shame, of course, is terrible. The Bayer of Nuna, and the Gemara now compares this to the question of Nuna asked the Bayer of Nuna. Nuna asked the following question: Yisrael haba al behema b'shogeg. Now, what's the halacha? Yisrael engages with an animal by mistake. What's the halacha? Do you need takala v'kala? Takala v'kala you should have both that it's a stumbling block and that it's shameful. Takala v'ika, there's definitely shame that comes along with it. Takala leka. But it was b'shogeg, and therefore he doesn't get the full avera of it. Or Dilma, maybe kolon afapi she'ein takala. Maybe the shame is enough to still put the animal to death. Although Yosef Tashima, let's try to bring the right. Gemara goes through two cases. Bas shalosh shavim. These are not such long cases, but it goes through a bunch of cases just to prove this point. The Gemara says the following: Bas shalosh shavim yom echad. I just want to be very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday, mentioning it again. We're talking here about the halachic nature of what we would consider to be a halachic biyah. In any case, this is still going to be a biyah. The question is whether halachically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halachic biyah. In other words, there's the action of biyah, and then there are the halachic consequences that come along with the biyah. The Gemara is explaining when a number of examples of the halachic consequences of the biyah when it comes to children.
A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. If father marries her off and they get married with Bia, that Bia is considered to be halachic Bia. Now she is married. If her brother-in-law who died, if she fell to Yibam and her brother-in-law performed the Levirate marriage on her, then the Yibam works. In other words, her Yavam brother-in-law was Baal her Kana. She's now married. She's married and she, at this age, engages with another person, is the Chiyav of Eishes Ish. Umitama is Boala. If she happens to be a Nida, technically possible, even her child, then Umitama is Boala. Umitama Mishkav Tachta Elyon, that can get into the Tum over here. The Mishkav Tachta Elyon is basically, even if there's no Negia, but the Tum will go to a very high level of Tumah. And again, if the person engages in Bia with her while she is a Nida, and the person becomes Tameh as well, Nisis the Kohen, if she gets married to a Kohen, or tell us the Truma, then she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, she gets the Truma, if someone who is Pasul, who she's not allowed to be married to, engages with her at this age, Pasul and a Kahuna, she becomes disqualified from marrying the Kohen. If one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then or any other arayas, then mumasuna yada, that type of bia with her would be considered to be halachic bia, and you can put to death with that. The patura, she's patura. She's exempt, obviously, because she's a child. After we call arayas. Now, when we go back to this, it said, who engaged with her after the call arayas and was patura? Any of the arayas that engaged with her. What does that mean? But the behema, and even the behema. Look at this case. The Kalon Ika is terrible. She's a child. She can grow up. Knowing that she engaged in this kind of relationship with the animal, Kalaleka, she's a child. She's a child, and therefore there's no takala. Navera isn't there. You see very clearly that with the shame alone, that's takala, that's sufficient. All those are riots will put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her and she's a child, so in this case it's clear there's no takala, she didn't do an avera, she's a child. And still, the animals will be put to death. You see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons, takala being the stumbling blocks and being shameful. Being shameful is enough because in this case it was no avera. The Gemara says no, misunderstood this. This is the case where she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. The takala namika. There is a takala. Now why is she punished? Mana, who's a chasa aleh. The Torah had a chronos on her. She's a child, she doesn't even know what she's doing. Therefore, the Torah says, even though she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actions of children, and she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no takala because, of course, she intentionally engaged in this kind of behavior. So therefore, there is a takala. So, and yes, she did do an avera. Will she be punished? She won't actually be punished. Okay. Allah the dachas of behema lochas. Where does the Rachmanis go? How far does the rest of the Torah go? It goes to a person, but not to a behema. Where it goes, one more case, a similar case. Amar Rabba Tashamal, being a raya, whether or not you have to have takala and kala, or is kala enough. You have to have a stumbling block and the shame, or is the shame alone enough? Tashamal, Ben Tesha Shon Yom Echad. The parallel bride is going to come to a male. So he's 9 years old in one day. Abal Yuvimto. He goes and engages in a relationship with his Yivama. So if his brother died and left behind a sister-in-law without children, and he goes ahead and Boel, his sister-in-law, Kana. He's come to her and they're married. The Eino no saying get Achi Yagda. He can't divorce her until he gets older because he's not old enough to be able to write again. Matame Kanida. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he becomes Tame with Mishkav Tafton Ke'alyon. Posel, he passes someone to Kahuna with an inappropriate relationship in a Machel. If he engages, if he's a Kohen, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to eat Truma. Posel, Behema V'Yagav Mizbeach, he engages in this kind of relationship with an animal, he disqualifies him from being brought on top of his back. V'niskelas al yadav, and there will be skila by way of this type of relationship. Now again, if this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any of their rayas that are said in the Torah, they shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. Clearly, in this case, Kalon Ika, there's shame to Kaloleka, there's no stumbling block, why? Because he's a child. Nevertheless, the Katani we learned, the person will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing, parallel case. Here we have a child, we can't consider it to be a takala because he's a child. Nevertheless, this terrible shame that comes along with it. And what does it say? The animal shall be put to death. You seem to have a clear riot term that says that if the simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Whereas there's no same teretz. Kiva Devesetu, since this child who did this on purpose is intentional, takala nami. Yes, there is a takala. This child did an avera. The Torah had Rachmana on him by saying, listen, the child doesn't know what he's doing. We're not going to punish him with capital punishment. Now, where does that verse go? Sorry, the verse only goes so far as the person, but not the animal. We don't have enough time left, but this is a major sugya in the halachas of Guinness, because what we said over here is not pashas. That was the idea that it's considered to be an avera for a child, but he's not going to be punished. This is subject to a big discussion. How do we view children under the age of bar mitzvah when it comes to mitzvahs and avera? Is it just a separate mitzvah of Guinness, or, which is really essentially incumbent on the father, or is the children actually obligated to those mitzvahs? Can't get into that. It's a whole discussion. Because Kiddush goes through it. In this case, it seems like our Gemara is at least saying that there's a takala, there's an avera when it comes to the punishment. The punishment is not imposed. Tashma, Dover Acher. Go back to our Mishnah. Shalot tehei behema averes bashok. The over Jewish is God. This company Yoda. Our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death when it's the subject of bestiality is because we don't want the animal roaming the streets. The point to get saying, oh, this is the animal that so was killed for engaging with. My love, again, I said this earlier. These are safe at the kala v'kala. The second line of this is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block and shameful. Reisha kala below takala. The beginning is a case where it's shame but no actual avera. What's that case? Yisrael if the Yisrael engages with an animal by mistake, he didn't know that it was usher. Versus lie, incorrect. Safe with takala v'kala, reisha takala v'kala. The safe is talking about a case of takala and kala is obvious. In other words, you did an avera, so it was a stumbling block, and kala is embarrassing. Reisha is talking about a case with takala, where there was an avera below kala. There's no shame. What's the case where there's an avera and there's no shame? What's that? Ovid k'chaver abal behema. This Ovid Kechavim who engages in this relationship with Behema, this Ovid Kechavim, this idolater is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya who could have bought an Rosh Hashanah. We're still going to have the same question for Rosh Hashanah. Tomorrow was not able to resolve that question. Have a wonderful day. Everyone, Zoom, have a great day.
It makes sense because it's like that you're just here. But it's just like what we do. And they've been doing this forever. Yeah. And they've been shaping our views of war, and that's one of the reasons why they started making all these war movies. Do you know that? Okay, so in World War I, one of the problems that they had was people didn't want to be over there killing people. Yeah, so
good morning.
People were shooting, but they weren't shooting at the actual enemy. They would shoot over their heads, shooting to the left, to the right.
What did in today's stop? Sanhedrin, Mandala will begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank the annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785 in Shulchan Mishpacha. Very Israel is close to the certain territory. Obviously, we also thank the learning response. by Elia Roseborough in honor of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Ruth Benwood today. Mazel Tov Elio. Shizach Zivana by Shem Yisrael. Shizach a tremendous amount of not. He also thanked our video learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and Rafael Galka for sponsoring the shiur of this week in honor of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit. Beryl's grandfather was Beryl Ben Chaim Zechariah Levracha, whose yahrzeit is today. Without shot and showing to have Aliyah, and the family should have a nechama. Today's daf is daf Nundalad. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf Nundalad of Aleph in the Sefah Sanhedrin. Today we're discussing the machlokes that took place in the Mishnah. The machlokes in the Mishnah between Rabbi Yehuda and Chachamim. What the halacha is, if a person is boel his mother, is he chayiv once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother, and also his father's wife? So the Mishnah, just quickly to recap the Mishnah tells us, this is about the Gimel of Aleph, it says, a person is chayiv once because she is his mother, also because this woman is his father's wife. Yehuda disagrees and he says, only chayiv once because of his mother. We didn't really discuss this yesterday. What's the difference how many he's chayiv for? He's going to be put to death, as we discussed yesterday. The person is going to be put to death once. So again, today's Gemara will be a little more clear about this, but the truth is going to be if there is a shogi, if it was done by mistake, for some reason there was a lapse of knowledge about what is going on over here. It's like the case, how many hotels will we have to get? Whether a person becomes malchus twice is a good question. For other cases, where a case where it's the chayav princess, or it is somebody who comes with the carbon, the question will be how many carbonates the person has to do. So now the Gemara was trying to find a source for the Yehuda told us he's only chayav one. And that was the majority of yesterday's Abad. And at the end, we had the opinion of Rabbi. At the end, we had the opinion of Amar Rabbi. So again, to recap the last 4 lines of Dr. Gimel today, Rabbi told us that the way that Yehuda darshan in the pasuk was Erbas Avicha did not refer to, as you may have thought, the Erbas Avicha refers to the father's Erba. When it said Erbas Avicha in the pasuk, you may have thought that was talking about a person having this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands that Erbas Avicha refers to his father's wife, and therefore, Imcha, he is going to be extra. If Imcha is going to be extra, that comes to be Renayah, and the person is only chayiv one. That's how we ended up the Gemara yesterday. Now, the Gemara wants to bring the Raya to Rabbi's way of understanding of Yehuda. The Gemara is going to read a long brisa. At the end of the brisa, we're going to see what the Raya is. Tanya Kava says the Rabbi. We learned a brisa like Rabbi. Ish. It says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Again, this is the pasuk. You have the pasuk on the side. It says that look at this. There's a number of subjects that talk about this. It says the Ish. Asher Yishkaf as H's Adu Erbas Adu Gila Moitz Yusu Shneim Yimeyav. So it says the Ish and a man. So Yishkaf as H's Adu will sleep with his father's wife. Erbas Adu Gila. The nakedness of his father, mostly Matsu, Yusu's name, they both have the chiyuv of Nisa. Now, if you remember yesterday, we also quoted the pasuk, which is this was pasuk in Vayikra Parakah. We also quoted the pasuk yesterday of Erbas Avicha, the Erbas Inchalos Galei. So that says Erbas Avicha, which reverts. Simple translation should mean the father's erba, Erbas Imcha, and the mother's erba was Sagari Imcha. So he says again, Imcha, the mother was Sagari Erbas. Now we're actually the other pasuk. Now let's read it together. Ish. It says the pasuk Ish. In that, what is Ish come to say? What does it come to exclude? When it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. Asher Yishkav as Ashes of it, who will sleep with his father's wife. This clearly says it's his father's wife. So regardless of whether this woman in question is his mother or not, whether this woman is not his mother, in other words, in any case, it's going to be this here. Now, how do you know? Emo, Ashes of it, how do you know that a woman who's not, his mother, who's not his father's wife, Erbas of it. The pasuk repeats itself at the end. It says Erbas of it, pasuk again. Read the pasuk. What does it say? It says the ish asher yishkat es eches ovid. A person will sleep with the wife of his father. Why does it have to say erbat ovid gila? What's the necessity, right? That's the Gemara says.
Install everything. You sit back.
Tamaloma erbas ovid gila, which are extra words in mukna. That's now extra. Lahakish to actually make this hekish to create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this? Beladun mimenu kizera shava, kizera shava, and therefore we can learn that there's a chiyuv for a mother who's not his father's wife. Okay, so what's that like? The pasuk tells us los yutsu. They're scientists. How are they punished? So, which means it's kilo. The person is going to be put to death with skila with stone. Now, as to Omer the skila, or Elabaka to come in similar to Torah, similar to what we saw yesterday, how do you know why you assume that because it says most U.S. that you be put to death with skila? Maybe it's going to be one of the other types of capital punishment. Our answer is never cast me and bomb. These passages as well is written before today and bomb. And never for Obi Yidoni me and bomb. It says by Obi Yidoni we mentioned yesterday, clear. It says very clearly the person shall be stoned. So therefore, we learn La 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 the skila, just like when it comes to Obi Yidoni, a person who engages in some type of sorcery, as we discussed yesterday, in some type of communication with the dead. Just like over there, it's the skila, after the skila, we learn that in this case, the person is good for engaging in such an activity is going to be punished with skila. Now the word says, right, everything works out. We're still in the middle of the brisa. Onesh Shabbat. We found the Onesh. We found the passage which tells us what the punishment is for engaging in this kind of behavior. As far as we where do we have a warning for this? Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or an isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just have a passage that gives you the punishment. You have to have a verse, the passage clearly writes that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it, and then if the person is going to violate that isser, then it should become a punishment. Now we found the punishment, we never found the atara, the warning. So we have that come from the verse of Tamalomar, Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali. It says Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali, the father's Erbas should not be revealed. Erbas Avicha Zu Eshes Avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday this says the father's Erbas Avicha Lo Sigali. So should not reveal the erba of his father. Now, the simple translation of that word is the father's erba, the father's actual erba. This is the warning we get having this relationship with one's father. Now, the word is Asha Omer, Eisha Sabicha, or Eino Erba Sabicha Mamet. How do you know if this is talking about the father's actual erba, or as the verse just told us, it's referring to the father's wife? In other words, the father's erba can be referring to his own personal erba, or it could be referring to the erba that he had access to, which is his wife, which one of the music was never come. Erba Sabicha, it says here, Erba Sabicha, Lo Sigal, should not be revealed. And then on law, Erba of the Gila, it says in the later passage, Erba of the Gila. These are the two psukim that I mentioned at the beginning of the Shir. You have these two psukim. One of them is in Vayikra Yuchas, and one of them is in Vayikra Chav. So two prakim apart from each other. And Mala Allah Jesus comes to the Daber, just like later on, it's clear that it's talking about his wife. Ishus comes to the Daber. Over here as well, it must be talking about Ishus, and therefore it is not talking about a person engaging in this relationship with his father. Rather, it's talking about a person engaging in a relationship with his father's wife. Now, the Gemara goes on. In other words, that was the main point. The point that we just brought out was that when it says, clearly in Pasuk, Erbas Avicha, when it says Erbas, Eshes Avicha, Erbas Avicha, the Erbas Imkala Sigali, Erbas Avicha was not referring to the father himself, rather than referring to the Ishus, and that's where you can have that Atara point that fits perfectly with what Rabbi told us yesterday in the drasha for Rabbi Yehuda. Then the Gemara says, Matzah, Bein Eshes Avid, you would think from that lesson that whether this woman is married to his father is his mother, whether this woman is not actually his mother but just his father's wife. Now, Imo, She'eno Eishes Avid B'nayis, and where we have an Azhara, a warning for this person, for this person's mother who's not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of wedlock. Therefore, there was zilch that took place. The child was born. So again, the same we asked earlier, that when you have the punishment for it, now the Gemara wants to know where you're going to have the azhara for it. The United States tells us, Erebas imcha lo segale. The erba of the mother should not be revealed. Eli ella mazhara she'asa kasav. And Eli mazhara she'kasav for the now we know that. Now we have that azhara. Now she'asa kasav imo she'eno eshes avis imo shehi ke'eshes shehi eshes avis onish minayin. How are you going to know that the punishment is going to be the same? Never can ever sabicha, but Segal never went ever other kila. Now we want to explain. Mada azhara, just like when it came to azhara, asa hakasav imo. When it came to the warning, also the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular mother. She ages of it, just like a married mother to the father. Also, when it comes to punishment as well, the pasuk makes the emo, his mother, the ages of it, who's not married to the father. She ages of it, exactly the same as the mother who is married to the father.
That's motivation. Like that's not.
And now, the Gemara says imchahi. In other words, now you have this imchahi of this extra word because again, if Erebas of it referred to the wife, so then imcha, the mother's now going to be extra because it's the same thing. And the Gemara says, this is also the end of Rabbi Yehuda that Rabbi Yehuda comes for. In other words, since he uses Erebas to tell you that refers to the father's wife. So now imchahi is extra. If you have the imchahi being extra, now you have exeris because finally after all this to tell you that Yehuda is correct in saying that there's only one kiyuv if this person engages in this activity with this woman. So there's only one kiyuv, not two kiyuvim, one for mother, one for father's wife. Rather, it's only one. That is the opinion of the Yehuda. This is the Tanya. This is the Brisa that would actually bring you to back up the way that Chama learned this. Rabbi learned this on the previous episode. So it's a long Brisa, but also to bring us back to the same exact conclusion. The Erebas Avicha tells us already what's referred to the notes. Imchahi is redundant, and therefore we have this zero circumference, which is after the person who engages in this relationship with his mother, who's also his father's wife, then he's being tired because of his mother, but not tired because of the father's wife. Okay, now, that was the opinion of Yehuda. Yehuda tells us there's only one kid. However, the Chachamim now have a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbi, Erebas Avicha, what are they do with the redundancy of Erebas Avicha and Intra? Both of those seem to be saying the same thing. So why do we argue with the Yehuda tell us that there's only one kid? The Gemara tells us, according to the Rabbanan, they didn't learn the pasuk that way. Therefore, the Rabbanan, Erebas Avicha, Mamish. The pasuk tells us very clearly, Erebas Avicha, Erebas Imcha Segale, person should not reveal the erba of his father. You know what that meant? That meant literally a person should not sleep with his father. You are so hold on a second. There's another problem over there. I need to ask the Zachar now. We know that there is a prohibition against a relationship between two men, and therefore his father is a man. He is a man. So therefore you have a problem with this. Why do you have to have a pasuk telling you the person should not reveal the erba of his father? Where it says, L'chayvai Allah Shayim. You chayim twice. In other words, the problem you mentioned in the Mishnah is chayim twice. Now, why do you have a pasuk telling you not to reveal your father's erba? There are two specific isurim in the person engaging in a relationship with his father. One, the typical kiyuv of that Zachar was sister of Mishnah. The second one is the kiyuv of a person having this relationship with his father. Who could Rabbi Yehuda? Not Rabbi Yehuda. It's very important because the Chachamim argue on Rabbi Yehuda. It says Rav Yehuda with the person. Who could Rav Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda Nachri Haba Al Avin. Last time we talked about one line that this Nachri over here is not referring to actual Nachri. which is typically someone who's not Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. Why do we call him an Nachri? We can't fathom that Yisrael would give to such a behavior. Therefore, we use a lishon of Alya. When we say a Nachri, a stranger, Haba'al Aviv, who engages in a relationship with his father, Chayev Olav Shtayim. He's Chayev twice. Yehuda, Nachri Haba'al Aviv, Chayev Shtayim. The person is Chayev twice. The person has a relationship with his uncle, Chayev Shtayim, he is Chayev too as well. That Rabbi explains, the Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra Milson of Yehuda makes sense. And Yehuda was saying was, the Yisrael Bishop. This case was talking about a story where it's roughly about an Nachri, like I mentioned before. It's the Yisrael, the Jewish person engaged in a relationship with either his father or his uncle, Bishogeg. Whatever, his mind was not here. He didn't understand what's going on, wasn't paying attention. Maybe he got drunk or something. But ultimately, Ramadan is Bishogeg. Uvid Carbon, what's the discussion over here? It's the discussion of whether or not it's time to bring one carbon or two different carbonos. Now, the high the carbon, why does it say Nachri? Why does it refer to this Yisrael as Nachri? Lishna Na'al Yehu. He wanted to use it in Russian. Again, it's very hard for us to express something right now. He's after Daita. If you're going to say Nachri, obviously, actually talks about a real Nachri. And although it's like a much more significant problem. What's the Nachri? The Nachri is kind of behavior. Remember, this is something which is from the Shem Mitzvah Midayah. Therefore, nobody's exempt from Gilui Arayos. What's the halacha? The Nachri who engaged in Gilui Arayos, the halacha is, right, you Ketela. He is going to be punished with Ketela, an execution. Now, the trade Kakas leg, you actually give the person the apple punishment twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Have a discussion about a Nachri who's Chayev Misa twice, obviously that's not going to be relevant, and therefore when we say Nachri, we're talking about a Yisrael. What is the discussion over here? The discussion over here is whether he's Chayev one carbon or two different carbonos. Tell me that the author of the rice that says similar to this, Baal Havid, person who his boil his father, Chayev Shtayim. He's Chayev two things, one for which comes up, and one of them for into his father, Habal Achayaviv, person who has intimacy with his father's brothers, Chayev Shtayim, again, the same thing, because of his father's brothers, and because of the goes up. Those who say, the local Rabbi Yehuda. Some say that this does not fit with Rabbi Yehuda. The whole thing comes from Rav Yehuda. Now, some would say that this Rav Yehuda cannot work together with the Rabbi Yehuda of America. Rav is just the only type once. So each of the Amri, some say that when the person has this relationship with your father or with your uncle, and he's tied twice from Yehuda, that's clearly not going like Rabbi Yehuda's rubbish. No? Because the Amri are also saying, Avilu Tema Rabbi Yehuda, you can even make this work together with Rabbi Yehuda. Why? How did Yehuda be able to say that a person who has this relationship with his father who tied twice, but with his mother not? The rice of the Kalachoma, he brings him the Kalachoma, from his uncles. Why? When it comes to the father's brothers, the Korban, the others, what's the problem with this person having this relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's Mishkazaka, it's bad enough problem as it is, but aside from the Mishkazaka problem, it is because it's his father's brother. In other words, the whole thing comes by way of the fact that this is his father's brother. In other words, it's too close. It's too close to the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it's going to be Chayev twice. Chayev Shtayim. Aviv Lokos. Okay. I mean, the father's even closer. And if we get the common favorite to say, the person will be Chayev twice. Now, how could you argue on this? It seems like a very simple kavachomer. The commit would be the first of the Bible. What would be the machlokus when we can make the kavachomer or not? Mar Savar, Otzim Me'adin, Mar Savar, Ein, Otzim Me'adin. Over here, you're right. Logically, it would make sense that a person would be Chayev twice in this relationship with their father. Why? Because if a person's Chayev twice in the relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkav Zachar, is that he is related to his father, so the father would be even worse. So it's a very simple, logical inference you can make from this to say that the father would be even worse, and at least the same. Now the problem is, in Otzim Adin, when it comes to Otzim, the giving a punishment, we never use Kavachomer to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons for this, a lot of discussion about this, because it's beyond the scope of today's shir, but the most simple understanding of Ein Otzim Adin is, even though logically everyone in this room might come to a conclusion saying that yes, it works for a person to engage in that kind of relationship with the father, that for uncle. At the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know, we stop using logic when it comes to punishing other people. When it comes to Kavachomer, you know, sometimes you find a miracle. You find a private shots to make a Kavachomer. You always assume this is more common than that. Or Chico, you find something which says, you know what, that thing is so more common, actually more common. And the whole logic is so apart. So therefore, it comes to some of the others. We don't get ocean just because of our logical differences. Therefore, even though from a logical understanding it makes sense, that the father's worse than uncle still ain't ultimated. Okay, now the Gemara goes through bring all these psukim together, both Rabbanan and Rabbanan as harav le'eches avin l'inalahu. Where do they find that heart? Remember, according to them, they use erbat avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have that heart from? Erbat eches avicha lo segali. They learn it out from the words erbat eches avicha lo segali. Hold on. From Yehuda, so what does Yehuda do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk of, and I think that's the paragraph itself. But our erbat eches avicha. That's the actual according to the Talmud. Now, what are the versions to do with that? Yehuda, Havu, Yehuda, Azhara, Ashes, Oven, La'achar, Yisrael. You need that for the Azhara to warn us about Ashes, Oven, La'achar, Misa, after he dies. In other words, there's going to be a problem even post-death. Rabbanan, so what do they do with that? In other words, how are they going to know that that's the problem? But who means safe to cross? Now, they learned it out from the end of the pasuk, which is clear at the end of that pasuk. Erebat avicha, the repetition of the word Erebat avicha, you follow Erebat. That's how they learn even after the father dies. So you die. Yeah, what does people do with that extra word? So he needs it. He should Ashes Av after the Chayvai. He needs him. Like we said earlier, because of Ashes out, because being the father's wife, he had to the kind of Ashes if there's no problem with it. Hold on a second, that's a big problem. Someone's going to say, hold on, well, that's not. We learned in our Mishnah that you do file on Ashes Ish on top of Ashes Av. Well, that's not. A Baal Ashes Av, the person is Baal, his father's wife, Chayev Alav Mishum Ashes Av, the person is Chayev because of his father's wife. Mishum Ashes Ish, and because of Ashes Ish. And it says clearly Mishnah, Bein L'Chayev Aviv, Bein L'Achamisas Aviv, and guess what? You're waiting for Yehuda to show up and say, no, only Chayev Ala'achar, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah, when it comes to a mother, it's only Chayev once, not twice. You expect Yehuda to pop up and say, when it comes to his father's wife, he's only Chayev once, and not twice because of his father's wife. And Yehuda does not come and argue. Therefore, it can't be that he uses that. He teaches the halacha, but he's tired. Right, it's Chayev only once. Rabbi, sorry. The Mishnah did not report it. However, Polik B'Braisa, you can't stop learning after you learn the Mishnah. You'll learn all the Braises because there's a Braisa review that does argue that such a person is Boel, his father's wife, only Chayev once. And not twice because of Ashes Ish and Ashes Av. Okay, Rabbanan Onish to Ashes Avin, La'achar Misa Min Avin. So without an Azhara, so where do you find the Onish for a father's wife after he dies? He wants to Bishlam or Yehuda. According to everything makes sense because nice Rabbi Gzeir Shava. He made this Gzeir Shava. El Rabbanan, because remember, he mentioned earlier in his oven that was left open. Where do they get it from? Hahu Erbes of Vicha Gila. They get that from whoever Sadiq Gila, the Mafik where you would Gzeir Shava, Mafkule, Lake Inu, Laonish, the Ashes Av. In other words, whatever he used, the Gzeir Shava, they use that as the Onish for Ashes Av. Which one? La'achar Misa, he passed away. Rabbanan, Onish, the Imo, She'eno Ashes Av, Minalu. How do you know that there's a part of the person who is born with your brother, who's not his father's wife? Where do you get that from? Amr of Shisha B'Davidi, for all those who serve the end of their share, and while these Amr remarks reference to Shisha B'Davidi, and you tell who you are, where you're coming from, got some good news for you. here he is. He finally shows up here in Gemara, which is Amar Kwa Im Chahi. The pasuk says Im Chahi.
Blaze it.
And equates that whether to a married mother.
Show around the porches, chickadoo.
Not married. Any of the cases that is a problem. Back to Mishnah Ba'akalasa. First was asked, L'chai Nami, the Shemeshis Beno. The Mishnah does not mention that there's a violation of Shemeshis Beno. Rabbi Pasuk discusses the Kalaso. The Pasuk opens up. In other words, there's two separate problems. There's one problem that it's the father's daughter-in-law. Just make sure you understand this correctly. There's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this woman and this man, because she is his daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter-in-law is not just a phrase. In law, halakhically, there's something called a daughter-in-law. She becomes a daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she married his son, and there's now a direct relationship with daughter-in-law. This is at least what the Gemara thinks. And there's a separate relationship, which is that this woman is his father's son. So the Gemara wants to say she be chayiv twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his son's wife. The Gemara says, L'chai Rabbi should anxious to know. Rabbi Pasuk custom the Kalaso. L'chai anxious to know. Loma lo Zui Kalaso. Zu anxious to know. No, there's no difference between the daughter-in-law and your son's wife. At the end of the day, the problem is exactly the same. In other words, you would have thought, like we were saying before, there's a direct relationship of daughter-in-law, which is, again, it's impossible to separate the two. So you would have thought that there's an issue of daughter-in-law and son's wife. No, it's actually exactly one and the same. It's just a semantical difference whether we refer to this person as daughter-in-law or your son's wife. In any case, it's going to be forbidden, but there's only going to be one case for that.
My vision's okay. It's not as good as it was.
Mishnah continues.
It's a lot better than it used to be.
A person is boa of male. The Allah behemo, the person is boa, an animal. The Isha Mavia, that's a behemo skila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself, Allah is that there is skila for all parties involved. Now the Mishnah, in perhaps atypical fashion, the Mishnah asks a question. In Adam Zotesh, the person did something wrong here. Animals can't do a Neros. Why is the animal being punished? An animal is just an animal. Animals can't make good choices. There's no good hero for an animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, El Rafi Shava, La'adam Takala Al Yada, Rafikach Amar Kafat Tisaka. This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal be put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation for this. That's why the animal put to death. Why should look to hate the evil person? The over that's the infamous animal that this following person put to death over. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing, when it came to someone the gloss of Allah 8, that it says that when a person should be hanged, we don't leave the person there. We mentioned this last week on Shabbos, that if a person is ever going to be hanged, hanging is literally for a second. It's after the person's already dead. The body immediately takes it out. Why not? Because you don't want a person to say, "Oh, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went to heaven, Yagade, this Mubarak, this Hashem, this Holy Mother Zara." Such a true Hashem comes out about that because it kind of publicizes the story. We don't want to publicize such a tremendous story, Hashem. I think this is a similar concept that the person who gave you this kind of behavior with an animal, and a person is going to be put to death as a result of it. So whenever this animal walks by the street, you say, "Oh, that's the infamous cow." You know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going on the block. What if Chil Hashem comes out? First of all, it's a Chil Hashem that this happened. But second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a desire. It's desire to the person. The people should go around talking about that, and therefore, we're just going to put the animal to death. Why is that fair for the animal? Life's not fair. Life's not fair because the human dignity takes precedence. Again, remember the human dignity of the Navarre. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if the case like this happens, the probabilities of the Misa, the capital punishment, actually being carried out. In other words, to qualify for the capital punishment to happen is very difficult. We'll get to this later on, because of the sex matters again. It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case which is going to result in the death penalty. So even in the rare case where the person was so brazen, they were warned like then and there, they were there with the psukim, and there's nothing else, no possible excuses that came up. The person went ahead and brazenly did it in front of Aiden, and the Aiden could not be caught up on anything. In such a case, still, your dignity takes precedence. Your dignity of the Amari takes precedence. Zachar, Minola, how do we know that there's a clean skila for a person who engages in this relationship with the Zachar? The Gemara says, we learned Ish, it says in the Pasuk, it's the Pasuk, it says, the Ish Asher Yishkav as Zachar Mishkeve Isha. And a Ish Asher Yishkav as Zachar will sleep with his Zachar, Mishkeve Isha, in the way that a person sleeps with a woman, so Eva also, it's an abomination what was done, Shneim, Mos, Yimasu, both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa, Meim, Vav, be punished with their blood. Now, the Gemara actually the pasuk is as follows: Ish. It says in the pasuk Ish, Prat L'Kata. That excludes the Kata. Asher Yishkav es Zachar. It's an interesting thing. We went through this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude the Kata? So actually, at the end of today's Gemara, we're going to, if we get to the end of the data page, we'll describe it a little bit more. But I mean, yes, Ketara always excluded. Why have the pasuk for this? Now, those who say an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the 7 mitzvahs B'nai Noach, so you don't find the concept of kata and zachar by B'nai Noach. So you might think the concept of a kata about mitzvah boy is only a Jewish concept. What is boy chayiv in mitzvahs when it comes to our mitzvah? But that's only with regard to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a yid. Maybe when it comes to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a B'nai Noach, that's always going to be the case, and therefore it makes no difference between the Zachar and Kata and a Gadol. Therefore, Ish, Prat L'Kata. That includes the child. Asher Yishkav es Zachar, Bein Gadol, Bein Kata. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol, then whether or not the subject is a kata is still going to be a problem. Mishkeve Isha, when it says in the pasuk Mishkeve Isha, Ma'agid L'cha Kata, Sheshnei Mishkavos B'Isha. The pasuk teaches you that there are two types of Mishkavos B'Isha. In other words, the pasuk includes the Mishkeve Isha. It's essentially telling you that by an Isha, it's possible for a person called Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. By Zachar, obviously the only way to be bald is only Kedarka. That's this Mishkevei Isha twice to tell you that the Mishkevei Isha, the second type Shalom Kedarka of the Isha, is also considered to be a Bia, which is a problem, and that's going to be the problem by man. So I'm going to be strong and put it to love out. This pasuk of Mishkevei Isha can teach me a halacha by Zachar that a person who engages with a Zachar Shalom Kedarka, because that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a Zachar, and that's the issue of Mishkav Zachar. It comes to teach you something about Mishkevei Isha. When we reference Mishkevei Isha to teach us halacha about a Zachar, what do we learn? By the way, we mentioned that when it comes to Isha, the person who engages with a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shalom Kedarka, it's always going to be a problem. Most Yivasu, the pasuk tells us they're going to be chayiv Misa, the skila. The chayiv skila, after over the skila, more down to it. Hold on. Is it really skila? Or Eino Elav has become its word for Torah. Maybe this is referring to all the mitzvahs which are relevant to the Torah. So maybe it's going to be straight for heritage. Mark says no. Never got the above. It says here in the above. Never will be done in the above. We've mentioned this structure many times before. Says the Odi Domi being above. Malala the skila of God. Just like when it comes to Odi Domi, the part that is skila, so too over here, it says being above, and therefore it will be skila. All right, so the Gemara down on the base, top of the oven. Odi Shamanu, fine, the part is very clear. We have an audience over here. Where do you find the Azhara from Mishkat Zachar? Again, as you mentioned, you can have a pasuk which has an notice. You have another pasuk which gives us the Azhara, the warning. Talmud Lomar, because it says to ask the Zachar, which is established with you. So another pasuk, which is very clearly, it doesn't come with a positive, but it's a very clear instruction. That's the Zachar, which is established with Isha, to Eva, to it is an abomination. Lamadu, Azhara, the showcase of the Gemara. We found an Azhara for the person who is the showcase. Azhara with Mishkat united. How do you know the subject is warned as well? There's the showcase, the active member of the group. Now we find out that it says that's the Zachar Lo Tishkav. Now how do you know that's the Mishkav? United Talmomar, Lo Yia Kadesh today. So the word Kadesh actually means look. The Gam, Kadesh, Hayu, the Eretz, Asu, the Chos, Eres, Hagayim, Asher, Hayu. You see clearly that the word Kadosh in this context is referred to Evos, to abominable actions, and therefore that adds in, that extra pasuk is added in. So even though we have this pasuk over here in Milwaukee, which helps us to find a pasuk over here, Kodesh B'nai Yisrael, Lo Kodesh B'nai Yisrael is truly divine. So that's the Azhara for the Mishkav. That's how the small is. It's very important to keep this in mind, because you'll see very soon that these drushes are going to have enough to do that, but clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh. That extra pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh is the additional pasuk which is the Azhara. However, Rabbi Kiva disagrees, and he says, Ein Azhara. You do not need to have the pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh, and therefore you're not mentioning it. Already over that's Zachar Lo Tishkav. We read the pasuk with the nekudas of Tishkav Mishkavei Isha. So again, when you use the nekudas of Lo Tishkav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who's acting. However, Kari Lo Si Shah actually read the same word Lo Si Shah, so it has a clear definition. One definition of what the Shkav plus the activity. The other one is Lo Si Shah should not be the subject of the activity. Therefore, you have the Azhara both for the showcase and the Mishkav in the same place. Okay, so we have an Azhara for the showcase, we have an Azhara for the Mishkav, and we have Behema Minala. How does that person engage in this action with the Behema? Stop Prakakata, comes to exclude the child, after Yite, Shekata for Behema. He gives his shechiva with the behema. Bein gedola beikatana, when the animal is gedola, is definitely no such thing as a gadol or a gadol when it comes to an animal. There's no size, there's no age, which is more relevant than the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most, we last this kila. Pasuk does not say kila. Pasuk says most, we last, and we understand this kila. You might ask the same question we've asked many times before. After over this kila, or in the element, we call Mr. Nitsa Shamur for Torah. How do you know it's kila? Maybe it's one of the other types of counterparts. Never can tarogo. Never one. Over here it says tarogo. It says also by, I believe it's makes media. The pasuk over there is Kiarog Targenu Yadkod Kiyapav Rishana Tamisi Yadkod Bakona. I believe those psukim are either it's A or Shoftim, where it says that he's talking about a person who was the basis of the Dia, who tried to put the person of Farkut of Azara, and here it says clearly Yadkod Hadab Bakona, or in that case, Mala the Skila, just like in that case, it says very clearly it's talking about Skila, Afkan, the Skila, we have our Rog Targenu, those words end up being teaching us that it's the Skila. Can you find the Marshal Commander Onish Lashokim? We learned the Onish, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onish Mishkav, the person is the subject of this behavior with an animal. You know what? How do you know that? Kamalama Kol Shokim, the animal most clear, open shop off in the Torah. It says anybody who sleeps with an animal will be punished with Nisa. If ain't no eating the shop, we don't need it to tell us Allah for a person who is the action based person over here. Why? Because we already have a pasuk for that. So Indian Yiddish comes. Therefore, it's repeated and it's not necessary, you can just say it's talking about a person who is the subject. Lamadu Onish, very good, you found an Onish. However, as we mentioned many times in the summer, Onish is not enough. Here the Shosha Bela Nishkaf as Harvardized. Really, we have an Ahara, a warning in the Psukim for a person who gives these type of behaviors with an animal. Tabagora, the Pasuk says, Ubachal, Behema, Lo Sishe, Shakot Techa, Lutabagor. A person should not put himself or his Shekiva in front of any animal to become Tamei, with Nadu, Al-Tama Shokes. It's very good. Remember, there's going to be more than 4 cases over here. There is the Shokes, and the Nishgav, and the Azhara, and the Onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give me the Azhara. However, it says those teachings to come to Alpha. The Lamadu Azhara, we found the warning, the Shokes for the Shokes. When this got to the subject, when you have an Azhara, a warning to the subject, so he used the same pasuk we used earlier. Persons that be involved in tznius, these types of behaviors, so that is the warning. The Omar, it says as we said earlier, this pasuk can be used as a warning for any type of tznius. Now the word for Dibur Bishmal, that is where Bishmal learns it. Bishmal learns it from Lo Yekod. So there's Bishmal from before. For learns it from Yekod Zachar, to learn the same exact Lo Yekod when it comes to a behavior. Rabbi Kiva, remember Kiva, he learned earlier that he didn't learn Lo Yekod as Azhara. Rather, he said that words were that Zachar Lo Shishkav, and Shishkav, either just have Shishkav or Sisha, okay? So therefore both of them are included. What is the Rabbi Kiva Omer? Which means you can also pronounce that as Losite Shekiva. Don't place any of your Shekiva. So whether this person is the actionable person or one who is the subject, in that case, in any case, is going to be Azhara. Now the Gemara is going to actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drashas that we get so deep into the drashas that you'll find an nafkamina in the drasha. And here, because there is a halachic nafkamina, the Gemara is going to go through it. Habal Zachar, a person who is Baal Zachar. Now Rashi points out, whenever you see Zachar with the Vav, it refers to the place of the Zachar that a person is engaging in. So Baal Zachar in this case means the person is the one who is the shocking, the one who is, which is called the one who is sleeping with the other Zachar. The Abia loves Zachar. Now he actually, in the same time, also brought himself in the other way, as having a Zachar with him. So that doesn't actually mean exactly the same time, in the same Helen. Referring to the person who's bringing a consciousness. That same forgetting, the person violated his Zachar by being the Shoker, and he also violated as a Zachar as being the Nishkav. Now, in such a case, you think about this. So the Revo, the dinner of Yishmael, according to Yishmael, times 9, this time twice. Why? Because it's a separate Azhara for a Zaka, for a Soke, and a Nishkav. So if a person is engaged both as a Soke, now, the giver of Kiva, Prince of Kiva, his Azhara was not a separate person. It just worked with the Kudos. You say Sishkav or Shishoke, it's the same person. So therefore, they can't be one. The giver of Kiva in the time of Achas. Why? Because Sishkav and what Shishoke causes it. Abal Behema, person is all an animal, is Behema love, and he also has the animal in the other way. So again, Amr Rav simply will probably be true. The liver is small, type foot is small, because it's separate drops of Lo Yekadesh. It's type twice, there's 2 separate issues. That's being the Shokin and the Nishka. Called the Lo Titis to come to God, called the Lo Yekadesh. This is the Kiva, in the time of Akas, the only type was, what Shakot to call the Kiva's call. Again, it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word. So if it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word, it's not a separate Isser. So therefore, the Isser of being the active one with an animal or the subject with an animal is the same Isser. Therefore, if a person violates both at the same time, it only becomes once. Rabbi disagrees with Rabbi. He says, "Afilu, Rabbi Amar, Afilu to be Bishmal, not the other chayiv alachas. Even according to Bishmal, the only chayiv once. Why? In other words, even though it says lo yia kaddish, and that's the ashara, says Abaya, the chiksin lo yia kaddish, the gavri ksiv. That was a mitzvah was given to people, and therefore you can't apply that to the Haitians. Allah, Bishmal, ashara is good. So if you're going to tell me that it's not true, you can't use lo yia kaddish to warn a person about this kind of using with the animal, so we indeed know the Azhara. In other words, you just mixed up what he said before. Where it says, not delayed with me, called showcase the name. It says very clearly, call showcase the name of most of us. The main reading is showcase. We don't need to teach the Azhara for the one who is the showcase, the active member. Now, in the Nishka, you can just apply to the Nishka. That's the rule comes to Sukkot. If you have a pasuk which is repetitive, you don't need it for textual. They actually need the pasuk. You can always apply it to the same Indian, but the same concept, but a different part of that. So in this case, you don't need it for the shelter because we're going to be under Azhara. Why did the Torah do that? Why did the Torah use the lesson showcase to describe the subject? Just like we saw, the Sukkot would tell us that there's an Odesh and an Azhara for the showcase. Nishkat Odesh, so we'll come to the subject, there's no Odesh, there's punishment, and there's Azhara. Gemara says now, a nirva with Zachar, a person is nirva to a Zachar, is the subject of this Zachar relationship. Now, nirva with a Hema, he's also nirva in the same power to an animal. So again, over Rabbi Abo, the Rua says, the Dibri of Akiva, according to Akiva, Chayev Shtayim. You do Chayev twice. Watch again, it's two separate Isurim. Because according to Akiva, it makes sense. It's two separate Isurim. It's not Lo Yeh Kaddish. It's two separate Isurim. Chadu was Tishgav, Chadu was Tishgav. Dibri of Yishmael, of course, Yishmael, this is where it comes out to be. Of course, Yishmael does less. Ain't a Chayev. Elahachas, the only Chayev what? Because Edi Lo Yeh Kaddish. They're both Kaddish, Lo Yeh Kaddish. The Gemara says, uses Lo Yeh Kaddish twice. What is Hahu? Edi Lo Yeh Kaddish. Abaya Omar, appears to be even according to Yishmael, not a Chayev Shtayim. We can still have Chayev Shtayim if it's the subject both of Zachar and the animal. The sin called showcase, the name of the Shiva, the name of the subject, and the name of the Shtayim. If you don't need that box of the Shtayim Halacha, just mentioned before. For a showcase, you can borrow it from the Mishkan. If after a flow list of the showcase, as we said before, the Torah uses a showcase, the discount in the Russian of showcase, not showcase others for Israel, discount others for Israel. Again, the same word, just like the showcase, there's a punishment, there's a warning. A person who is the active member in being Bora Zachar, maybe Zachar Allah, and he also brought a Zachar on him. Or Habal Behema, person who's Baal Behema, Behema Allah, so all those cases together. Now, Bein Rabbi Labaya, and the small Chayev Shalosh, according to the small Chayev every time, we keep a Chayev Shtayim, according to the Kibi only Chayev twice. So let's look at the Torah about it. Zachar, it says in the pasuk, Zachar, with the vav. Lo asu bo katan kagado. We did not make a katan like a gado. In other words, we said when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar, the katan, and the gado. Behema, when it came to a person who showcase with the behema, asuba katana kigidola. We did equate a katana and gidola. Makes a difference how old the animal. Now the Gemara says, what does this mean? My lo asuba katana kigidola. What does it mean? Didn't make it a child like a gidola. Amarav lo asu bias pachos kiventasha shadim kiventasha shadim. We did not make the bia of a child who's 9. Who's less than 9, and like a child who's 9. So we'll explain this in a minute. Shmuel, our Shmuel says, "Lo asabias pachas ben shalosh shanim kiben shalosh." So he didn't make the bia of the ben shalosh of less than 3 years, like 3 years. What's the argument over here? Rav never called the Isa b'shok and Isa b'nishkav. So the less b'shok and less b'nishkav, but the person can be a blowout. He could be a nishkav, but love is the Isa kid, and the mishkav. In other words, it's balance. We know that halacha is that the bia of a male child under the age of 9 is not considered the bia. We do not assume that a child under the age of 9 has the ability to perform a bia. Similarly, halachically speaking, a bia of bia. The question just is, when you have the male child who is the subject, as disturbing as the whole conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child to a female child. To say, well, since the male child can perform a bia above the age, cannot perform a bia until the age of 9. Therefore, the subject, if the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a bia until the child is 9. Or do we say that hold on, Mishkevit Isha, it's like Mishkevit Isha, just like when it comes to a girl, 3 is the cutoff and not 9. That's my close to see. That's what the Gemara says. What's my close? It's Rav Samar Kofi B'Shosei. It's the Nishkav. If the child old enough to be the Shokei, he's old enough to be the Nishkav. Called the less the Shokei. If he's not old enough to be a Shokei, in other words, he's less than 9, less than the Nishkav. If a male's going to engage with him, an older, as Gadol, to engage with him, and then less of the Nishkav is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is, whether there's a Chiyuv Nisa in this case, then less of the Nishkav that's not going to qualify as a Nishkav in that age. Shmuel says, Mishkevit Isha Ksiv has to be Mishkevit Isha, and therefore Mishkevit Isha, what's the cause of Mishkevit Isha? 3 years old, and therefore what you'll give is the Zachar, the halacha of a female in this concept. We're stopping here for today. Everyone has
smokestacks in the background. Shit. You drink a liter of piss before you get in the sauna with your neighbor. Before I get a little bag someone's got a urine protocol they can take with your propane.
When we begin today's daf, Sanhedrin, daf Nodal, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
I used to order Kona coffee.
We thank the annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of ROTHSCHILD, the Tosin Mishpacha Torah School of Am Yisrael. We also thank Dave Learning, who's sponsored by Elio Roseborough in honor of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Ruth Benmore today. Mazel Tov Elio. It's a tremendous amount of nachas. His house will be filled with bracha, hatzlacha, simcha, and kol tov. We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and Rachel Gautam for sponsoring the shiurim of this week in honor of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit, whose Beryl's grandfather was Beryl Ben Chaim Shechayim Lebrach, whose yahrzeit is today Yudal Shvat, and someone should have an aliyah, and the family should have a nechama. Today's daf is daf Nun Dalet. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf Nun Dalet of an aleph in Sanhedrin. Yesterday we were discussing the machlokes that took place in the Mishnah. There's machlokes in the Mishnah between Rabbi Yehuda and the Chachamim. What the halacha is, if a person is boel his mother, is he chayiv once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother and also his father's wife? So the Mishnah, just quickly to recap the Mishnah tells us, this is on Daf Gimel Amud Aleph, it says, a person is chayiv once because she is his mother, also because this woman is his father's wife. Yehuda disagrees, and he says, only chayiv once because of his mother. We didn't really discuss this yesterday. What's the difference having his chayiv for? He's being put to death, as we discussed yesterday. The person can only be put to death once. So again, today's Gemara will be a little more clear about this, but the theme is going to be if there is a shogi, if it was done by mistake, if for some reason there was a lapse of knowledge about what is going on over here. In such a case, how many chatos will we have to get? Whether a person is not just twice is the question. For other cases, or in a case where it's either chayavi krisas or it is something that comes to carbon, the question will be how many carbonos a person has to be. So now the Gemara was trying to find the source for Yehuda only chayiv one. And that was the majority of yesterday's Amud. And at the end, we had the opinion of Rava. At the end, we had the opinion of Amar Rava. So again, to recap the last 4 lines of Dr. Gimel today, Rava told us that the way that Yehuda darshan the pasuk was Ervas Havicha did not refer to, as you may have thought, that Ervas Havicha refers to the father's erva. When it said Erbas Avicha in the pasuk, you may have thought that was talking about a person having this relationship with his father. Rather, he understands Erbas Avicha refers to his father's wife, and therefore, Imcha, he's going to be extra. If Imcha is going to be extra, that comes to be Menayit, but the person's only Chayiv one. That's what we ended up in Gemara yesterday. Now, the Gemara wants to bring a raya to Rabba's way of understanding the Gemara is going to bring a long brisa, and at the end of the brisa, we're going to see what the raya is. Tanya Kava say the Rabba. We learned a brisa like Rabba. Ish, it says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Again, this is the pasuk. You have the pasuk on the side, so let's look at this. There's a number of psukim that talk about this. It says Ish, Asher Yishkav, as Ashes Aviv, Erbas, Avim Gila, Lois Yumsu, Shneim Dmeim Vav. So it says the Ish and the man, so Yishkav as Ashes Aviv will sleep with his father's wife. Erbas Avim Gila will reveal the nakedness of his father. Most Yimasu, Yumsu Shneim Dmeim Vav. They both have the chiyuv of Misa. Now, if you remember yesterday, we also quoted the pasuk. This was the pasuk in Vayikra Parakh. We also quoted the pasuk yesterday of Erbas Avicha, Erbas Imcha Lo Sigale. So that says Erbas Avicha, which refers, simple translation should mean the father's Erbas Imcha, and the mother's Erva Lo Sigale Imcha Hi. So he says again, Imcha Hi, the mother Lo Sigale Erbas. Now we're actually in the other pasuk. Now let's read it together. Ish. It says the pasuk Ish. Amen. What is Ish come to say? What does it come to exclude? Prat L'Katan, when it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. Asher Yishkav es Ashes Aviv, who will sleep with his father's wife. Mashma Bein Ashes Aviv Shehidimo. This clearly says it's the father's wife. So regardless of whether this woman questions his mother or not, Bein Ashes Aviv Shaloimo, whether this woman is not his mother. In other words, in any case, there's going to be this deal. Now, how do you know? Imo she'eino Ashes Aviv B'nai. How do you know that a woman who's not, his mother, who's not his father's wife, Avalomar, Erbas Aviv. The pasuk repeats itself at the end and says Erbas Aviv Gila. Again, reading the pasuk, what does it say? It says the Ish Asher Yishkav as Ashes Aviv. A person will sleep with the wife of his father. Why does it have to say Erbas Aviv Gila? What's the necessity, right? That's the Gemara says.
That's very different.
Tamalomar Erbas Aviv Gila, which are extra word. Mufna, that's now extra. Lahakish, to actually make this hakish, to create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this? Baladun Mimenu Yudera Shava. And therefore we can learn that this is a chiyuv for a mother who is not his father's wife. Okay, so what's the halacha? Pasuk tells us most yumsu. They're chayav visa. How are they punished with visa? Which visa is it? It's skila. The person is going to be put to death with skila, with stone. Now, Asa Omer skila, similar to Torah, similar to what we saw yesterday. How do you know? Why are you assuming that because it says most to us that it can be put to death with skila? Maybe this can be one of the other types of capital punishment. Our answer is never counts pay a bomb. This possibly ends off before pay a bomb. Then by Ovi Yitoni Me'abam, it says by Ovi Yitoni we mentioned yesterday, it's clear, it's very clearly the person shall be so. Therefore, we learn, Ma'ala love the skila, just like when it comes to Ovi Yitoni, a person who engaged in some type of sorcery, we discussed yesterday, in some type of communication with the dead. Just like over there, the skila, after the skila, we learn that in this case, the person for engaging in such an activity is going to be punished with skila. Now the Gemara says, right, everything works out. We're still in the middle of the price. Onesh Shabbat. We found the Onesh. We found a passage which tells us what the punishment is for engaging in this kind of behavior. As Har Minayim, where do we have a warning? Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just have a passage that gives you the punishment. You have to have a verse. The passage clearly writes that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it, and then if the person is going to violate that isser, then it's going to come with the punishment. Now we found the punishment, we never found the azhar, the warning. Where did that come from? The Gemara says, Tamalomar, Erbas Avicha Lo Sigale. It says Erbas Avicha Lo Sigale. The father's Erbas should not be revealed. Erbas Avicha Zu Ashes Avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday that says the pasuk Erva Savicha Lo Segale, person should not reveal the Erva of his father. Now, the simple translation of that word is the father's Erva, the father's actual Erva. This is the warning against having a relationship with one's father. Now the Gemara says, "After Omer, Eisha Savicha, O Eino Ela Erva Savicha Mamek." How do you know if this is talking about the father's actual Erva, or as the Bryce just told us, that's referring to the father's wife? In other words, the father's erva can be referring to his own personal erva, or could be referring to the erva that he has access to, which is his wife. Which one does it mean? The Gemara says never can. Ervas avicha. It says here, ervas avicha, lo segale, should not be revealed. But never allow law. Ervas of Avila. It says in the later passage like ervas of Avila. These are the two psukim that I mentioned at the beginning of the shir. You have those two psukim. One of them is in Vayikra Yudches, and one of them is Vayikra Chaf. So two prakim apart from each other. And Ma'ala Allah v'yishus akas medaber, just like later on, it's clear that it's talking about his wife. Afkan's Ishus Akas medaber. Over here as well, it must be talking about Ishus, and therefore it is not talking about a person being in his relationship with his father. Rather, it's talking about a person being in a relationship with his father's wife. Now the Gemara goes on. In other words, that was the main point. The point that we just brought out was that what it says clearly in Pasuk Ervas Avicha. Yeah, when it says Ervas Eishes Avicha. Ervas Avicha, Ervas Imcha Lo Segale. Ervas Avicha is not referring to the father himself, rather it's referring to Ishus, and that's where you can have that Azhara for. This fits perfectly with what Rabbi told us yesterday in the drasha for Rabbi Yehuda. Then the Gemara says, "Mashma Vein Eishes Aviv She'i Imai." You would think from that lashon that whether this woman is married to his father is his mother. Vein Eishes Aviv She'i Imai. Whether this woman is not actually his mother but just his father's wife. Now, imo she'eno eishes ava b'nayim. Here we have an azhara, a warning for this person, for this person's mother, who is not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of wedlock. Therefore, there was nus that took place. The child was born. So again, the same way we asked earlier. That where do you have the punishment for it? Now the Gemara wants to know where you going to have the azhara for it. The 9th time 11th the tells us Ervas Imcha Lo Segale. The erva of the mother should not be revealed. Eli Ella Bazhara Sha'asa Kasav. Eli Bazhara Sha'kasav. Now we know that. Now we have that azhara. Now Sha'asa Kasav Imo She'eno Eishes Avid. Imo She'i Eishes Avid. Onish B'nayim. How are you going to know that the punishment is going to be the same? Never can ever savicha, lo segalim, never alone ever other kila. Now the Gemara explains, Ma'ba azhara, just like when it came to the azhara, asa hakasim imo. When it came to the warning, asa hakasim imo she'ena eishes aviv, imo, the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular mother. Imo she'i eishes aviv, just like a married mother to the father, Onish, Asa Kasuf Imo. When it comes to punishment as well, the pasuk makes the Imo, his mother, She'ena Eishes Aviv, who's not married to the father, Imo, She'i Eishes Aviv, exactly the same as the mother who is married to the father.
That's a problem.
Now, the Gemara says Imchahi. In other words, now you have this Imchahi, you have this extra word, because again, if Ervas Aviv referred to the wife, so then Imcha, the mother's now going to be extra. This is the same thing. Like Gemara says, this is ultimately the end of Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Rabbi Yehuda comes for. In other words, since he uses Ervas Avicha to tell you that refers to the father's wife. So now Imchahi is extra. If you have the Imchahi being extra, now you have a Xeris Akasa finally after all this to tell you Yehuda is correct. And saying there's only one chiyuv if this person engages in this activity with this woman. So there's only going to be one chiyuv, not two chiyuvim, one for mother, one for father's wife. Rather, it's only going to be one. That is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. This is the Tanya, this is the Brisa that we're actually bringing to back up the way that Chacham learned this. The way that Rabbi learned this on the previous side. So it's a long Brisa, but ultimately to bring us back to the same exact conclusion. Ervas Avicha tells us already that's referring to the wife. Imchahi is redundant, and therefore we have this Geras Akasa, which is After the person engages in this relationship with his mother, who's also his father's wife, then he's to be chayiv because of his mother, but not chayiv because of the father's wife. Okay, now, that was the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda told us there's only one kid. However, the Chachamim now have a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbanan, Erbas Avicha, what are they going to do with the redundancy of Erbas Avicha and Imcha? Both of those things you say the same thing. So why does the argument Yehuda tell us that there's only one kid? The Gemara tells us, according to Rabbanan, they didn't learn the concept that way. Therefore, the Rabbanan, Erbas Avicha, the Pasuk tells us very clearly, Erbas Avicha, Erbas not reveal the erva of his father. You know what that meant? That meant literally did not sleep with his father. Gemara says, hold on a second. There's another problem over there. Hi, we should against a relationship between. So therefore, you already have a problem with this. Why do you have to have a person telling you the person should not reveal the erva of his father? Where it says, Allah twice. In other words, the problem, the Mishnah is chayiv twice. Now, why do you have a pasuk telling you not to reveal your father's erva? There are two specific yisurim with the person engaging in a relationship with his father. One, the typical chiyuv of the zakal or sishka mishnah isha. The second one is the chiyuv of a person having a distinct relationship with his father. Who could Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi. It's very important because the Talmud argues on Rabbi. It says Rav Yehuda here is the person. Who could the Rav Yehuda, the Amr Yehuda, nachri haba al oven. Rashi tells us, the Gemara tells us that one line that this nachri over here does not refer to actual nachri. Which is typically someone who's not Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. Why do we call him an Achri? We can't fathom that Yisrael would engage in such behavior. Therefore, we use a list of the Aliyah. And we say an Achri, a stranger, Habba'al Aviv, who engages in a relationship with his father, Chayev, Olav, Shtayim. He's Chayev twice. Who could Rabbi Yehuda, Nachri, Habba'al Aviv, Chayev, Shtayim. The person is Chayev twice. Al-Achi of the person who has a relationship with his uncle, Chayiv Shtayim, he is Chayiv too as well. Amar Rava, now Rava explains, Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra, Milsa, Rabbi Yehuda, it makes sense. What Yehuda was saying was, the Yisrael Bishayk. This case was talking about a story where this Nachri was not a Nachri, like I mentioned before. It's Yisrael, it's a Jewish person engaged in a relationship with either his father or his uncle, B'Shegeg. Whatever, his mind was not there. He didn't understand what was going on, wasn't paying attention. Maybe he got drunk or something. But ultimately, the bottom line is B'Shegeg, Ubin Carbon. What's the discussion over here? It's the discussion of whether or not this guy has been one carbon or two different carbonos. Now, behind the Amar Nachri, why does it say Nachri? Why does it refer to the Yisrael as Nachri? Lishna Na'al Yavru. You want to use Bina Lasha, again, very hard for us to express something thrown out. These are Kadaisa, if you're going to say Nachri Mamish, you actually talk about a real Nachri. But hold on a second, we have a much more significant. What's the halacha with a Nachri engaged in this kind of behavior? Remember, this is something which is from the 7 mitzvahs of Kedaya. Therefore, nobody's exempt from Gilui Arayis. What's the halacha? The Nachri who engaged in Gilui Arayis, the halacha is, he is going to be punished with Ketela, with execution. Now, betray Kafas life, you actually give the person capital punishment twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Have a discussion about a Nachri who's Chayiv Misa twice, obviously that's not going to be relevant, and therefore when we say Nachri, we're talking about Israel. What is the discussion over here? The discussion over here is whether he's Chayiv one carbon or two different carbonos. Tani Nami also another rice that says similar to this. Baal Aviv, person who is Baal, his father, Chayiv Shtayim. Shtayim two things, one for Mishpat Zachar, one of them for his father. Baal Achei Aviv, person who has intimacy with his father's brothers, Chayiv Shtayim, again, same thing, because of his father's brothers and because of Mishpat Zachar. Those who say the love to Rabbi Yehuda. Some say that this does not fit with Rabbi Yehuda, because the whole thing comes from Rav Yehuda. Now, some would say that this Rav Yehuda cannot work together with Rabbi Yehuda of our Mishnah. So our Mishnah says you only chayiv one. So Ika the Amri, some say that when a person has this relationship with their father or with their uncle, and he's chayiv twice from Yehuda, that's clearly not going like Rabbi Yehuda's from no? Because the Amri, there are those who say, you can even make this work together with Rabbi Yehuda. Why? How would Yehuda be able to say that a person who has this relationship with his father would be chayiv twice, but with his mother not? From his uncle. Why? When it comes to the father's brother, the korban, the other, what's the problem with this person having this relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's Mishkan Zachar. It's bad enough problem as it is. But aside from the Mishkan Zachar problem, it is because it's his father's brother. In other words, the whole thing comes by way of the fact that this is his father's brother. In other words, it's too close. It's close to the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it's going to be chayiv twice. Chayiv shtayim. Aviv lo goes the case. I mean, the father's even closer, and therefore you take a Talmud Chaymer to say the person will be chayiv twice. Now, how can you argue on this? It seems like a very simple Talmud Chaymer. What would be the machlokes whether you make the Talmud Chaymer or not? Bar Savar, Oshis Benadin, Bar Savar, Ace, Oshis Benadin. Over here, you're right. Logically, it would make sense that a person would be chayiv twice in this relationship with their father. Why? Because the person is chayiv twice in the relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkan Zachar, is that he is related to his father. So the father would be even worse. So it's a very simple, logical inference you can make from this to say that the father would be even worse, and at least the same. Now the problem is, when it comes to giving the punishment, you never use Talmud to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons for this, a lot of discussion about this. It's beyond the scope of today's year, but the most simple understanding of Eino this is, even though logically everyone in this group might come to a conclusion saying that yes, worse for a person to engage in that kind of relationship with the father than for an uncle. At the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know when you stop using logic? When it comes to punishing other people. When it comes to Talmud Chomer, you know what? Sometimes you find the pircha. You find a little time in Shas. Next to Talmud Chomer, you always assume this is more Chomer than that. But Pito, you find something which says, you know what? That thing that you thought was more Kal actually was more Chomer. And the whole logical inference falls apart. So therefore, when it comes to doing someone an Onesh, we don't give ownership just because of our logical inference. Therefore, even though from a logical understanding it makes sense that father's worse than uncle, still ain't ownership. Okay, now the Gemara goes through putting all these psukim together, both from Rabbanon and Rabbanon of Azhara le'eshes Avin Midalim. Where do they find the Azhara? Remember, according to them, they used Erbas Avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have the Azhara from? Nafkalahu, Erbas Eishes Avicha Lo Sigal. They learned it out from the words Erbas Eishes Avicha Lo Sigal. So hold on. With Yehuda, so what is Rabbi Yehuda to do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk that's in Parak Yudchas of Erbas Eishes Avicha Lo Sigali Erbas Avicha He. That's the actual one according to themselves. Now, what is Rabbi Yehuda to do with that? Yehuda Havu Libayile. We need that Azhara Eishes Avin La'achar Bisa. So we need that for the Azhara to warn us about Eishes Avin La'achar Bisa after he dies. In other words, if you problem even post death. So what do they do with that? In other words, how are they going to know that after death is a problem? The movie is safe to draw after. They learned it after. The pasuk is Jib. That pasuk, Erbas Avicha, the repetition of the words, Erbas Avicha, your father's Erva, you do with the extra word. He needs it. Mishum Eishes Av Atzavai. You just dive him, like we said earlier, because of Eishes Av, because being father's wife. Yes, when the time Mishum Eishes is, there's no problem with Eishes. Now hold on a second. That's the big problem. More going to say, hold on. Well, not. We learned in our Mishnah that you do pile on Eishes Ish on top of Eishes Av. Well, not. Baal Eishes Av, person is Boel, his father's wife. Chayav alav mishum Eishes Av, the person is chayav because of Eishes Ish. And it says clearly in this, the Vein Chayav Aviv, Vein Lacham Eishes Aviv. And guess what? You're waiting for the Yehuda to show up and say, no. only chayiv ala'achas, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah, when it comes to a mother, he's only chayiv once, not twice. You expect you to pop up and say, when it comes to his father's wife, he's only chayiv once, and not twice because of his father's wife. And Eish below Polygon Yehuda does not come and argue. Therefore, it can't be that he uses that, teaches the halacha, that he's chayiv twice, he's chayiv only once. Rabbi, Mishnah did not report it. However, Polygon writes, you can't stop learning after you learn Mishnah. You can learn all the rices because there's a rice that people does argue that says the person who's Boel, his father's wife, is only chayiv once, and not twice because of Eish and Eish Av. Okay, Rabbanan Onish to Eish Aviv la'achar misa midalu. So we found in Azhara. Where do you find the Onish for a father's wife after he dies? According to everything they said, because nice love is zero sub. He makes this zero sub. El Rabbanan, just remember we mentioned earlier on today's oven that was muffed, that was left open. El Rabbanan, Nidalahu, where do they get it from? Amr Lach, Hahu Erbes of Vicha Gila. They get that from Hu Erbes of Vicha Gila, the Mapik Lord Yehuda, the Xereshava. They use that as the onus for Eish Aviv. Which one? La'akamisa after he passed away. Onus L'imos, Eino Eish Aviv Nidal. How do you know that there's a punishment for a person who is his mother, who's not his father's wife? Where do you get that from? Amr of for all those who are sitting at the end of the chair after yesterday's Amr Mark's reference to Shisha Davidi, didn't tell us who he was and where he was coming from. Got some good news for you. Here he is. He finally shows us here in Gemara, which is Amarkra Im Fahi. The pasuk says Im Fahi Asa Kasim L'Imo She'ene Eishes Aviv L'Imo She'i Eishes Aviv. The pasuk says Im Fahi and equates that whether to a married mother, so it makes the whether she's married or not married. Any case is going to be a problem. Back to the Mishnah Baal Kalaso. First is Boel is the Shemeshis to know. The Mishnah is Rabbi pasuk Kalaso. The pasuk opens up. In other words, there's two separate problems. There's one problem there's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this woman and this man because she is his daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter-in-law is not just a phrase. In law, halachically, there's something called the daughter-in-law. She becomes the daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she marries his son, and there's now a direct relationship with daughter-in-law. So at least what the Gemara thinks. And there's a separate relationship, which is that this woman is his father's son. So the Gemara wants to say she be chayiv twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his son's wife. Gemara says, the Chayiv Nami Shum Eishes B'no, Rabbi Apostle Kasim Kalaso, the Sayin Eishes B'no, Lomar Lach, Zui Kalaso, Zu Eishes B'no. No, there's no difference between the daughter-in-law and your son's wife. At the end of the day, the problem is exactly the same. In other words, you would have thought, like we were saying before, this is a direct relationship with daughter-in-law, which is, again, it's impossible to separate the two. You would have thought that this is of daughter-in-law and son's wife. No. It's actually exactly one and the same. It's just a semantic difference whether you refer to this person as your daughter-in-law or your son's wife. In any case, it's going to be forbidden, but it's only going to be one issue. Mishnah continues. Haba ala zachar. A person is boel, a male. Ala behema, the person is boel, an animal. The Isha Mavia es habehema b'skila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself, the halacha is that there is skila for all parties involved. Now the Mishnah, in perhaps atypical fashion, the Mishnah asks a question: if Adam chote, the behema ma'achata, the person did something wrong here. Animals can't do aveiros. Why is the animal being punished? An animal is just an animal. Animals can't make good choices versus kira for an animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, El Latisha Ba La'adam Takala Al Yada Fikaf Amar Kasa Tisaka. This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal should be put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation for this. as to why the animal was put to death. Why shalot tehei behema uveres b'shuv? Yomer zui shnisku plani al yada. So that's the infamous animal that this following person was put to death over. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing, when it came to Will Selling the Bloss, so Allah 8. That when it says if a person shall be hanged, you don't leave the person there. We mentioned this last week on Shabbos that if a person is ever going to be hanged, hanging is literally for a second. After the person's already dead, the hanged body immediately take it down. Why not? Because we don't want a person to say, "Ooh, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went ahead and the Gadev was Barak Hashem, was told about the Zara. Such a Chil Hashem comes out about that because it kind of publicizes the story. So we didn't want to publicize such a tremendous Chil Hashem. I think this is a similar concept. That if a person engages in this kind of behavior with an animal, and a person is going to be put to death as a result of it. So whenever this animal walks by in the street, it says, "Oh, that's the infamous cow." You know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going down the block. What a Chil Hashem comes out. First of all, to Chil Hashem that this happened. And second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a bizayon. It's a tremendous bizayon to the person that people should go around talking about that. And therefore, we're just going to put the animal to death. Why is that fair to the animal? Life's not fair. Very good. Life's not fair. The human dignity comes. The human dignity takes precedent. You got to remember the human dignity of an Avari. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the Misa, the capital punishment, actually being carried out, in other words, to qualify for the capital punishment to happen, is very difficult. We'll get to this later on, because of Sexus Macros again. Very difficult to actually adjudicate a case which is going to result in death penalty. So even for the rare case where the person was so brazen, they were warned right then and there, the agent were there, which took it, and there's nothing else, there's no possible excuses that came up. The person went ahead and brazenly did it in front of Aiden. The Aiden could not be caught up on anything. In such a case, still, the human dignity takes place. The human dignity of the Avari takes place. Zachar Minolon. How do we know that he is Skila for a person who engages in this relationship with the Zachar? Gemara says in the pasuk, just to read the pasuk, it says, "The ish asher yishkav as Zachar mishkeve isha," and an ish asher yishkav as Zachar will sleep with his Zachar mishkeve isha in the way that a person sleeps with a woman. To'eva asu, it's an abomination what was done. Shneim mos ivasu, both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa, Mayim Bam, to be punished with your blood. Now, the Gemara darshan the pasuk as follows: Ish, it says in the pasuk, Ish, prat lekata. That excludes the kata. Asher yishkav es zaka. It's an interesting thing. We went through this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a kata? So actually, at the end of today's Gemara, we're going to, if we get to the end of the Dado page, we'll describe this a little bit more. But I mean, Ketan are always excluded. Why do you have a pasuk with this? There are those who say that an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the seven mitzvahs of Bnei Noach, so you don't find the concept of katan and zachar by Bnei Noach. So you might think the concept of a katan of our mitzvah boy is only a Jewish concept. Where is boy chayiv mitzvahs when it comes to our mitzvah? But that's only with regard to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a yid. Maybe when it comes to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a ben Noach, that's always going to be the case, and therefore makes no difference between the zachar, a katan, and a gadol. So therefore, ish prat lekatan. That excludes a child. Asher yishkav es zachar, bein gadol, bein katan. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the boel is a gadol, then whether or not the subject is a katan, it's still going to be a problem. Mishkevei isha. When it says in the passage Mishkevei isha, magid lecha akasav sheshnei mishkavos b'isha. The passage teaches you that there are two types of mishkavos b'isha. In other words, when the passage includes the mishkevei isha, it's essentially telling you that by an isha, it's possible for a person to be called kedarka and shalom kedarka. By zachar, obviously the only way to be called is only kedarka. Now it says Mishkevei Isha twice to tell you that the Mishkevei Isha, the second type of Kedarka of the Isha, is also considered to be a Bia, which is a problem, and that's going to be the problem by man. So Amar Rabbi Shmuel comes to tell me, he says, Hareza Bola Lame V'Nimtza Lama. This pasuk of Mishkevei Isha came to teach me a halacha by Zachar that a person who engages with a Zachar Shloka doctor, because that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a Zachar, and that's the Isser of Mishkav Zachar. It comes to teach you something about Mishkevei Isha as well. We reference Mishkevei Isha to teach us halacha about a Zachar. What do we learn by the way when we mention that? When it comes to an Isha, the person who engages with a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shloka Kedarka, it's always going to be a problem. Most Yumasu, Pasuk tells us you're going to be Chayav Bisa, the Skila. The Chayav Skila, October, the Skila. We're down to this. Hold on. Is it really Skila? Maybe this is referring to all other mitzvahs which are relevant in the Torah. So maybe it's going to be straight for Harak or Chanek. Gemara says no, it's never come to Rabbi. It says here it's Rabbi. Never will be done as Rabbi. We've mentioned this Russia many times before. It says by Ovi Yadoni, Bein Bam, Malala the Skila, Af Khan, this is the thing that comes from Ovi Yadoni, the punishment is Skila. So too over here, it says Bein Bam, and therefore it's going to be Skila. Alright, so the Gemara Dal on the base. Top of the Yamad. Onish, Shaman, and fine, the pasuk is very clear. We have an Onish over here. Azhara B'nai. We can find an Azhara for this stuff. And it's mentioned, now the pasuk says notice, we have to know the pasuk is Azhara, the warning. Lomar, the pasuk says to ask the Zachar, is this now the pasuk? So very clearly, it doesn't come with punishment, but it's a very clear instruction. That's Zachar, L'Sishka, Mishka, Isha, So Eva, it is an abomination. The Madu, Azhar L'Shochet in Gemara. Why is bad an Azhar for the person who is the Shochet? Azhar L'Mishka. How do you know that the subject is warned as well? In other words, the Shochet, the active member of the group, now we find it as hard because it says best Zachar Lo Nishkav. Now, how do you know about the Nishkav? Lo Yia Kadesh B'nei Yisrael. A person should not engage himself with this nus B'nei Yisrael. Omar, to back this up, that the word Kadesh actually is nus. Gam Kadesh Hayu Be'eretz Asuk B'chos Evas Hagayim Asher. We see clearly that the word Kadosh in this context is referred to Toevos, to abominable actions, and therefore that adds in, that extra pasuk is added in. So even though we have this pasuk over here in Malachim, which helps us to find a pasuk of Lo Yikadosh B'nei Yisrael, Lo Yikadosh B'nei Yisrael is in the Bar. So that's the Azhara for the Mishkan. Rabbi Shmuel, that's Rabbi Shmuel. It's very important to keep this in mind, because we're going to see very soon that these drushes are going to have an option, but clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, this extra pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh. That extra pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh is the additional pasuk, which is the Azhar. However, Rabbi Kiva disagrees, and he says, Eino Tzara, you do not need to have the pasuk of Lo Yia Kadesh, therefore you're not to forget. Hareyu Omer Bes Zachar Lo Siskav. We read the pasuk with the nekudos of Sishkav Mishkevei Isha. So again, when you use the nekudos of Lo Sishkav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who's acting. However, Karibei Lo Si Sha Kei. In other words, there's no nekudos in the Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you can actually read the same word Lo Si Sha Kei, so it has a dual definition. One definition is both the shkav, person studying the activity. The other one is both the shakav, should not be the subject of the activity. Therefore, you have the azhara, both for the shakav and the nishkav in the same place. Okay, so we have an azhara for the shakav, we have an azhara for the nishkav, and we have an onish for the shakav and for the nishkav. That's very clear. Now, behema minola. How do you know a person engages in this actual behavior with the behema? You look to Rabbanon, for says the pasuk ish. Pasuk tells you ish. As we said before, practical katan comes to exclude the child. Ashay yitain shechavto b'behema. He gives his shechiva with the behema. Bein gedola bein katana. Where the animal is gedola katana, there's definitely no such thing as gadol or a gadol when it comes to the animal. There's no size, there's no age, which is more relevant to the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most Yimas Beskila. Pasuk says most Yimas. Now we understand Beskila. More asks the same question we asked many times before. Ata Omer Beskila O Eder Elav Call Mitzvah Mitzvah. How do you know it's Skila? Maybe it's one of the other types of capital punishment. Nemar Chad Tarogu. Never alone. Yiharog Targenu. Over here it says Tarogu. And it says also by, I believe it's the nation of Medea. The passage over there is Yiharog Targenu Yod Kol Tia Bava Rishona Lamisa Yod Kol Nova Bakona. I believe those circling are either Re'eh or Shoftim, where it says that he was talking about a person who is a basis of Mediach, who is trying to pull people away from his market and Zara. And there it says clearly Yadkol Adam Bakona. In that case, Malalam is Kila. Sounds like in that case it says very clearly it's talking about Kila. Afkab, Kila, we have the Rog Targenu. Those words end up being teaching us that it's Kila. Okay, fine. Gemara says Manu Onish L'Shoftim. We learned the Onish, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onish L'Nishkav, the person is the subject of this behavior, this animal. How do you know that? Clear, open shop. It says anybody who sleeps with an animal will be punished with these things. Indian the okay. We don't need it to tell us the halacha for a person who is the action-based person over here. Why? Because we already have a pasuk for that. No Indian, good discuss. Therefore, if it's repeated and it's not necessary, you just say something about a person who is the subject. Lamadu Onish, very good. You found an Onish. However, as we mentioned many times in the summit, the Onish is not enough. Ben L'Shoftim, Ben L'Nishkav, Ashar tonight. Here you have an Ashara, a warning in the Psukim for a person who engages in such behavior with the animal. Lower the pasuk says, "Ubechal behema mosite shekav shekav yitama." A person should not put himself or his shechiva in front of any animal to become tamei. Lamadu azhar l'shochet. It's very good. Remember this. We need only 4 cases over here. There is the shochet and the nishkav and the azhara and the onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give me the azhara. However, it says in Lamadu Azhar we found the warning, the shokeh for the shokeh. The nishkav from the subject. When you have azhara, a warning for the subject. So he used the same possible used earlier. First, is not to be involved in snus, in types of behaviors. That is the word. Omar, it says, as we said earlier, this possible can be used as a warning for any type of snus. Now, the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel. That is where Shmuel learns it. Shmuel learns it from Yekad. In other words, Shmuel before, we learned this by Mishkav Zachar, we learned the same exact Yekad when it comes to the behavior. Rabbi Kiva, he learned earlier that he didn't learn from Yekad as Azhara. Rather, he said the words were Best Zachar Lo Sishkav, and Sishkav can either be pronounced Sishkav or Sishkav. So therefore, both of them are included. What is Rabbi Kiva Omer? Omer Lo Sitein Shekav Shekav, which means you can also pronounce that as Lo Sitein Shechiva. Don't place any of your Shechiva. So whether this person is the actionable person or the one who is the subject, in that case, in any case, it's going to be Azhar. Now the Gemara is going to actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drushas, and we get so deep into the drushas that we're going to find an nafkamina in the drusha. Here, because there is a halachic nafkamina, the Gemara is going to go through it. Habal Zakar, a person who is Baal Zakar. Now Rashi points out, whenever you see Zakar with the Vav, it refers to the place of the Zakar that a person is engaged in. So Abala Zakar in this case means the person is the one who is the Shokeh, the one who is, which is called the one who is sleeping with the other Zakar. Behavior loves Zakar. Now he actually, in the same time, also brought himself the other way as having a zakar with it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean exactly the same time or the same hella. Referring to a person who's doing it's the exact same forgetting the person violated a zakar by being the shokeh, and he was also violated as a zakar as being the nishkar. Now, in such a case, Amar Bavo, you think about this. It says Rabbi, the Dvarav, the Dimmer Rabbi Yishmael, according to Rabbi Yishmael, types twice. Why? Because it's a separate azhara for a zaka, for a shokeh and a nishkav. So if a person is engaged both as a shokeh and a nishkav, it's separate averos. Now, Chayiv Shtaim, Chadim Lo Tishkav, Chadim Lo Yekadesh. The difference between Akiva, according to Akiva, his Azhara was not a separate pasuk. It just was to the kudos. You say Tishkav or Tishachei. It's the same pasuk, so therefore it can't be one. The difference between Akiva and the Chayiv Al-Achas. Why? Because Lo Tishkav and Lo Tishachei, Chadim. Abal Behema, person is Baal, an animal, Behema Allah, and he also has the animal in the other way. So again, Amr Bavon, the same thing would probably be true. The neighbor would be small, could be small, because it's separate draw of Lo Yeh Kadesh. Twice, it's two separate Yisrael, not being the Shofet, and the Nishka. Chadim Lo Sitin Shafafaka, Chadim Lo Yeh Kadesh. If it's Kiva, according to Kiva, in the Chayv al-Achas, only Chayv once, again, it's just a matter of the pronunciation of the word. So it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word, it's not a separate Isser. So therefore, the Isser of being the active one with an animal, or the subject with an animal, is the same Isser. Therefore, if a person violates both at the same time, only the Chayv once. Abai disagrees with Rabbi. He says, Abai Amar, Afilu Divri Bishmal, Nami Ene Chayiv Alachas. Even according to Bishmal, you only Chayiv once. Why? In other words, even though it says, Lo Yeh Kadesh, Minetzi Azhara, says Abaya, the Hiksid Lo Yeh Kadesh, the Gavri Ksidi. That was a mitzvah that was given to people. And therefore, you can't apply that to behavior. According to Bishmal, as Harlan is coming out, so if you're going to tell me that it's not true, you can't use Lo Yeh Kadesh to warn a person about this kind of engagement with an animal, so where does he need know the Azhara? In other words, you just nicked off what we said before, where it says not the way to be called Shochet Behema. It says very clearly, called Shochet Behema most of us. We don't need a teach us the Azhara for the one who is the Shochet, the active member. So in the Lishkav, you can just apply it to the Nishkav. That's the rule when it comes to Sukkim. If you have a pasuk which is repetitive, you don't need it for its actual. They actually need the pasuk. You can always apply it to the same Indian, but to the same concept, but a different part of that. In this case, you don't need it for the Shochet because it's already you have an Azhara and you have an Onish, and therefore you can apply it to the Nishkav. Now, why did the Torah do that? Why did the Torah use Lashon Shochev to describe the subject? Mas Shochev Onesh is here, just like we saw. We have Sukkim to tell us that there's Onesh and Azhara for the Shochev. This job Onesh is when it comes to the subject, Onesh, punishment, and there's Azhara. Gemara says now, a nirva with Zachar, a person is nirva to a Zachar. He's the subject of this Zachar relationship. Nirva lebehema. He's also nirva in the same helen to an animal. So again, Amar of Rabbi says, Divri of Akiva, according to Akiva, Chayiv Shtayim. He's going to be Chayiv twice. Why? Because again, it's two separate Isurim. Because according to Akiva, it makes sense. It's two separate Isurim. It's not Lo Yeh Kadesh. It's two separate Isurim. Chadim Lo Tishkav, Chadim Lo Tishkav. Even if you Shmuel, according to Shmuel, this is where it comes to be. According to Shmuel, this last. Eino Chayiv. Elachas, only Chayiv one. Lo Yeh Kadesh twice. No. Idi Lo Yeh Kadesh. Abaya Omar, even according to Bishmal, Nami Chayiv Shtayim. You can still have Chayiv Shtayim if he's the subject of a Zachar and an animal, the Sid, Kol Shochev, the Emer of Humas, the Emer of the Shochev, the Emer of the Shkav. If you don't need that passage to tell you the halacha, just mentioned before, for a Shochev, you should borrow it for the Nishkav. As we said before, the Torah uses a Shochev, the Nishkav and Lashon Shochev, Ma Shochev, Onish V'Izr, Nishkav, Onish V'Izr. Again, the same word, just like the Shochev, there's a punishment, there's a warning. Abul Haba, Ala Zachar. A person who is the active member is the Baal Zachar. They be Zachar Allah. And he also brought a Zachar on him. Or a Baal Behema. A person is Baal Behema, Behema Allah. So all those cases together. Now, Bein Rababo, Bein Labaya, Rabbi Shmuel Chayiv Shalosh. According to Shmuel, he Chayiv 3 times. The Kiva Chayiv Shtayim, according to Kiva, only Chayiv twice. Let's go a little further. Turn around.
Are there any stories
Zachar. It says in the pasuk Zachar with the vav. Lo asu bo katan kegada. He did not make a katan like a gada. In other words, we said when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar the katan and the gada. Behema, when it came to a person who shochef with the behema, asu ba kitana kigedola. We did equate a kitana and a gada. Make the difference how old the animal is. Now the Gemara says, what does this mean? My lo asu bo katan kegada. What does it mean? Did it make a child like a gada? Amarav lo asu biat pasos kibentesha shanim kibentesha shanim. We did not make the bia of a child who's 9, who's less than 9, like a child who is 9. We'll explain this in a minute. Shmuel says, "Lo asabiyas papas kiben shalosh shanim kiben shalosh." We didn't make the bia of a ben shalosh of less than 3 years, like 3 years. Right? What's the argument over here? Rav Sarah told the Isa B'Shokim, Isa B'Nishkav, because less B'Shokim, less B'Nishkav. If the person can be a Boel, he can be a Nishkav. That's the Mishkish. In other words, as follows. We know the halacha is that the bia of a male child under the age of 9 is not considered bia. We do not assume that the child to be able to perform a bia. Similarly, halachically speaking, a bia of a girl pachas mishalosh is not considered to be a bia. So the question just is, when you have the male child who is the subject, as disturbing this whole conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child to a female child. To say, well, since the male child can perform a bia above the age, cannot perform a bia until the age of 9, therefore the subject, the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a bia until the child is 9. Or to say that, hold on, it's like this bia, so just like when it comes to a girl, 3 is the cutoff and not 9. That's Maklok. That's what Gemara says. Right? What's Maklok? Rav Summer calls these B'Shokeh, he's B'Nishkav. If the child's old enough to be the Shokeh, he's old enough to be the Nishkav. Called the less B'Shokeh. If he's not old enough to be a Shokeh, in other words, he's less than 9, less than Nishkav, if the male's going to engage with him, an older, a gadol, engage with him, then less than a Nishkav is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is whether there's a chiyuv visa in this case, then less of a nishkav is not going to qualify as a nishkav in that age. Shmuel says mishkevei isha ksiv has to be mishkevei isha, and therefore mishkevei isha. What's the term for mishkevei isha? 3 years old, and therefore you'll give the zachar the halacha of a female in this context. We'll stop here for today. Everyone have a wonderful day. What's so fun?
And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those bio research labs that they have in America, one of those giant crazy labs.
Good morning, everyone. Today's daf is daf from Daled. We left off yesterday on daf from Gimel and Beis, and we're going to be 4 lines up from the bottom. So what we were dealing with there was that in the Mishnah we had a machlokus between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. The Tanakama held that if someone has relations with his mother, that person is liable for 2 lavim, for two Isurei Lav. What are they? First of all, because it's his mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talked about the fact that it could, as Tosfos mentioned yesterday, it could also be Eshes. But in any event, that the Tanakama holds that you're chayav for both for the father and for both he's chayav for both over there, the father's wife and the mother. And the Rabbi Yehuda held that he's only chayav for the mother. We spent time yesterday trying to figure out what's Rabbi Yehuda's source. So the first source that we tried to bring was Abaye,
and actually we have it here, but in our Abaye tried to bring it from the pasuk in Vayikra Yosef, where it says Imcha Hi, it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for Imcha. What happened? That we rejected that for two reasons. The Gemara asked two kashas on that. The Gemara's first kasha was that if that's true, that Imcha Hi tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly you should darshan the pasuk that says Erva Savicha, who that we say in Vayikra Yud Ches Ches, which is so that therefore, if so, Erva Savicha, who should tell you that Erva Savicha should tell you also that you're chayav only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would produce this strange result, as the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has relations with his mother who's not his father's wife is chayav, or with his father's wife who's not his mother is chayav, but if it was his mother who was also his father's wife, then he wouldn't be chayav. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number one. And question number two was, if Imcha Hi is a valid limud to tell you that someone is only chayav for relations with their mother, but not for their father's wife, then why would then the Rabbanan would have to deal with that pasuk, and they should produce the same result, and they should say like Rabbi Yehuda that someone is chayav only for their mother, but not for Eishes Avicha. So we rejected that answer. The Gemara is actually going to go back to that answer to say that it's Imcha Hi, but we're going to do it in a way that answers those two questions. So what is that? Amar Rava. Rava says, because Rabbi Yehuda's opinion that he's chayav only for relations with his mother comes from the pasuk as follows: Erva Savicha. So that's this pasuk. But what's different now is that we've generally understood Erva Savicha lo Segala, that a person should not have relations with his father. What Rava is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that's how we learn this. But Erva Savicha is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Avicha. And then, so the Gemara says, do Eishes Avicha. Umaisi lo b'gzer shava. We're going to see soon b'gzer shava. How does he know that Erva Savicha is a reference to the father's wife? Umashma bein Eishes Aviv shehi imo, bein Eishes Aviv she'eino imo. So in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then imo she'eino Eishes Aviv minayin. What happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born, the child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock? Talmulomar ervas imcha lo segala. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So we say that's how we know his mother who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues Imcha Hi, and the way we're understanding now is Mishum Imo Ata Machayv V'Yata Machayv Mishum Eishes Aviv, that he's only chayav his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first pasuk. The way that we're understanding is that Erva Savicha is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Erva Imcha Lo Segala is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Imcha Hi then comes back and modifies Erva Savicha. So we were saying Erva Savicha includes whether it's his mother or not, and now we're saying, no, the part that it says even if it's his mother, that we're knocking out. Because Imcha Hi knocks out the part that says it's his mother, and tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and his mother, he's only chayav for Imcha Hi. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had yesterday when we tried using Imcha Hi? The first question was you produce. If you say that Imcha Hi tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asked and said Erva Savicha, who should tell you the opposite, that it's the wife of your father but not your mother. So that you would produce this strange result that if it was his mother and the wife of his father, he would be putter. So we say no. Now it's not a problem, because once you understand that Erva Savicha is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who's not a wife in the same pasuk, and Imcha Hi can then modify something that's in the pasuk, which would be wife of the father. However, Erva Savichahu cannot be modifying. In other words, the Gemara's kasha was, let that modify a case where it's his mother who's not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this pasuk, right? Because this pasuk is only talking about wife of the father, not actual mother. So Erva Savichahu has nothing to go on to negate it and say it's not that he can't be chayav for relations with his mother, as opposed to this pasuk has both categories in it. It has Erva Savicha, which is wife of the father, and mother, and therefore Imchahi can come and modify Erva Savicha. So that's why we're not worried that we darshan Imchahi but don't darshan Erva Savicha. So that's the answer to the Gemara's first question. The Gemara's second question was, if you're right that Imchahi is such a good drasha, then the Rabbanon should also make the same drasha, and if they're going to make the same drasha, then they should produce the same result as Rabbi Yehuda, where Imchahi modifies Erva Savicha to say that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not worried about that, because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Erva Savicha, which we're going to learn in the Shabbat. That Rabbi Yehuda's understanding that Erva Savicha actually refers to wife of his father, and that's why Imchahi can modify it. But according to the Rabbanon, the pasuk Erva Savicha is actually according to the Rabbanon coming to tell us that he shouldn't have relationship with his father. That he shouldn't have mishkavdaf with his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have every imchalos where it's talking about the wife of the father to negate it, so that's why it doesn't work for the Rabbanan. So we've now answered. We're not worried about Erva Savichahu because it has nothing to modify. Only Imcha he has something to modify, and we're not worried that Chazal should make the same drasha as Rabbi Yehuda from Imchahi because they disagree fundamentally about what the beginning of the pasuk is talking about. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda holds that it's talking about the wife of the father, Rabbanan holds it's talking about having relations with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how Rabbi Yehuda knows it. Now we reference Rabbi Yehuda making Zerah Shabbat. The Gemara is going to bring a brayta that supports Rava's answer, and we're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical. That's why we're doing the visual aid today. We'll see if this works. Okay, so we learned the Bryce in accordance with Rava, who Rava was explaining that the main chiddush of Rava was that Rabbi Yehuda learned Erva Savicha to include the wife of the husband. Now, Rashi points out, how do you know that this Bryce that you're going to bring is in fact the view of Rabbi Yehuda? Because the Bryce we're going to bring is from Safra, and we know that Stam Safra Rabbi Yehuda, that anytime Gemara brings the Safra, anytime that you have plain Safra, that's Rabbi Yehuda. So we know this is Rabbi Yehuda's opinion, and we're going to bring from Safra, we're going to see that Rabbi Yehuda in fact holds like Rava just said and how he dashes his pasuk. So here we go. Ish Pratla Katan. So it's talking about someone who the Ish Asher Yishkav et Eshes Aviv. Right? That's the pasuk we're going to dash, and we say as follows: Ish Pratla Katan. To tell you that if a Katan has relations with the wife of his father, he's not chayav. After Yishkav and Eshes Aviv, so he says, who had relations with the wife of his father, Mashma Bein Eshes Aviv Shehi Imo, Bein Eshes Aviv Shelo Imo. Right? So this is telling you that relations with the wife of his father, whether it's his mother or not, is in. Now we're talking about the end of the pasuk is written most yimsu shneim zmeim ba. So what are we talking about? It's telling you the punishment. So we know every avera in the Torah, we need the onish and the azara. We need both the punishment and the warning. So the punishment we're going to deal with first. Isha Shayishkav Eshes Aviv tells you wife of father, whether his mother or not, is an onish, so he's going to get killed. Now the pasuk continues. Imo She'eno Eshes Aviv. What about his mother who's not married to his father, i.e., he was born out of wedlock? That's covered. Where do you know that from? Tamaloma Ervas Aviv Gila. So he says, I'm going to learn it from this pasuk Ervas Aviv Gila that he exposed the erva of his father. Now, that does not in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who's not married to his father is not considered ervas Aviv. It's not considered the erva of his father. So rather, how does he learn it? He's saying Mufna lahakish v'lodon mimenu gzeir shava. That therefore these words, what do you need these words? These are should be enough. Why do you need to say Eretz Avim Gila? It must be coming based on the gzeir shava that we're going to learn shortly, to tell you that not only is he chayav for wife of his father, but also chayav for his mother, who in Yidarshan in the pasuk, most yomzu, that they will surely die. The Gemara says, well, how do I know it's stoning? Now we should know this from yesterday, what the Gemara is about to say. The Gemara says, remember, come to Mayam Bum, the Nemer Bovi, you don't need the Mayam Bum, that we know that it says here, the pasuk continues, most yomzu shneim, the Mayam Bum, and we know that the pasuk by Ovi Yadoni, which explicitly says that when you have someone who serves Ovi Yadoni, who does Ovi Yadoni, that can use with the dead, that person, it says that you stone them. So just like by Ovi Yadoni you stone, so here also you stone. And we had this yesterday, we were talking about Rabbi, that the limud of Ovi Yadoni is from the words the Mayan Bum. Okay, so that's where we are. Malahel Maskila, not Kam Maskila, so that tells you that this Onish Shamanu, we've heard this, Azhara Minayim. Where do we know the Azhara? So the Onish, wife of father, whether his mother or not, mother, whether wife and father or not. Okay, Talmud Lomer. So now, how do we know the Azhara? Talmud Lomer, Ervas Avicha Lo Sigala, that the erva of the father you should not uncover. Ervas Avicha, Du Eshes Avicha. So he says, this is talking about the wife of the father. So right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this brisa is Rabbi Yehuda, because what did we say just now in our base, Rabbi's answer? The Kiddush of Rabbi's understanding of Rabbi Yehuda is that he understands these words, Ervat Avicha, to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with his father. So therefore, this is the proof, by the way, that Rabbi Yehuda, with this whole purpose we're bringing this brisa, because we wanted to show, like Rabbi, that Rabbi Yehuda darshans these words, Ervat Avicha, to mean the wife of the husband. So the brisa says, Ervat Avicha lo tegala, Ervat Avicha, du eshes Avicha. This is a reference to wife of the father. So the Gemara says, well, how do I know? So he says, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is a case of that is talking about he shouldn't have Mishkav Zaka with his father. So the Gemara says, no, because Nemer Khan, Ervat Avicha Lo Sigala, the Nemer Lahalan, Ervat Aviv Gilo. So he says that he's going to make as follows. Remember, we said these words were extra, we're going to make a Gzer Shava. We're going to see the Gzer Shava now. So he says as follows. It says, Ervat Ervat Avicha Lo Sigala, it says, Ervat Avicha Lo Sigala, following like that. So he says, it says that there. We want to figure out, is that talking about a wife of the husband? He says, I'm going to make a Zer Shava to Ervas Aviv Gila, this pasuk up here. Once I have that Zer Shava, this pasuk is very clearly talking about someone who has relations with the wife of his father. So we say, just as here, the pasuk is talking about wife of the father, so too here, we're going to be talking, Ervas Avicha Lo Sigala is talking about wife of the father. So that's how Rabbi Yehuda knows his Kiddush to darshan that Ervas Avicha is not talking about Mishkav Zaka with the father, but rather is talking about wife of the father. So Mala Halam B'Ishas HaKatzim Medaber, just like in this pasuk clearly it's talking about a marriage, Eshes Aviv. Therefore, here also it's talking about wife of the father. Umashma, and the fact that it says Ervas Avicha, it doesn't distinguish between whether it's his mother or not. Mashma bein Eshes Aviv she'imo, bein Eshes Aviv she'eno imo. That regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then he's chayav. Now continues the pasuk imo, or continues the limud imo she'eno Eshes Aviv minayin. How do I know if his mother bore him out of wedlock, meaning she was not married to the father? That it says Ervas Imcha Lo Sigala is coming to tell you that even his mother, who was not married to the father. Okay? So he says, now the Gemara is going to have a little bit of a funny language, but basically what it's coming back to is saying as follows. Ainli elabaz para shasa kasam imo sheino eshes aviv imo shehi eshes aviv onesh minayin. So he says as follows. So now this is really the Gzer Shava that we referenced earlier, but he's saying as follows, that I see in the Azhara, in the pasuk of Azhara, that it compares his mother that is not the wife of his father to the mother who is the wife of the father, because you have both of them in the same pasuk. But how do I know that at the onesh level? So we say, Nemer kan eretz avicha lo segala. It's written here, eretz avicha lo segala. The Nemer lahalon, it's written up here, eretz aviv gilo. Ma bi'azhara asa kasas imo she'eno eshes aviv imo she eshes aviv. Just like in this pasuk, it compared when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married to him. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells you that both for purposes of onesh and for azhara, that the psukim based on that Xer Shavah between eretz avicha lo segala and eretz aviv gila is coming to tell you that both of them, both the onesh and azhara, apply to wife of the father as well as his mother who's not the wife of the father. Okay? So therefore, so therefore, just like in Azhara we have both wife of father and mother, so to here, by the onesh, we have wife of father and mother. So now continue the Brisa, and this is the second aspect of what we're proving, Rabbi. The pasuk continues, Imchahi. What does Imchahi tell you? Mishum imo atamachayvo, vi'atamachayvo mishum eshes of. That we're going to say that Imchahi comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Avicha. From Eretz Avicha, we were learning wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. And now we're saying Imchahi tells you, sorry, he's not chaya for wife of his father if it's also his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father who's not his mother, and this is coming to tell you mother who's not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mother, Imchahi negates the limud that Eretz Avicha, wife of the father, applies even when it's his mother, and therefore, if this negates that aspect of Eretz Avicha, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person has relations with his mother, who's also the wife of the father, that person is only chaya for Imchahi, because Imchahi took out of Eretz Avicha the liability for relations with his mother who's married to his father, Eshes Avicha. So that's how we're going to learn. Okay, so now we've completed the Brisa. So what have we proven from this Brisa? On the base that we actually did this morning, Rabbi said that the reason Imchahi can modify this pasuk, but we're not worried about Eretz Avicha, is because Imchahi negates half of what we learned from Eretz Avicha to say that Imchahi tells you he's only chayav for relations with his mother, who's the wife of his father. He's only chayav for the mother part because of the word Imchahi. So we've now seen a brisa that very clearly says exactly the way Rabbi explained Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, so now we have to figure out some things that are missing. Rabbanan, Rabbanan, what do the Rabbanan do with this pasuk of Eretz Avicha? So we had Eretz Avicha, which should come to tell us, Eretz Avicha, which is modified by Imchahi, should come to tell you that you're chayav only on relations with the mother, but not for the wife of his father, when he has relations with his mother who is the wife of his father. Why don't the Rabbanan learn like that? So the Rabbanan say very simple why I don't learn like that, because I don't believe that Eretz Avicha is talking about relations with the wife of the father. I think Eretz Avicha is talking about having relations with your father. So that's what it says. Rabbanan, what do the Rabbanan say? They say Eretz Avicha mamish. So the Gemara says, well, if you're coming to tell me that the pasuk is coming to tell you that you can't have relations with your father, what do I need this pasuk for? Hi, maybe as zakar nafka. So l'chayim. He says the pasuk says zakar lo'isishkav mishkavei isha, that a person should not have a homosexual relation. So what do I need it to tell me that I shouldn't have relations with my father? I'm not having relations with any man. So the Gemara says, l'chayim olav shtayim, to make him chayav for two. And what does that mean? We learned yesterday that obviously, if we're talking about killing him, he gets killed for even one. What's the point of two? Is to say that if somehow he did it by accident, and by accident doesn't mean fully by accident, it means for whatever reason he thought it was permitted, that he has to bring two chatas also. Rabbi Yehuda, this is similar like we learned like Rabbi Yehuda, which is different than Rabbi Yehuda, who we've been dealing with is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, Nakri Habala Aviv Chayev Shtayim. That it says a Nakri. Now we're going to see in the Gemara in a moment that this does not mean really a Nakri, it means a Jew. It says a Jew who comes on his father is Chayev Shtayim. What is it too? He's chayav for ervas avicha lo segala, that you shouldn't have relations with your father, and he's chayav for the Zachar L'Shishkav Mishkavei Isha, that you shouldn't have Mishkav Zachar, so he's chayav 2. Similarly, Habal Achi Aviv chayav 2, that someone who has relations, who has homosexual relations with his uncle, is also chayav 2. Why? Because the how do we know? Because the pasuk says
you can't control the Earth's temperature. You can't control the Earth's future.
It says Eretz Avicha Lo Sigala. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings.
Well, basically, the pasuk says that someone cannot uncover the erva. Okay, there's the erva Achi Avicha Lo Sigala. So the pasuk says that the erva of the brother of your father you should not uncover. Now you might say, so you might say that is maybe that's talking about his wife and not about having relations with the uncle himself. So we say no, because at the end of the pasuk it says his wife expressly. So therefore, in the beginning when it says Achi Avicha, it must be talking about not having homosexual relations with him. So what do you see? Rabbi Yehuda is saying that you're chayav 2, right? So if you're chayav 2, then if you're chayav 2, it must be one because of Eretz Avicha or Eretz Achi Avicha, and the other because of the general prohibition on homosexuality. Okay. So Amar Rabba says, Mistabra Milta de Rabbi Yehuda Yisrael B'Shogeg U'B'Karbar. So he says, what we're focused on right now is, why does it say Nasri? If you tell me it's a Jew, and we're talking about where he did it by accident, meaning he didn't realize that he was doing something wrong, and we're talking about Karbanos, so then it's significant to understand why he would be chayav twice. But if we're talking behind the Kamar Nasri, and then why would it say Nasri? Listen to Mali. So that makes sense. But the Esau the Daisa, but if you would think that Nasri Mamish, so if you think that it's literally saying that a guy is chayav double misa, dino ma'itnihu. What's the halacha of a guy who has homosexual relations? Katla, he gets killed. Betray Katli, Katla slay. Are you going to kill him twice? It doesn't make sense. If you're talking about being over on two death penalties, it's only relevant to talking about a Jew who did it without realizing he did it, so we're not actually killing him, and now he has to bring a carbon, he has to bring 2 carbons because he was over on 2 lavim. So what do you see? You see that literally that the Rabbanan explain Eretz Avicha to mean a prohibition literally on having relations, a man to have relations with his father, and that's why we know he's chayav twice. Once for Eretz Avicha and once for the regular prohibition on Mishkav Zachar. Okay, so the Gemara says Tani Nami Hachi. So we learned another brayta that said similar to this. Habal Aviv chayav shtayim. That someone who comes has relations with his father, man has relations with his father is chayav 2 lavim, and similarly, someone has relations with his uncle is chayav twice. Okay, so now the question would be, on its face, this would seem to negate Ika the Amri, the low Rabbi Yehuda. So some say that this brayta that talks about him being chayav twice is not like Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because remember, Rabbi Yehuda learned that Eretz Avicha is talking about wife of his father. Is not talking about homosexual relations with his father. So therefore, the only thing that Rabbi Yehuda has relations with his father is the general prohibition on Mishkav Zachar. It does not have this pasuk. So when the Brisa says that he's chayav twice, it has to be the Rabbanan and not Rabbi Yehuda. That's one version. The Ika the Army, there are others who said Afilu take Rabbi Yehuda. You could even say that Brisa is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda would agree that when a person has relations with his father, he's over on 2 lavim and he needs 2 chatas offerings. Why? How would he bring it? He's going to say, I'm going to bring you a kavalchomer that when someone has relations with his father, he's over on 2 isurim. So why? Because the other the korban the other who shtayim other will close. So he says, what's the kavalchomer? He says as follows: we have a pasuk that says you can't have mishkav zachar with your father's brother, right? Well, what's his relationship to his father's brother? Through his father, right? So if his uncle, if he's chayav for relations with his uncle, he surely should be chayav for relations with his father. So therefore, you have a kavalchomer that from the uncle that the father also has a kiyuv mitzvah, and then you add on top of that the general prohibition on mishkav zachar, and you end up with you end up with two sources for even according to Rabbi Yehuda, who does not understand Eretz Avicha to be talking about relations with his father. Okay, so we have one group who says that in fact this brisa that says you're over on two is not like Rabbi Yehuda, because no, even Rabbi Yehuda could agree that someone has relations with his father is over on two because they have a kabel cover. What are they arguing about? Because this will give the plus of Rabbi Rabbi. They're arguing about the plus of Rabbi Rabbi, which we're going to see later on in Sanhedrin. Mar Savar on Shemnadin, Mar Savar ain't on Shemnadin. So he says that one of them holds that you chomer and the other holds you can't. So if you understand that you can make a kabel chomer to punish someone and make him that he's over on two lavim for his father, one because of the general prohibition on Mishkav Zachar, and one from the kabel chomer from his uncle. But if you understand that you cannot make a kabel chomer to be Mechai, have the pasuk Eretz Avicha to tell you relations with the father, so all you're left with is the general prohibition on Mishkav Zachar, and then therefore the brisa that says that you're a chayav on two must be not much like Rabbanan and not like Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda would say Eretz Avicha is used up for talking about wife of the father. Okay, Rabbanan Azhara Leishes Aviv Minaluhu. So where do the Rabbanan learn the Azhara from Eishes Aviv? Because remember what happened here is this pasuk, which is the Azhara pasuk, and the pasuk that teaches you about relations with your father's wife or the mother, he learned Eretz Avicha talking about Mishkav Zachar, right? So that's what the Rabbanan learned. So then, therefore, you know Eretz Imcha, you know mother who's not married to the father. But how do you know where is the Azhara for the wife of the father? So the Gemara says, Nafsulu me Eretz Eishes Avicha Lo Segala. We have this other pasuk down here, Yuk Tes Tes, which says Eretz Eishes Avicha Lo Segala, tells you that that's the Azhara according to the Rabbanan, to tell you that a man cannot have relations with the wife of his father, even if it's not his mother. Okay, so we say Rabbi Yehuda. So why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn it from Eretz Avicha? Why not? Why doesn't he learn it from a very explicit pasuk? Yud Tes Tes, because everything is Avicha Lo Segala. So the Gemara says he learns that Ahu Miboy Le'Lazhar Le'Eishes Aviv La'Achar Misa. He needs that pasuk to tell you that a person is chayav, which we actually saw in our mission yesterday, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father dies. So if his father marries a woman who's not his mother, and then his father dies, he has relations with that woman, he's been over on the Isser of Eishes Aviv. That's how Rabbi Yehuda would use this pasuk. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rabbanan, where would the Rabbanan know the halakha in our mission that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father died? So the Gemara says, so the end of the pasuk says everything those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan used to learn that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father is no longer living. Rabbi Yehuda, what about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words? So he says he's coming to teach you that these words Eretz Avicha come to tell you that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who's married to his father still, that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father. He's not chayav for the general prohibition on Eishes Ish. That's what Rabbi Yehuda learned from the word Eretz Avicha. Now, hopefully someone will ask a question, maybe, that yesterday's Mishnah we said expressly not like that. We learned in the Mishnah, Habal Eishes Av, someone who comes has relations with the wife of his father, chayav alei mishum Eishes Av, u'mishum Eishes Ish. That the person is chayav both for Eishes Av and for Eishes Ish, bein b'chayav and bein la'achar misas of it, whether the father is living or not. Who apolog Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yehuda never argued. So if Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Avicha that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, he's chayav only for wife of the father, but not for general prohibition on Eishes Ish. So then Rabbi Yehuda, who dashes that pasuk, should have argued on the Mishnah and said, "Hold on, you're only chayav for relations with the wife of the father." So the Gemara says, "Rabbi, polig b'braisa." In Akanami, Rabbi Yehuda does argue, and it just happens to be in the Mishnah he didn't say, but in a brisa somewhere it must be that he says it. Okay, Rabbanan Onesh Eishes Aviv La'achar Misa Minalu. Okay, so we said that we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala that I'm sorry. So that was Azhara. So I'm sorry. So we have as follows, that we're talking now about the halacha of that whether the Eshes Avicha, that a man has a relationship with the wife of his father after he dies. So Rabbi Yehuda learned that from Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala. The Rabbanan learned it from Eretz Avichahu. So now the question here is, that's the Azhara, that's the warning. But remember, we need a punishment also. So where do we learn the punishment? So now the Gemara says, Tishlam Rabbi Yehuda Maisi Lo B'Gzer Shava. So Rabbi Yehuda, this is not a problem, because Rabbi Yehuda would learn the Azhara from Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala. How would he know the Onish? Because remember, we had a Gzer Shava that we compared Eretz Avicha Lo Segala to Eretz Aviv Gila to tell you that there's a Gzer Shava between Onish and Azhara, and if you know one, you know the other. So therefore, once Rabbi Yehuda knows Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala comes to tell you that there's an Azhara, there's a warning not to have relations with the wife of the father, so then the Gzer Shava tells you that there's also an Onish. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that Gzer Shava, and B, learning it from the words Eretz Avichahu, that's how they know Azhara. But how do they know Onish? So we say, El Rabbanan Minalahu, where do they know it from? Amri Lacha, Hahu Eretz Aviv Gila, the Mapik La Rabbi Yehuda Gzer Shava, Mapkile Inhu La Onish Eshes Aviv Lachamisa. So he says as follows, that if you remember that Rabbi Yehuda used these words Eretz Aviv Gila, which were extra, to connect a Gzer Shava between Eretz Aviv Gila and Eretz Avicha Lo Segala, right? But and that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach that, first of all, that this pasuk is not talking about Mishkav Zachar with his father, but rather it's talking about wife of the father, and it was also talking about the Gzer Shava to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only Gzer Shava according to Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanan didn't darshan that to Gzer Shava. So as Rabbi Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra, and the Rabbanan did not use it for Gzer Shava. So we're saying, okay, these words Eretz Aviv Gila are extra, come to tell you the Onish, the punishment, because remember this pasuk is again a punishment pasuk. It says most yom tu shneim b'meim bam. So it's coming to tell you the Onish for someone who has relations with the wife of his father, even after his father died. So these words are extra. Okay, Rabbanan. Onish le'imo she'ena eshes aviv. Onish le'imo she'ena eshes aviv minalu. Okay, so remember that we had, according to the Rabbanan, we had the Eretz Imcha Lo Segala was an Azhara that he shouldn't have relations with his mother, who's not the wife of his father. And we have an Azhara of Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala that the wife of the Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which the Rabbanan understands to be an Azhara for his mother who's not married to his father. And then you have Eretz Eshes Avicha Lo Segala to tell you that there's an Azhara on the wife of the father, right? So we have Azhara for both mother and wife of father. But Onish, remember, we only know the Isha Yasher Yishkav Eshes Aviv, which tells you wife of the father. But how do we know an Onish for mother who is not married to the father? So I'm Rav Shisha Breder Idai. Now remember, by the way, we referenced Rav Shisha Breder Idai. I told you we were going to learn it today. That's this. Amar Kra, the pasuk says Imchahi. The pasuk says it is his mother. Asa Kasav Le'imo She'enisha Eshes Aviv Ki'imo She'eh Eshes Aviv. So he says as follows, that we have Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which is talking about his mother, and then the pasuk needlessly says Imchahi, it's his mother. So that comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what, whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father. So that's how they learned Onish for the case of the mother who's not married to the father. That's how the Rabbanan learned it from Imchahi. Okay, so now we're finished with our chart. A little complicated. Okay, Haba al Kalaso. So someone who has relations with his daughter-in-law. The Gemara says, so what is the pasuk that says by son-in-law? It says, the pasuk says, Ervas Kalaska Lo Segala, the erva of your daughter-in-law you should not uncover. Eshes Binchahi Lo Segala Ervasa, it's the wife of your son, you should not uncover her erva. So what do you see? You see two things the pasuk is telling you. It's repeating itself. The one says Ervas Kalaska Lo Segala, and then the other one says Eshes Binchahi Lo Segala. Implies that there's two labim that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter-in-law. So the Gemara says as follows: why did you tell me in the Mishnah that he's chayav for 2 lavos? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It should be one for married woman, one for his daughter-in-law, and another for his daughter-in-law, because there's two things in the pasuk that imply there's 2 lavim for the daughter-in-law. Rabbi, the kalaso, the siyam beishes b'no, lomer lecha zuhi kalaso, zuhi eishes b'no. He says, no, you're figuring out that it's 2 psukim. When it says erev kalascha, lo segala, eishes b'ncha, he lo segala erebasi, you're saying that's 2 psukim. It's not really 2 psukim, it's the same person. It's both talking about the daughter-in-law, and therefore there's only 1 lav of the daughter-in-law and 1 lav of eishes, which is what our Mishnah told us. So you might ask, well, if so, why does the pasuk repeat it twice? So they say, Rashi points out that this is in order to be machayev him, even akar misa. It says twice his daughter-in-law, once for his daughter-in-law when his son is still alive, and once for his daughter-in-law even after the son dies. But it's at the end of the day, still only 1 lav. Okay, and that's why our Mishnah said he's over on 2 lavs, 1 for daughter-in-law and 1 the general prohibition on eshes. Okay, Mishnah habala zachav behema the isha meviyat behema. We said in the Mishnah before, we had 18 cases. This is the first 3 of them. Someone who has a relationship who engages affirmatively in an homosexual act, and al behema, someone who engages in bestiality, and a woman who engages in bestiality by bringing a behema on her. All of those get bestial. Now the Gemara asks the question: the Mishnah, he says. Now we know the halacha is, the Torah tells us that if someone has relations with a behema, not only does he get killed, but the animal gets killed. So the Mishnah inquires about this. This is an interesting halacha. He said, what did the animal do wrong? I get it. The man did a chesh. What did the behema do? We're going to see what this means in the Gemara, but it says, since this animal brought a person to takala, to sin, therefore the pasuk says it should be stoned. We'll see in the Gemara what that means. Another possibility, we don't want it to be that people see Bessie the cow walking around and people say, oh, Bessie, that's the one who Reuben, whatever, had relations with. So again, we'll see in the Gemara what these 2 answers are about, but that's the reason the animal gets killed. Okay, so the Gemara says, Zakar minola, and how do I know that someone is chayav skila for mishkav zakar? The Tanur Rabbanim, because the pasuk says, the Brisa darshan the pasuk ish, so it says proper katan. That's saying it's talking about a man, but not a katan. Asher yishkav es zakar, who has relations with a zakar, bein gadol bein katan. So it's saying that if someone has relations with a katan, so someone sodomizes a 10-year-old, that he's chayav, even though the recipient of his act was a katan. Conversely, if the katan was 10 years old and had relations, had mishkav zakar with a 30-year-old, so then the 30-year-old is chayav, even though the person who was performing the act was a katan. So we see that applies at some level. We'll get into a little more clarification on detail, hopefully, if we get to the end of the daf. Okay, Mishkavei Isha, the pasuk continues, Mishkavei Isha who has, which implies plural forms of relationships similar to a woman. So we say as follows, she's named Mishkavei Isha. That it's not coming to teach us anything about Mishkav Zakar, it's coming to teach us about relations with a woman. As follows, because since it says Mishkavei Isha plural, comes to tell you that if a man has relations, let's say with his sister, anyone he's not permitted to, it's coming to tell you that not only is that true if he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has, even if he has anal intercourse with his sister, that would also be a violation of the Erev, and he would be chayav misa. He says, interestingly, this you would think was coming to tell you a halacha of mishkav zakar, but actually it's coming to teach you from mishkav zakar that it says mishkavei isha, and it equates the 2 forms of intercourse with a woman with a woman comes to tell you that therefore any case that relations with a woman is impermissible. That's true whether it's in the natural or unnatural way. Okay. Most yomsu, the pasuk continues, they should surely die with skila, with stoning. The Gemara says, "Asamar b'skilo ein elabach v'kol mitzvah for Torah." How do you know? How do you know it's skila when it says they should die? Maybe it means straight or herod or chenek. The Gemara says, "Never comes the man above, and never above Yadon the man above." So we've had this before. That since here by Mishkav Zachar and by Ovi Yadon, it says the man above. Malaham the skila afkam skila, just like in the case of Ovi Yadon, it's clear that it's skila. So to here in Mishkav Zachar, it's clear that it is skila. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So now I have a pasuk that teaches us that people who engage in Mishkav Zachar get killed. So that's the Onish. Onish Shamanu, Azhar Minayin. How do I know that you're not supposed to have, that you have to be warned in the Torah to tell you that you're not allowed to have Mishkav Zachar? Tamalomer, that Zachar lo tishkav Mishkav Isha toevahu. So we say, the pasuk says you should not have. It's another pasuk that says you shouldn't have homosexual relations. It's toeva. Lamadnu azhara. I'm sorry. Lamadnu azhara l'sholchev. Azhara l'nishkav minayin. So he says as follows. So what have we proven so far? We had an onesh, which talked about both of them, right? So both the person, it says that two people should not have it, the may and bum, both of them are chayav misa. So the onesh we know is true both for the performer, the actor, and the recipient of the mishkav zachar. But in the case of azhara, we learned from the pasuk, it says that as zachar lo tishkav mishkav isha, you should not engage in homosexual relations with a man. That's talking about an actor. But how do we know that the recipient has an azhara? Okay, azhara l'nishka minayin. Tamalomer lo yia kadesh mibnei Yisrael. The pasuk says in Devarim that there should not be a kadesh mibnei Yisrael. Omer, and we have a pasuk in Malachim Aleph which says the gam kadesh hi ba'aretz. The gam kadesh hi ba'aretz. There was kadesh in the land. Asu kechol ha'toevas hagayim asher horish. That you did like all of the toevas of the Goyim that the Rebbeinu Shalom kicked out of Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see? So you see that it says the word Kadesh in Malachim Aleph by dealing with Toevos, right? And we know that one of the Toevos that's dealt with in the Torah is Mishkav Zachar. And so once we know that when it talks about Kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael, it includes Mishkav Zachar, then when the pasuk in the Devarim says, well, yeah, Kadesh means Bnei Yisrael, that there shouldn't be a Kadesh, it's coming to tell you that there should not be Mishkav Zachar. So you see that it is a Azhara. How do you know that it's for the recipient? Because since we see by the Onesh that it's true whether the person gets punished, whether they're the actor or the recipient. So too here in this Azhara, it applies when it says Kadesh, Lo Yeh Kadesh, it's saying even the recipient. Okay, these are very small. These are very small. Rabbi Kiva says, Eino Tzara. I don't need to come onto this whole Lo Yeh Kadesh business. Why? Because Harei it's written in the pasuk. We brought the Azhara, which we understood to be talking about only the actor, because it says Yazachar lo tishkav mishkav isha. He says Yazachar lo tishkav mishkav isha kribe lo tishachev. He says that pasuk that said you should not engage in acts of mishkav zachar, or lo tishachev, you should not have the act done upon you. So the same pasuk can teach us both cases, actor and recipient, for purposes of an azhara. Behema minal. How do I know that a person gets skila for relations with a behemoth? The Torah Rabbanan, because the Rabbanan learned ish. It says a man prat lekatan, to tell you that if a katan has shechot of a behemoth, that he so he says that he puts that he engages in relations with the behemoth, ben gedola, ben katana, whether the animal is old, young, it doesn't matter. We're going to get into this because by people there's a distinction, but by animals there's no distinction. The animal could be 1 hour old and you're chayav for doing it. It could be 50 years old and you're chayav for doing it. Okay, most you must. The pasuk continues. So you should surely be killed. We say it's the skilo. Same question we've had a bunch of times. So it says, how do you know it's skilo? Maybe it's straight by Herod Marchenek. Where it says Nemar Khan, it's written here Taharogu. The Nemar, so it's written in our pasuk Taharogu. The Nemar Lahalan Ki Harak Tahargenu. That we have a pasuk later. That's written in Dvarim Yud Gimel, which I think was talking about. I don't remember. Maybe talking by Dachas. I don't remember. But it says Harag Haragenu, they should surely be killed. No, it's not here in Dach. I don't remember, but the pasuk is talking about skila. Malaham the skila, akam the skila. We learn from that Zer Shava, and even though tehare that even though that tarogu it says here is technically speaking about the behema, we assume that the man and the behema get the same punishment. So you see that a person gets the punishment of skila who engages in relations with a behema. Lamanu onesh l'sholkev, onesh l'nishkav minala. So he says, okay, this pasuk that told us that the person dies is talking about that's talking about Asher Yiten Shechita behema that puts his shchiva in the behema implies that he's the actor and that he gets killed. How do I know that a person who allows himself to be sodomized, a man who allows himself to be sodomized by an animal gets death? Tamalomer. So now the pasuk says any person who lies with the behema gets killed. Now technically this pasuk seems to apply to someone who's an actor. We're looking for something of someone who's a recipient. But why is it relevant? Because since we've already established that the actor gets killed, so what do you need this pasuk? We already learned it from Isha Shekitin Shechita Behema. So the Gemara says, therefore it's an extra pasuk telling us that he gets killed. So that if we have this concept that if you don't need it for a person who's the actor, then we'll use it instead for the person who's the recipient. Lamanu onesh bein l'shocha bein l'nishka. He says, okay, fine, I accept that. So we've learned the onesh. There's a punishment whether the person is the one performing the Mishkav Zachar or the one who's the recipient of the Mishkav Zachar. Azhara minayin. How do I know Azhara? Tamalomer will hold the hema l'sitei shekapta l'tamaba. Okay, so it says that in any animal you shouldn't put the shigla l'tamaba. L'manu azhara l'shoche. I'm sorry. So he says that is the azhara. It says that you should not have relations with the behema l'tamaba. So that's the azhara for so we see the warning that a person should not be the actor. L'nishkav minayin. How do I know that he shouldn't be the recipient? So we've now established onus for both actor and recipient, and we've established azhara warning for the actor. How do I know for the recipient? Tamalomer lo yeh kadesh l'bnei Yisrael. The same drasha we had before, that when it says lo yeh kadesh, it's reference to things that are toeva. Before we used it for mishkav zafar, now we're using it for mishkav behema because that's also considered a toeva. And once it's a toeva, it's covered under the gam kadesh shivaret, which then translates back to lo yeh kadesh is a form of azhara. So different Rabbi Shmuel, these are very small. Rabbi Akiva, much like he did before, Rabbi Akiva said they no which we said was the actor. He says that the fact that the Torah picks a funny way to say it, you could also read it or understand it to tell you that you should not be a recipient either. Okay, so now we have both the azhara for the actor and the recipient, and we have the onus for the actor and recipient for behema. So now we're going to say as follows: someone somehow both performed mishkav zachar and received mishkav zachar by accident somehow, or without realizing was wrong. So according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's over on two things. That he needs to bring two chatos. Why? Because one is the pasuk that says that lo tishkav, which tells you that it is that he should not have relations where he's the actor. Because lo yeh kadesh was where we learned that he should not be the recipient, right? So according to Rabbi Shmuel, it worked well. He has to bring two carbon chatos because we had one pasuk that tells us he shouldn't be the actor, one pasuk that he shouldn't be the recipient. Because lo tishka v'lo shishav because according to Rabbi Akiva, the isser of being an actor and a recipient both come from the pasuk. It's just read two different ways, lo tishka or lo shishav, but that's still at the end of the day only one lav. So therefore, this is the nafyamina between how Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva learned in Lamaisa, which would be is that if in the same period of unawareness that it was usher, he both performed and had performed on him an act of homosexuality. According to Rabbi Shmuel, there are two separate lavs implicated here, and therefore he brings two chatos. And according to Rabbi Akiva, even though he holds both are usher, he brings them from the same lav. Okay, similarly, someone somehow, without realizing that it was also both had engaged in relations with the behemoth and had a behemoth engaged in relations with him. So he says, Rabbi Avo says, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's chayav 2. Why? One, because it says lo siten shechavtecha, lo yiyah. So one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said with a behemoth, and one that said that he shouldn't be a toeva, that he's the recipient. The divrei Rabbi Akiva ain't a chayav ala achas. But according to Rabbi Akiva, he would only be chayav 1 because why? Rabbi Akiva learned both actor and recipient by Mishka Zachar, by Mishka Behema from the same pasuk lo siten shechavtecha, and then we darshan the b'shchiva say, but they're both coming from one pasuk, so therefore there's only one lav. That's one lav. Okay. Abaya Amar. Abaya argues on Rabbi Avo. Abaya says no. Afilu divrei Rishmol nami ein chayav alachas. According to Rishmol, he's also only chayav 1. Why? Because why did he think he was chayav 2? Because 1, lo siten shechavtecha. Number 2, because lo yiyah kadesh. But he says, Abaya argues. He says the chiksiv lo yiyah kadesh the gavri siv. He says that pasuk lo yiyah kadesh when it talks about a toeva, is speaking specifically about a toeva of Mishkav Zachar. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem with saying that Rabbi Shmuel holds there's 2 in the case of Mishkav Zachar. But Mishkav Behema, he has a problem because he says lo yiyah kadesh is not talking about Mishkav Behema, it's only talking about Mishkav Zachar. So we say, okay, so then according to Abaya, if you're saying that lo yiyah kadesh can't be talking about Mishkav Behema, we just use that pasuk to be our source for an azhara on a recipient of Mishkav Behema. So Elul Rabbi Shmuel azhara l'nishkav minole. How would he know it? Because we just knocked out using lo yiyah kadesh from telling us an azhara for the recipient of an bestiality. So the Gemara says, Naphtali, he learns it out. Mikol shochet in behema most you must. That it says that if someone lies with the behemoth, he should surely die. Now that's an extra pasuk. We have this already, right? So we have before. This is how we learned the onesh. This is how we learned the azhara on someone who is the recipient, because we said the pasuk, we have an extra pasuk written by onesh. Since we don't need it by onesh, we'll use it for azhara. But the Gemara wants to know, at the end of the day, if you were trying to teach azhara, why would the Torah put it in the language? If you were trying to teach the recipient, why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor? So the Gemara says, and it chose to do that to tell you, so he says, how do I know that a person has an azhara, a warning not to be a recipient? Is because since the way I knew azhara of an actor was because the pasuk had an extra pasuk written by actor. And the way I knew azhara by recipient is because there was an extra pasuk written by actor. If it doesn't apply to actor, let it apply to recipient. Now, how do I know azhara of the recipient? That's why I knew azhara of the actor. How do I know azhara of the recipient? Is because why did the Torah at the end of the day, if it wanted to tell you the azhara of the actor as opposed to the onesh, of the actor, so you should have said it by azhara. Why are you telling it to me by onesh? It's coming to tell you that there's a comparison between a shochev and a nishkav, and therefore he's warned even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that is the correct thing. Okay, so the Gemara says, okay, so now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. So if someone got sodomized by both a man and a behemoth, I'm sorry, this is someone who did this. Okay, so he says he's chayav for 2. One because it says lo tishkav mishka behema, and the other because it says lo siten shechavtecha bo. But according to Rabbi Shmuel, ain't chayav ala achas. Because why? Because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day, idi lo yiyah kadeshu. That either that the way we learned out is that according to Rabbi Shmuel, that someone who is the recipient of Mishkav Zachar from Liyah Kadesh, and according to Rabbi Shmuel, in the view of Rabbi Alvohu, that the source for someone who is the recipient of a behema is also Liyah Kadesh. So therefore, we'd only be chayav 1. Abaya says, "Afilu de Rabbi Shmuel nami chayav 2." Abaya says, now if you remember, before Abaya argued and said a recipient who's the recipient of Mishkav behema cannot be learned from Liyah Kadesh because Liyah Kadesh cannot be referring to an animal; it only refers to a man. So he therefore learned it out from so therefore, Abaya is consistent when he says Rabbi Yishmael, you're also chayav too because they don't tefsif kol shochid v'mehema most yumas meno inyan l'shochid v'nei inyan nishkav v'aftir rachmana l'nishkav b'loshen shochid ma'shochid v'anosh v'hizer af nishkav anish v'hizer. So that limud that Abaya just learned. So Abaya is saying, according to me, Rabbi Yishmael learned from two different psukim the recipient of Mishkav Zakar and Mishkav Behema, and so therefore he is chayav for two chai bechata. Now here's someone who really had an interesting day. Habal Zakar, Behevi Zakar love. He both he was the actor in Mishkav Zakar and the recipient of Mishkav Zakar, and Habal Behema Behevi Behema love, and he was also the actor in bestiality and the recipient in bestiality. So he had all four going on. So Bein Rebavo, Bein Abaya. That whether you say like Rabbi Avo or you say like Abaya, Rabbi Shmuel chayav shalosh, Rabbi Akiva chayav shtayim. Why? All right, so it's as follows. So remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for Mishkav Zakar and Mishkav Behema. He was the recipient for Mishkav Zakar and Mishkav Behema. So according to Rabbi, so how do we know actor? One is as Zakar lo tishkav. That's one lav. That's the actor by Zakar. How do we know the actor by Behema? It says Behema lo sitem shechatav. That's two lavim. Then, when he's the recipient, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he knows Zakar from Lo Yeh Kadesh, so that is three, right? And then Rabbi Avo, according to Rabbi Avo, he learns out the recipient of Behema also from Lo Yeh Kadesh. But therefore, that you don't get a fourth because you can't use Lo Yeh Kadesh a second time. So therefore, according to Rabbi Avo, it's three. Now, according to Abaye, you also have only three because you have. As Zakar lo tishka tells you, a Zakar is the actor. Behema lo sitem shechatav tells you actor by Behema. Lo Yeh Kadesh tells you a recipient by Zakar. But where did Abaya learn the recipient by Behema? He learned it from Behema lo sitem shechatav, which is the same source for where he learned an actor by Behema. Why? Rabbi Akiva held in both the case of Zakar and Behema, you learn from the pasuk just how you read it. Lo tishkav, lo tishachev, and similarly by Behema, it's a Behema lo titem shechatav or shchiva seif. But at the end of the day, for all four issues, he only has two lavim. So Rabbi Akiva says you have two. All right, we'll have to stop here. Thank you.
5% of federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, this is what's happening when AI is drawing from different sources. They're giving you two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of stuff. That's,
All right, so let's say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip debate. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosin Shach of our Tzisrach, for dedicating all the human brothers this year as his host. I'm so for all of our Yisrael. That's the only sponsors for today. From Karen Gold, formerly of Baltimore, now of Lakewood, New Jersey, as memory of Bach's father, Bruce Gold. This is for the Rabbi of the night of our Talmud Torah. The show will have the family in the Chalush. We to see the release of more of our hostages this Shabbos and Yom Hashem in the coming days, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's go back and let us begin. Today's dot is Nun Days 52. We are picking up on the Aleph of Days 51b. 51b. Did we get up to Rabbi Akiva Omer? Okay, good. So let's say so. The Gemara says, so again, let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, still steeped in the conversation regarding Sreifa, and who gets Sreifa. One of the interesting ideas that we right now is espousing is Ella Zon. But low also liberate Rabbi Yishmael, right? So I ended up literally like in the middle of Rabbi Yishmael's position. So again, the Gemara says like this: Rabbi Yishmael understands, and if you the conventionally understood approach as well, that Halach Lamai said the unique din of Sreifa for a Bas Kohen is only a din of her. It doesn't apply to her accomplice in the crime, right, to the man with whom she committed adultery, nor does it apply to the Eidim Zolim. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty, right? So in other words, the man with whom she commits adultery is also going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get a reciprocal death penalty, but they do not get her streifa. Her unique streifa is for her and her alone. Incredible. But the Kibbutz says, Yotzos the streifa. So Akiva says, whether the Bas Kohen is an Arusa or whether she is a Nesua, either way, the punishment is going to be streifa. You would have thought that this applies even to a single woman. In other words, maybe a Bas Kohen is held to such a high standard that Halacha L'maaseh, even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, maybe she's going to be subject to streifa. So we saw this already yesterday. So it says over here, it says in the previous contract for Aviyah, it says over here, Aviyah by the case of Bas Kohen. It says Aviyah in the context of incest. So the Gemara says, it says in both Psukim Aviyah, Mal Halon is Nusim Zekazbal, Afkan is Nusim Zekazbal. Just like earlier talking about, again, an act of immorality, where there is an element of marriage, so too again, Halacha L'maaseh over here is talking about where there is a snus with an element of marriage. I'm going to be Shmuel. Mal Halon Nara, Yarusa. Afkan Nara Aviyah. It's the first one line of us on the bottom of Nun Aleph number 51b. Rabbi Shmuel says if that's the case, maybe we say just like in one pasuk, the context is that she's a Nara and she's a Arusa. So too over here, the second pasuk should also be only applying if she's a Nara and she's an Arusa. Amar Rabbi Akiva Yishmael Achiv Bas Ubas Anigorish. It's interesting enough. So the Akiva said back to Rabbi Shmuel, the pasuk could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Vav. Now, Vav is usually a ribui, and Vav comes to include. So what is going to do? So although the pasuk is talking about a Nara, who is an Arusa, the extra Vav comes to teaching that it includes all cases of a married Bas Kohen. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the Chibi Bnei Sha'at HaDor should be this is so Rabbi Shmuel is back to Rabbi Akiva. And he said like this. Sorry. He says, interestingly enough, the second one line, no teaching the Sheifa, so so first of all, we said that's the correct drasha. So because these guys an extra month, therefore we're going to take this girl out for Sheifa. And I just want to be clear, remember, no one is disagreeing on the fact that there's a death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement over here? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, in Mashma, the Rabbi is Hanasua, Ebi is Hapnuya. In Mashma, the Hotzi is Hapnuya, Hotzi is Hanasua. So the Gemara says like this, if we're going to judgment to include an Asua, then by definition also include a Pnuya. Like, it includes all types of Bas Kohen, which is unmarried. In Mashma, Hotzi is Hapnuya, and if you're going to exclude a single girl, Hotzi is Hanasua. So that you should exclude ultimately the Asua as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows: Ahani Gzir Shabbat Lemeutis Kniyos Ba'ani Bas Ubas L'Rabbi says Hanasua. Rabbi Akiva will say like this: the Gzir Shabbat will help to exclude a Kniyah, then a single girl, a single Bas Kohen, is not subject to any of these halachos, and ultimately they're going to be involved in Bas Ubas, the extra boy, L'Rabbi as Hanasua comes to include the Nesua. Rabbi Shmuel will say, if you come with Bas Ubas, Shmanina Hagavim Gzir Shabbat. Rabbi Shmuel says, from the fact that they're saying Bas Ubas, it makes it sound like he's no longer holding the Gzir Shabbat. Rabbi Shmuel, hi Bas Ubas, my Darshbeg. So I remember, Rabbi Akiva uses the Ubas, the Vav to include all different cases of a Bas Kohen who's married. Rabbi Shmuel rejects that. But Rabbi Shmuel also has to admit the fact that the Torah said Bas Kohen. Why does it say Ubas? What does he do with the extra Vav? So the Gemara says, "We violated the Tani Abuhi Yishmuel Bar Adam." Very interesting. The Tishem Matzinu Shechalak HaKasab B'Scharim Beitim and Lebarim. Yaakov Nachlot with Yosef. So I'm going to talk like this. This is very interesting. I'm going to talk the same way. The Torah makes a distinction by Kohanim, by Mel Kohanim, between what called blemished and unblemished Kohanim. Right? You know the distinction that Allah says Kohen who's about more is not able to do the avodah. So there's a distinction between blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I might have thought that same distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? And maybe the din of Bas Kohen, specifically the din of streifa by a Bas Kohen, only applies to an unblemished Bas Kohen. To which the Gemara says,
I knew because you told me.
Talolom Bas, Ubas. Therefore, the extra above is a revoy. And to tell us that whenever there's a din applied to a Bas Kohen, it doesn't make a difference. There's no din of moving by a Bas Kohen, only din of moving by Kohen. It's Rabbi Akiva. But where does Rabbi Akiva learn this out from? Rabbi Akiva. Mehem makrivim abayu kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, we learn from the pasuk up. Mehem makrivim, they will offer up the kabbalas b'hayu kodesh, and they will be saying, by teaching us what? That the sanctity of a male kohen is fundamentally tethered to his, we'll call it unblemished state. But that's only because that by male kohen is an element of akrava, of kabbalos. But by a bas kohen, because there is no element of hakrava, of kabbalos, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has a womb. Incredible. Maybe she'll say, so again, Rabbi Shmuel says that from that, I might have thought that maybe the only people who have Kohen status are Kohen themselves. Maybe their daughters don't have at all. To which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, no. Okay. Good. Rabbi Shmuel, so what's the top of the page 52a? Rabbi Shmuel, I as Abiyah Halalas, my Darshibay. So what does Rabbi Shmuel say? So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with the phrase as Abiyah Halalas? What does he do with it? So the Gemara says, listen to this, Midayin to the sign. So it's we need it for the following what did we learn? So the Gemara says, listen to this. How Rabbi Meir Omer. What does it mean when the pasuk says that she profanes her father? What does that mean? This is incredible. The pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the Bas Kohen. So remember, just figure this out. I said it's Rachel is whatever. Arusa, Yeshua, Jerusalem, doesn't matter. She Rachel is the daughter of Aaron. Aaron is a Kohen. Rachel now commits adultery. So the pasuk says, through Rachel's adultery, she profanes her father. What does it mean practically that she profanes her father? So the Gemara says, it means that her father's status changes as a result of her behavior. So for example, the Gemara says, if again, nobody treats him in a more, we'll call it, in a more attractive way, right? In a holy way. They would treat him in a more mundane way. Covered, if you're not giving covered, not in both Zion. They would feel a disparaging way. The idea is that because of the daughter's behavior, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Kohen, right? He's still a Kohen, and he can still do the avodah, but he's stripped of covet. We don't give him covet anymore. So the Gemara says, why is that? So the Gemara says, only we say, cursed is the person who birthed such a child. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Cursed is the person who literally again, such a person, I guess the next translation, issued forth from their loins. So say this is according to who we say, when a person is a Russian, a person does terrible things, we call them a Russia, the son of a Russia, even though their parent may really be a tzaddik, even though they really may be a Russia, they're tzaddik. So who is that? Kiman Gaitana this time. So this is a fascinating discussion. This definitely goes into the notebook of the only topics that we need to find the time to really delve into a little bit. Because what you want to say over here is that there is parental culpability for the actions and decisions of a child. Right? And therefore, again, Rachel, the daughter, commits adultery. You see, Aaron, clearly there's something fundamentally flawed in the chinuch you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which you raised your child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions means that obviously, again, you did something wrong. You did something wrong. And you know what it says over here? So that's in this has an impact on the father. So now, father, we will no longer just give you the honor you deserve because this is the child you raised. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Cursed is the person that has child himself. There is such a fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of parents for how their children turn out. And you see very different competing motifs in Chazal. And again, we know this as parents. There are times where parents can do every single thing right, but yet my kid makes their own decisions. Right? Children become adults, and adults make their own decisions. And a parent might have done every single thing at every single junction they were supposed to do. My kid is still going to make their own decision. But on the other hand, it is also quite possible that the decisions our children make are absolutely steeped in the upbringing and the chinuch and the values or lack of values that we gave them. And that's a difficult pill to swallow. Because the Gemara says, Shlomo says in Koheles, move us along you come stone. Something that is bent, right? Something that is bent cannot be made straight. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Right? We live in a world that we hope in general, or Yiddishkeit that whatever I do wrong, I can always fix. So what is something that's bent cannot be made straight. So the Gemara says, Zesh HaHolid Mamzer. Zesh HaHolid Mamzer. Right? So I don't even say the Gemara literally. Always the Gemara literally, which is what means Zesh HaHolid Mamzer. So a person has a relationship, the result of that illicit feeling is a mamzer. No matter how bad you feel for what you did, no matter how much tshuva you do, you can't what? You can't what? You can't do it. The mamzer is there. I'll tell you, like, as I get older and look back on on raising a family, I feel like sometimes it's not just that a mamzer. What it also is a dinner hill. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the things, influences you allow into your home, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. You can't undo a parent on the job. And I only realize my mistakes afterwards. So, I'm not calling out, but trying to say that I made after I made the mistakes, and then I realized I really made some significant mistakes. And the incredible part is, you can't undo it. I could go back and have open and honest conversations with my kids and say, I'm trying to tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. How much I'm owed to my kids that they weren't right. I've created the mamzer. I've created the flood credos. I've created the flood paradigms in the home, and I can't walk it back. So there's this fast, so again, on one hand, there's this idea that a parent can do everything right and a child still makes their own decisions. So who says that Rachel's actions reflect on her father? I'm not calling. But again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says no. What a child does and how a child behaves and how a child lives his life is a direct reflection of the chinuch that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right. They're both right. There are elements of both of us, which is why, again, the chinuch we give our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes we create for our children, the lifestyles we create for our children, everything goes into the chinuch. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, you want to tell us? We, the parent, is held responsible. Incredible. Let's go. There's two mitzvahs on its going. So in my time, I should tell you the mitzvahs on its going. Why does the Mishnah end off? It's interesting, right? Because the Mishnah ended off by saying, this is the mitzvah of skila. So why does the Mishnah end off this way? Mishnah B'Tana, Mikmar Hadin, Motzin Oso L'Saflo. Remember again, what did we say before? So it's that if Halacha is liable to skila, we think about just skila. Beis HaSkila Hayav is this is the previous Mishnah, not the last Mishnah. We did 2 Mishnahs ago. Beis HaSkila Hayav Yavad Nekamos, V'ayin Kavay Mitzvah Tanan. So here's this interesting. Even though really this Mishnah spoke about Arba Misos, but it was really following on the heels of the skila Mishnah, right? So therefore we had skila, then I went into Arba Misos, and then I wanted to close out the discussion of skila. And that's why the Mishnah ends off by saying, Zu mitzvahs haneskalah. That's the end of the skill discussion. And we'll say now we begin Sreifa. Here we go. Mishnah. Mitzvahs hanesrafa. We'll say this is pretty wild stuff. So what is Sreifa? What is Sreifa? Now, what's the I just want to point out, just to start before we go on. Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. That's right. What are you doing with the bas kohen? So Rabbi Pasuk is a Vilchos Isuri via Parakima Halacha Gimel. Bas kohen is inside. V'shi isha ishes ish. Beisha haya ba'ila kohen. Beisha haya Yisrael. Ta'tilu haya ba'ila mamzer on lasin or sham echadiladin. Harizu b'sreifa. What's it? Halacha is a bas kohen. Whether she's in a Arusa or she's in a Suah. Whether she's married to a Kohen, Levi, Yisrael, Mamzer, Nisin, Plishti, Givoni, whatever it is, right? So, actually, that's not true. Has to be Jewish, right? So the nice again, her judgment for adultery is Sreifa. However, U'po'ala v'chanek, right? But yeah, we'll say, but the halacha is the night we think she commits adultery, and by extension, also doesn't say it over here, but ultimately again, but even zoning as well, we'll get chanek. Chanek strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. So the only person who gets this unique punishment for adultery is the bas kohen herself, whatever you know, but everyone else about chanek. Good, that's the Rabbi. Mishnah. This is we say how do we administer the punishment of sreifa? How do much gain also? So go ahead and we immerse him in manure up until his thighs. We immerse him in manure. Now, what's that? So it actually says over here in the Shaki also, saying that when it's happening, the people have to see that from the first. We're going to see is we need to keep him immobilized. So when you keep him immobilized, and he can't move around, because we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. That way he keeps him immobile. The no space to look at your soul haraka, and we take a soft rope. We take a soft rope. We take a rough rope, and we put it inside of a soft rope. So essentially, we take a rough rope, and then on the inside of that rope is soft rope. So the soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. If we call it al savara, and we wrap it around his neck. So let's say that's from moving this guy straight. Take a 2 to 5 rope. The outside rope is a coarse rope. The inside rope is a soft rope. We're tying that around his neck. 2 people stand on either side of the ring, each one holding an end of the rope. So what happens? Each one pulls the rope towards it, and until what results? Until Reuben is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open his mouth. So we'll see what this expression means, but quite literally means we ignite the wind. We circle the soft and we throw it down his throat. So it says, so sreifa, interestingly enough, is used of like a burning at the stake of a person. It's actually not what it is. But when we see it's a pouring arch, a pouring of molten lead down the throat of the person. That's sreifa. So he pours it, he's immobilized, pours his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. Calls it a psil, we'll see a whip. We'll see why it goes down. The Zakon is up with the Oregus is so it goes then down into his kishkas. The Chomeres has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. Like his insides are incinerated, but he's incinerated internally. And Rabbi says, Rabbi says, here's the problem. The problem is, well, there's many problems, right? But the problem here, he says, is you're trying to administer this in a straight thought, but you may end up what? You may end up strangling the guy, right? Which by the way, is a different mitzvah, right? It's chanek. So the problem is if somebody is hiding straight thought and you end up giving him chanek, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So the Gemara says, first one, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. Pry his mouth open. Rather, what do? We use tongues. Now, obviously, somehow there must be immobilizing him also, right? Because if you're not immobilizing him, he's going to run, he's going to move, and the whole thing. Remember, again, the issue is the molten lead needs to go down his throat. Because if it doesn't go down his throat, then it's going to burn him on the outside, and that's not sreifa. Sreifa is internal incineration. So, but yeah, Rabbi says you can't do the rope thing because you risk strangulation, so instead force his mouth open with tongues. I remember what Rabbi told myself, that's calling Afos, Shazim Shot, Rabbi Elazar ben says as follows. One time, there was a Baskoin who committed adultery and therefore against Shrefa. And what did they do? They surrounded her with branches, and they burnt her. So the Lord Rebbe Tzaddik is seriously indicating that the din of Shrefa ultimately again is actually burning someone. To which the Gemara says, Amullah b'fnei shelo hayu basis also shabaki. That was a mistake. Now again, I will say, now remember again, it's a mistake in the manner of execution. It may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point of the one thing is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Says the Gemara, not Psila. So first of all, what does it mean it's a wick? So what's Amarav Masna Psila Shaliber? Calls it a wick. Calls it a wick of lead. That actually points out over here. What they would do. Yeah, so sorry, the Mishnah points out what they would do is they would take like a long piece of lead, and they would mold it and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long and resembled the wick. Okay, we know that. So we'll say, so first of all, where do you know this from? This is a little bit mind-blowing because again, how do you know that srifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So we'll say this is quite interesting. You know, answer straight from the Adas Torah. Make it clear. Sreifa from Korach means a son. Remember again, Korach means rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again his assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. They actually remember again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketores. The people who brought Ketores, remember everybody's jockeying for the position of point level, so whoever brought Ketores was incinerated. It was killed by Sreifa. So again, a large number of followers were swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought Ketores were incinerated. So the Gemara says, it says Sreifa over here, it says Sreifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, Malach, among Sreifa, the Shem book of Kain, just like by Korah, so they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their body was still intact. So to over here, they're intact. Okay, so that's the first thing that you kind of count. Then we go to Sreifa from Rabbi. Remember again, also, when they had whatever they did, right? So we don't know exactly what they did, but whatever they did was so the Gemara says, just like by not going to be fire, incinerating them internally, but their bodies were intact. Ashkan, straight past the Shama of Kain. So to over here again, so to over here like straight fall. So internally, ultimately again, the incinerated person internally, but the body remains intact. So it's this it's interesting. Everyone is agreeing on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration. What's the Makar? Tanakama says Korach. Rabbi Elazar says B'nai Adam. So what's the Mandiel of B'nai Adam? Korach Menale. So here's what's interesting. How do you know? The Torah tells us that the people who offered up the Torah were burned. But how do you know that it's this internal incineration? T'chsev as machtos hachotim ha'ela b'nafshosam. Shenesmasham nisrabas v'guf kayos. Okay, we darshan b'nafshosam. So we darshan again that ultimately again internally, their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, which means that their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately again their bodies remained intact. The other thing, who doesn't know if we don't say, no, they were literally burned. So my b'nafshosam. So whatever in the pasuk says b'nafshosam, sheneschay is k'shosam. That they were kind of Sreifa, you're kind of Sreifa ultimately again because of what they did. Right? Because of this game that shows something. It wasn't his game that shows something. Listen to this. This is terrible. Either Shlakish, my Tichsev, the Chanfi Alagi Ma'al Charak Alaishimo. What does it mean? Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the Chanfi Lag Ladaso, in this Chabrimo. So it says, how do you know little in this Chanifa is flattery. So literally the pasuk over here, because of the flattery, that Korach showed to his followers. So Chorok alai shinimo, he bared his teeth in a smile. The he is a reference to Gehenna. So how did Korach go ahead and onboard his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever. Shlulovitz and poppers, whatever he did in the desert, right? So go ahead and he put out in the desert, and that's how he went ahead and he onboarded his followers to Khalifa. So in other words, because what Khalifa does is sometimes Khalifa speaks to the soul. Like, in other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So if somebody goes ahead and flatters me, even if it's not real, it still feels good. Because of the Khalifa, that Korach went ahead and it was dual flattery. He flattered them, they flattered him, and because of this, again, the Social Gehenna bared its teeth in a smile because Gehenna recognized that it was going to get many more inhabitants. So according to the ones who learn, that's Sreifa. So Sreifa is internal incineration from an Aaron. Where does he know that from? The Chsiv by a Muslim Hashem. The Lord said that interest of Ki'ein Nisa. It was like death. What does it mean like? It was like a normal death. Now, what does it mean like a normal death? When a person, right? What's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. So when Nadav and Avihu died, they died before HaKadosh Baruch Hu by Amusu, a regular Nisa, which means everything that happened to them was internal, but externally everything remained the same. The Yidach is actually incinerated, fully incinerated. Remind you, by Amusu, the Askilu Gabai Nisa. They're actually incinerated. So what does it mean by Amusu? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. The Sanya, Av Yossi ben Dostai Omer, Shnei Kiddush HaIsh Yotem Yitzchak HaKadoshim. How do I remember you guys? There was in that. Remember again, all the passages by Nadav and Avihu is by people of Hashem, by Amusu. They came before Hashem. They came too close. Now again, there's a Romachok is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes now, the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. So the Gemara says, how did they die? Two pillars of fire emerged from the Holy of Holies in the Mishkan. The Nechalaku the Arba split into four. The Nichlusu Shine Bechot Moshazah, Shine Bechot Moshazah. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nadav, two into the nose of Avihu, the Sarpam, and burnt them. So the Gemara says, so that's how they died. So in other words, the Gemara suggesting again, so the incineration began internally, but at least according to the other opinion, then went ahead and spread externally. I've also seen Batokal Osam. The pasuk says it consumed them. Osam below Big Dehem. It consumed them, but not their clothing. See, they're according to the opinion that says Rabbi were fully incinerated. It's only them and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, again, what we emerged over here is the good news is everyone agrees, right? Everyone is in agreement. What is everyone in agreement about? That halacha l'maisa sreifa is internal incineration, right? Hence the process outlined in the Mishnah. Where do we learn it from? Machlokes, some learn it from Korach, one opinion Korach, one opinion Nadav and Avihu. Okay, so much the Ivan Neelish, me pardon Hanisrafim. So it's interesting. So why not learn it out from Karbanos? From pardon Hanisrafim. So the Gemara says, we have like a paradigm for straight. We burn Karbanos, right? You burn Karbanos. So say by pardon Hanisrafim, then remember again about some whenever we talk about Purim, it's the Par Helam Davar Shal Tzibor, Par Kohen Mashiach. These are sin offerings, right, which are fully consumed. So one learn out from Par Manasrafim. Ma'ala Lord Sefer Mamish, Afkan Sefer Mamish. So Par Manasrafim again, it's total incineration. Total incineration, to which the Gemara says, V'stapa me Adam Chavirei L'Meilav. Adam Chote Neshama people. Because we'll say it makes more sense to learn out to do a sweeper by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you're not from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number one, Adam, they both apply to people. Number one, they're both called Chote, right, sinners. Number three, there's an element of Neshama, right? The Torah's Lashon of Neshama. And number four, I'm going to check how they relate. No, they're not permanent and why? Shekin Machshir Ligdolo is a Machshir Ligdolos. Ultimately, again, tells us, look at Rashi. It's Machshir, it's almost right class in Rashi. Machshir, Sreifa's based in Sreifa, the base in the death penalty, is what's called a Machshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses a person. Sreifa, the Hani Lavi, the Adamu, Shekam Mehamit Samako. But the Sreifa by Korach and the Sreifa by Nadav and Rabbi were not carried out by a base. They're carried out by Kadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Hanach Nefish, and there's still more comparisons to Sreifa based in to other cases of people dying than to Purim. Man the Yolach Me'adas Korach, my Kamar Yolach Me'ne Korach. So we'll say, so the one who learns out from Adas Korach, why doesn't he learn it out from Bnei Aaron? How Sreifa Manish? Because he will say that by Bnei Aaron were actually fully incinerated. Fully incinerated. So okay, so if you want, even if you want to say that Bnei Aaron were fully incinerated, so why not use that as the paradigm? Say that just like Nadav and Avihu were fully incinerated, therefore what? Sreifa means complete incineration. So say this keeps coming up over and over, right? You have to love your fellow, you love yourself, even in death, or even in the way which you have to kill him, which means again, choose for him a proper death. So the act of eternal incineration, let's say at least does what? It leaves a body for burial. Leaves a body for burial, husband will become a burial, and as much as a very separate cemetery as we saw, but still nevertheless, that's the incredible. Why did the Gzir Shava at all? Because we're not, if I didn't have the Gzir Shava, I would have thought like this. That internal incineration with an intact body is not called Sreifa at all. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because of the how do you fulfill the After? Just add on more wood to the fire. Cause the fire to burn brighter, to burn more intensely. And therefore, the person will die faster. The means internal incineration will leave the body intact. Okay, so what's this? Therefore, the bottom line takeaway is everyone is agreeing that Sreifa, the meaning of Sreifa is internal incineration. That's internal incineration. And now the Gemara says, again, what's the mucker for that? So the Mashana focus. Is it Nadav and Avihu, or is it Korah? So ultimately, again, that's Machlokas. And interestingly enough, because there's this Machlokas, each opinion holds something different happened by the other. So, for example, the opinion that says the mucker is Adas Korah, his Korah and his followers hold that Nadav and Avihu were fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's Nadav and Avihu hold that Korah's followers were completely incinerated. So, fundamental Machlokas over historical Machlokas, again, so Machlokas about the source, but agreement about the halacha. Incredible. And now once the Gemara mentioned Nadav and Avihu, the Gemara tells us a little bit of the story. The Kvar Hayu Moshe V'Aaron Mahalkim B'Derech, for Nadav and Avihu Mahalkim B'Derech. So the Gemara tells the story in the desert. Moshe and Aaron are walking. So first of all, can you imagine just that scene? Like the fly on the wall, and Moshe and Aaron are walking together. Imagine just what that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking, and what happens? Nadav and Avihu, Aaron's sons, were walking behind them. The Kol Yisrael and all the Kol Yisrael walking by Nadav and Avihu. Remember again, Nadav and Avihu were great tzaddikim. Amar Nadav Lavihu. So Nadav and Avihu say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. We'll lead the generation. So just there is so much to say about this tomorrow. Right? What is this? What is happening over here? And I just want to point out something amazing. And this is just incredible how the wisdom of the Gemara. The Maharsha it's a long Maharsha, but he happens to have this discussion about the fact that Moshe's children did not inherit it. Right? Moshe's children essentially kind of fade away into obscurity. Right? We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. They certainly do not become their father. And there's a lot to be said to them in general about the concept of being the children of a great person. On one hand, it could be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, it could be a tremendous source of difficulty. Not always living in your father's shadow, never really being able to live up to what he is or what he was. So just this idea over here is another idea like this. Look, Moshe's kids are not taking over. They're not taking over. And Aaron's kids, and Aaron's kids, I will say, the Gemara says something fascinating. So they saw a fundamental flaw in Moshe and Aaron. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't mechanic his kids in the right way, because where are they? By the way, and a tremendous tie into the Gemara on the top of the daf that spoke about chinuch, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Let's say, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they made, but you absolutely need to own, to a very large degree, how they turn out in life. That's me. That's on me. That's on me. So when they're going to say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, the chinuch is lacking. Whereas kids, right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Listen to this. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are a career number two. So Moshe can't keep it together with his kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. But I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret, the secret sauce, so to speak. Right? You don't have the secret to success. So maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So the Gemara says, we'll see who's going to bury who. Right? We'll see who's going to bury who, and ultimately, again, who is correct. Or else it's terrible. Amar Papa, Hanu Gam means is great. Rabbi says, people, there's a famous adage. What's the adage? Yefishu Gamli Sabi, Situuni Moshri Yohogni. So I say, the adage is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Right? It sounds much better than Aramaic, right? But the idea is, let's say, as a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels, right? But Lamont said again, sometimes, I say the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition that, like, I feel like I can conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. And sometimes, again, as we get older, we recognize that the truth is we don't know everything. We know very little. And the truth is there's much to be learned from people who are older than us. Even if they're not, quote unquote, as successful as we think they should have been. But like I said, there is wisdom that comes with age that youth simply does not have. Incredible Gemara. I'm gonna holidays. Is incredible Gemara. To what could be compared? He says, so again, this is the Talmud Chacham viewed by an Amaretz, by an Indian person. So the Gemara says, Betila, talking about Kito Shazal, so in the beginning, right? So even an Amaretz, even the Talmud Chacham, ultimately again as a golden vessel. See very metal, get us into this. When Talmud Chacham schmoozes with the Amaretz, his standing is diminished. So it's like, I want to tell you, it's one of the words. I don't know why the word itself bothers me more than anything. Schmoozing. Right? What does schmoozing sound like? It's just like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say, say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. But if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the breeze. There's no such thing. Shooting the breeze is a fundamental waste of time. If there's targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not again, nothing to do it. It's a waste of time. So the Gemara says, this is incredible. If the Amaretz sees the Talmud Chacham shooting the breeze, what does that do? It diminishes the standing of the Talmud Chacham. Talmud Chacham doesn't shoot the breeze. he doesn't get together to chapa shmuz, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion on one's part. Therefore, Tam Chacham shmuzes shows the Amaretz that he doesn't treat his time seriously. It diminishes his standing in the eyes of the Amaretz. So listen to this. Once the Amaretz gives something to Tam Chacham takes something from the Amar. So the general human nature is when you give something to someone, so what the automatic default is, you feel that person owes you something. That person is beholden. It's just human nature. That person is beholden to you. So once the Amar gives something to Tam Chacham accepts it. Then again, now the Tam Chacham, now the Amar feels that Tam Chacham is beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. Ultimately, again, it becomes like an earthenware vessel. Earthenware vessel, once you break it, you can't put it back together. So it's like just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, the Tam Chacham is like a golden vessel Amaris. Tam Chacham schmoozes, such a schmoozes, just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Amaris. Take something from the Amaris. It's like, I own you because you did something for me. Then ultimately, a Tam Chacham becomes like an earthenware vessel. Incredible. So my God, story. In Misa Bas Kali, Bas Koinish's insight. So there was this girl. This literally a person. Her name was in Rasa Bas Kali. She was the daughter of a Kohen who committed adultery. Akfal Akram of Akidi Halim is Moshe Sarfa. So Achra Batovi, literally against the judge turned to Amar Yosef to arbitrarity. So this is there are two mistakes that are made. So they made a mistake with, right? They made a mistake about Rav Masna. And I remember what's that? Rav Masna said that's not how you do streifa. Streifa is not with branches. Streifa is with lead, with molten lead. That's number one. That was the first mistake. The top of the side love. Bizman she's Kohen yesh mishpat. Bizman she'ain Kohen ain mishpat. So also, so the other mistake that they made was Beis Din is not empowered to administer a death penalty until unless, of course, there's a Kohen, there's a Mikdash, there's a Sanhedrin. So again, so two mistakes he made. Number one, you should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, he did not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, I'm going to go to myself as conscious instance. So Rabbi Elazar extends the story. Now, I'm going to say this is the Mishnah. Right? The Mishnah says at the end of the Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar says there was a story of a Bas Kohen who committed adultery. They surrounded her with branches, and they saw Ben Sadok. That was a mistake of the Beis Din. So says the Gemara as follows. Amar Yosef, Beis Din shall Stukim Haba. This was a Beis Din of Stukim. And then I say the Stukim were the ones who rejected Torah Shabbat. They took a very literal interpretation of everything. And Allah reminds again, this was a Beis Din of Stukim. So the Gemara says, Haji Amar Lubaki Ahadrule. So I say, so this is what he said, this is what they responded. Batanya, Amar Velazar said of Zikrani, Keshayisi Tino, Umorka Baksiva Sha'aba. So it says, I remember when I was a child. Right? I remember I was a child. I was riding on my father's shoulders. And they brought a Bas Kohen committed adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned her. Talk about a traumatic childhood memory. And let's say, so again, I remember I was with my kid and my father on his shoulders, and they burned the Bas Kohen. So they said to him, okay, thank you, you were a child when you saw this, and a person else is very confused before. A person is not believed to give testimony as an adult, but they witnessed as a child. Right, that's the halacha. So number one, so therefore they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara said, furthermore, never truth is, Rabbi said something interesting. There are two episodes. He saw this once as a child, and saw this once as an adult. The one we just mentioned is one as a child. The one we mentioned in the Mishnah is the one he saw liberation. Which one Rabbi Elazar would count first? The childhood episode or the adult episode? Amalek Yeshugad Ovalo Ashkufubei. Slimar says, Amalek Yeshugad Ovalo Ashkufubei. Amaru Yeshugad Ovalo Ashkufubei. So again, if you related the adult one first, and they rejected it, they said that was a base in Torah. Would he go ahead and mention anything about one that happened as a child? Rather again, okay, so here's how it happened. So the first said, when I was a kid, I remember that they burnt a bas kohen. They literally burnt her. And they said, come on, we're not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, he saw the second time when he was a kid, when he was an adult. Then he related and said, that was the basin that made a mistake. Okay, good. Mishnah, mitzvahs, nerugin. So now he did that was all. That's the end of Sreifa. That's Sreifa, that's how they actually went ahead and carried out the din of Sreifa. Next, mitzvahs and nerugin. So let's say now we're up to Herod. Herod means decapitation. So how would they do this? The Gemara says, how you matizin as Rosh Hashanah. They were literally decapitated with a sword. The Gemara says, first one line, was also the same way that the monarchy executes people. The same monarchy executes, you take a sharp sword, you decapitate the individual. The reader says, evil means that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. Rather, what do to make it a little bit cleaner? You take a wooden block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat states the culprits, and you decapitate him with an axe. Does not seem to be much better. Anything was, they said, what are you talking about? Right? That's terrible. Right? That's a sword could be a lot cleaner. Certainly a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much, much uglier death. So Tanya, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows, I know that using of the axe is not nice. I know that it's a not nice death. What should I do? I would also prefer to use a sword. But the most said is halacha. What's halacha? Which means do not follow in the ways of the Goyim. Do not follow the ways of the Gentile nations. And since the Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, they do decapitation by sword, we're not allowed to do it the same way. So what are you talking about? No. When are you not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations? When we just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, and we're doing something, and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, it already says death by a sword in the Torah. So because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it even though they do it. Because if you don't say this, listen to this. So it's like, hey, let's remember again, there's an interesting halacha. We actually saw this reference earlier on in the week that halacha, when a king dies, we burn the possessions of the king. We burn the possessions. And the logic behind that is, because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, I will say it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. So the Gemara says, so you see from here, there's anything that we would do already anyway. Even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue doing it. So therefore again, you see over here, by the burning of the king's possessions. Since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even if the Gentile nations start to do it, it's not considered to be Gentile replication or emulation. So now we're not going to win the Hakanami, so it's over here, since it says sword, and we'll talk about this more, later on, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, death by sword is something we were already doing, and even the Talmud children are using it as well. It is not considered to be Gentile replication. I'm going to say we'll have to stop over here. I think I'm going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah Meretz Hashem before Shabbos. So the Shabbos can start the Mishnah. I'll say, what a week. Shkach, everyone. All right, everyone, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos.
That's just a fact. Some people are born with big ears, small ears. Some people have shitty brains. That's just true. I've met a lot of people that just don't. They're just don't. Even if they threw themselves into something, they don't have the horsepower. They have a 9-volt brain. It sucks.
Okay, good morning. Today's stop is done on Gimel 53. We're going to pick up on Daf Nun Beis on Beis. After Mishnah. Okay, so we've been analyzing the different forms of how Besson would administer death penalty. So we've been talking about tefillah, stoning, about the streifa, the burning. We've spoken about the sayef or hereg, the sword, and now we're going to analyze how Besson used to perform the misa of strangulation. So the Mishnah says, "Mitzvah hanachnakim, how did it work? How did they do kanek? Mishakin also bezevel arak kuvotov." The same thing as we had previously, that they would put him into some kind of manure or some material up his knees, so that he wouldn't be moving around when this would happen. The no saying sudar kasalas hocharaka. The Karachat Savaro. So similar to what we had, we spoke about this as one version in the Mishnah yesterday about how they would open the mouth of the person for streifa. So what would they do? They would put a hard cloth inside a soft one. We spoke about this yesterday, that the hard one is necessary. In that case, was to open the mouth. In this case, it would be to perform the tefillah. But the soft one makes it a nicer form, so that it does not actually cause damage to the neck of the person. So you take the hard sugar and you put it inside the soft one, and you put it around the neck. So each of the Eidim pull in the opposite direction. Until his soul goes out. Basically, he chokes. So that is the misa of chenek, of strangulation. Taner Rabbanan. So the pasuk is going to analyze. The Gemara is going to analyze the pasuk in Vayikra, which says as follows: the ish asher yinaf es eshes re'ehu. So this is the classic source for adultery. A man that commits adultery with the wife of another man. Asher yinaf es eshes re'ehu, that has performed adultery with the wife of your friend. Most yumas hanoef hanoefes, that both the man and the woman involved in this act of adultery, most yumas, they get killed. So we're going to analyze this pasuk word by word. Taner Rabbanan, ish, when it says ish asher yinaf, is prat l'katan. It's talking about a man, not a katan. So katan, who would perform an act with a married woman, would not be a case of Eshes Ish Minatora. Asher Yinaf is Eshes Ish. So the pasuk said that he performed adultery with the wife of a man, Ish, a man. This means to tell you not the wife of a katan, which Rashi explains to mean that this demonstrates that there is no kedushin by a katan. So if a katan performs an act or attempts to perform an act of kedushin with another woman, they're still not married, and if someone were to have a relationship with that woman, that's not considered an Eshes Ish. The pasuk says Eshes Re'ehu, that it says Asher Yinaf es Eshes Re'ehu, Prat le'Eshes Hacherim. So this comes to exclude that if someone has a relationship with someone who is married to someone who's not Re'ehu, which would be a dumb man, and then subsequently someone had a relationship with that woman, that she is not considered an Eshes Ish because she's not Eshes Re'ehu because she's married to a non-Jew. Okay? Most yumas, the pasuk toward the end says, most yumas hanoef hanoefes. The Gemara says, b'chenek. So this means that you give her the mitzvah of strangulation. Now the Gemara says, Torah. He says, you're saying it's Kenek, but how do you know? Maybe it's one of the other mitzvahs. Maybe it's Kilo, it's Reifa, Herod. How do you know? So we say, Amr Kol Makom Shenemar Misa B'Torah Stam Ein HaTorah L'Moshka L'Hachmer L'El L'Hachel L'El. Divri Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says, anytime it says in the Torah, you have to give them the lightest mitzvah, because if the Torah doesn't designate a harsher mitzvah, it doesn't say, for example, kilo or treifa, so then all you can apply when the Torah just says to kill her, you have to kill him or her. You have to kill him or her with the mitzvah that is the lightest. And so, what is the lightest mitzvah? We know that at least according to Rabbanan, we'll get into that. Kilo, treifa, herod, strangulation is the least somewhere case of mitzvah, and that's why Rabbi Yossi says that's how you know that that's what the Noach and the Noefes, the adulterers, get. Rabbi Yonasan says, Lo Mishnei Sheikala, that the reason that we give Kenek is not because Kenek is the most kal. We'll see why he says that in a minute. Ella, rather, what's the reason that Kenek applies in the case of adultery? Because anytime, and we encountered this rule before, anytime that the Torah does not specify specifically what the Misa is, then it's the Misa of strangulation. How do we know that? So Rabbi Omer, how does Rabbi Omer know? Rabbi explains Rabbi Yonasan that Nemar Misa B'dei Shemayim and Nemar Misa B'dei Adam, that the concept of the word Misa applies when the Rebbeinu Shalom brings about the death of someone, and it also applies the word Misa when it is applied by Bezdin. Ma Misa Amor B'dei Shemayim Misa Shem Baroshem. So just like when there's Misa B'dei Shemayim, and an ordinary person, a person gets just dies, so there's no physical impact or there's nothing that you see physically on the body. So therefore, too, when it says misa by a person and doesn't specify otherwise, it means the misa that has no rosha. What would that be? That would be strangulation. The Gemara asks, well, the aim of sreifa, because we just spent time yesterday talking about the fact that sreifa is the lead gets poured in the mouth, so that there should be only death from the inside and no recognizable impact on the outside. So maybe you should say that should be the punishment anytime the Torah doesn't specify. So the Gemara says it can't be sreifa. Why? Because remember, what are we trying to figure out here? We're trying to figure out the misa of a noef and noefes, adulterer, right? And we say it's kenek. Now we say, well, maybe it should be sreifa, because that's another case where the death is not recognizable. The problem is we know the Torah took out a bas kohen from the ordinary category of someone who is an adulterer, and said a bas kohen gets something worse. What do they get? They get treifa. So therefore, a regular adulterer must be that they don't get treifa, and therefore they get kenek. So what we're learning out basically is that in order, according to the way Rabbi explains for Jonasan, anytime the Torah doesn't specify the misa, it's kenek. Why? Because we have misa b'dei shemayim and misa b'dei adam, and it has to be a misa that is not recognizable in the body. So that leaves us two choices: streifa or kenek. We say it can't be streifa because we know that a regular adulterer, which is the pasuk we're darshaning, it has a different or lesser punishment than a bas kohen. A bas kohen gets streifa, so therefore it must be that the simplest punishment and the one that a noef and noefes get would be kenek, would be strangulation. Okay, top of the Gimel. Rabbi Yonasan could become a fire Rabbi Taima. So he says, okay, so Rabbi Yonasan, we know that Rabbi explained the reason because you learn Misa B'dei Shemayim, Misa B'dei Adam. Elo Rabbi Yoshia, but according to Rabbi Yoshia, remind Ika Kenek Ba'olam. So he says, so Rabbi Yoshia basically said we need to give the lightest misa, right? So the question is, how do you even know that there is a misa of Kenek? Why? Because the Torah specifies skila, streifa, and herod. All of those are referenced. But it never references chenek, it never references strangulation. So if your only basis of saying what should we do when the Torah doesn't otherwise specify the punishment, so if the Torah only specifies stoning, burning, and sword, so a masayif, I would tell you there should be sayif. In other words, why does he say, if all we're saying is it's the lightest punishment, then it should be sword, because we don't know about kenek. Rabbi says, Gemara the fact that there are 4 misas, Skilas Beit HaHerek V'Kenek, is a halacha l'moshe Mishinai. And then once we're left with the fact that there's all 4, and Rashi explains that once there's all 4, and we know that there's it can't be that Kenek is Chamor, because otherwise if it was Chamor, the Torah specifies. So from the fact that the Torah never specifies Kenek, but yet we know it exists from halacha l'moshe Mishinai, it must mean that Kenek is the lightest of the punishments, and therefore, anytime the Torah doesn't specify, according to Yoshia, you cannot give a harsher penalty, so you have to give the lightest penalty, hence the rule that anytime the Torah doesn't specify that we give the punishment of strangulation. Now, Rabbi Yonasan said to Rabbi Yoshia, Lo mipnei sheikalo, so he said not because, and Rabbi Yoshia said you give the lightest, the most lenient misa, and therefore, what is that? That's Kenek. So Rabbi Yonasan came back and said, no, that's not the reason. Why did he say that? So if we remember, Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah held that Kenek was more Chamor than the source. Therefore, he cannot agree with Rabbi Yoshia about the reason we always give Kenek is because it's the least strict, it's the least Chamor, because according to Shimon, and that's how Rabbi Yonasan holds as well, it's not the least Chamor. The least Chamor is Messiah. Okay, Amalei Rabbi Abaya, Sharon is Skullen, the like simple Kilo, the Gemiri may open me Adoni, the my Gumri, the most Yumsu Gumri of the man Bum Gumri. Okay, so long reading there, but this is actually going to become relevant in the next Mishnah, but we're getting a little bit of a preview here. So he says as follows, that the people who receive Skila fall into 2 categories. Those where it says Skila expressly, and those where it does not expressly say Skila, but it's learned out. In most cases, it's learned out from Ov V'Yadoni. Ov V'Yadoni were forms of, what do they call it, necromancy or something like that, like people who speak with the dead, commune with the dead, right? So, and that's Usher. And by Ov V'Yadoni, it is written specifically that they get skila, right? And so what happens is as follows. In Ov V'Yadoni, it's written most you must, and it's written B'nai and Bas. And now we have certain cases that skila is written expressly, but where it's not written expressly, those categories also have the words most you must and B'nai and Bas. So we're saying that in any case that skila is not written specifically, we're learning it from Ov V'Yadoni. And what Rav Zera is asking Abaya is, well, all of those cases have most you must and B'nai and Bas. Which one is the Gzer Shava that tells you that they have the punishment of skila? So the Gemara says, Amalei, he said back then, B'Demayim, Bam, Gamri. They learn from the fact that in one case it says Demayim, Bam, and the other, that's how we learn it out. The E, the most Yumsu Gamri, Demayim, Lumali. He says because it must be we're learning it out from Demayim, Bam, because if you're learning it out from most Yumas, what would you otherwise do with Demayim, Bam? So the Gemara says, LMI, the man Gamri, you're going to say we learn it from the man Bum, but then most you must do Lamali. Then fine. So you're saying the reason you have to do it most you must, and the reason you have to do it with the man Bum is because otherwise, what would you do with the man Bum? The Gemara says, well, if you're learning from the man Bum, what do you do with most you must? Now, how do you know that proves it? So we say, because no, most you must we have a use for Kedesanya, like we learned in the Brisa. Most Yumas Hamakev Roteahu. The pasuk says that the person is talking about Oba Eva Hiko Biyado Biyamas Most Yumas Hamaka Roteahu. It's talking about when someone hits someone with intention that he gets killed. He's a Roteach. So it says most Yumas. It's a double language. And the price is mainly element misaktubo. He says, I only know that you can give someone the punishment that is specified for that. But what happens if we cannot give that punishment and we want to give a different punishment? Rashi elsewhere brings the case. Let's say a guy is escaping on a ship, and so you can't give him, let's say he's kind of straightforward, you can't give him straightforward, but you have your gun and you shoot at him on the ship, or your arrow, or whatever it is, and you're going to get him on the ship. So you're not giving him the proper misa, but since it says most you must, so if we can give him the misa that we're supposed to give him, then yes. If not, you're going to give him the misa that is not the one specified. So you see that the word most yumas has a limud to be learned, and therefore it must be that the extra word that we learn out that the misa is with skila in cases where it's not specified, it must be from the words the mayhem bum. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, okay, so Amalei, Ravacham, he dipped in the Ravina. So he's saying as follows. And it's not entirely clear to me, and it seems in some of the reports not entirely clear either exactly what the Gemara means here, but it seems to be saying as follows, that when Rabbi Zera asked the question, which one did you learn it from, he seemed to have a problem, that there was some kind of problem. He wasn't just asking which way is it. So it seemed, and then he was pleased with the outcome when you said you learned it from the man bum. So it's clear somehow that Rabbi Zera had a problem with learning it out from Moshe Muslim. So the Gemara is going to ask, what was Rabbi Zera's problem from learning it out from Moshe Yumas that was solved by learning it out from the man bum? Okay, so the Gemara is going to put forth a couple of choices and eventually come to a third answer, which is going to be the reason that Rabbi Zera was concerned about learning it from Moshe Yumas. Elema, if you're going to say Ashes Ish Kakashale, that Rabbi Zera had a problem with learning out from Ovi Adoni to other cases of Misa to say it's Skila, if it's learned from most Yumas, he has a problem with the Psukim by Ashes. Why? Because Lemesi V'Lemikmar most Yumas may Ovi Adoni. Malaham B'Skila, Avkam B'Skila. He says as follows, because if you're learning it out from most Yumas, so then the pasuk that's written by Noah to no effort, the one we just dealt with, adultery, the pasuk does not say a misa, and we said that therefore it means kenek, it means strangulation. But why do you say it doesn't say a misa? It has the word most yumas, and if we know that most yumas you can learn from Movi Adoni that it's chayav skila, so then don't say it doesn't say it does say it says most yumas which means skila based on the Ger Shava. So the Gemara, and maybe that would be Rav Zera's problem if you learn out from Movi Adoni from most yumas, then you should say that adultery should be skila, not kenek. So the Gemara says no, because I would know not to learn it out from there. So similar logic to what we said before about Sreifa. He's saying as follows, that once I know that the Torah took the punishment of Arusa and made that a more serious punishment and gave it skila, so it took it out of the punishment of kenek, right? So now if you're telling me every case of adultery is kenek because I would learn it from most yumas, from Ovi Adoni, I'm sorry, if you tell me that every case of adultery is skila because I learn out from most yumas, then what's the special punishment you're giving to an arusa over a nesuah? So we would know that Ashes Ish can't be skila, so that couldn't be what's bothering Rav Zera. So we say, okay, no, rather, Rav Zera was bothered if you learn it out from most yumas, he has a problem with our halakha of someone who hits his father or mother. Because so he says as follows, he says, why not learn that someone who hits his father or mother, where it's written most yumas, that they would in fact get skila, and yet we say that it gets herek. So the Gemara says, at the government may Ovi Adoni, living room may Ashes Ish. He says no. Even he says that's not a problem, because if you're telling me that the problem with learning it out from most yumas is the fact that the words most yumas are written by someone who hits his father or mother, and so instead of saying it's strangulation, instead you should say it's stoning. He says I wouldn't do that. Why? Because when I have the pasuk written by hitting a father and mother, I have the word most yumas written. So I can either compare that to Ovi Adoni and say it's skila, or I could compare it to Ashes Ish, which we just established is strangulation. So if I'm given that choice, strangulation or skila, I'm always going to choose strangulation because that's the easier punishment. So therefore, I would not be. It is not a problem to learn from most yumas because I would know not to change the halacha maka avimo from kenek to skila because you're given a choice, and given a choice, you'll always choose the more kal one. So the Gemara says, Amalei, shining on its own, He's saying no, that's exactly the problem. because he says, let's take any of the cases we learn out from Oviadoni. You should say the word say Mos Yuma. So you say, well, okay, fine. So it's written Mos Yumas by Eshes Ish, and it's written Mos Yumas by Oviadoni. By Eshes Ish, we know it's strangulation. By Oviadoni, we know it's stoning. And you always pick the lighter punishment. So that's the problem, is that in every case you're faced with this choice. Do you learn from Eshes Ish or Oviadoni? And really, you should learn from Eshes Ish. So that was Rav problem. So how is it solved that you learn from the man bum? Because the words the man bum are not written by the case of Eshes Ish. We just dealt that pasuk before. It didn't have the man bum. If your limud from Oviadoni from the word the man bum, so then you learn out all those cases which we're going to learn in Hashem about how you learn from the man bum, so then it's fine. But if you are learning it out from Mos Yumas, then you have a problem, because you know that Eshes Ish is only strangulation, and Oviadoni is skila. You would learn out from Eshes Ish instead of learning from Oviadoni. So that was their problem, and therefore he was happy with the answer that the source for learning from Oviadoni is the man bum, in which case that's a great comparison, and there's confusion with Eshes Ish. Okay, Mishnah and Gimel Aleph. Elu Henan and Stone. So we've now outlined how you do all of the forms of Misa, and we're now going to break it down who gets what forms of Misa. So we're going to deal with people who get Skila. The Gemara, the Mishnah has 18 cases. Someone has a relationship with his mother. Or the wife of his father, who's not his mother. We'll get into that in a minute. Yalakala, someone has a relationship with his daughter-in-law. Yalazachar, someone who commits an act of homosexuality. Yalzahema, someone who has commits an act of bestiality. Bamagade, someone who is blasphemes Hashem, curses Hashem, but also puts his children. Molech was a form of service where they would someone take their children and put it through over a fire. That Molech is not a form of a Avodah Zarah. It was just a dark Amori, or the pagan practice of some sort. Because otherwise, if Molech was in fact Avodah Zarah, it would have been covered by the category we just said, Avodah Zarah. Okay, so technical detail. Baal Oviadoni, someone who, as we referenced before, seeks to communicate with the dead. Machal the Shabbos, someone who is Machal Shabbos is Chayav Skila. Machal of the Imo, someone who curses his father and mother. Rashi points out, and this has many implications, but we won't get into it. Rashi points out, it's interesting that someone who curses his mother and father is a harsher punishment of skila than someone who hits his mother and father, because someone who hits his mother and father only gets strangulation. So Rashi points out, because, and even though you would think that maybe hitting is worse, the fact is that when someone hits their parents, so they've done an avera with their parents. When they curse their parents, not only have they done an avera to their parents, but they've also used Hashem's name in vain, and so it's a double whammy, a double avera, and therefore it has the harsher misa of skila stoning. V'hapolanara murata, as we talked about before, that someone is yavanara between 12 and 12 and a half, who has had erusin, then that is the skila. V'mesis, someone who gets another person to perform a zara. V'media, someone who, we talked about this before, the Mediach is the one who got people in Yarni Dachas. He got most or all of the city to serve Avodah Zarah. Those are separate categories. We'll see why. Makashe, someone who is who does sorcery or magic. Ben Torah Mora, we're now in the 7th parak, and have the next parak deals with this extensively. Is someone who has shown that he's going down a bad way, and therefore he gets killed even before he does some of those things. Okay, so now we've completed all of those categories that get skila. So we're going to start to analyze them, and this first thing that we're going to analyze is what is going to occupy us for the rest of today's time. Haba alain, someone who has a relationship with his mother, chayav aleh mishum aim, mishum eshes av. It's chayav for having a relationship with his mother, and for having a relationship with the wife of his father, because his mother is the wife of his father, or it could be the wife of his father. So if it is, Rashi points out that what's the difference when he's having a relationship with his mother? What's the difference, one or two? So the question would be, if he does it on purpose, okay, he gets killed either way. But if he did it by accident, as Rashi points out, that since it is something that if it's done on purpose and a person could not get killed, they would get kares. And we know if someone if someone has a punishment that they do by accident that would otherwise have courage, then they have to bring a chatos. And as Rashi points out, we see in the Gemara in Nakas that you can be high of multiple averos. So therefore, the significance would be that if someone by accident had relations with his mother, thinking it was someone else, perhaps, that in that case he would have to bring 2 chatos. He would have to bring 2 carbon chatos. But if it's on purpose, he just gets killed because they're both skita. Okay, so the Tanakama of our Mishnah holds that if someone has a relationship with his mother, he's over on two different prohibitions. So Yehuda says, no, in that case, if someone has a relationship with his mother, who is not out of wedlock, meaning was also the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he is chayav only one. Which one is he chayav for? He's chayav for the relationship with his mother. He's not chayav for the relationship with the wife of his father. Okay? The mission continues. Someone who comes on the wife of his father, which would mean someone that is, as Rashi points out, either married his father after this child was born, or else someone who was born out of wedlock, and so therefore. I'm sorry. So it is talking about a case. It's just someone who is not his mother, but just his father. So the Gemara says, "Chayav mishum eshes av, umishum eshes ish." So now we're talking about a case where the father is still married to this woman, and so therefore he's chayav on eshes av and he's chayav on eshes ish. So 2 lives. Now this is whether the father's alive or dead. Now, as Rashi points out, that's true only for the isser of eshes av, but not for the isser of eshes ish. Because if a woman is married to a man, and then the man dies, she's no longer an eshes ish. But the eshes av, the fact that this woman was married to his father, is significant even after his father dies, and he cannot have a relationship with her. Whether his father had Erison with her or whether his father had Nesuin with her. So someone who has a illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law, so if his son is still married to this woman and he has a relationship with her, so then he's done 2 lavim. First of all, his daughter-in-law. Second of all, she's a married woman. This is true whether his son is still alive or not. And again, Rashi points out, not on the HP's part, but just on the daughter-in-law part, that he's chayav, even if his son has died and he has relations with his former daughter-in-law. That is still actionable. And again, whether his son was married to this woman, his daughter-in-law only through Erison or also through Nesuin. Okay, so says the Gemara. Tanya, we learned in a Brisa. Now let's just review what the Mishnah says because the Brisa is going to say something different. We had a machlokas as follows. If someone had relations with his mother, so we say that he is chayav for relations with his mother and for chayav for relations with his father's wife. Now Tosos points out, by the way, that you can also add eshes ish if you assume the father's married, but I think that would just confuse us. So with the Mishnah left it, assume that the father subsequently died. So you're now dealing that he had a relationship with his mother after the father died, and the Mishnah said, the Tanakama said he's over. He violates both the prohibition on relations with his mother and the prohibition on relations with the wife of his father. Okay, so and Rabbi Yehuda said to that, no, he's only violates the prohibition on relations with his mother, but not on the prohibition on relations with his father's wife. Tanya Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so in the Brisa it says something different. It says that Rabbi Yehuda says, in Lo Yehoisa Imo Ru'uya La'aviv Eino Chayav Ela Mishum Ha'ein Bovad. So in our Mishnah we said, no matter what, if someone has relations with his mother, he's only over on that relationship, not with the wife of his father. The Brisa here seems to be saying that when is he only violate the restriction on his mother but not on his father's wife, is if his father was married to this woman inappropriately. In that case, he's not chayav for his father's wife, only for his mother. So the Gemara says, well, let's analyze this Brisa for a minute. What does that mean that he was not supposed to marry her? If you're saying that he was married to a woman that he's totally not allowed to marry, for example, let's say his sister, right? So Mechlal, so then that's what's the problem with that Mechlal the Rabbanan. So if that's what Rabbi Yehuda is saying, that if someone's married to his sister and has this child, that the child is only over for the relationship with their mother, but not for the wife of the father. Mechlal the Rabbanan Sabri Afagav the Inaruyah that you're saying. So then the Rabbanan who argue Rabbi Yehuda and say that he's chayav for both. Would you possibly suggest that if someone's father married a woman he wasn't allowed to marry, that she should be over on marrying her his father's wife? That doesn't make sense because Allah is like Kedushin Begavah. But that doesn't make sense because you cannot hold the person accountable for having a relationship with his father's wife if the woman was not his wife. Because if Kedushin doesn't work, if Kedushin is not Tophet, you can't call it his wife. So the Gemara says, so it can't be talking about Chayve Mitzvah Bezin or Chayve Krisis, but rather Ela Chayve Lav. It must be talking about if his father was married to this woman in a way that was over on a lav. For example, Rashi says that his father married a mamzer or a nisin, or his father was a kohen who married someone he shouldn't have married. Those are chayve lavin. Rabbi Yehuda savar like Rabbi Akiva, the Amar ein kiddushin toksim b'chayve lavin. And Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, who says that kiddushin are not tofes b'chayve lavin, and so therefore that's the reason that Rabbi Yehuda is saying. That Rabbi Yehuda is saying that according to this view, that he's only the reason he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his wife of his father, is because Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that in fact that chayve lavin, let's say someone marrying a mamzer, is just like someone marrying his sister. Kiddushin is not tofes. If the Kiddushin is not tofes, you can't say that this woman is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then he can't be held liable for having a relationship with his father's wife, and therefore it's only he's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not with his father's wife. Okay, so that is the Brisa, the understanding of Rabbi Yehuda and the Brisa. So what's the difference between the Brisa and the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, a person who has a relationship with his mother, who's a lawfully wedded wife of who, whether lawfully wedded or chayve lavin wedded, is only chayav for relationship with his mother, but not for a wife of his father. Whereas the Yehuda of the Brisa says that when is he only over on his mother is if his mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be over on having a relationship with his father's wife. Okay, so that's the difference between the Brisa and the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah, the Gemara is going to get into a side topic of trying to figure out, is it true that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because to understand this Brisa, we said that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, and now we're going to say maybe that's not true. So Masad Yoshi or Masad Rabbi Shaya asks as follows: Isser mitzvah, Isser kedusha, Choltos v'lo mityavamos. Okay, so let's take a minute to explain this. And remember from our Yavamos days, so we know that if a man dies and he doesn't have children, his brother marries his wife, and which would be Yivam, and if not, he does chalitza. Now, let's say someone is married to someone that the Yavama cannot fall in. So, for example, let's say there's brothers, one of whom marries the daughter of his brother, so marries his niece, which actually is something the Torah encourages, it's not a problem. So they marry the niece, right? And so that's a perfectly valid marriage. But what happens? The brother who is married to the niece now dies, and so his brother's supposed to do Yivam, but who's the wife of his brother is his own daughter. So he's not allowed to be married to his daughter. So therefore he can't do Yivam, and because he can't do Yivam, and there's no question of Yivam, he's not even relevant to Chalitza, nothing doing. So that if an Erva falls to a Yavam, then that's not Yivam, no Chalitza. However, there is a case where someone, a Yavama, can fall to someone who it's not a chayve krisos. It's not a case where it's not a case like that, but rather it's a case where there's only an isser. It's only an isser Rabbanan for them to get married. So in which case, minat Torah, you could do Yibum, but with the Rabbanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we don't want them to Yibum because they're not allowed to get married midrabanan. But we can't say that she could go free to the world because Minat Torah they should have done Yibum or Chalitza. So therefore, we forced her to be Chalitza. So we're saying there's two cases: Isser Mitzvah and Isser Kedusha, which are do Chalitza, not Yibum, because it's only the Rabbanan. We'll explain what those are in a minute. On the base, Isser Mitzvah Shniyos Mitzvah Sof. So what does it mean when it says Isser Mitzvah? It's talking about the Shniyos which the Chachamim put in, which were basically people who were similar to the Torah's ervas. So what is a good example, a classic case of a Shniyah, would be for someone to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say in the Torah Shniyah, that is a secondary erva, which is only the Rabbanan. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother married his brother's as a Yavama, so the problem is Minat Torah they're allowed to get married, so you should have to do Yibum or Chalitza. But with Rabbanan they're not allowed to get married, so therefore we say you do Chalitza and you don't do Yibum. Okay, but, so that's the Tana says this, as Rashi points out. The Gemara interjects and says, "My Kari Isser Mitzvah. Why do you call it Isser Mitzvah? Shem Mitzvah L'Shmo different Chachamim, because this is something that Chachamim put into place. It's a mitzvah to listen to Chachamim, so that's why we call it Isser Mitzvah. It's an Isser that comes through the mitzvah of listening to Chazal. Okay, so that's one case where we do Chalitza and not Yibum. Isser Kedusha. What about Isser Kedusha? Is a case of Amana L'Kohen Gadol, Grusha V'Chalutza L'Kohen Hedyot. That if you have someone is married to a woman and he dies and the wife falls to the Kohen Gadol, she's by definition an Almana. A Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry an Almana. Minat Torah. So therefore we say that is an Isser Lav. Now you might ask, I said before that both cases we're talking about a Drabanan. The Isser of an Almana to Kohen Gadol is a Deraisa. So why did I say that? As Rashi points out, because in reality, though, you would say that you should do Yibum, you could do Yibum anyway. Why? Because Esay Dochalos, so say a positive commandment negates a negative commandment. So there's a negative commandment that a Kohen Gadol should not marry an Almana, but there's a positive commandment that he should do Yibum. So in the Torah, you would say Esay Dochalos say. But why did Chazal not want them to do it? Because, as we've encountered actually earlier in this Masechta, in a different context, but the idea is that when you have an Esay Dochalos say, is only would forgive the first act of Bia. So that when they do Bia, he does the mitzvah of Yibum. At that point, he no longer has a mitzvah to be married to this woman, and yet he's the Kohen Gadol to be married to an Almana. So Chazal said, we'd rather he not do Yibum because we're afraid that if they do Bia Rishona, they'll do Bia Shnia. So therefore, it ends up, even though the Isser, Almana L'Kohen Gadol, the Daraisa, it's only because Rabbanan didn't want to apply Esay Dochalos say, so the reason he's not supposed to do Yibum is Midrabanan. So in both cases, Midrabanan, and therefore, you have to do Chalitza. You can't say it's like a regular case of Erva because where there's no need for Chalitza, because in this case it's only Erva Midrabanan. So Amana L'Kohen Gadol, Grusha V'Chalutza L'Kohen Hedyot. That's the case of Isser Kedusha. But my Kari Lahu Isser Kedusha. Why do they call it Isser Kedusha? The Siv Kedusha that the Kohanim should be kadosh to their God, so that you call matters of Kahuna getting married Isser Kedusha. Okay, V'Tanya Allah, we learned on this. Rabbi Yehuda switched it and said no. That when you're dealing with things like Shniyos, those are Isser Kedusha. And when you're dealing with things like Kohen Gadol, Amana L'Kohen Gadol, you're dealing with mitzvah. Why? Because he says that why do we call it kedusha when it says the shniyos? Like for example, that someone should marry his grandmother, is because Rashi says kadesh atzmo muterla, that you should make a siyag, you should do something to be careful they don't get messed up. So since grandmother is similar to other things, we say you shouldn't do it. It's a siyag. Kadesh atzmo muterla. You should sanctify yourself with something that's permitted to you and make it impermissible to you. So that's why it's kedusha. And mitzvah is because Rashi says, because at the end of Sefer Vayikra, when you finish all the mitzvahs of Kahuna, it says Elah HaMitzvah. So that's why he calls it Isser Mitzvah. So what do we have? We have the Rabbi Yehuda came on a very technical level. He said, okay, we have this brisa that says by these Rabbanim get the relationship which he calls the Yibum. Since we're Rabbanim, we don't want them to do Yibum, they do Chalitza. And they called it Isser Mitzvah and Isser Kedusha. And the Tana explained why do we call it each one. And Rabbi Yehuda said, no, come switch it. Rabbi Yehuda was not arguing on the basic halakha, right? He was just talking about why why it is. So he said, Yehuda Chalufi Yehuda Machlef. So we said all he's doing is he's switching which case you call Isser Kedusha, which you call Isser Mitzvah. Ha-chalitza bai, but at the end of the day, he agrees with the basic halacha that you need chalitza. What's the problem with that? Because we just finished saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that Kiddushin is not tofes by Chayvei Lavin. That Kiddushin doesn't work when someone is just usher by Lav, but not by Kare. So he says, V'isa Kedaita. And if you're going to say that Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Akiva, clearly that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, that Chayvei Lavin Kiddushin is not tofes. Mifti, let's see, Chayvei Lavin and Rabbi Akiva, Chayvei Krisis dummy. That Chayvei Lavin, according to Rabbi Akiva, are just like Chayvei Krisis and Kedushin doesn't take effect. And so, like I said before, the Chayvei Krisis Lav b'nei Chalitza b'yibam minu, and Chayvei Krisis are not b'nei Chalitza yibam. So where a person fell, where he felt that his daughter became his Yibama, there's no Chalitza, there's no Yibam. Why? Because there's an Isser, Krisis, and Kiddushin is not Tofes. But according to Rabbi Akiva, Kiddushin is not Tofes even by Chayvei Lavin. Like, for example, on Mana L'Kohen Gadol. So why did you tell me that Yehuda is not arguing with the basic halacha on Mana L'Kohen Gadol should do Chalitza? But why should it do Chalitza? Because according to Rabbi Akiva, Kiddushin is not Tofes. So the Gemara says, So that's a question on saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, "Well, draw the Tanakama Kamar, the lay lo shirla." He said no. That all Rabbi Yehuda was doing was coming to say, I think what you called Isser Mitzvah should be called Isser Kedusha. I think what you called Isser Kedusha should be called Isser Mitzvah. But he wasn't coming to opine on the basic halacha, and in fact, he would disagree because he holds like Rabbi Akiva that Chayvei Lavin is not Tofes, Kedusha is not Tofes, and therefore there would be no need to do Chalitza. There's no Yibam and there's no Chalitza because Kedusha is not Tofes. Okay, fine. So we now have, what do we have? We have a Machlokas. We have our Mishnah that says Rabbi Yehuda's halacha that he's only chayav for relations with his mother but not his father's wife is in a case where it's an inappropriate marriage, and the Tanakama says no, regardless, even if it's his mother who is the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he's only chayav for the relationship with his mother according to Rabbi Yehuda. That's what our Mishnah said. The other Yitzchak Tani Kedesnan Rabbi Yehuda Tani Kedesnan. That when Rabbi Yitzchak came, he brought his teaching like we learned in the Mishnah, which is what Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rabbi Yehuda says in a chayav el mishum ein bavad, that he's only chayav for relations with his mother, but not for relations with his father's wife. Okay, so we've now resolved the point of Yitzchak that we go with our Mishnah, not with the Brisa. So now the rest of the Gemara is going to try and figure out what is the reason that Rabbi Yehuda says that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The time of my, what's that reason? Amar Abai says, Amar Kra, the pasuk says, Imcha hi. Okay, so he says as follows: that the pasuk there's two psukim written by a father and his wife, which is as follows. The pasuk in Vayikra pasuk Zion says, "Ervat avicha," the erva of your father, the erva imcha, and the erva of your mother, lo segala, you should not uncover. Imcha hi, she is your mother. Focus on those words. Lo segala erva sa, do not reveal her erva. So this is the pasuk that's written by someone. This is his mother. The next pasuk says, "Erva eshet avicha lo segala," that the erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. Erva avicha, who is the erva of your father, right? So there, it's talking about someone who was married to the father. It's not discussing whether it's his mother. Okay, so we say. So he says the issue is as follows: that when it says "Erva avicha be'erva imcha lo segala," so it says you should not uncover your mother. Imcha she is your mother. That is an exclusion to say that when someone has relations with his mother, imcha is over the isser of his mother, but not the isser of the wife of his father. So the Gemara says, well, that's the drasha elameata erva teishes avicha lo segala erva savicha, who the next pasuk ches, which I read, says that the erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. It is the erva of your father. So when it says it is the erva of your father, mishum eshes avat mechayv v'yat mechayv mishum imo. So that seems to be saying that you are that he's only chayav for the wife of his father, but not for the relationship with his mother. So if you're saying imcha, he tells you only for the mother, then why not say erva savicha, who that tells you only the wife of the father? So in other words, you have conflicting things. Ela imo shehi eshes aviv koyhacha mamayit loy v'koyhacha mamayit lo. So he says, but here's the problem. So you're going to end up with a drasha as follows. That one drasha tells you you're only chayav for your mother, but not for your father's wife. And the other one says you're only chayav for your father's wife, but not for your mother. So we could say, okay, those are each saying one case. One is talking where he was married, and one was talking where he wasn't married. So right? So there was one was wedlock, one was legitimately married. So you're covering both cases. But the problem is, if you have these conflicting limudim, what happens in the case where it is his mother and it's the wife of his father? So we're going to end up with a case. Hashta imo she'eno eshes aviv. I'm sorry. So he says, Hashta imo she'eno eshes aviv. If it's his mother who's not, meaning he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, mechayev is chayev. Ashes of his she'eno imo, or it's the wife of his father who's not his mother, also mechayev. But imo, in the case of his mother, shehi ashes of it, that's also married to his father, lo mechayev klal, then he wouldn't be chayev at all. So that's a bizarre result. So if you have one pasuk that tells you when it's only mother, but not wife of father, and only wife of father but not mother, each of those cases is chayev. But a case where it's his mother and the wife, you're not chayev. So that can't be. So it must be that imchahi and eretz avichahu are not the reason to do it. And there's a second question. Moreover, if you're learning it from imcha, that kind of drasha, what are the Rabbanon who argue in Rabbi Yehuda? Why wouldn't they use it? Ella, Hahumi Bailey for Dushisha Braid Ravidi, Rabbi Yehuda Nam Yahu Mi Bailey for Dushisha Braid Ravidi. So tomorrow, Mr. Hashem will see what the halacha is of Dushisha Braid Ravidi. It talks about whether how you know an onesh for someone who has a relationship with his mother. But in any event, so we're going to say, what would the Rabbanon do with the imchahi? They must use it for that limud. But Yehuda needs it for that limud also. So we have a double question on Abaya's answer about how we know it. So we're going to say, no, it's not that. Ela Amar Vaka Braid Rav Ika Amar Kra Ervasa Mishum Erva Achat Atamachayv V'Yatamachayv Mishum Say Erva. So he says as follows: that the pasuk says by his mother, Ervas Avicha ve'Ervas Imcha Lo Segala. You shouldn't uncover the erva of your mother. Imcha, she is your mother. Lo Segala Ervasa. You should not uncover her erva. So what does this tell you? This tells you that when the pasuk comes to tell you that you could be chayav having a relation with your mother, erva sa, her erva singular, tells you that you can only be chayav for one isser, and therefore you're chayav on the isser of mother but not wife of father, because only one erva is allowed. So the Gemara says, Elameata, if that's true, erva sa in singular tells you can only be chayav for one erva, I have a problem with our Mishnah. But erva halasta lo sigala. Eshes bincha hi lo segala ervasa. The pasuk by daughter-in-law says you should not uncover the erva of your daughter-in-law. She is the wife of your son. You should not cover ervasa, her erva, in the singular. So according to the limud, you should say that she can only be chayav for one erva, not two, right? But what's the problem with that? But now we learned in our Mishnah, Haba Kalaso, someone who comes on his daughter-in-law, Mishum Kalaso, he's chayav for his daughter-in-law, Mishum Eshes, and for the wife of his son. So what do you see? You see that a man who comes on his daughter-in-law is chayav two ervas, even though it says ervasa, the singular. So it must be that this limud is not good. The Lord Polig Rabbi Yehuda, you didn't see Rabbi Yehuda come and argue there and say, no, he's only chayav for his daughter-in-law, but not Eshes because it's written ervasa. Ella, how would you explain the word ervasa in the case of daughter-in-law? Kigon the chad gufa who I forgot the trade surah ninu siv ervasa. The reason it wrote ervasa singular is because we're talking about one person. We might be talking about two surahs, but we say at the end of the day, ervasa, it is her erva. Meaning because it's only one person. So Hachanami, therefore here too, you can't learn from Ervasa, because we're going to say that the reason it's written Ervasa is given the Chakupo, I forgot to say sure, Nino Psiv Ervasa, because you're going to say the reason it's written is because it's written Ervasa is just because it's a singular person with two Isurim. So I think we're going to stop here because the next teretz is a little more complicated. Well, I tried starting 5 minutes early today. We had our technical difficulty, so I'll send around the WhatsApp. We'll probably start a few minutes early tomorrow because this will take a couple minutes to explain, and then I'll let you know what time we're starting tomorrow.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Shir Debate. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tav Shin Hey Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Shach of our Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as his chus. For all of our Yisrael. Our only sponsors for today are from Karen Gold, formerly of Baltimore, now Lakewood, New Jersey, in memory of Baruch's father, Bruce Gold, is formerly Rabbi up there in the merit of our Talmud Torah. Shalom Aliyah, the family in the Chamush, Bizilkan, Hashem, to see the release of more of our hostages this Shabbos and merit Hashem in the coming days, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's make back to let us begin. Today's daf is Nun Days 52. We are picking up on Nun Aleph on the days 51b. 51b. Did we get up to Rabbi Akiva over? Zomel. Okay, good. So let's say so. The Gemara says, "Ella Zomel b'cham." So again, let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, still steeped in the conversation regarding Sreifa, and we'll get Sreifa. One of the interesting ideas that Gemara now is espousing is Ella Zomel b'cham nisas b'ola. Yishum shneim harbasisim lo kasher someone masos la'ochiv v'lo la'achoso. Divrei Rabbi Yishmael, right? So I ended up literally like in the middle of Rabbi Yishmael's position. So Allah again, the Gemara says like this: Rabbi Yishmael understands, and this is the conventionally understood approach as well. That halach l'maisa, the unique din of sreifa for a bas kohen is only a din in her. It doesn't apply to her accomplice in the crime, right? To the man with whom she committed adultery, nor does it apply to the Eidim Zolim. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty, right? So in other words, the man with whom she commits adultery is also going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get a reciprocal death penalty, but they do not get her sreifa. Her unique sreifa is for her and her alone. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Akash," when you said the Akash Nesuah, Yatzas Sreifa. Rabbi Akiva says, whether the bas kohen is an arusa or whether she is a Nesuah, either way, the punishment is going to be sreifa. You might have thought that this applies even to a single woman. In other words, maybe a bas kohen is held to such a high standard that even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, maybe she's going to be subject to sreifa. So we saw this already yesterday. So it says over here aviyah. It says in the previous context aviyah. It says over here aviyah by the case of bas kohen. It says aviyah in the context of incest. So the Gemara says. It says in both Sukkim Aviyah, just like earlier talking about, again, act of immorality, where there is an element of marriage, so too, again, Halacha L'maisa over here is talking about where there's isnus with an element of marriage. I'm going to be Shmuel. The first one line of us in the bottom of Nun Aleph of base 51b. Rabbi Yishmael says if that's the case, maybe we should say just like in one part of the context is that she's a Nara and she's an Arusa. So too over here, the second part should also be only applying if she's a Nara and she's an Arusa. Rabbi Akiva Yishmael Achi Bas Ubas Hanidolish. It's interesting enough. So Rabbi Akiva is back to Yishmael. The pasuk could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Vav. Now, Vav is usually a ribui, and Vav comes to include. So what does it come to? So although the pasuk is talking about Nara, who is an Arusa, the extra Vav comes to teaching that it includes all cases of a married bas kohen. So the Gemara says, Amalei, this is Rabbi Yishmael, is back to Rabbi Akiva. And he said like this. He says, interestingly enough, second one line. Notice he's doing the sreifa, so shkoya, he's darshan, ubas, you darshan above. The first one, this says that's the correct drasha. So because you darshan an extra above, therefore we're going to take this girl out for sreifa. And again, I just want to be clear. Remember, no one's disagreeing on the fact that there's a death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement over here? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, in mashma lahavi es hanasua, maybe es hapnuya. In mashma lahotzi es hapnuya, hotzi es hanasua. So the Gemara says like this: if we're going to darshan it to include an asua, then by definition also include a pnuya. Right? Maybe it includes all types of bas kohen, even when she's unmarried. And if you're going to exclude a single girl, hotzi es hanasua. In fact, you should exclude ultimately an asua as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows: Ahani gzir shavar lemeute pinyon, v'ahani bas ubas l'rabos esanasura. Rabbi Akiva will say like this: the gzir shavar will help to exclude a pinyon, that a single girl, a single bas going, is not subject to any of these halachos, and ultimately again the above bas ubas, the extra rivoy l'rabos esanasura, comes to include the nesua. Rabbi Shmuel will say, if you come really bas ubas, shmamina hagudei mizgir shava. Rabbi Shmuel says, from the fact that we're saying bas ubas, it makes it sound like he's no longer holding with mizgir shava. Rabbi Shmuel, hi bas ubas my darshbei. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva uses the ubas, the vav to include all different cases of a bas kohen who's married. Rabbi Shmuel rejects that. But Rabbi Shmuel also has to admit to the fact that the Torah could have said bas kohen. Why does it say ubas? What does he do with the extra vav? So the Gemara says, "We the Tani Abuhi the Shmuel Bar Adam." Very interesting. L'fishem matzinu shechalak akasa b'scharim ve'itminu levalim. Yocham nachlok, there's no sefer. So I might have felt like this. It's very interesting. I might have felt the same way. The Torah makes a distinction by Kohanim, by male Kohanim, between what we'll call blemished and unblemished Kohanim. Right? You know, there's a distinction that Allah Chamaisa, Kohen who's about mom, is not able to do the avodah. So there's a distinction between blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I might have thought that same distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? And maybe the din of Bas Kohen, specifically the din of Sreifa by a Bas Kohen, only applies to an unblemished Bas Kohen, to which the Gemara says, Talmud Bas Ubas. Therefore, the extra vav is a read boy, and to tell us that whenever there's a din that applies to a bas kohen, it doesn't make a difference. There's no din of mumin by a bas kohen, only a din of mumin by kohen. It's Rabbi Akiva. But where does Rabbi Akiva learn this out from? Rabbi Akiva, mevehem makridim v'hayu kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, we learn from the pasuk of vehem makridim, they will offer up the kabbalas v'hayu kodesh, and they will be sanctified. Teaching us what? That the sanctity of a male kohen is fundamentally tethered to his we'll call it unblemished state. But that's only because that by male kohen is an element of hakrava, of kabbalos. But by a bas kohen, because there is no element of hakrava, of kabbalos, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has a male. Incredible. Rabbi Shmuel will say, so again, Rabbi Shmuel says, from that, I might have thought that maybe the only people who have Kohen status are Kohen themselves. Maybe their daughters don't have at all. To which the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, no. Okay. Good. Rabbi Shmuel said, what's the top of Mondays, 52a. Rabbi Shmuel. Hi, es aviyahim mechalalas, my darshibe. So what does Rabbi So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with the phrase es aviyahim mechalalas? What does he do with it? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Mibayla v'chidisanyo. So we need it for the following limud. What did we learn? The Gemara says, listen to this. Hi, Rabbi Meir Omer. Ma tamaloa es aviyahim mechalalas. What does it mean when the pasuk says that she profanes her father? What does that mean? This is incredible. Shem hayu nogin b'kodesh. The pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the bas kohen. So remember again, let's just pay this out. Right? So there's Rachel is whatever. Arusa and Yisroel, Ruben, doesn't matter. Rachel was the daughter of Aaron. Aaron is a kohen. Rachel now commits adultery. So the pasuk says through Rachel's adultery, she profanes her father. What does it mean practically that she profanes her father? So the Gemara says it means that her father's status changes as a result of her behavior. So, for example, the Gemara says, if again they would normally treat him in a more exalted way, right, in a holy way. They would treat him in a more mundane way. Covet, if they're normally given covet, they would treat him in a disparaging way. The idea is that because of the brother's behavior, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Kohen, right? He's still a Kohen, and he can still do the avodah, but he's stripped of covet. We don't give him covet anymore. So the Gemara says, why is that? So the Gemara says, Omrim, we say, Arur zeh sheyalad. Right? Cursed is the person who birthed such a child. Arur zeh shegida. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Arur sheyatzazu mechalatzav. Cursed is the person who, literally again, such a person, this little translation, issued forth from their loins. Arav Ashi, Kiman Karinu Rishia Bar Rishia Bila Rishia Bar Tzaddik. So I say, Rav Ashi says, this is in accordance with who do we say, when a person is a Rasha, and a person does terrible things, we call them a Rasha, the son of a Rasha, even though their parent may really be a tzaddik. Even though they really may be a Rasha ben Tzadikah. So who is that? Kiman Kahai, kind of like this Tana. So I said, this is a fascinating discussion. This definitely goes into the notebook of Dafyomi topics that we need to find, that there is parental culpability for the actions and decisions of a child. Right? And therefore, again, Rachel, the daughter, commits adultery. You see, Aaron, clearly there is something fundamentally flawed in the chinuch you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which you raised your child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions means that obviously, again, you did something wrong. You did something wrong. And the Gemara says over here, so that's when this has an impact on the father. So now, father, we will no longer give you the honor you deserve because this is the child you raised. Cursed is the person who raised such a child. Cursed is the person. So I just want to point out, you'll find this fascinating. And I just want to point out that in Chazal themselves, there is such a fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of parents for how their children turn out. And you see very different competing motifs in Chazal. And again, we know this as parents. There are times where a parent can do every single thing right, but yet my kid makes their own decisions. Right? Children become adults, and adults make their own decisions. And a parent might have done every single thing at every single junction they were supposed to do. My kid is still going to make their own decision. But on the other hand, it is also quite possible that the decisions our children make are absolutely steeped in the upbringing and the feeling and the values or lack of values that we gave them. And that's a difficult pill to swallow because the Gemara says, Shlomo says in Koheles, "Mu'uvas lo yuchal liston." Something that is bent, right? Something that is bent cannot be made straight. Shlomo says. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Right? We live in a world that we actually hope in general in our Yiddishkeit that whatever I do wrong, I could always fix. So what does he say that bent cannot be made straight? So the Gemara says, Zesha holy mamzer. Zesha holy mamzer. Right? So I always understood the Gemara literally. Which is, what does it mean Zesha holy mamzer? So a person has an illicit relationship, the result of that illicit union is a mamzer. No matter how bad you feel for what you did, right? No matter how much tshuva you do, you can't what? You can't undo it. The mamzer is there. So I tell you, as I get older and look back on raising a family, I feel like sometimes it's not just that a mamzer, but it also is a din in chinuch. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the influences you allow into your home, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do, that you can't undo chinuch. And it's one of the hardest parts because often we learn to be a parent on the job. And I only realize my mistakes afterwards. So you're saying this after I've created the mamzer. In other words, I'm not calling out kids, but someone says that after I made the mistakes, and now I realize I really made some significant mistakes. And the incredible part is you can't undo it. You can't. Chinuch is one of those things where a lot of times, and again, I could go back and have open and honest conversations with my kids and say, I just want to tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. They weren't right. And I want to be clear that they weren't right. But no matter how much I'm older to my kids that they weren't right, I've created the mamzer. I've created the flawed chinuch. I've created the flawed paradigms in the home. And I can't walk it back. So there's this so again, on one hand, there's this idea that a parent can do everything right and the child still makes their own decisions. So who says that Rachel's actions reflect on her father, Aaron HaKohen? But again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says no. What a child does and how a child behaves and how a child leads his life is a direct reflection of the chinuch that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right. They're both right. They're both right. There are elements of both of this, which is why, again, the chinuch we give our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes we create for our children, the lifestyles we create for our children, everything, I would say everything goes into the chinuch. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, the Gemara is telling us, we, the parent, is held responsible. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Zoom into Sana Scholar. Gemara says, my time at this time, Zoom into Sana Scholar. Why does the Mishnah end off? It's interesting, right? Because the Mishnah ended off by saying, this is the mitzvah of skila. So why does the Mishnah end off this way? Because remember again, what did we say before? So for that if Allah might say liable to skila, we take him out to skila. Beis skila hayot is this is the previous Mishnah. Not the last Mishnah. We did two Mishnahs ago. Beis skila hayot gavash kekolot. Va'ayli v'kabayim l'misvah mitzvah sanas slafim. Tananam yizu mitzvah sanas skalim. Even though really this Mishnah spoke about Arba Misos, but it was really following on the heels of the Skila Mishnah, right? So therefore we had Skila, then it went into Arba Misos, and then it wanted to close out the discussion of Skila. And that's why the Mishnah ends up by saying, Zu mitzvahs haniskel. That's the end of the Skila discussion. And I want to say, now we begin Sreifa. Here we go, Mishnah. Mitzvahs haniskel. This is pretty wild stuff. So what is Sreifa? What is Sreifa? Now I just want to point out, before we go on, Halacha l'maisa, right? What are you doing with Bas Kohen? So the Rambam passes in Lechos Yisrael Bia Perikima Halacha Gimel. Bas Kohen shezinsa, she is ish. Beisha haya baila Kohen, Beisha haya Yisrael, Bafila haya baila Mamzer, O Nasin, O Shem Chavilavin, Harizu Bisreifa. So the Halacha is the Bas Kohen, whether she's in Arusa or she's in a Suwa, whether she's married to a Kohen, Levi, Yisrael, Mamzer, Nisim, Flishti, Givoni, whatever it is, right? So that has to be Jewish, right? So the nice again, her judgment for adultery is Sreifa. However, Ubala Becharek, right? But yeah, I will say, but Allah is the man who commits adultery, and by extension, also doesn't say it over here, but ultimately again, but even zoom in as well, will get cherek. Cherek strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. So the only person who gets this unique punishment for adultery is the Bas Kohen herself, whatever you know, but everyone else about cherek. Good. That's the Rambam. Mishnah. Mrs. Hanas Rafi. So how do we administer the punishment of Sreifa? Are you mashkin also? We set the several articles up until his thighs. We immerse him in the north. Now what's that? So Rashi says over here, Mishakin also saying that from the time he's happy. Ana ba'ana, the people have silab from the foot. What we need to see is we need to keep him immobilized. So the way we keep him immobilized, that he can't move around, is we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. Now he keeps him mobile. The nose din sudar kashla so haraka, and we take a soft rope. I should say, we take a rough rope and we put it inside of a soft rope. So essentially, we take a rough rope, and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. So the soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. With the korich al savaro, and we wrap it around his neck. So just to let's say Kashom Ruben is Kai Sreifa. Step 1, put him in an order to his knees, immobilized. Step 2, take a 2-ply rope. The outside rope is a coarse rope. The inside rope is a soft rope. We're tying that around his neck. 2 people stand on either side of Ruben, each one holding an end of the rope. And what happens? Each one holds the rope towards him until what results? Until Ruben is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open his mouth. So we'll see what this expression means, but quite literally it means we ignite the wick, and we throw it down his throat. So it says, Sreifa, interestingly enough, is like a burning at the stake of a person. It's actually not what it is. We're going to see it's a pouring of molten lead down the throat of the person. That's Sreifa. So we force it. He's immobilized, force his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. It calls it a seal. We'll see a wick. We'll see why it calls that. The Zarkal is so big. The Oregus is so goes then down into his kishkas. The Chomeres Esperemer, then essentially he is killed from the inside. Right? His insides are incinerated, but he is incinerated internally. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, here's the problem. The problem is, well, there's many problems, right? But the problem over here, he says, is you're trying to administer the din of streifa, but you may end up what? You may end up strangling the guy. Right, which by the way is a different misa, right? It's chenek. So the problem is if somebody is chayiv streifa and you end up giving him chenek, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So the Gemara says, first part, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. Rather, what do? We use tongues. Now, obviously, somehow they must be immobilizing him also, right? Because if you're not immobilizing him, he's going to run, he's going to move, and the whole thing. Remember, again, the issue is the molten lead needs to go down his throat. Because if it doesn't go down his throat, then it's going to burn him on the outside, and that's not streifa. Streifa is internal incineration. But yeah, Rabbi Yehuda says you can't do the rope thing because you risk strangulation, so instead force his mouth open with tongues. I'm Rabbi Elazar ben Tzadok. Myself as Kohen Achaz, Shezinsa, Vikiflech Havilei Shmulos. Rabbi Elazar ben Tzadok says as follows. One time, there was a bas Kohen who committed adultery and therefore against streifa. And what did they do? They surrounded her with branches, visar fuha, and they burnt her. So we'll say, Rabbi Elazar ben Tzadok is seems to indicate that the din of streifa, ultimately again is actually burning someone. To which the Gemara says, that was a mistake. The execution itself. But the point that we're making is that was a misunderstanding of what streifa was. Says the Gemara, so first of all, what does it mean when it's a wick? So calls it a wick. A wick of lead. That actually points out over here what they would do. Mishnah points out what they would do is they would take like a long piece of lead and they would mold it and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long, it resembled the wick. Okay, Minova. So first of all, where do we know this from? This is a little bit mind blowing because again, how do you know that streifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So we'll say this is quite an interesting Gemara. Ask for streifa me adas korach. Make a zero of streifa from Korach and his assembly. Remember again, Korach leads to rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again his assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Asya streifa. Ksiv hava be'esh tisarei. Ksiv hasam asher ikrivu hasrufei. Ma lahalon kuf kaim lekvan." Remember again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketores. The people who brought Ketores, remember, everybody's jockeying to the position of Queen God. Whoever brought Ketores was incinerated. As I said, was killed by streifa. So again, a large number of followers were swallowed up by the earth. This is streifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, just like by Korach, so again they were killed by internal incineration. The fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their bodies were still intact. So too over here, the way streifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing. Tanakama. Rabbi Elazar Amar, Asya streifa certificate. Aaron. Then we learn streifa from Nadav and Avihu. Nadav and Avihu, remember again, also went ahead with whatever they did, right? To be Machlokas, it's exactly what they did. But whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. So the Gemara says, this is the streifa from the Aaron. Just like by Nadav and Avihu, fire incinerated them internally, but their bodies were intact. Afkan streifas neshama v'guf kain. So too over here again. So too over here by streifa. So internally, ultimately, again, we incinerate the person internally, but the body remains intact. So we'll say it's fundamental machlokas. It's interesting. Everyone is agreeing on the concept that streifa is internal incineration. What's the makar? Tanakama says Korach. Rabbi Elazar says Bnei Aaron. So here's what's interesting. How do you know? In other words, the Torah tells us that the people who offer up to the that's burned, but how do you know that it's this internal incineration? Dichsiv as machtos hachotim ha'ela benafsho sam. Shenes masham nisraf as the guf kayot. Okay, we darshan mission benafsho sam. So we darshan again that ultimately again internally. In other words, they were their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, which means just their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately again their bodies were remained intact. The other opinion, who doesn't know if we will say, no, they were literally burnt. They were literally burnt. Umay benafshosam. So what does it mean? The pasuk says benafshosam. Shenischay b'sreifa iski nafshosam. That they were chayiv sreifa ultimately again because of what they did, right? Because of iski nafshosam. It wasn't iski nafshosam. Listen to this. This is incredible. Rish Lakish. My dichsiv bechanfi la'agei ma'od charak alay shinimo. What does it mean? Let's see if you look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, "Bechanti la'agimot b'shul chalufas shaligimos log she'achilam be'ishkam korach la'adaso b'nischabrihimo." So it says, how do we know? Literally, it means chanufa is flattery. Flattery. So literally, the pasuk over here, if you want to quoting from Tilim, "Bechanti la'agimot korach alay shinimo," because of the flattery that Korach showed to his followers. So Korach alay shinimo, he bared his teeth in a smile. The he is a reference to Gehenna. How did Korach go ahead and onboard his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever, little bits and poppers, whatever he did in the desert, right? So go ahead. He put out in the desert, and that's how he went ahead and he onboarded his followers through Hanifa. So in other words, because what Hanifa does is sometimes Hanifa speaks to the soul, right? In other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So as somebody goes ahead and flatters me, even if it's not real, it still feels good. Because of the Chanufa that Korach went ahead and it was dual flattery. He flattered them, they flattered him, and because of this again, the Sarsh Gehenna bared its teeth in a smile because Gehenna recognized that it's going to get many more inhabitants. So according to the ones who learned that Sreifa, the Sreifa is internal incineration from Bnei Aaron. Where does he know that from? It said by a Muslim Hashem. The pasuk says by Nadav and Avihu that they died before Hashem. The pasuk says which is that Ke'en Misa. It was like death. What does it mean like? It was like a normal death. Now, what does it mean like a normal death? When a person, right? What's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. So when Nadav and Avihu died, they died before HaKadosh Baruch Hu by Amusu, a regular Misa, which means everything that happened to them was internal, but externally everything remained the same. The other thing will say, no, it's not true. Nadav and Avihu were actually incinerated, totally incinerated. They're actually incinerated. So what does it mean by amusu? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. How Nadav and Avihu died? It was now. Remember again, all the positives by Nadav and Avihu is by Hashem. They came before Hashem. They came too close. Now again, remember, the Homachot is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes, now the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. So now the Gemara says, how did they die? Two pillars of fire emerged from the Holy of Holies in the Mishkan. They split into four. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nadav, two into the nose of Avihu, the Sarfam, and burnt them. So the Gemara says, that's how they died. So in other words, the Gemara is suggesting again, so the incineration began internally, but at least according to the other opinion, then went ahead and spread externally. The pasuk says it consumed them. Oh, some below big day. It consumed them, but not their clothing. See, even according to the thing that says not the Rabbi were fully incinerated, it's only them and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, again, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone agrees, right? Everyone is in agreement. What is everyone in agreement about? That halacha l'maisa sreifa is internal incineration, right? Hence the process outlined in the Mishnah. Where do we learn it from? Machlokes. Some learn it from Korach. One right of being Korach. One opinion of another. Okay, so much the I benelif be part of kind of srafim. So it's interesting. So why not learn it out from Karbanos? From Parman and Srafim. So the Gemara says, we have like a paradigm for Srafim. We burn Karbanos, so say by Parman and Srafim. Then remember, generally, whenever we talk about Paran, it's the Par Helam Davar Shal Tzibor, Par Kohen Mashiach. These are generally like sin offerings, right? So why not learn out from Parman and Srafim? So at Parman and Srafim, again, it's total incineration. Total incineration. To which the Gemara says, Mistabra is interesting. Mistabra Mema Pickle. Because we'll say it makes more sense to learn out to do a sreifa by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you learn from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number 1, Adam, they both apply to people. Number 1, they're both called Chodei, by sinners. Number 3, there's an element of Neshama, right? The Torah is Lashon of Neshama. And number 4, they're not subject to people. Okay. Adrabah, it's just the opposite. The Parman and Srafim, they're not Parman and Srafim. Why? She came Machshir L'Doros. Because ultimately, again, Parim, like we have over here, is a Machshir L'Doros. Ultimately, again, tells us, look at Rashi. There's Machshir, it's almost right across in Rashi. Machshir, Sreifa is based in Machshir, Hechshir Mitzvah Samakom. Remember again, the action of Sreifa, the base of the death penalty, is what we call a Machshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses the person. Became Parman and Srafim. So to ultimately, again, Parman and Srafim. Aval Sreifa, Dehani Lavi, De Adamu, Shekam Meha Mitzvah Samakom. The Sreifa by Korach and the Sreifa by another Rabbi were not carried out by a Beis Din. They were carried out by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Hanach Lafish. There are still more comparisons to Sreifa Beis Din, to other cases of people dying than to Parim. Man Diolach Me'adas Korach, my Tamal Yolach Me'mei Korach. So we'll say, so the one who learns out from Adas Korach, why doesn't he learn it out from Bnei Aaron? Who's Sreifa Mamish? Because he will say that by Bnei Aaron were actually fully incinerated. Fully incinerated. So okay, even if you want to say that Bnei Aaron are fully incinerated, so why not use that as the paradigm? Say that it's just like none of the Rabbi were fully incinerated. Therefore what? Sreifa means complete incineration. Rav Nachman, Rav Barahu, Amar Krah, Yehaptu Re'achal Kamochal, Baruch Lo Nisa Ilacha. So this keeps coming up over and over, right? You have to love your brother like you love yourself, even in death, or even in the way that you come in. Which means again, choose for him a more proper death. So the act of internal incineration, we'll say at least does what? Leaves a body for burial. He's about his burial, the person is able to have a levaya, and as much as the buried in a separate cemetery as you saw, but still nevertheless, that's the incredible. Why did the Gzir Shav at all? Gzir Shav Hava Mina, straight fast in the Shama Kukuf Kayim La straight for you. Because we're not, if I didn't have the Gzir Shav, I would have thought like this, that internal incineration with an intact body is not called Sreifa at all. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because of how do you fulfill the Yavnei? Just add on more wood to the fire. Cause the fire to burn brighter, to burn more intense. And therefore, again, the person will die faster. Kamash means internal incineration will leave the body intact. Okay, so therefore, the bottom line takeaway is everyone is agreeing that Sreifa, the Misas Bezin of Sreifa, is internal incineration. That's internal incineration. And now the Gemara says again, what's the mucker for that? So again, that's the machlokes. Is it Nadav and Abihu, or is it Korah? ultimately, again, that's machlokas. And interestingly enough, because there's this machlokas, each opinion holds something different happened by the other. So, for example, the opinion that says the makar is Adas Korach, Korach and his followers, holds that Nadav and Avihu were fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's Nadav and Avihu hold that Korach's followers were completely incinerated. So fundamental machlokas over historical machlokas. Again, so machlokas about the source, but agreement about the halacha. Incredible. Because now once the Gemara mentioned Nadav and Avihu, the Gemara tells us a little bit of the story. The Kfar Hayu Moshe Ba'arim Mahalchim B'derech. The Nadav Avihu Mahalchim B'derech. Especially the Gemara tells the story. The desert. Moshe and Aaron are walking. So first of all, say, can you imagine just that scene? Like being like a fly on the wall, and Moshe and Aaron are walking together. Imagine just what that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking, and what happens? Nadav and Avihu Mahalchim Acharein. Nadav and Avihu, Aaron's sons, were walking behind them. Sorry, the Kol Yisrael Acharein, and all the fathers are walking behind Nadav and Avihu. We're great tzaddikim. Amar lo Nadav la'Avihu, Emasai yamusu shnei zikenim halalu. So Nadav and Avihu say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? Va'ani va'ato minhog es hadar. And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. We'll lead the generation. So we'll say, so just there is so much to say about this Gemara. Right? What is this? What is happening over here? And I just want to point out something amazing. And this is just incredible how, like, the wisdom of Gemara. The Marsha has it's a long Marsha, but he happens to have this discussion about the fact that Moshe's children did not inherit him. Right? In other words, Moshe's children essentially kind of fade away into obscurity. We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. They certainly do not become their father. And there's a lot to be said to that in general about the concept of being the children of a great person. On one hand, it could be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, it could be a tremendous source of difficulty. They're always living in your father's shadow, never really being able to live up to what he is or what he was. So just this idea over here, so another idea like this, look, Moshe's kids are not taking over. Moshe's kids are not taking over. And Aaron's kids, we're Aaron's kids. And I will say, the Marsha says something fascinating. So they saw a fundamental flaw in Moshe and Aaron. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't the kind of his kids in the right way, because where are they? By the way, and a tremendous tie-in to on the top of the daf that spoke about chinuch, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Let's say, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they made, but you absolutely need to own, to a very large degree, how they turn out to you. Right? That's me. That's on me. Bein l'tov, bein l'ra, that's on me. So in order to say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, the chinuch is lacking. We're his kids. Right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are a career number two. So Moshe can't keep it together with his kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret, right? The secret sauce, so to speak. Right? You don't have the secret to success. So, Chevra, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership. Stand down. So the Gemara says, Hanira mikol v'resmi. We'll see who's going to bury who. Right? We'll see who's going to bury who. And ultimately, again, who is correct. The Rabbi says it's incredible. Amar Rav Papa, Hanir means she's great. Rav Papa says, people, there's a famous adage. What's the adage? Nefishi gamli sabi te'uni moshchi dehogni. So I'll say the adage is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Right? It sounds much better in the Aramaic, right? But the idea is, I'll say, there's a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels, right? That Lamaisa, again, sometimes, the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition that, I feel like I conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. And sometimes, again, as we get older, we recognize that the truth is we don't know everything. We don't know everything. We know very little. And the truth is there's much to be learned from people who are older than us. Even if they're not, quote unquote, as successful as we think they should have been. But what I said, there is wisdom that comes with age. And youth simply does not have. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar says, all the days. Incredible Gemara. So what can Talmud Chacham be compared? He says, so we'll say, so again, this is talking about the relationship between a Talmud Chacham and an Am Haaretz. How is a Talmud Chacham viewed by an Am Haaretz, by an ignorant person? So the Gemara says, B'tchila, so in the beginning, right? So even an Am Haaretz sees a Talmud Chacham ultimately again as a golden vessel. See very man, okay, listen to this. When Talmud Chacham schmoozes with the Am Haaretz, his standing is diminished. I want to say, I want to tell you, it's one of the words. I don't know why the word itself bothers me more than anything. Schmoozing, right? What does schmoozing sound like? It's just like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. But if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the breeze. There's no such thing. Shooting the breeze is a fundamental waste of time. If there's a targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do with it. It's a waste of time. So the Gemara says, it's incredible. If you're shooting the breeze, what does that do? It diminishes the standing of the Talmud Chacham. Talmud Chacham doesn't shoot the breeze. He doesn't get together to have a schmooze, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion, then again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, Talmud Chacham schmoozes, shows the Am Haaretz that he doesn't treat his time seriously. It diminishes his standing in the eyes of the Am Haaretz. No. So let's listen to this. Once the Am Haaretz gives something to Talmud Chacham takes something from the Am Haaretz. So in general, human nature is when you give something to someone. So what's the automatic default is? You feel that person owes you something. That person is beholden. It's just human nature. That person is beholden to you. So once the Am Haaretz gives something to Talmud Chacham accepts it, then again now the Am Haaretz feels that Talmud Chacham is beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. Don't really keep those shofkaras. Ultimately, it becomes like an earthenware vessel. Earthenware vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So we'll say, just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, that Talmud Chacham is like a golden vessel Am Haaretz. Talmud Chacham schmoozes, such a schmoozes just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Am Haaretz. Takes something from the Am Haaretz. The Am Haaretz is like, I owe you because you took something from me. Then ultimately, the Talmud Chacham becomes like an earthenware vessel. Incredible. Someone tells a story. In Musa Bas Tali, Bas Koinish Insa. So there was this girl. This is literally a person. Her name was Imrasa Bas Tali. She was the daughter of a Kohen who committed adultery. Akfar Ratkama Bartubi Chavidi's Mercy Sarfa. So Akar Bartubi literally again, so judge that she was liable to death, surrounded her with branches, and they burnt her. They burnt her. Amar Yosef Ta'abatarti. So those he says there are two mistakes that are made over here. Number one, Rav Nasna. Rav Nasna. So they made a mistake about Rav Nasna. And I remember again, it was like Rav Nasna said that's not how you do Sreifa. Sreifa is not with branches. Sreifa is with lead, with molten lead. That's number one. That was the first mistake. The top of the sign law. Ubasal Kohen Alavina Balasheva Shebi Aminahin. Bisman Sheish Kohen Yesh Mishpat. Bisman She'ain Kohen Ein Mishpat. So we'll say. So the other mistake that they made was Beis Din is not empowered to administer a death penalty against a land. So unless, of course, there's a Kohen, there's a Beis Hamikdash, there's a Sanhedrin. So Allah Kalamayim. So again, two mistakes he made. Number one, you should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, you did not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, Rabbi Elazar Meister last clinches incense. Rabbi Elazar says the story. Now, this is the Mishnah, right? The Mishnah says at the end of the Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar says there was a story of a Bas Kohen who committed adultery. They surrounded her with branches and they burnt her. And they said back to Rabbi Elazar, Barabzab ben Sanok. That was a mistake of the Beis Din. So says the Gemara as follows. This was a basin of Stukim. The Rabbi Gemara said the Stukim were the ones who rejected Torah Shabbat. Who took a very big woman's interpretation of everything. And Halacha nice again, this was a basin of Stukim. So the Gemara says, so this is what he said in the response. Says, I remember when I was a child. Right? I remember I was riding on my father's shoulders. And they brought a Bas Kohen who committed adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned her. Talk about a traumatic childhood memory. And they'll say, so again, I remember I was with my kid and my father on his shoulders, and they burnt the Bas Kohen. I don't know. They said to him, okay, thank you, you were a child when you saw this, and a person of us is very, you've seen this before, a person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's the halacha. So number one, so therefore they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara says, furthermore, that was the truth. There's interestingly enough, there are two episodes. He saw this once as a child, and saw this one as an adult. The one we just mentioned over here is the one as a child. The one that's mentioned in the Mishnah is the one he saw as an adult. So the Gemara says, hey, which one did Rabbi Elazar and Tzadok would count first? The childhood episode or the adult episode? So the Gemara says, so again, if you did the adult one first, and they rejected it, they said that was a Beis Din Torah, would he go ahead and mention anything about what happened as a child? Rather again, okay, so here's how it happened. The first said, when I was a kid, I remember that they burned a Bas Kohen. They literally burnt her. And they said, come on, we're not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, the sort of second time when he was a kid, when he was an adult, then he related and he said, that was the Beis Din that made a mistake. Okay, good. Mishnah, mitzvahs neragim. So we'll say, so now we just, that was all. That's the end of Sreifa. That's Sreifa, that's how they actually went ahead and carried out the din of Sreifa. Next. So we'll say now we're up to Herek. Herek means decapitation. So how would they do this? The Gemara says, they would literally decapitate him with a sword. The Gemara says, first white line, the same way that the monarchy executes. This is the monarchy executes. You take a sharp sword, you decapitate the individual. Rabbi says, Nivel Rulo, Chas Shalom. That would create, Nivel means that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. And rather, what do you do to make it a little bit cleaner? You take a wooden block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat sakes the kofitz, and you decapitate him with an axe. Does not seem to be much better. I think what are you talking about? Right? That's terrible. Right? That's a sword could be a lot cleaner. Sword could be a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So Tanya, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: I know that using of the axe is not nice. I know that it's a not nice death. What should I do? I would also prefer to use a sword. But the Bible says, halacha. What's halacha? Which means do not follow in the ways of the do not follow the ways of the Gentile nations. Since the Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, they do decapitation by sword, we're not allowed to do it the same way. So the Gemara says, Rabbana, what are you talking about? No, when are you not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations? when we just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, or we're doing something and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, Allah it already says death by a sword in the Torah. So because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it even though they do it. Because if you don't say this, listen to this. So say, hey, remember again, this is interesting halacha. We actually saw this reference earlier on in the week that Allah, so when a king dies, we burn the possessions of the king. We burn the possession. And the logic behind that is because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, both sides, it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. So the Gemara says, so you see from here that anything that we were doing already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue doing it. Mr. Falls Avosecha, the Gemara says, so therefore again you see over here, like by the burning of the king's possessions, since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations start to do it, it's not considered to be Gentile replication or emulation. So so to over here, since it says sword, and we'll talk about this more, and we'll talk about this more later on, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, death by sword is something we were already doing, and even though the Gentile nations are not using it as well, it is not considered to be Gentile replication. So I'm going to stop over here. I think I'm going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah before Shabbos. So Shabbos can start with the Mishnah. What a week. Shvech, everyone. All right, have on Zoom. Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos.
And if your job is to just work, they've given you some sort of a mandate. This is how we're going to frame this. It's not like it was their ideas to all lockstep in uniform start calling it forced order. Right. And that Rolling Stone article where they pretended that a bunch of people were waiting in line at the emergency room for gunshot wounds. So, not only that, it was a photo of people wearing winter coats because they were lining up for the flu shot. That was the stock photo.
All right,
This was in like August.
Good morning.
First off,
thank you to Rabbi for the weather advisory. Definitely, so again, once you just know that text gets sent out. So the time said 5:22 this morning. Without me doing it 5:22 this morning, just preparing the coffee. We all go in and Hashem and we take and we enjoy it. It's wonderful. I understand that I'm really is I'm happy he's right here because he was shutting down to the table. There's tremendous Mesilas Nefesh on his part when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the weather updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. On behalf of the entire show, thank you for everything. I really appreciate it. The weather update aside, also just the coffee every single morning and sending Mesilas Nefesh, and thank you for it. Let's say we also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Telsim Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the children and drug this year as a zechus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dashoni sponsors for today, Malki Rosenbluth, in honor of Josh's 40th birthday, Mazel Tov. And our Dashoni sponsors today, Friends of Josh Rosenbluth, for the Friends wrote a special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday, right? It's like a 40, the child. And Josh, I'm really happy and tired to wish you a tremendous birthday. It should be a year of growth, of hatzlacha, of biracha, of continued dvekus, and kol mishalos libechel tova me'avesim shanim tovos. Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this case of our precious hostages. May the Shemar should bring them home with shalom and the karam, and the souls of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. The whole Maaseh. Because with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting doc filled with just a lot of, at times, random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember, again, we're still steeped. It feels like a little bit. On one hand, it's interesting Gemara. On the other hand, I felt this yesterday preparing the doc. It's very heavy, constantly being involved in death. Right? And these are death oriented. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this sugya of skila, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing, because being constantly around death could be actually life-affirming. And I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes when all you're doing is death, and you recognize that, Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here, it's a new day, it's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with death reminds us how much power we have in life. So also with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Tell me what Rabbi Shimon. Good. Okay, so let's do this. Let's put Rabbi Shimon. That one? Okay, one person talk. One person talk. Tell me where I am. Good. That's a Rabbi. A Rabbi just gets to it, doesn't he? I'll just tell you where we are, and that's it. Good. Let's go. So good. You want to say as follows. My Rabbi Shimon. So what's the position of Rabbi Shimon? Deciding Rabbi Shimon over Shnei Klalos Nemru Bas Kohen. So there are two rules said by Bas Kohen. One second. The Bas Kohen all Bas Yisrael. So these two rules are said by Bas Kohen about ourselves. So remember, the overwhelming ambiguity in all of this is here's what we know. A Bas Kohen commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says skila, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is what. So the Shimon says, so rather, again, the Torah says, rather say that these two rules apply even to a Bas Yisrael. By Bas Kohen, whereas if having over here, the Torah removes a Bas Kohen Nesua from the general penalty of Nesua, and a Bas Kohen Arusa from the general penalty of Arusa. Now take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over Nesua, Arusa Bas Kohen Mechlal Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. Arusa Bas Kohen Mechlal Arusa Bas Yisrael, Yiskiva L'Sreifa. So generally, an Arusa will get Skiva, but a Bas Kohen says a Bas Kohen who commits adulteries in Arusa will get Sreifa. Okay, and Yisua Mechlal Nesua, Mechanek Nisreifa. And again, by Nesua, so regular married woman who commits adultery, Chanek. Bas Kohen, ultimately again, will get Sreifa. So by the way, this all feeds into Rabbi Shimon's rule. What's Rabbi Shimon's premise? Rabbi Shimon's premise is that, remember, Rabbi Shimon argued on Tanakama in the Mishnah. According to Rabbi Shimon, according to Tanakama, what's the most common form of Nisa, most common form of death? Skiva. According to Rabbi Shimon, what's the common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we're seeing of Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged in this whole Bas Kohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out from the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately, again, giving something different, and the different thing that she's giving us Sreifa, indicates that Sreifa is a different kind of ownership. The Gemara says, just like when the Torah pulled out a Bas Kohen Nesua, for a regular case of Nesua to be Machmir, so too when it pulls out the rule of a Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery, from a regular Arusa commits adultery, it's also to be Machmir, and from here you see also what's the Chumrah? Chumrah you get Sreifa. So maybe you see that Sreifa is the most common form of Nisa. Zone Nesua Bas Kohen Mechlal Zone Nesua Bas Yisrael. The Zone Arusa Bas Kohen Mechlal Zone Arusa Bas Yisrael. So we'll say this is very interesting. We're going to see this principle later on. But yet, let's say so let's say Rachel is a Bas Kohen. She's about to marry Reuven. But it doesn't matter what Reuven is. He's not according to Nancy. It makes absolutely no difference. Witnesses show up and they say he saw Rachel commit adultery. then it turns out that halacha l'maisa, they lied. Or I should say, another set of witnesses came along and said to the first set, you cannot have seen what you're supposed to have seen. Why? You say you were with us. Eidu zomi. And let's say generally what's the punishment? Eidu zomi. What's the punishment? Right? Kashi's on a reciprocal punishment. Here in the Kiddush. Even though a Bas Kohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, i.e. Sreifa, that's unique chumrah for her, Eidu zomin do not get her unique punishment. Instead, Eidu zomin get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So such halacha, we'll see the direction for that in just a little bit. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her Eidu zomin. And again, the Torah says over here, if you look at Rashi, it's the first white line, Zomi Yisro Basrem Bechral, Zomi Yisro Basrem, the Chenek, Shalahotzi HaKasav Elo Oso Levado. He bought each Yisari, only she gets straight up. Only she gets straight up. The Eidu zomin will get, interesting, they get punished, but they get the punishment for a we'll call normal adultery, which would be chenek, strangulation, and not straight up. Fascinating. Okay, so let's go back to it. But let's say we are, base 50b, 3 lines into the wide line. So Ubas ish kohen kiseichal, and if a daughter of a kohen will commit adultery, yakal afilu chilulu as a Shabbos. So let's say, so the lush of the passage is very interesting. It's Bas ish kohen kiseichal. If the daughter of a kohen will profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was Mechal Shabbos. Maybe the Torah is telling us that maybe a Bas Kohen gets a Sreifa, even for just desecrating Shabbos. Halalomar is Yos. Therefore, the pasuk adds in the word ultimately against Zos, immorality. The Torah is talking about again a profanation that occurs. That is, I believe it's a word. Right? The profanation or profanity that occurs as a result, ultimately again, of immorality. The Ksiv shows the custom of Dabar. Right? The Gemara says, "Yochol afilu pnuya." You might thought maybe it's about her even if she's single. Even if she's single, so once it says over here Aviyah, and it says in the second part, like Mahotzi Sanara Pesach base Aviyah Uskalua. Just like in the first place, he's talking about which means immorality, where there's a husband involved, right? Again, maybe not Nisuin, but at least in Nisuin, so to over here again, there's Znus with Zekas Haval as well. She is called Adam. Maybe when it says Aviyah, it means that when is a Bas Kohen subject to Sreifa when she commits adultery, maybe with her father, right? Maybe it's only incestual adultery that's problematic. Because she already Nuchaleles, Havi Omer, called Adam Amar. When it says Nuchaleles, ultimately again, that comes from no adultery with anyone. Okay, Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Aviyah. So let's say, so Ha Ma'ani Mekaye. So what, at the end of the word, I come so the Gemara says, sorry, Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Aviyah. Never can Aviyah, never Lalan Aviyah. It says over here, it says in the second part of Aviyah, Ma'an Lahalan Znus Zekas Haval. Just like over here, it's Znus, it's immorality with a connection to a husband. Kind of Znus in Zekas Haval. It says, okay, Ma'an Lahalan Na'ara B'Yarusa. Kind of Na'ara B'Yarusa. Well, so here's the difference. So remember again, the Torah speaks about the idea, ultimately again, of a Nara, a Bas Kohen is a Nara, right? But so we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second part to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sreifa. So maybe for comparing Psukim, just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is a particular stage in her physical development, and she's an Arusa. So by Sreifa, she'll only get Sreifa if she's an Nara, and she's an Arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? Nara in Nisua. How do I know that if she's a Nara, if she has Nisua? Or Bulgaris, the Arusa, she's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult, full adult, and she's an Arusa. Or Bulgaris in Nisua, or Bulgaris in Afilu Skina. Even if she's a much older woman, 79, how do I know that if she's a Bas Kohen commits adultery, she's subject to Sreifa? Ta'olamar, Bas Kohen, Mikol Makom. If a Torah uses a more generic version of Bas Kohen to tell us whoever is the Bas Kohen, whatever Surah she is, a Nara, a Bulgaris, a Nesua, an Arusa, it doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed down to a girl who is to a woman who is a bas Kohen who commits adultery. So you know, bas Kohen is, so bas Kohen, top of the mouth, 51 able say, Amy Ella Shani says the Kohen. So here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a bas Kohen, the fact that it's referring to her as a bas Kohen, maybe means that she also married a Kohen. Right? Maybe it's a bas Kohen who married a Kohen. Amy Ella Shani says the Kohen. We say to the lady, Amy Yisrael, La'obed Kochavim, L'chalo, L'mamzer, V'Lesimina. And how do I know that the truth is this unique halacha of a bas Kohen who commits adultery and her being subject to sreifa? How do we know that halacha l'maisa, no matter who she married, that she's subject to sreifa? How do we know that? In other words, it was like, if you look at the list is very interesting because who's included in this list? It's obviously again a Kohen lady Yisrael, but also Psulim. Even in sin, even though I must say that, by the way, I'll tell you what I love most about that family. Well, I don't know everything about that family, but one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily for myself I'm talking about, have attention over all the details of that. Along the journey, you pick up like these sodos that stick with you. So remember again, one of the things my books and we had is do we say Kiddushin Tovsim B'chayvei Lavi? Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the Kiddushin work? So there's the famous Machmir Shita Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds Kiddushin in the Tovsim B'chayvei Lavi. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if they're only prohibited to by a law, Rabbi Akiva says the marriage does not work. We don't ask in that way. We hold Kiddushin in the Tovsim B'chayvei Nisa. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Tries to marry another man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a man if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or his sin, or a challah, so it's a lot. It's right. Every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition, but the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, but nevertheless, again, she's a bas Kohen that she's subject to sreifa? So I say, interestingly enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kuna or ultimately again even by marrying illegally. Okay, she is sreifa, but involved of the sreifa. So that's very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of sreifa for a bas Kohen who commits adultery is dafka a din in a bas Kohen, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's still, right? He's also death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique sreifa penalty. So the Gemara says as follows: "See, he was sreifa, he was sreifa, vein ball of sreifa." First white line, he was sreifa, vein zolomah of sreifa. Assuming again she gets sreifa, but ultimately again even zolomim do not get sreifa. So again, let's say this is what we saw before the halacha l'maisa. This unique punishment was dafka for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the bar. Let's say this follows. Esaviha b'sreifa, v'eshchameha b'skila. So Rabbi makes a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it and then we'll have to see exactly what it means. With her father with sreifa, and with her father-in-law with skila. So the Gemara says as follows: So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Remains to be seen. So the Gemara says, I would have thought that even if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, about like the lashon of the pasuk that we keep on referencing is ubas ish kohen hisechel. Sechel lashon of chulin, right? Profanation. So I might have thought that again, even if she just profanes Shabbos, she's subject to sreifa. So the Gemara says, I feel Chol Shabbos is bas skiri. Right? Almost everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chilul Shabbos is skila. Right? Chilul Shabbos is not streifa. So what's Amarav Hamani Rabbi Shimon? Really, this is Rabbi Shimon. Tamar streifa kamura. Rabbi Shimon holds that streifa is more kamura. Tzadai kamina. So let's listen to this. You might have cut this far, which is very interesting. Tzadai kamina. Holyo va'achim yehudu rachamana mekahani. Rabbi be mitzvah siseros tidam streifa. This is fascinating. You might suggest that maybe what the Torah is introducing to me is something dramatically different. Maybe the Torah is introducing to me that Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvos, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since Halacha L'Maisa, again, they have what they call mitzvos yisiros, they have all these additional mitzvos that perhaps even for any Avera, which carries a death penalty, Halacha L'Maisa, again, she should get streifa, or they should get streifa, right? And therefore, even if she's Mechal Shabbos, she should get streifa. Kamash Mologo, Kamash Mologo, that streifa's dafka thing in adultery and not by anything else. So my so you want society, I would have said as far as also. So again, what exactly? If you look at Rashi actually right across. So just understand the happening that the Gemara just put forward. You might put forward the happening that maybe a bas kohen, because Michal Shabbos, she gets straight up. That's the happening now. Why? Because since Kohen has so many additional mitzvahs, she has a high level of sanctity, and therefore even Michal Shabbos, she gets straight up. There was actually notice, by the way. The Havamina was for women. The Havamina was for women. A bas kohen, she gets straight over Shabbos. But the Havamina was only a bas kohen and not Kohanim. But why would you suggest straight up the Shabbos for a bas kohen and not straight up for a Kohanim? What's the shot? This is very interesting. I'm sorry, he keeping the lowest study of Shabbos Legabah, this is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle, I'll call it dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. Now, think about that word. Not only dispensation, but rather again, Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer karbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different, male Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, they still have to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe Halacha L'Maisa again, maybe only the din of Sreifa by Chol Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon again, for Chol Shabbos, the penalty is always skila for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen, non-Kohen. Good. Yochal Afilu Pneuya. I might have thought that. Yochal Afilu Pneuya. I might have thought that even if the bas kohen is single, maybe she should be subject to sreifa for adultery, to which the Gemara says, but it says Liznos. It says Nus. To which the Gemara says, maybe it's Kidav Panui Havala Puya Shalom Shin Ishus Asa Zona. So it's actually the Lazar holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a zona. Now that's not he's using zona as a descriptive halakhic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. So the point over here is Rabbi Elazar holds that halacha l'maisa, even single people, right, engaging in a sexual relationship is prohibited. It's prohibited. Omar Avia, LOTS Kalatam, or maybe it says Avia, maybe the reason why the pasuk says Avia ultimately is what? Is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual adultery that is punishable by Sreifa, but not by other men, to which the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, so what are you talking about? We're talking about a case over here where she was Mizana, she had sex with her father. That's the case we're talking about. So Gemara says, if that's the case, my Uriah Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael, if that's the case, what's the blessing? Then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a Bas Kohen. Still, what applies when she's a Bas Yisrael? The Amar Rabbi Yitzchak Bardini, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. They will say, you make a Zira Shabbat of Heina, and Zima. The penalty for a bas kohen who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a bas kohen who commits adultery ultimately is sreifa, so too the punishment for incest is sreifa as well. Thus, the Gemara wants to suggest that it doesn't make a difference if she's a bas kohen or she's a bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be sreifa. To which the Gemara says it's sreifa. No, you're still required. Why? Tzaddik, I would have thought krala fukim midirava. I might have thought that the pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says, since the Torah over here, since the Torah is Helen is halacha by bas kohen and bas Yisrael, kamash malon, kamash malon bas kohen in bas. I'm sorry, kamash malon. Good. So bas kohen, Amy Elishni sees the kohen. So here's this interesting. Once again, the Gemara circling back. Now we're just dissecting the brisa we mentioned before. So we said before bas kohen. I want to say it's interesting because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does bas kohen mean? Bas kohen means the daughter of a kohen is what? Married to a kohen. That's like the default understanding of it. So the Gemara says bas kohen, Amy Elishni sees the kohen. I don't know that she actually married a kohen. When he says l'levi l'Yisrael u'le'ovid l'cholov l'nasin u'lemamzer minayin, how do I know that if halacha l'maisa again, she married anyone, right? Yisrael, kohen living Yisrael, even someone illegally, a cholo, a nasin, a mamzer. So how do I know that this same halacha, if she committed adultery, she's subject to shame? I don't know that it still applies. Talmud Lomar, bas ish kohen. Therefore, the pasuk says bas ish kohen, af al pish eno kohenes. Even if she is no longer a kohenes, you shouldn't see fine. Even if she's no longer a kohenes, no, you want in 1 second. You shouldn't be insipa luhu lahani lad bas kohen. Now I understand. The title of kohenes are said. Who is the title? Kohen is bestowed upon. It's bestowed upon someone, a woman, who is the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why does that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's a fact of biology. If she's born to a Kohen, right? If I was a Kohen, then she's a bas Kohen. Okay, this would be if I'm looking at, let's say, a man and a woman, right? A man could abdicate his career status. So you can have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone he's not allowed to marry, he abdicates that status. He could regain it afterwards, but myself, he's not. But by a bas Kohen, why would you think that a bas Kohen is sort of married to a Kohen? Bas Kohen is one of a Kohen, independent of who she's married to. So the Gemara says, Besu needed Kohenes, the Kohen said furthermore. Does the pasuk itself say that we're talking about a Kohenes who's married to a Kohen? Of course not. It's not like, I would have thought, he said, so the Gemara says, I would have thought, but the pasuk says as follows. Who are we talking about over here? A bas Kohen, he sechel liznos. He sechel liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. The Gemara says, what I take from it? How do you mean? That's when the act of znos, so the inappropriate relationship started now. About her, keeping the kamaskal of the kaima meikara. But maybe, let's say in the case of, let's say for example, Rachel, we'll call her Rachel, was married to a mamzer. So I would have thought like this: when did issues in Rachel's relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she's still under the couple with the mamzer. Like you're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's like a problem. There's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that the sreifa for adultery of a bas kohen is when quote unquote the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I would have thought that halacha l'maisa, she's not subject to sreifa under those circumstances. Because after all, we said, so ultimately, again, the last coin will marry each zar that is a fine man, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Because once a bas Kohen has relations with a man with whom she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that compromises her status. The Gemara says, "L'levi Yisrael nami," but by Levi Yisrael as well. But Shabbat beisaver kinura. So let's remember again. This is very important. When a bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't be, but should her husband die without, should they charge her husband by saying she doesn't have children or divorced without children, then halacha l'maaseh means she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not a Kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. Her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, that's not because or to Yisrael. So when she's married to him, she can't be truma. But if those guys die, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. What do you see from here? You see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. To which Gemara says, therefore I would have thought, well, see them this way. So let's say, see, you know what's happening over? This is fascinating. You might say like this. I might have thought that the only time there's straight for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halachic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why was it compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa, kamash malando. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halachic issue in her marriage, let's say she married a mamzer. Right? And so that's a real halachic issue. That's a real problem. Right? Not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit. That's a halachic problem. Even in that case, where there is a pre-existing marital issue, halacha l'maaseh that she commits adultery, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. We go up there. I want to say all of this is nothing on there. So we're saying, Bas Kohen says, Yisrael ba'achla truma. So I said, this is so interesting. Listen to this. A Bas Kohen who marries Yisrael. So let's call it Rachel. Rachel marries Ruben. Rachel comes from a nice Kohanic family. She married out. Right? She married a regular guy, a regular Jew, a regular Yisrael. So what happens? So now she's with Ruben, and what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. And what's the halacha is, remember, a non-Kohen, a zar, is not permitted to eat truma. Okay, generally, now you're talking about b'shogeg. Now what's the halacha generally if you go ahead and you eat truma b'shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is keren and chomesh. You have to pay that principal plus an additional fifth. So listen to this. First question, he says, these Rabbi Akla Truma. So Rachel is a Bas Kohen. She married a regular guy named Ruben in Yisrael, and she accidentally ate Truma. Which was it? You can see that, by the way, right? It's such a, it must have been a case that didn't happen frequently. Right, the girl who grew up in a Kohanic home comes back to her parents, right? There could be truma that's out. She eats the truma. So what's the halacha? She's halacha is Mishalema says hakari that in the Mishalema says a chomesh when you suffer the sreifa. So what says the halacha is as follows: she only has to pay the keren, and she does not have to pay the additional fifth, and she's killed by sreifa. Whoa! What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the white lines, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi Mishalem says hakeren the chayban the lo zoti lo rachmana b'gava zela hiyatzla. Then Mishalem says hachomesh the lab zoragi holil ulilach zor in yomus baila b'shara. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows: so the vice president's opinion that halacha l'maaseh she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? Because she stole something. The Jew doesn't belong to her. So there's the principal. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar. A non-Kohen pays the fifth. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have zar status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. So interestingly enough, so she's chayavis for the theft. Therefore, she has to be principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayavis sreifa? So that she's imzinsa. Okay, calm down. Not for the truma. If she commits adultery, then she's chayavis sreifa. Because again, she's about to. So there's a number of things you see from here. You really look see from here. First of all, the din of Bas Kohen by sreifa is there any Bas Kohen, irrespective of who she marries, Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her Kohanic status, right? Laharai, if she eats truma, she only has to pay. Karen doesn't have to pay chomesh. Good. That's absurd. Now again, all of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is to a non-Kohen. What happened if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a mamzer. So what's that about? Mishalim is carrying the chomesh. Then Rabbi said she pays carry on chomesh. Why? Because remember again, what's happened over here happens. So Rabbi said she takes on Zona status. As Zona said, she's forever precluded from going back into the Kuda. Once that happens, she's a Zara. She's a stranger to the Kuda. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats truma, it's keren and chomesh. Keren and chomesh. And interestingly enough, when we suss up the chedek, they're already there. Wow. But there it says also she no longer has the status of a bas Kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a bas Kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets to the punishment for adultery, which is chedek and not sreifa. Incredible. So we'll say that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? No highlight. But I'm saying, what the Rameir's position is that when a bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her bas Kohen status, and that manifests itself for us in two ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats truma, she's going to have to pay keren and chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not sreifa like a bas Kohen, but like a chedek, like a regular adulterer. The Chum say, the Chachamim say that even if a bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her bas Kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, she accidentally eats truma, she's going to go and only have to pay. She has to pay keren, doesn't have to pay chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately again, she is judged by sreifa. So let's say, is that not incredible? What a fascinating machlokas. Essentially, does a bas Kohen, can a bas Kohen compromise her bas Kohen status? And the Meir says yes. If she marries someone illegal, she compromises her bas Kohen status. That manifests itself in the fact that if she consumes truma accidentally, she'll have to pay keren and chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get chedek not sreifa. Chachamim say once a bas Kohen, always a bas Kohen. You can't compromise that status, and therefore if she accidentally eats truma, halacha l'maisa only keren and chomesh, and for adultery she will always be punished by sreifa. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes back to. Rabbi Elazar Omer Esadia b'sreifa, that's coming out of skiva. Rabbi Elazar says with her father it's sreifa, with her father-in-law it's skiva. Now what does that mean? My Esadia that's coming out. What are you talking about? So the Gemara says even Esadia me'avia, that's coming out. So we're talking about if she commits adultery with her father, it's sreifa. Commits adultery with her father-in-law it's skiva. So what's the understand? My Yuri bas Kohen. Then again, if we're talking about incest and then relation with the father-in-law, that halacha does not vary from bas Kohen to anyone else. Rather, again, my Yuri bas Kohen, I feel with bas Yisrael, none. He does this What says incest chasson with the daughter is sreifa, and the original relation with the daughter-in-law ultimately is skiva. That's across the board. Ella esavia b'shus, avia b'shvera b'shus. Oh, interesting. No, what it means is like this. What I mean is like this. Rabbi says, the Elazar says, avia means she's in the domain of her father. Chanel means she's in the domain of her father-in-law. Now, what does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? What is that? Erison. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? Yisur. The assumption is that during Erison she's living at home with her parents. During Yisur, will be coming to move in with her in-laws, right? Her husband's parents. So when those are the ones that suggest that halacha myself, essentially when she's in Arusa, it's sreifa. It's sreifa, and when she is in Yisua, it is skiva. So when says, okay, Kima, in Yisua, Yatsa the sreifa. Allah Arusa, right? According to the Rabbanan, they hold ultimately it's only Yisua that gets sreifa. Not in Arusa. Ikir Rabbi Shimon ha'amar achas Arusa, va'achas Yisua b'sreifa. Rabbi Shimon holds again, Bas Kohen, whether again Arusa or Yisua, halacha l'maisa gets sreifa. Ikir Rabbi Yishmael, because Rabbi Yishmael ha'amar Arusa, Yatzas l'sreifa, v'lo Yisua. And Yishmael says ultimately again, Arusa is ultimately goes after Shever Nanasua. Es Chamel, Cheneku. So the Gemara says, so what's whose opinion is it? Shalabad Mishnah Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Kanina. Kach Yatzah Shah Mishnah. Let's say here's how to arrange the Mishnah. The Olam Kirabanon. The reality reflects the Kirabanon. Baki Kamarzah needs to say, Kosher the Matamini Sasavia. So this is what Rashi. Rashi says Rashi is 5 lines up from the bottom. Matamini Sasavia, straight fall. Kiloma Ramisa Shikalami straight fall. So essentially, anytime you have a punishment, right? Anytime that relations with a father would have yielded a punishment that is less than straight fall. Keep going. Sua the tank valve. Hakabas Konim Bemisas Avia Kiluzisame Avia the straight fall. So essentially, what it says like this. Anything kosher the Matamini Sasavia. Anything ultimately again that would have been a lower punishment had she committed adultery with her father. What's the example of that? Yisua Bas Yisrael. Di'ilu Yisua Bas Yisrael the Chenek, because the regular Yisua Bas Yisrael be the Chenek. Ha'chav Misa Savia the straight fall. So therefore again, had she committed adultery with her father, would have been the straight fall. Kosher the Mala Misa Savia, would have been a step above. Had she had relations with her father. What is that? Harusa Bas Yisrael. That's the case of Harusa Bas Yisrael. So, the Arusa Bas Yisrael, the Alma Beskila, a regular Arusa, ultimately will be Beskila, but how come Misas Chavea Beskila? So, it's over here, if we're adultery with her father, what we've been discussing about. That's what the Bible says. It doesn't say the Malo Lamata. I'm not giving you a reading that says this on most other days. I'm your real, in reality, I love the nice again. We're going like Rabbi Shmuel, right? Rabbi Shmuel says, Rabbi Shmuel is the one that says that Srifa is only for a din in Arusa and not for the Srifa. That's Chameha, Mechameha, Biski. Okay, this is interesting. Rabbi Shmuel holds like this. Rabbi Shmuel says the way to interpret the statement of the Rabbi says as follows. Esavia means Rishus Savia, which means, and Abbas Kohen means adultery, which is living of our father. What does that mean? Arusa. What's the punishment for Arusa? Punishment for Arusa? Ultimately is Sreifa. Bas Kohen Arusa is Sreifa. Okay. Es Chameha means she has adultery with her father-in-law. What's the punishment for that? That I will say that the Gemara says is skila. Now that's an explicit pasuk. That's skila. And for every other act of adultery, what do you get? Chadeh. So it's interesting. According to Shmuel, there's 3 constructs in the adultery model, right? There's Bas Kohen who commits adultery as an arusa. That's sreifa. There's a woman who commits adultery with her father-in-law. That's skila. And then there's every other case of adultery, which is chenek. Chenek, that's his model. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. It doesn't make any sense. Essentially, what you're saying is, Esaviha means that the girl is in the domain of her father, but Eschana means that she committed adultery with her father-in-law. So the Gemara says, when Rabbi says it doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respective individuals, or both mean in the domains of the individuals. So there's the Rabbi, the Omikrim Shimon. The Omikrim Shimon, the Nesua Karusa. The Rosa holds that a Nesua is no different than an Arusa. Not Arusa, Chad, Darga, Maskila, Maskila, the Seifa. Just like an Arusa, we move her, Maskila Arusa, we move her one step higher in punishment from Maskila to Seifa. After Nesua, Chad, Darga, Maskila, Mechanic, Maskila. Okay? Incredible. So once I saw again, Rabbi was of the opinion that Allah essentially what they do over here is in the case of a Bas Kohen, we always move her up one level of severity in punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by Arusa, normally again she gets skila. Again, this is Rabbi Lazar, but really, of course, Rabbi Shimon who holds that Sreifa as the highest level. So we'll take her again from skila to Sreifa. By the Sura, she will only get chenek, we'll move her up chenek to skila. Okay, that's great. I mean, you know, Rabbi Shimon, this way. Right, so rather in Rabbanan say Rabbanan says in reality it's Rabbanan and Shishkin's around. Esavia b'skila, mes chamea b'sreifa. Again, with her father it's skila, with her father-in-law it's sreifa. And that ultimately again, which we said, Esavia, if the Gemara is just implying, or the Vice just implying the normative Lashon. Okay. Amar Nachman Barav. Halacha, Again, as Rabbi said in the room of Rabbi Yosef. So I said, this is incredible. I'm Rabbi Yosef. Help the summer of Shikha. But let's say this is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugi right now. Get a little halacha on myself as well. Rabbi sent in the name of Rabbi Yosef. Okay. So now the Gemara says. The Gemara says, who cares? Essentially, pertinent for the Messianic era. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, you also Mashiach, so this is fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying this, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, he says absolutely no ramification for now, which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say something like that, considering how much time is spent on discussions that may or may not be actively heard. But again, Rabbi Yosef says, right now we have no ability to administer a death sentence. But remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires Abbas HaMikdash. So we need Mashiach. So again, it was a lesson that's so beautiful. This is a halacha which will apply ultimately again when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. So Abaye says, you can say that so much. So why did we learn kachim? Right? Why did we go ahead and learn anything about kabbalas? Like after all, again, anytime you brings up one verse, for that matter, Tumatara, like why even bring up these sugyas at all? It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this up at all? Rabbi says, "Hello, Mishloach, so Mashiach, hello." Rosh the Kabbalah star. So the Rabbi said ultimately again, rather what's the avodah over here? The avodah over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn Kabbalah. That's why we learn Tumen Tara. So over here again by this entire discussion, Josh the Kabbalah. This is very funny, because I think for many of us after the last 2 days we're kind of wondering to ourselves, what are we doing? Right? And we're gonna see the bottom line just a little bit. We'll do it in a few moments. But again, it's almost as if sometimes it's something. You struggle with something, it's very affirming to hear someone else who's struggling with it. At least makes you might be struggling with it, but at least I know I'm not crazy. So it's interesting because this is coming out of the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, Kevin, what are we doing? Teach of Isis, what are you talking about? We spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet relevant, but will be in the future. So why do you do that? Drosh and the Kabbalah Skar. Learn and receive reward for us. So what's this? The Pashup Shat over here is the Gemara saying. Pashup Shat is the Gemara saying that halacha l'maisa, there is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Like, what do I do with a sugya like this? Okay, so we take a Musar skill that when you learn so much about death, it becomes a life-affirming experience. Recognizing I'm alive, my gosh, life is such a precious gift. I need to do so. It's already 6:39, right? I said this last time at 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun, right? And then what happens? And then the mice say, I gotta live. But in the general idea, sometimes I will say we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be halachically relevant. But even if it's not halachically relevant, there's the power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to operate. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. When I swim in the Yam Shel Tamid, the sea of the Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different. I'm not the same person. But what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information. But I can tell you one thing. I'm absolutely a different person than I was an hour ago. That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. That's Drosh v'Kabal Schar. Just learn. So listen, we translated Drosh v'Kabal Schar as learning, you'll get a reward for learning. No. Drosh, the reward itself is in the act of learning. Drosh, just learn. The Kabbalah Schar, you will receive the reward. What's the ultimate reward? It's not something you get in this world or the next world. The ultimate reward is you become a different person. I'm someone different now. And because I'm someone different, that was like, what is the greatest schar in the world? The greatest schar in the world is when you feel good about yourself because you feel that you are engaged in a life of self-transcendence. When I feel that I'm just pushing forward to becoming the best version of me, that is the greatest schar. So therefore, the Gemara says, Drosh, sometimes it's just about learning. The Kabbalah schar, reap the benefits of becoming someone different, reap the benefit of becoming someone holier. Happens to be the Be'er Mayim Chaim says something very beautiful. The Rabbi says as follows. He says there's another vart in Drosh for Kabbalah schar. He says also as follows. He says sometimes when we learn something, and you'll learn about something that's not yet in effect, and it's going to be in effect one day. What it does is it awakens within me an anticipatory desire for what is going to be. So the Be'er Chaim says when you learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what does that do? It awakens within me a desire for Mashiach. It awakens within me a desire for Beis Hamikdash. It awakens within me a desire for the Sanhedrin. The Rebbe says, "Utzmeim alav lomar nosai esger li'gavek bo yispar palasos lo nachas ruach." He goes, "V'nafsham b'chla b'hem chemdas hazman u'mis'avis l'kayim kol hamitzvos kulam b'rega echad." So it says sometimes what Joshua Kabbalah means. Sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now, but when I learn it, it awakens within me this desire to have it. Okay, so I don't know about Misas Bezdin, right? If it applies as much. But so you learn things about Karbanos, or you say Karbanos in the morning. Like, oh gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to offer up my Karbanos. I can't wait to be able to go to Beis Hamikdash. I can't wait to see the Kohen wearing the Bidikura. I can't wait to walk with my family over the hills of Yerushalayim and in the distance see the beautiful Bayis Shlishi. See, I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now, it awakens within you an anticipatory desire for what is going to come. So two yisods, let's get Josh the Kabbalah schar. Number one, the act of learning changes us, even if it doesn't give me concrete information from my life operating system. So Josh, learn as much as you can. The Kabbalah schar reap the benefits of becoming a different kind of person. Or Josh the Kabbalah schar, at the end of the day, learn and awaken within yourself this desire for what is going to come. Awaken within yourself a desire for what the future holds. Incredible. So you must say, okay, what I meant to say. What I meant to say. So the Gemara says, he says, rather, what he meant to say is as follows. Why do you have to go ahead and make this statement of the halacha follows? The halacha follows pretty straightforward. So, yeah, all right, I didn't think so, but okay. The Gemara says, what the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, so all the Sakar Mai, what Bishmo, Tisanya, Ubas Ish Koin Kesich Aliznos, Benara, Yarusa Kasamadaber. The Torah says as follows. The Torah says, Ubas Koin, right? Kisei Chaliznos, talking about a Nara, and she's an Arusa. This is Rabbi Shmuel, right? So a Nara is an Arusa, she is subject to Streifa. Atar Benara, the Arusa, and Afilu Nesua. You're saying it's Nara, she's an Arusa. Maybe it's only Nesua. Tamaloma, Ish, Asher, Yunafes, Eishes, Re'elu, Mos, Yumas, Hano, Eifa, Hano, Efes. How do you call the Klan, Eifa, Hano, Efes? Everyone was included in the general rule of Noif and Efes, right? Adulterer and adulteress. Hotzi Akasa, Basishal, Skila, Baskoin, Streifa. Torah removes a Basishal, says the Basishal, which thought is Skila. And Baskoin is Streifa. Makishoti Akasa, Basishal, Skila, Alusa, below Nesua. Akishoti Akasa, Baskoin is Streifa, Alusa, below Nesua. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out a Basishal from an Arusa, and Arusa Basishal is subject to Skila, so too when it pulls out a Baskoin, it's pulling out a Baskoin Arusa. Then it's not your Arusa is subject to Streifa and not a Nesua. All right, we'll stop and we'll pick up. I'm leaving off mid-sentence. I'm going to make a line. I'm not going to get confused tomorrow. So I'm leaving off mid-sentence over here by Zomerman, but I'll pick up and answer with it tomorrow. Tremendous. You have to say. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone.
And I stopped, I started putting it back together, and I was like, I'm not going to chance to drop all stuff. And then the woman showed up, and she started getting her stuff together. And at some point, the neighbors started filing out onto the street, and the crowd kind of gathered up.
Correct.
The cop was like, what went on here? What happened? And I remember the neighbors, they go, well, we heard this woman screaming, so we all ran out and chased the guy. And I was like, none of you ran out and chased anybody. I ran out and chased the guy. He dropped the stuff. And then 10 minutes later, you guys all came out in your bathrobes. but you didn't chase anybody. But then I realized that's what they want. They wanted to be that person, but they weren't that person. So
all right, Jabosai, good morning. Good morning. First of all, thank you to Rabbi Ari for the weather advisory. Definitely, thank you. Again, you should just know that text sent out at 5:22 this morning. Wondering what Ari is doing at 5:22 this morning is preparing the coffee. We all go in, Baruch Hashem, and we take and we enjoy it, and it's wonderful. I don't understand that Ari really is. I'm happy he's not here because he was shutting down for a second, but there's tremendous Mesiras Nefesh on his part when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the weather updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. Ari, on behalf of the entire state aside, also just the coffee every single morning, we understand the Mesiras Nefesh, and thank you for it. Thank you for it. So we also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD. We're dedicating all the Shir and Drushos this year as a Zechus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Malki Rosenblum, in honor of Josh's 40th birthday. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. And our Daf Yomi sponsors today, friends of Josh Rosenblum, for his, the friends wrote special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday. Right? It's like 40. A child. When Josh, on behalf of the entire year, we wish you a tremendous birthday. We wish it should be a year of growth, of hatzlacha, of bracha, of continued dveikus, and kol mishalos libech l'tova me'ah v'esim shanim tovos. Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, Tabosai. So with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this of our to bring them home. The shalom and the karat, and the source of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting daf filled with just a lot of, at times, random information, but really interesting ideas. So remember, again, we're still steeped. It feels like a little bit. On one hand, it's interesting Gemara. On the other hand, I felt this yesterday. It's very heavy, constantly being involved in death, right? And just these are death oriented. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this of skila, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing, because being constantly around death could be actually all you're doing is death, and you recognize that Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. In Bracha Gedol Mizo. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with death reminds us how much power we have in life. So once we're back, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Turn around. Tell me where I am. Rabbi Shimon. Good. Okay, so let's do this. Let's Rabbi Shimon Achas Alusa. That one. Okay, one person talk. Tell me where I am. Good. Perfect. Yeah. That's a Rabbi. A Rabbi just gets to it, doesn't yell, just tells me where we are, and that's it. It's good. Let's go. So good. You want to say as follows. My Rabbi Shimon. So what was the position of Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon Omer. Shnei klalos nemru bas. So there are two rules said by Bas Kohen. So 1 second. The Bas Kohen lo Bas Yisrael. So these two rules were said by Bas Kohen, not by Bas Yisrael. So we remember again, a Bas Kohen who commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says skila, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is what? So Rabbi Shimon says, rather than the Torah says, rather say that these two rules apply even to Abbas Yisrael. Yet by Abbas Kohen, what ends up happening over here is the Torah removes Abbas Kohen Nisua from the general penalty of Nisua, and Abbas Kohen Arusa from the general penalty of Arusa. Let's take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over in Nisua, Arusa Bas Kohen Mechlal, Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up from before it gets wide. Arusa bas koin mikla arusa bas yisrael v'skila l'sreifa. So generally, an arusa would get skila. But Rabbi Shimon says a bas kohen who commits adultery in arusa will get streifa. Okay, and nesua michlal nesua mechenek l'sreifa. And again, by nesua, so regular married woman who commits adultery, chenek, bas kohen, ultimately again will get streifa. We'll get streifa. So by the way, this all feeds into Rabbi Shimon's rule, or what's Rabbi Shimon's premise? Rabbi Shimon's premise is that, remember, Rabbi Shimon argued on the Tanakh in the Mishnah. According to Rabbi Shimon, according to the Tanakh, what's the most common form of misa, most common form of death? Skila. According to Rabbi Shimon, most common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we're seeing of Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged in this whole Bas Kohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out from the normative framework of punishment and ultimately, again, given something different, and the different thing that she's given as Sreifa indicates to us that Sreifa is a different kind of onus. The Gemara says, just like the Torah pulled out a Bas Kohen Nesua from a regular case of Nesua is to be machmir. So too, when it pulls out the rule of a Bas Kohen Aruso commits adultery from a regular Bas Kohen, from a regular Aruso commits adultery, it's supposed to be machmir. And from here you see also what's the chumrah? Chumash gets sreifa. So from here you see that sreifa is the most common form of misa. I zone nesua bas kohen b'chlal zone nesua bas Yisrael. The zone arusa bas kohen b'chlal zone arusa bas Yisrael. So we'll say this is very interesting. We're going to see this principle later on. But yet, let's say even zone comes. So let's say Rachel is a bas kohen. She's about to marry Reuven. But it doesn't matter what Reuven is. He's a kohen. He's not a kohen. He's going to see it's absolutely no difference. Witnesses show up and they say, we saw Rachel commit adultery. Then it turns out that halacha l'maisa, they lied. Or I should say, another set of witnesses came along and said, the first set, you cannot have seen what you're supposed to have seen. Why? You are with us. Eidim Zoman. The most say, generally, what's the punishment for Eidim Zoman? What's the punishment? Right? Kasher Zoman, reciprocal punishment. Here is the Chiddush. Even though a Bas Kohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, i.e. Sreifa, that's unique chumrah for her, Eidim Zomin do not get her unique punishment. Instead, Eidim Zomin get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So especially halacha, we'll see the drasha for that in just a little bit. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her Eidim Zomin. And again, the Torah says over here, if you look at Rashi, it's the first white line, Zomin Yisrael Bas Kohen B'chlal, Zomin Yisrael Bas Yisrael, the Chenek, Shalahotzi HaKosef Ela Osa Levado. So we're going to see only she gets Sreifa. Only she gets Sreifa. The Eidim Zomin will get, interesting, they'll get punished, but they get the punishment for we'll call normal adultery, which would be chenek, strangulation, and not sreifa. Fascinating. Okay, so let's go back to it. We'll say we are base 50b, 3 lines into the white line. And if a daughter of a kohen will commit adultery, so we'll say, so the lashon of the pasuk is very interesting. It's bas ish kohen tiseichel. If the daughter of a kohen will profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was mechalel Shabbos. Maybe the Torah is telling us that maybe a bas kohen gets streifa even for just desecrating Shabbos. Talmud liznos. Therefore, the pasuk adds in the word ultimately against nos immorality. The Torah is talking about again a profanation that occurs. That is what I believe the word. Right? The profanation, so profanity that occurs as a result ultimately again of immorality. The siv. Right? The Gemara says, you might thought maybe it's a bas kohen even if she's single. Mostly it says over here Aviyah, and it says in the second pasuk, just like in the first pasuk, it's talking about which means immorality, where there's a husband involved. Right? Again, maybe not nisuin, but at least erusin. Afkan znus in zekas habal. So it's over here again, there's znus with zekas habal as well. O eino omer, sorry. O eino omer aviyah, elos yes kala adam. Maybe when it says aviyah, it means that when is a bas kohen subject to streifa? When she commits adultery, maybe with her father. Right? Maybe it's only incestual adultery that's problematic. Ishu omer him Michaleles, Havi Omer, Kol Adam Amar. When it says he Michaleles, ultimately again that comes to include no adultery with anyone. Okay. Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Aviha. So what says? So Ha Ma'ani Mekayim. So what at the end of the day, what do I come up with? So the Gemara says, sorry, Ha Ma'ani Mekayim Aviha. Nemar Kan Aviha V'Nemar La'Lan Aviha. It says over here Aviha. It says in the second pasuk Aviha. Ma'al Halon Znos Zekas Abal. Just like over here, it's Znos, it's immorality with a connection to a husband. Afkan's nose in Zekas Abal. Okay. Imal Halon Na'ara B'Yarusa. Afkan Na'ara B'Yarusa. Well, here's the difference. So remember again. The Torah speaks about the idea, ultimately again, of a Nara, a Bas Kohen who's a Nara, Humurasa. Right? V'Hotzias a Nara Pesach B'Saviyah. So we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second pasuk to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sveifa. So maybe if we're comparing Psukim, just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is a particular stage in her physical development, and she's an Arusa. So to by Sveifa, she'll only get Sveifa if she's a Nara, and she's an Arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? Nesua Bogeres? Afkan Nara B'Him Urasa. Nara B'Him Nesua. How do I know that if she's an Arab, she has Nisuin? Or Bulgaris, the Arusa, she's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult, full adult, and she's an Arusa. Or Bulgaris, the Hinisua, or Bulgaris is Afilu Hiskina, even if she's a much older woman, 79. How do I know that if she's a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she's subject to Sveifa? Tamalomar, the Bas Kohen, Nikol Makom. Therefore, the Torah uses a more generic lashon of Bas Kohen to tell us whoever is the Bas Kohen, whatever surah she is, a Nara, a Bogeres, a Nesua, an Arusa, it doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed down to it. Bas Kohen in, so Bas Kohen, top of Munah 51 will say, Ainli Ella Sheni says the Kohen. So I will say, here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a Bas Kohen, the fact that it's referring to her as a Bas Kohen, maybe means that she also married a Kohen. Right? Maybe it's a Bas Kohen who married a Kohen. In the other, she says the Kohen. Mises LeLevi, or the Yisrael, LaOved Kochavim, Lechalal, the Mamzer, the Simonai. How do I know that the truth is the unique halacha of a Bas Kohen who commits adultery and her being subject to Sveifa? How do we know that halacha l'maisa, no matter who she married, that she's subject to Sveifa? How do we know that? In other words, it was like, if you look at the list is very interesting because who's included in this list? So obviously, again, a Kohen Levi Yisrael, but also Psulim. Even in the sin, even when I was in that, by the way, I think that I love most of that film. Well, I love everything. But one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily, for myself, I'm talking about, have the attention over all the details of daf. Along the journey, you pick up like yisodos that stick with you. So remember again, one of the famous macrosim we had is, do we say kiddushin tofsin b'chayvei lavi? Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the kiddushin work? So there's the famous Machmir Shita of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds kiddushin inan tofsin b'chayvei lavi. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if you're only prohibited to by a lav, Rabbi Akiva says marriage does not work. We don't pass in that way. We hold kiddushin in tovsin b'chayvei nisa. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Try to marry another man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or in a sin, or a halal, so it's a lot. And every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition. But the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, but nevertheless, again, if she's a Bas Kohen, that she's subject to Sveifa? So I say, interestingly enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohenes. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the kahuna, or ultimately, again, even by marrying illegally. Okay, he b'sreifa, ve'in bala b'sreifa. So this is very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of sreifa for a bas kohen who commits adultery is dafka a din in a bas kohen, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's killed, right? He's also death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique sreifa penalty. So the Gemara says as follows: "See, he was sreifa, vein sreifa, vein bala sreifa." First white line, he was sreifa, vein zomameh sreifa. Similarly, again, she gets sreifa, but ultimately, again, the Edom zomamin do not get sreifa. So again, I said this is what we saw before. That halacha l'meisa, this unique punishment was dafka for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the Edom, not for the Baal. Rabbi Eliezer says as follows: "Esaviha b'sreifa, veschameha b'skira." So Rabbi makes a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it and then we'll have to see exactly what it means. With her father with sreifa, and with her father-in-law with skila. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Mar, Yochal afilu chilul Shabbos. So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Remains to be seen. Amar, Yochal afilu chilul Shabbos. So the Gemara says, I would have thought that even if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, I was like the lashon of the pasuk that we keep on referencing is ubas ish kohen, she's seichel. Seichel is the lashon of chulin, right? Profanation. So I might have thought that again, even if she just profanes Shabbos, she's subject to sreifa. So the Gemara says, "Afilu chol Shabbos, chol Shabbos. Wait a minute, chol Shabbos is bas skila." Right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that chol Shabbos is skila. Right? Chol Shabbos is not sreifa. So when Amarava Hamani Rabbi Shimon, who this is Rabbi Shimon. Amar sreifa chamura. Rabbi Shimon holds that sreifa is more chamur. It's not that time, So once you listen to this, you might have thought that's follows. This is very interesting. It's not that time, Holil ba'achim rebahu rachamana lekahani tzvagidei mitzvos yiseros tidam b'sreifa. This is fascinating. You are suggesting maybe what the Torah is introducing to me is something dramatically different. Maybe the Torah is introducing to me that Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system, right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvos, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since halacha l'maisa again, they have what they call mitzvos yiseros, they have all these additional mitzvos that perhaps even for any avera which carries a death penalty, halacha l'maisa again, she should get sreifa, or they should get sreifa, right? And therefore, even if she is mechal Shabbos, she should get sreifa. Kamash malon no that sreifa is dafka din in adultery and not by anything else. So the Gemara goes like that. So maishna mine didei. So the Gemara says, I would have thought as follows. So we'll say, so again, what exactly? Maishna mine. If you look at Rashi actually right across. Maishna mine didei. The in Shabbos lami yachmila benekevos just neschem. So we'll say, so just understand the havamin that the Gemara just put forward. The Gemara put forward the havamin that maybe a bas kohen is mechal Shabbos, she gets sreifa. That's the havamin. Why? Because these Kohanim have so many additional mitzvahs. Maybe she has a high level of sanctity, and therefore even for Shabbos she should get sreifa. They must have. You notice, by the way, the havamina was for who? The havamina was for women. A bas kohen she gets sreifa for Shabbos. But the havamina was only a bas kohen and not Kohanim. But why would you suggest sreifa for Shabbos for a bas kohen and not sreifa for the Kohanim? What's the pshat? What's very interesting? It's not that time, Ihu dishtayli Shabbos lagavi avoda. He gave him the lowest shtarya Shabbos lagaba ema titan b'sreifa. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle, I'll call it dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. Now, be careful with that word. Not really dispensation, but rather again, Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer karbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different, male Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, it's up to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe halacha l'maisa again, maybe only the din of sreifa by Chol Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon again for Chol Shabbos, the penalty is always skila for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen, non-Kohen. Good. Yochal afilu pnuya. I'm going to thought. I'm sorry. Yochal afilu pnuya. I might have thought that even if the Bas Kohen is single, maybe she should be subject to streifa for adultery, to which the Gemara says, Halisnos siv, but it says Lisnos, it says Nos, to which the Gemara says, maybe it's because Rabbi Lazar, Panui Habala Pnuya, Shalo L'Shem, Yishus Asa Azona. Rabbi Lazar holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a zona. Now that's not he's using zona as a descriptive halachic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. So the point over here is Rabbi Lazar holds that halacha l'maisa, even single people, right, engaging in a sexual relationship is prohibited. Omar Avia, Elohotzias Kaladam, or maybe it says Avia. Maybe the reason why the pasuk says Avia ultimately is what? Is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual adultery that is punishable by sreifa, but not by other men. To which the Gemara says, Elamaini, Ushazin Samei Avia. So the Gemara says, what are you talking about? We're talking about a case over here where she was Mizana, she was innocent and was with another man. And she had znus with her father. That's the case we talk about. So if that's the case, my area Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael Nami. If that's the case, also bless you, then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a Bas Kohen. Similar to what applied she's a Bas Yisrael. The Amar Rava, Amar Rabbi Yitzchak Rabdimi, Asya, hey, so you make a Gzir Shabbat and Zima. So also ultimately again to compare the penalty for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is streifa, so too the punishment for incest is streifa as well. That's what the Gemara wants to suggest. So therefore, again, you're talking about that she committed adultery with her father, so that it doesn't make a difference if she's a Bas Kohen or she's a Bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be streifa. To which the Gemara says, it's strich. No, you still require it. Why? So that, I would have thought, Krav la'afuki midrava. I might have thought that the pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says, since the Torah over here, since the Torah is highlighting this halacha by Bas Kohen and Bas Yisrael, Kamash Malano, Kamash Malano Bas Kohen in Bas. Kamash Malano. Good. So Bas Kohen, ainly Elish Nisis the Kohen. So here's what's interesting. Once again, the Gemara circling back. Now we're just dissecting the brisa we mentioned before. So we said before Bas Kohen. I will say it's interesting because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does Bas Kohen mean? Bas Kohen means the daughter of a Kohen who's what? Married to a Kohen. That's like the default understanding over here. So the Gemara says Bas Kohen in the Elishni says the Kohen. I only know that she actually married a Kohen. He says Levi Yisrael Uloobei Kofadim L'Cholol L'Nosim U'Lemamzer Minayin. How do I know that if Halacha L'Maisa again she married anyone, right? Yisrael, Kohen Lady Yisrael, even someone illegally, Cholol, a Nasan, a Mamzer. So how do I know that this same halacha of if she committed adultery, she's subject to straight? I don't know what still applies. Lomar Bas Ish Kohen. Therefore, the pasuk says Bas Ish Kohen. Af al pi she'ina kohenes. Even if she is no longer a kohenes, mishum fine. Even though she's no longer a kohenes. Now, the Gemara says 1 second. Mishum de isaba v'hu lahani lab Bas Koheni. Now I don't understand. The title kohenes from our side. Who is the title kohenes bestowed upon? It's bestowed upon someone, a woman who is the daughter of a kohen. Now, why does that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's a fact of biology. If she's born to a Kohen, right, her father's a Kohen, then she is a Bas Kohen. Let's say this would be the fundamental. Let's say a man and a woman, right? A man could abdicate his Kohen status. So you can have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone he's not allowed to marry, he abdicates that status. He could regain it afterwards, but Lamaisa, but a woman by a Bas Kohen, why would you think that a Bas Kohen is married to a Kohen? Bas Kohen is daughter of a Kohen, independent of who she's married to. So the Gemara says, Visu midi kohenes l'kohen. Furthermore, does the pasuk itself say that we're talking about a kohenes who's married to a Kohen? Of course not. I would have thought kisechal liznos amrachmana. So the Gemara says, I would have thought, but the pasuk says as follows. Who are we talking about over here? A Bas Kohen kisechal liznos. Kisechal liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. The Gemara says, what I take from that? That's when the act of znus, so the inappropriate relationship, started now. But maybe, let's say in the case was, let's say for example, Rachel was married to a mamzer. So I would have thought like this. When did issues in Rachel's relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she's still under the chuppah with the mamzer, right? You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's like I would have thought maybe the only time that this sreifa for adultery of a bas kohen is when, quote unquote, this nus, the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I might have thought that halacha l'maisa, she's not subject to sreifa under those circumstances. Because after all we said, bas kohen kiseh leish zar. So ultimately, again, if a bas kohen will marry ish zar, that means a foreign man, a strange man, meaning not a kohen. Kevan shenivel ala pasla la pasla. Because we'll say halacha l'maisa, once a bas kohen has relations with a man with whom she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that compromises her status. Gemara says, "Levi v'Yisrael nami," by Levi and Yisrael as well. V'shava be'saveh kinura. Mr. Ross, remember again, this is very important. When a bas kohen marries a non-kohen, what happens to her kohanic status? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now, again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to her, she's done. She's compromised. She marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi. Then the halacha is she loses certain kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do truma. But should her husband die without, she doesn't have children, or divorce without children, then halacha l'maisa, then she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a bas kohen marries someone who's not a kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage status, her kohanic status. So the Gemara says, as well, because the Levi Yisrael nami b'shaval v'savi achinorah. The pasuk says that she was married to a Levi or to Yisrael. So when she's married to them, she can't do truma. But if those guys die, right, her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. What do you see from here? You see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. To which the Gemara says, therefore, I would have thought, lo sitam b'sreifa. Shabbos says, see, you know what's happening over? This is fascinating. The Gemara says like this. I might have thought that the only time there's sreifa for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it have been compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa. Kamash Molan. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halakhic issue in her marriage, let's say she married a mamzer, right? And so that's a real halakhic issue. That's a real problem, right? Not just that it compromises her kohanic identity a little bit. That's a halakhic problem. Even in that case, where there is a pre-existing marital issue, halacha l'maisa, if she commits adultery, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. We go to Rabbi. We'll say all this is not the Rabbi. Where's Rabbi? So this he says the Yisrael ba'achla truma. Let's say this is so interesting. Listen to this. A bas kohen who marries Yisrael. So we'll just call her Rachel. Rachel marries Reuven. Rachel comes from a nice kohanic family. She married out, right? She marries a regular guy, a regular Jew, a regular Yisrael. So what happens? So now she's with Reuven. And what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. The halacha is, remember, a non-kohen, a zar, is not permitted to eat truma. Again, generally, now we're talking about shogeg. Now, what's the halacha generally if you go ahead and you eat truma b'shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is keren and chodesh. You have to pay back principal plus an additional. So listen to this. First question he says things Rabbi Truma. So Rachel is a bas kohen. She married a regular guy named Reuven Yisrael, and she accidentally ate truma. Which was it? You can see that, by the way, right? It's such a it must have been a case that didn't happen frequently, right? The girl grew up in a Kohanic home, comes back to her parents, right? To her parents. There could be truma that's out. She eats the truma. So what's the halacha? The halacha is Mishalemes as hakaren ve'eno mishalemes as chomesh umisasa b'streifa. So what says the halacha is as follows: she only has to pay the karen, and she does not have to pay the additional fifth. And she's killed by streifa. Whoa! What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the wide lines, Rashi Mishalemes says Karen, Techeban Delo, Zochi Lo Rachmana Begavad, Gzela Yesra, Ve'en Mishalemes says Chomesh. The Lav Zora Hi, Hoil Uru'u Lach Zor in Yomus Baila, V'Zara Ilah. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Bryce holds his opinion that halacha l'maisa, she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? Because she stole something. Sure, it doesn't belong to her. She doesn't pay principal. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar. A non-Kohen pays the fifth. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have zar status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume. Interestingly enough, so she's chayav for the fact. Therefore, she has to be principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayav straight? So Rashi says imzinsa. Okay, calm down. Not if she commits adultery, then she's free from yours. First of all, the din of bas kohen by straight out. She's din of any bas kohen, irrespective of who she retains an element of her kohanic status, right? V'haraya, if she eats truma, only has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay chomesh. Good. Next. Now again, all of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is to a non-Kohen. What happens if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a mamzer. Why? Because remember again, what's happened over here? When a bas kohen now takes on zona status, as zona status, she's forever precluded from going back into the kuna. Once that happens, she's a zar. She's a stranger to the kuna. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats truma, it's karen and chomesh. Karen and chomesh. And interestingly enough, when we sasa the chenek, they Rabbi Meir. Wow. Rabbi Meir says also she no longer has the status of a bas kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a bas kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets the regular punishment for adultery, which is chenek and not sreifa. Incredible. So we'll say that is the position of Rabbi Meir. So again, what's the highlight over here? What is Rabbi Meir's position is that when a bas kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her bas kohen status. And that manifests itself for us in two ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats truma, she's going to have to pay karen and chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not sreifa like a bas kohen, but rather chenek like a regular adult. The Chacham say, the Chum disagree. The Chachamim say that halacha l'maisa, even if a bas kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her bas kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if she accidentally eats truma, she's going to go ahead and only have to. She has to pay karen, doesn't have to pay chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately again she is judged by streifa. So we'll say, is that not incredible? What a fascinating mashmok is. Essentially, can a bas kohen compromise her bas kohen status? Rabbi Meir says yes. If she marries someone illegal, she compromises her bas kohen status. That manifests itself in the fact that if she consumes truma accidentally, she'll have to pay karen and chomesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get chenek not streifa. Chachamim say once a bas kohen, always a bas kohen. Can't compromise that status. And therefore, if she accidentally eats truma, halacha l'maisa only karen or chomesh, and for adultery, she will always be punished by streifa. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes weiter. Rabbi Elazar says, with her father, it's streifa. With her father-in-law, it's skila. Now, what does that mean? What are you talking about? So the Gemara says, so you're talking about if she commits adultery with her father, it's streifa. She commits adultery with her father-in-law, it's skila. So I understand. My area bas kohen. Then again, if we're talking about incest and then relations with the father-in-law, that halacha does not vary from Bas Kohen to anyone else. Rather, again, my area of Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael Nami. Vita b'sreifa, v'kalosa b'skila. What says halacha? Incest chasrum with the daughter is sreifa, and illegal relations with the daughter-in-law ultimately is skila. That's across the board. It's across the board. Ella esavia b'shus, avia b'eskaya b'shus. Oh, interesting. No, what it means is like this. What Amir means is like this. Rabbi Elazar says, rather, avia means she's in the domain of her father. Chameha means she's in the domain of her father-in-law. Now, what does that mean? When is she in the domain of her father? When is that? Erisin. And when is she in the domain of her father-in-law? Nisuin. The assumption goes, I will say, during Erisin, she's living at home with her parents. During Nisuin, it would be common to move in with her in-laws, right? Her husband's parents. So for those that wants to suggest that Allah, essentially when she's in Arusa, it's Sreifa. It's Sreifa, and when she is in a Suah, it is Skila. Somebody says, okay, Kiman, whose opinion is this aligned with? Ikarabanan, Ha'amin Suah, Yatzal Sreifa. The law Arusa, right? According to the Rabbanan, they hold ultimately it's only in a Suah gets Sreifa, not in Arusa. Ikarabi Shimon, Ha'amar Achas Arusa, Ba'achas Nesuah B'Sreifa. Rabbi Shimon holds again, basically whether again Arusa or Nesuah, Halacha L'maisi gets Sreifa. The Ikarabi Yishmael, to Bishmal, Ha'amar Arusa Yatzas L'Sreifa, the Lo Nesuah. Bishmal says ultimately again Arusa, this ultimately goes after Sefer Nesuah. Eschamel Chaneku. So the Gemara says, so whose opinion is it? Shalach Mishneh Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chanina. Kach Yatzah Shal Mishnah. They'll say, here's how to arrange the Mishnah. The Olam Kirabanan. In reality, it reflects the view of Rabbanan. Bachi Kamas, what it means to say, Kol Shulu L'Matam Misa Saviyah. So this is interesting. We'll say, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rashi is 5 lines up from the bottom. L'Matam Misa Saviyah. Streifa. Kilomar B'Misa Shikala Misreifa. So essentially, anytime you have a punishment, right? Anytime that relations with a father would have yielded a punishment that is less than Sreifa. Okay, go into Suah, Dechanek Ba'amal, Hachabas Konim, Demisas, Aviyah, Kilos, Zinsame, Aviyah, B'Sreifa. So we'll say, so essentially, Gemara says like this: anything, Kol Shulamashla, Misas, Aviyah, anything ultimately, again, that would have been a lower punishment had she committed adultery with her father. Umayni, what's the example of that? Nisuah Bas Yisrael. Di'ilu Nisuah Bas Yisrael B'Chanek, because a regular Nisuah Bas Yisrael will be B'Chanek. Hachab Misas, Aviyah, B'Sreifa. So therefore, again, had she committed adultery with her father, would have been B'Sreifa. Kol Shulamala Misas, Aviyah, anything that would have been a step above had she had relations with her father. Umayni, what is that? Arusa Bas Yisrael. That's the case of not Arusa Bas Yisrael, Arusa Bas Yisrael. Tila Arusa Bas Yisrael Ba'alma B'Skila. A regular Arusa ultimately would be B'Skila. But Halcham Misas Chameha B'Skila. So to over here, if we're adultery with her father, would have been B'Skila. Okay, Maskana B'Yamiyah. Midi L'Mal L'Mata Ketan B'Yamiyah. So what are you talking about? That's how the Brisa says. It doesn't say L'Mal L'Mata. Ella Amra B'Yamiyah. B'Yamiyah says this. I'll say on days. Amra B'Yamiyah. L'Olam Rabbi Shmuel. In reality, Allah again, we're going like Rabbi Shmuel. Right? Rabbi Shmuel is the one that says that Sreifa is only for a din in Arusa and not for Nesuah. What does it mean to say? Es Aviyah, Birshus Aviyah B'Sreifa, Ves Chameha, Mechameha B'Skila, B'Chol Adam B'Chanek. Okay, this is interesting. Rabbi Shmuel holds like this. Rabbi Shmuel says the way to interpret the statement of the Brisa is as follows. Es Aviyah means Birshus Aviyah, which means the Bas Kohen commits adultery when she's in the domain of her father. What does that mean? Arusa. What's the punishment for Arusa? Okay. Es Chameha means she has adultery with her father-in-law. What's the punishment for that? That I will say that the Gemara says is skila. Now that's an explicit pasuk. That's skila. And for every other act of adultery, what do you get? Chanek. So it's interesting. According to Bishmal, there's 3 constructs in the adultery model. Right? There's Bas Kohen who commits adultery as an Arusa. That's Sreifa. There's a woman who commits adultery with her father-in-law. That's Skila. And then there's every other case of adultery, which is Chanek. Chanek, that's his model. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. It doesn't make any sense. Essentially, what you're saying is Es Aviha means that the girl is in the domain of her father, but Es Chamea means that she committed adultery with her father-in-law. So Gemara says, or Rabbi says, it doesn't make sense. Either both mean adultery with the respective individuals, or both mean in the domains of the individuals. So Rabbi says, the only Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, Nesua Karusa. The Rav holds that a Nesua is no different than an Arusa. Ma'arusa Chad Darga Maskila Maskila L'Sreifa. Just like an Arusa, we move her Paspan Arusa, we move her one step higher in punishment from Skila L'Sreifa. As Nesua Chad Darga Maskila Law Mechanek Skila. Okay? Incredible. So again, Rabbi is of the opinion that Allah is essentially like you do over here is in the case of a Bas Kohen, we always move her up one level of severity in punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by Arusa, normally again she'd get skila. Again, this is Rabbi Lazar, but really, of course, it's Rabbi Shimon who holds that Sreifa is the highest level. So we'll take her again from skila to Sreifa. By Nesua, she normally get chenek. We'll move her up from chenek to skila. Okay, Mask Rabbi Hanina, hot Rabbi Shimon, the Sreifa Kamar. Ravina the Olam Kirabanon Be'efo. Right, so rather again, the Rabbanon say, Ravina says in reality it's Rabbanon and switch things around. Esavia b'skila, veschameha b'sreifa. Again, with her father it's skila, with her father-in-law it's sreifa. B'hai ka'amar esavia, sircha ba'almanakit, and that ultimately again, which we said, esavia is the Gemara is just employing, or the right, just employing the normative lashon. Okay. Amra Matan Halacha, Kiddush Rabbi Mishnei Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. The halacha follows. The halacha follows ultimately again, as Rabbi said in the name of Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yosef, this is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugi right now. Get a little halacha as well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows. The halacha follows as Rabbi sent in the name of Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. Okay. So now the Gemara says. Who cares? Essentially, Rabbi Yosef says, now what does this mean? So Rabbi Yosef is saying this halacha is only pertinent for the Messianic era. Now what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, halacha zu kishiyavo yimos HaMashiach. If tichlanu she'eshivu dalim yisos bezim koman. So I said, this is fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying is, Chevra, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, this has absolutely no repercussion and ramifications for now, which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say something like that. So instead of like how much time we spend on discussions that may or may not be accurate, but again, Rabbi Yosef says right now we have no ability to administer a death sentence. I remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires a Beis HaMikdash. So we need Mashiach. So again, was it Lashon so beautiful? This is a halacha which will apply ultimately again when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. So Abaye says, really, Rabbi Yosef? You can say that so much. So why do we learn touching? Right? Why do we go ahead and learn anything about Kabbalas? Right? After all, again, anytime the Gemara brings up one verse, for that matter, Tumantara. Right? Why even bring up these sugyas at all? It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this stuff at all? Rabbi says, so ultimately, again, rather, what's the avod over here? The avod over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn Kabbalas. That's why we learn Tumantara. Achinami. So over here again, by this entire discussion, Josh Kabbalas. This is very affirming Gemara, because I think for many of us, after the last 2 days, we're kind of wondering to ourselves, what are we doing, right? And we're gonna see the bottom line in just a little bit. We'll do the Rambam in just a few moments. But again, it's almost as if sometimes when you struggle with something, it's very affirming to hear someone else who's struggling with it. This makes you might be struggling with it. Say, no, I'm not crazy. So it's interesting because this is coming on the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, Chevra, what are we doing? What do we do? It's very interesting. However, both the Salam and Mashiach, which Rabbi is talking about, we spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet relevant but will be in the future. So why do we do that? Learn and receive reward for it. So the Pashup Pshat over here is the Gemara saying. Pashup Pshat is that the Gemara is saying that Halacha L'Maisa, there is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Right? In other words, what do I do with a sugya like this? Okay, so we take a Musar Haskell that when you learn so much about death, it becomes a life-affirming experience. Recognizing I'm alive, my gosh, life is such a precious gift. I need to do so. It's already 6:39, right? I said this last time at 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun, right? And then what happens? and then I gotta live. But in a general idea, sometimes I want to say we do things and we're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be halachically relevant. But even if it's not halachically relevant, there's a power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information so that you know how to operate. Right? Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. When I swim in the Yam Shel Talmud, the sea of Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different. I'm not the same person. Oh, but what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information. I can tell you one thing. I'm absolutely a different person than I was an hour ago. That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. That's drosh v'kabel schar. Just learn. So I say we translate it. Drosh v'kabel schar is learning. You'll get a reward for learning. No. Drosh, the reward itself is in the act of learning. Drosh, just learn. The kabel schar, you will receive the reward. What's the ultimate reward? It's not something you get in this world or the next world. The ultimate reward is to become a different person. I'm someone different now. And because I'm someone different, that was like, what is the greatest schar in the world? The greatest schar in the world is when you feel good about yourself because you feel that you are engaged in a life of self-transcendence. When I feel that I'm just pushing forward to becoming the best version of me, that is the greatest schar. So therefore the Gemara says, drosh, sometimes it's just about learning. The Kabbalah schar and reap the benefit of becoming someone different. Reap the benefit of becoming someone holier. Happens to be that the Ermai Chaim says something very beautiful. The Rabbi says as follows. He says there's another dart in drosh for Kabbalah schar. He says also means as follows. He says sometimes when we learn something, when you learn about something that's not yet in effect, and it's going to be in effect one day, what it does is it awakens within me an anticipatory desire for what is going to be. So the Be'er Chaim says when we learn about things that are only going to happen in the Messianic era, what does that do? It awakens within me a desire for Mashiach. It awakens within me a desire for a Beis HaMikdash. It awakens within me a desire for a Sanhedrin. The Rebbe says, with Smeim Alov Lomar, Mosai Eskeli Dabek Bo Yispar Philasos Lo Nachas Ruach. He goes, Avinafsham Bachla Bahem Chemdas Hazman Umisavis Lekayim Kolamitzos Kulam Baraga Echad. So let's say sometimes what Joshua Kabbalah means, sometimes you learn something that doesn't apply now. But when I learn it, it awakens within me this desire to have it. Okay, so I don't know about Misas Bezdin. Right, that it applies as much. So you learn sugyas about karbanas, or you say karbanas in the morning. Like, gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait to be able to offer up my karbanas. I can't wait to be able to go to the Beis HaMikdash. I can't wait to see the Kohen wearing the B'nai Kuna. I can't wait to walk with my family over the hills of Yerushalayim and in the distance see the beautiful Bayis Shlishi. See, I can't wait for that. So sometimes when you learn things that don't yet apply now, it awakens within me an anticipatory desire for what is going to come. So two yisodos in Josh V'Kabbalah schar. Number one, the act of learning changes us, even if it doesn't give me concrete information for my life operating system. So Josh, learn as much as you can. The Kabbalah schar reaps the benefits of becoming a different kind of person. Or Josh V'Kabbalah schar, at the end of the day, learn and awaken within yourself this desire for what is going to come. Awaken within yourself a desire for what the future holds. Incredible. So Gemara says, okay, this is what he meant to say. Hilchasa lamali, so give the shmeita halacha kamarnai. So the Gemara says, he says, rather, what he meant to say is as follows. Hilchasa lamai. Why do you have to go ahead and make the statement of the halacha follows so-and-so? The sugya the shmeita halacha kamar. The sugya itself is a pretty straightforward sugya. All right, I didn't think so, but okay. The Gemara says it's pretty straightforward. The Gemara says, "My." So I'll start calling my. Yishmael, Tisanya, Ubas Ish Koin Kisicha Liznos, and now Rabbi Yarusa Kasamadaber. The Torah says as follows. The Torah says, Ubas Koin, right? Kisicha Liznos. So it's talking about a Nara, and she's an Arusa. It's Rabbi Yishmael, right? So a Nara is an Arusa. She is subject to Streifa. Atar Ben Rabbi Yarusa, Akidu Nesua. You're saying this Nara, she's an Arusa. Maybe it's only in Nesua. Tamaloma, Ish Asher Yinachas Ish Israel. Most Umash Hano Eifa Hano Efes. Everyone was included in the general rule of Noif and Efes, right? Adulterer and adulteress. Torah removes a Bas Yisrael, says Bas Yisrael commits adultery is Skila, and Bas Yisrael, Mak Kishot Yakasa and Bas Yisrael is Skila Arusa below Nesua, Av Kishot Yakasa Bas Yisrael Arusa below Nesua. Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out a Bas Yisrael and Arusa Bas Yisrael is subject to Skila, so too when it pulls out a Bas Kohen, it's pulling out a Bas Kohen Arusa. Arusa is subject to Sreifa and not a Nesua. All right, we'll stop. We'll pick up. I'm leaving off mid-sentence. I'm going to make a line. I'm not going to get confused tomorrow. So I'm leaving off mid-sentence over here by Zolman. But I'll pick up the rest with it tomorrow. Tremendous. All right, have a great day, everyone.
After the study is done, they decide not to release it. And I read about that. Yeah, it's really good. I don't want to spoil anything, but just tell you some good stuff is, hidden camera interview with the guy who says, I just can't. My career would be over. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it well. People try to persuade him to release the study. Yes, it would help a lot of people. I agree it would help a lot of people. And I agree it's important, but I can't. I've had enough. I can't. It doesn't. And it's, so this kind of thing, we got the stomach for another one. Sure, I'll give you a big one. So, because you mentioned AIDS. AIDS is like gravity. You're not allowed to question it. It's a Holocaust. Yeah, Holocaust, gravity.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Kavshin Pei 5785, Closing Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. For dedicating all the Sherman Drushers this year as a zichus for the Solos Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our documentary sponsors for this morning, Baruch Meir Rina Dubin, ignition of the yahrzeit of Baruch Meir's grandfather, Moshe Mendel Ben Zev, and Zichron Libracha Yokter, the merit of our commentators, the Shalom Havan Aliyah, and the family in the Chaman. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to the source of our precious hostages, and the Merit Hashem continue to bring them home with Shalom and the Karov, and in the success of our holy soldiers. May those Baruch Hu being successful, the whole Maaseh Yidei. Also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A very interesting job ahead of us. Some fascinating technicalities when it comes to the resource basis. Remember, again, yesterday we had these to begin the new parak, and in the new parak again we had an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah about the severity of the Avamisos, the 4 different types of death penalties in days. So we had machlokes in Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. Tanakama holding that the order of severity from most severe to least severe is skila, streifa, herek, chemek, and Rabbi Shimon holding that the order is streifa, skila, chemek, and herek. So then the Gemara began a discussion regarding, in general, when the Gemara brings down an order, so how makbid, right? How meticulous is the Gemara with the particular order that's been espoused? So that's where we left off in the middle of yesterday. The Gemara says, right? Good. So 4 lines up from the point it gets wide. So now again, interestingly enough, one of the areas where everyone agrees that the order is really not specific is in the area of chalitza. What happened with chalitza? Listen to this. This now is actually fascinating. This is chalitza. What is the order of chalitza? Now again, I should have given like a trigger warning. It's a little bit bonus over here, right? So for some of us that might be a little bit difficult, but again, the answer is fine. What is the order of chalitza? So what's the halacha? So again, remember, let's frame the case. Reuben is married to Rachel. Reuben dies without children. Reuben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Shimon has a mitzvah of Gibor. Shimon doesn't want to be Gibor. He does not want to marry his sister-in-law Rachel. So what happens? They come to Beis Din. How you know still not Eitzah GUINNESS law? Once we have this in the Gemara, so Beis Din gives Shimon proper Eitzah for Shimon. In other words, for Shimon, should Shimon marry her, not marry her, right? So again, Beis Din says, should you do Yibam, should you do Chalitza? So Shimon married the Carlos, Zikin Ha'ir, the Dibrei Loch. The Yomeres. So she said, Rachel says, my brother-in-law Shimon does not want to marry me. Okay, my first wife. לא חפצתי לקחתו. He says, yeah, I don't marry him. I don't marry him. ובלשון הקודש היו אומרים. Now all of this will take place in Hebrew, לשון הקודש, even if that of course was not their first tongue. Okay, Benikshay Vintaylov, then ask him, so then Rachel, the sister-in-law, would go ahead. So the Gemara says then, what would happen? So Rachel would come. Benikshay, I love you, Vintaylov, then ask the king. So the Cholza now, she would remove his shoe. She would remove his shoe, the Yarkov Panov, and she would spit in front of him, and it had to be enough spit, like saliva, that it was visible to the judges themselves. She would go and she would say, this is what shall be done to the man who does not want to go ahead and rebuild his brother's home. And then they would call the brother-in-law Beis Chalitza now. Good, that's the order of Chalitza. Mitzvah's Chalitza, so leave it like this. Now the proper sequence for Chalitza is, or I should say, the proper components for Chalitza are the following: are Korah, the Koreh, he reads something, she reads something. Cholates, she removes the shoe. Lokekas, she spits. Vikora, and she reads something else. Bavinaba, my commercial answer, the Gemara says, okay, Rayuda, what exactly are you adding to the discussion over here? It's exactly what you just said. You just said what we just said, but you just said it in a shorter form. So what exactly are you contributing? My Kamash Malon must be saying exactly what the Mishnah just said. Har Kamash Malon, mitzvah. What I'm using to the and saying is as follows. Now, Allah says the order that was just espoused here in the Mishnah, and the order that Rabbi Yehuda himself just went ahead and reviewed, that is the preferred order. That's the preferred order. However, the opposite, let's say they reverse the order. Let's say they walk into the basement and the first thing she does is she removes the shoe. Right? Or the first thing she does is she spits. So she reverses the order. What's the halacha in that case? Less like that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So again, as much as there is an ideal order by Chalitza, which we've just seen, halacha makes that the order is upended. The mitzvah of Chalitza is still 100% legitimate. So again, just understand why is this conversation over here? Because remember, what we're fixated on over here is that the Mishnah listed in order, and here in our Mishnah, the order is meaningful. The Gemara was suggesting that in general, whenever the Mishnah makes a list, lists are generally not meaningful. In other words, they're meaningful for the information contained, but lists don't necessarily create a defined order. For example, Chalitza, where the Mishnah gives me a list of all the things that happen, but yet again, not necessarily giving me a defined order or sequence in which those things actually have to happen. So you're saying Rabbi that support this, Bein Shehektim Chalitza L'Rikika, or Rikika L'Chalitza. Whether you went ahead and you took off the shoe first and then you spit, or you spit and then you took off the shoe, Masha Asa Asui. What's done is done. Again, here's a perfect example of where there's an order that is listed, but the order is non-sequence specific. In other words, if you end up doing something different, so you are fine. But let's say, for example, we'll give you other examples where I say order is specific. What's an example of order is specific? Listen to this. It's not a Kohen Gadol Mishamish Mishora Kelim. A Kohen Gadol wears 8 different vestments. The Hagel Barba, a regular Kohen only wears 4. What are the specific vestments? What are the Kohanic clothing? Biksones. Biksones is a tunic, a coat. Really, a tunic. Tunic Masayim, the pants. Snapbacks, which is the hat, a belt. So those are the 4 basic big day kahuna Kohana clothing. Most of them Kohen Gadol wears additional clothing. What else does Kohen Gadol wear? Choshen, a breastplate. Ephod, we translate it as like an apron. It was a garment. That went underneath the Choshen that really tied in the back of the Kohen Gadol. So that Rashi actually is interesting. Rashi in Parashat. You don't have to prove Rashi points out, he says, when he tries to comment on what the ephod was, he says, I'm not sure exactly what it looked like. Rashi says, my heart tells me that it's like the apron like garment, when you just want to tie it back. So, Rashi listening to read over my heart says to me. This goes back to yesterday's daf. Like, what are we doing yesterday's daf? Like, I have no idea. Right? So yesterday's daf, so Hashem Yireh. Like this concept of Das Torah. Sometimes when people speak in Torah, have an understanding of different things. So it actually says, in the Lashon, Lidi Omeri, my heart tells me your heart. Your heart tells you, not your mind, because it's not an intellectual thing. It's a heart thing. You know, that I'm speaking Torah, so as such, I'm tuned in. My heart tells me that it's like the apron. It's like the apron that the French women wear. Incredible, incredible. Good meal. Sitz is the gold plate. It's when the war against his forehead, there was a little bit of a space between his where the Nefesh started, and on his forehead was sitz, which said Kodesh Lashem. Good. So those are the four basic garments of regular Kohen. Additional four called accessories of a Kohen Gadol. You must be Tanya. Learn. Is interesting. How do you know that you have to put your pants on first? Right? Good call for life, right? But in general, right? How do we know that you have to, that again, when the Kohen gets dressed, the first thing he puts on are the Yavrisaro. The Pasuk says again, the literally again, the pants made of linen shall be put on his flesh. The Gemara says, well, 1 second, if that's the case for Tana, my time of acting in Xonas. So 1 second, if that's the case, then why does Xonas come first in the Pasuk? In other words, here's the interesting point. Right? The Gemara says, we know that halacha l'maisa, you have to, Kohen has to put on. The Kohen has to go ahead and put on. This is by Parshas Achreios, right? By the Avodah of Yom Kippur. But the Gemara says over here, how do we know that you're supposed to go ahead and put on the pants first? Because what's the drush over here? Al-Bisar means the first thing that comes onto your flesh are the Mechnasayim, are the pants. So I says, okay, I hear that. But if that's the case, why is Xonas mentioned first in the Pasuk? Because remember, the Pasuk begins, Xonas Bad Kodesh, Yilbash, so Xonas, which is like the tunic, that's mentioned first in the Pasuk, but yet you're darshaning that Mechnasayim are put on first. So I understand. If Mechnasayim have to be put on first, then what? Then what's the logical thing? Mention that first in the Pasuk, but you're mentioning Xonas first. So what's the shah? The time of my time of activated Xonas, very simple. I'm sorry. The time of my time of activated Xonas. So I said, therefore, when discussing the various clothing of the Kohen, why does the Tana mention Xonas before Mechnasayim? It's very simple. Because again, Xonas comes first in the Pasuk. So the Tana is actually mirroring the order of the Pasuk. So the Pasuk talks about Xonas first, therefore the Tana talks about Xonas first. Even though we know that the first thing the Kohen has to put on is the Mechnasayim. Ukra, my time activate. So again, now we ask him, so to put Ksara, why not start with Mechnasayim and then go to Xonas? It's a good kasha. To see, Gemara says, Mishum, the Mechasye Kula Gufa are deflate. So this is actually very beautiful. The Mechnasayim only cover the bottom part of your body. The Xonas covers the entire part of your body. So therefore, if they get a garment that covers the entire of the body has a greater chashivos than a beged that only covers part of the body, and therefore its chashivos it is mentioned first. So we'll say, but yet halakha l'maisa, and that is halakha l'maisa. The first the Kohen puts on another example of where the order is specific. It has to be Mechnasayim, and then afterwards the other vestments. But why is Xonas mentioned first in the pasuk if Mechnasayim is first to be put on? Ultimately, again, because Mechnasayim only covers part of the body, Xonas covers. The thing about this also is fascinating. There's tremendous Mr. Haskell and everything. Sometimes in life, or maybe often in life, when we want to advance ourselves, you ever have that feeling where you feel like stuck a little bit, and you want to figure out how do you get yourself out of your current situation, whether it's from an emotional perspective or a spiritual perspective. And often there's this, a little bit of this unknown about where should I start? What should I do with myself to move myself forward? So if you think about it, there's almost two different approaches to change. There's a Mechnasayim change and a Xonas change. Mechnasayim change means choose something small and localized. Right? In other words, don't necessarily start looking for something that is comprehensive. Maybe all I need to do in life is a little tweak. Like Mikvasayim, it covers part of the body. It covers part of the body. So maybe it's just a little tweak here and a little tweak there, and just small adjustments or small adjustment singular that can make all of the difference. But sometimes in life, a person wants Xonis change. What's Xonis? Xonis is something that covers the entire body. And sometimes to get myself out of where I am, change has to be something much more comprehensive, something that covers the body in its entirety, something that really, again, not that I'm moving to the other side of the world, but something